Dark, damp, with a rotting stench that irritates the nostrils. The torch flames on both sides of the corridor flicker unsteadily. Every now and then violent coughs would ring out. A faint fear and despair permeated the air, lending the place a sinister and bone-chilling quality. This was the world's greatest prison, impelled down. Clank, clank, clank. The sound of shackles and chains scraping against the rocky floor rang out. Then a squad of stern-faced guards appeared escorting a line of prisoners in striped uniforms who kept their heads bowed in silence. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the torches on both sides of the corridor to waver once more as if about to be snuffed out. Admiral Jiang Lu, please wake up. Leaning against the prison door, snoring softly with messy black hair draped over his shoulders and his clothes all crooked and disheveled, Jiang Lu was gently nudged. Behind him stood a prison cell where a pirate stood rigid, not daring to make any movement or sound, terrified of waking the figure before him. MMPH. Jiang Lu murmured softly, looking at the trident-wielding man before him. What is it? Hannibal. And I'm no longer an admiral. You can't go around using that title. Right now I'm just a prison guard with no rank or official position. Stretching lazily, Jiang Lu slowly rose to his feet and looked ahead. The familiar scene was playing out once again. It seemed someone outside had captured another powerful pirate and sent them here. Only this time the pirate before him seemed a little different. Admiral Jiang Lu, you jest. You'll always be an admiral in my heart. The strongest admiral, no less. Saying this, Hannibal glanced furtively to both sides, lowered his voice, and continued with a sycophantic tone. Even stronger than the 3 current admirals, I'm sure. Jiang Lu smiled. Enough of the flattery. Why don't you tell me what you actually woke me up for? Hannibal's spirits were roused by this. He scooted closer again with a mischievous grin. This time headquarters sent in quite a batch of extraordinary fellows. So I'd like to ask you to help escort them. After all, among them is someone who needs to be sent to the 6th level. I'm afraid something might go wrong. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu narrowed his eyes and looked at the shackled man before them. He seemed vaguely familiar. Was the name Das Bones? The man codenamed Mr. One from Baroque Works. This fellow had been sent to impel down today, which meant that Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, had already been captured by the Marines. It also meant that the world outside had entered an entirely new era. Thinking of this, Jiang Lu could not help but sigh with emotion. 20 years. He had spent those 20 years in this lightless hell called Impel Down, as if in a deep slumber, never again showing his face to the world. The once strongest admiral had vanished from the world. Admiral Jiang Lu. Hannibal called out softly, appearing extremely cautious. Others didn't know. They all assumed he was just an ordinary prison guard in Impel Down, eating and sleeping day after day, unkempt and unkempt. But he himself knew very well. 20 years ago, this fellow had been a great figure who shook the world, contending with Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard Newgate. However, because he had committed a grave mistake and was implicated in a major incident, he was stripped of all his official positions and rank by headquarters and sent to Impel Down. And strangely enough, 20 years had passed. Yet aside from his unkempt hair and disheveled appearance, this admiral's looks had barely changed at all. Still so young, so spirited, so gentle and refined. Jiang Lu snapped out of his reverie, turning to look at Hannibal with a faint smile and a nod. Of course that's part of a guard's duty. But I should thank you for looking after me all these years, Hannibal. Hannibal's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, looking very bashful, his whole body squirming with awkwardness. Sir, you can call me Little Ba. Ha ha ha. Jiang Lu laughed heartily. Leave the man to me. I'll deliver him safely. Hannibal was galvanized and bellowed. Yes, sir. Casually he turned sharply. Bring the warlord Crocodile over. Das Bones lifted his head slightly, looking at the unkempt guard with messy black hair, a long blade at his waist. He couldn't understand why the vice warden of Impel Down would show such deference to this person. Nor could he imagine that this fellow would be tasked with escorting Mr. Zero. Who was this person? Moments later the sound of clanking chains approached. A dark, domineering figure strode forward slowly, wearing a prison uniform, yet holding his chin high, exuding arrogance and defiance. It was one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile the Sand Crocodile. He had just suffered yet another crushing defeat in his life, this time at the hands of a straw hat-wearing kid, and been gravely wounded. To him this was simply an unacceptable disgrace. Moreover, this was Impel Down, a prison reputed to be inescapable once you entered, which only worsened his already foul mood. Is this I? A voice tinged with amusement rang out. Crocodile felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and raised his head to look ahead. The moment he saw that figure, his body shook violently. His pupils contracted sharply, and then he fell into deathly silence. The others did not notice this. Jiang Lu quickly completed the handover with Hannibal. Besides Mr. One and Crocodile, the remaining Baroque Works members would also be taken down when passing through to the 6th level. Clip-clop, clip-clop, clip-clop. Clear footsteps echoed through the corridor. Apart from Jiang Lu, there were only the Baroque Works members. This caused those behind Crocodile to exchange meaningful glances, nudging each other. Their meaning was clear. Should we make a move? This might be our best chance to escape. The footsteps continued. The guard ahead seemed completely unguarded, his back to them, head down as he walked without uttering a sound. The chance is good. Let's do it. What about Mr. Zero? A moment later they looked toward Crocodile, but they found that his eyes were entirely focused on the figure ahead, his expression grave and serious. Just then the figure ahead suddenly stopped. The moment he stopped, every Baroque Works member froze, then hurriedly came to a halt. Why have you been staring at me? Crocodile. Only after this man spoke did Crocodile's expression relax slightly. After letting out a breath, he spoke calmly. I simply didn't expect that a man like you would still be alive. Jiang Lu did not respond immediately, but resumed walking forward. Surprising. Crocodile's eyes narrowed. He clenched his fists, then quickly released them. That you survived such a great incident is itself a surprise. Jiang Lu laughed heartily. You're right, it truly is a surprise. Then to celebrate our reunion here. The invitation I extended to you 20 years ago, let me extend it once more. A pause. Jiang Lu's tone grew solemn. Will you join my ranks? Crocodile. Candlelight flickered in the dark, silent corridor of Impel Down's first level. A long moment passed before a hoarse, irritated voice echoed through the shadows. Crocodile's voice. Don't joke around, Jiang Lu. 20 years ago you were nothing but a rookie Marine, and yet you still managed to recruit me. And now 20 years later you've come to repeat that same pitch. As a prison guard. After a brief pause, Crocodile let out a cold laugh. And in a place like this no less. Jiang Lu laughed heartily as he continued walking forward. This is a reunion bestowed by fate, Crocodile. And one of the very few chances you'll ever get. Crocodile's pupils contracted, and he fell silent. He caught a different meaning hidden within those words. Do you have a way to get me out of here? After a moment, a heavy yet faintly expectant voice spoke up. Who knows? But you could take a gamble. Jiang Lu shrugged, his tone carrying a hint of playfulness. Crocodile took a deep breath, his eyes shifting. At this point, he could no longer read the man's intentions. This place was the world's greatest prison, Impel Down. A terrifying hell from which no one who entered had ever returned. For any pirate arriving here meant the end of life and the beginning of endless torment. Interesting, you're the kind of guy who survived that massive incident back then. So it seems your words carry some credibility after all. A moment later, Crocodile stared at Jiang Lu and spoke. The crimes this man had committed back then far exceeded his own. He had assumed the man had been executed by the world government and Marine headquarters. Yet here he was alive and well. 20 years had passed. How many people in this world still remembered this man? Think about it, Crocodile. You know I've always had an interest in you. I believe you can do great things. Jiang Lu smiled faintly. Then he stopped before a cell, and before the eyes of a group of trembling pirates, shoved a group of Baroque Works members inside. A Marine expressing interest in a pirate. How laughable. And saying I can do great things. Should I take that as mockery directed at me? Crocodile spoke coldly. Clank. The cell gate slammed shut. The two men walked toward the elevator on the first level. I never mock anyone. You should know that well. With my power there's absolutely no need for such things. Jiang Lu shook his head, his tone sincere. Mentioning this, Crocodile's expression grew solemn and serious. Jiang Lu's power, for the outside world, and even for Marine headquarters, remained an absolute mystery. His personal strength was undeniably powerful. Powerful enough to rival Whitebeard and Roger. What was even more unfathomable was his apparent ability to make others stronger, which was truly astonishing. You have potential, Crocodile. You've just always been missing that one little thing. As he spoke, Jiang Lu turned around, pressed his thumb and forefinger together, then separated them. Just that little bit. Crocodile's face darkened somewhat. And I can help you make up for that little bit. As long as you come work with me. Jiang Lu turned once more, opened the elevator, and pressed the button. Crocodile's expression shifted repeatedly. He said nothing for a long time. Oh, I heard you were defeated by some rookie this time. How embarrassing. Far more so than when you lost to Whitebeard back in the day. A man of your fame and ambition reduced to such a fate in his later years. How tragic. Jiang Lu spoke again. Shut up, Jiang Lu. You're still as talkative as ever. Crocodile's expression was ugly. Jiang Lu just laughed softly. After that, silence settled between the two. Their atmosphere seemed harmonious, but in truth they had fought a great battle 20 years ago. Crocodile had suffered a crushing defeat, back when Jiang Lu was nothing but a rookie Marine. From that day on, Crocodile kept hearing this man's name echoing across the world. Capturing numerous high-bounty pirates, battling Whitebeard, chasing Roger across the seas. Even more outrageous, he had secretly established a mysterious organization. On the surface, he had risen from a third-class soldier all the way to admiral, even poised to compete for the next Fleet Admiral position. Yet in truth, he was the leader of a mysterious organization. That mysterious organization encompassed people from every class in the world. Even the celestial dragons were among them. Until his identity was exposed, and he committed that one great act after which he vanished from the world and was never seen again. When it came to ambition, compared to him, Crocodile seemed like a harmless sheep before this man. Compared to him, Crocodile was utterly insignificant. The elevator quickly reached the fourth level. The two stepped out. The surface level 1 could only reach this far. They then traveled from level 5 to level 6. Upon arriving at infinite hell, the atmosphere grew even darker, utterly silent with no sound whatsoever. The two walked side by side, no longer speaking. Everything that needed to be said had been said. The decision ultimately rested with the other party. Pick yourself a comfortable spot. Though no matter where you choose it won't make much difference. Jiang Lu smiled faintly. Crocodile's mouth moved, but ultimately he said nothing. He found a cell on his own and walked inside. In front of this man he had never once considered escaping. That would be no different from seeking death. As the cell door closed, Jiang Lu turned to leave, but then, how do I contact you? Crocodile's voice drifted over suddenly. Every guard here knows me. Just tell them. Jiang Lu laughed. Then he strode away. Suddenly, in the otherwise silent 6th level, a deep voice filled with surprise and shock rang out. You're Jiang Lu, the man who fought Roger. You're still alive? Jiang Lu turned his head to see a towering figure standing before a cell, gripping the bars and staring at him intently. Douglas Barrett, if you're still alive, then me being alive is hardly surprising, is it? He grinned and turned to leave. Stay put and behave. Compared to the outside world, staying here might actually be safer for the rest of your life. His voice faded quickly, and Jiang Lu's figure vanished without a trace. Moments later, he had returned to the 1st level. Compared to level 6, the light here was brighter and warmer. Though Impel Down's overall environment was harsh, it was still better than nothing. Delivering Crocodile had been a simple task, but its underlying significance caused Jiang Lu's expression to shift after he sat down. It's already been 20 years. He sighed softly, and a glint of light flickered in his eyes. That kid Ace must have grown up by now. Many addressed him as Admiral Jiang Lu, yet few knew his full name, Port Gasti. Jiang Lu. Indeed, upon arriving in this world, he assumed an identity, the younger brother of Rouge. Time flowed, and 2 decades slipped away. He had concealed himself within Impel Down, fading into obscurity, vanished from the world. This was in part intertwined with the search for the bloodline of the Pirate King and his own sister. 20 years. Isn't that enough? He murmured, a longing stirring within his heart. The dank, gloomy Impel Down contrasted sharply with the free and beautiful air of the outside world. Naturally, he yearned for the latter. It's time to see what kind of world this has become. Does the air beyond still thrum with the same fervor as that era? Slowly rising to his feet, Jiang Lu entered his bedroom. Moments later, when he pushed the door open again, he had donned a completely new attire and appearance. With short black hair, a face both youthful and maturely handsome, a loose black robe, and a blade at his waist, he murmured inwardly, "System, check my status." In his mind, he called out, then turned his gaze to the panel before him. Swiftly, lines of text materialized in a tabular form. Name: Port Gasti. Jiang Lu. Position: former Marine Admiral, current Impel Down jailer. Swordsmanship: flying / Grandmaster level swordsmanship. Physical arts: 6 powers, enhanced 8 gates, release formation. Devil fruit, recovery fruit, awakened, enhanced. Hockey, all 3 colors limit. Talent: studious, can learn any skill without restrictions. System abilities: enhancement, skill derivation. His own attributes were clearly displayed, stirring a glimmer of nostalgia and recollection in Jiang Lu's eyes. 20 years ago, at 15 or 16, he was a young prodigy. Leaving Batarilla Island, he joined the Marines by chance and embarked on a life of meteoric rise. He could learn any skill without limit. Anything he wished to learn, he mastered instantly. Coupled with enhancement and derivation abilities, he attained Admiral-level strength within a single year. He even possessed the formidable power to stand shoulder to shoulder with legends like Roger and Whitebeard. That era belonged to him and a select few. Rumors even circulated within the Marines that he had the potential to become the next Fleet Admiral. Yet just as his zenith approached, a major incident abruptly reversed his fortunes, plunging him into the depths and erasing him from the world. Ace. O'Hara. Mary Geos. He murmured the words, his gaze sharpening. Crocodile's imprisonment meant that the Straw Hat crew had begun their journey. The plot of this anime was already underway. An unprecedented era of chaos was about to unfold, and the dreams he had sought to realize 20 years ago, the path he had left unfinished, could now be resumed. Now I need to figure out how to leave Impel Down. Strictly speaking, he was still a convict bound by some agreement with Sengoku Garp and others. Without mutual consent, he could not step out of Impel Down. This was both a protection for him and a compromise for certain actions taken back then. For instance, ensuring his sister's safety. Admiral Jiang Lu, I've just reported the escort of Crocodile to headquarters. This is a major achievement. Those at headquarters will surely summon you back once they hear of it. Then you won't have to stay here any longer. At that moment, Hannibal approached with a beaming smile. Jiang Lu smiled back. Thank you, little Han. All in a day's work. Hannibal chuckled, appearing somewhat simple. Over the past 2 decades, without the other's care and occasional guidance, he would never have reached the position of Vice Warden. Jiang Lu nodded and reached out to pat the man's shoulder, only to realize how tall he was. He himself was not short, nearly 2 meters, but still seemed dwarfed before the other. Fortunately, Hannibal obligingly ducked, bent, and crouched. Jiang Lu smiled, patting his shoulder, and thank you for all the efforts you've made over the years to accumulate merits for me. In theory, it should be enough to make up for the mistakes of that time. He narrowed his eyes, a faint ripple stirring within. If Admiral Jiang Lu can get out, that would be wonderful. I've heard recently that the outside world is in chaos. It's exactly when a powerhouse like you is needed. Hannibal lowered his voice and whispered. Haha, good. Jiang Lu paused, then patted the man's shoulder again. Anticipation gleamed in his eyes. Many friends he hadn't seen in years. How were they faring? At the same time at Marine Headquarters Marineford, Fleet Admiral Crocodile has been processed and confined to the 6th level of Impelled Down, the Infinite Hell. It was Admiral Jiang Lu who personally escorted him into custody. The reporting officer stood rigid, speaking softly. Processed. Excellent. Sengoku nodded. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he jerked his head up. Wait, did you say Jiang Lu? The officer remained impassive, nodding. Yes, Fleet Admiral. Sengoku grew intrigued. He set down his pen, adjusted his posture, and leaned back in his chair. Not many people remember that name these days, let alone know there was once such an admiral. I was once a soldier under Admiral Jiang Lu, the officer said. Is that so? Sengoku paused, the smile fading from his face as he fell into thought. The name Jiang Lu, he himself hadn't heard it in a long time. Now suddenly reminded, he awoke as if from a dream. Nearly 20 years already. He sighed, his expression complex and wistful. What had become of that once ardent, domineering youth? What was he like now? What a pity. He had possessed boundless potential, yet in the events of that year, he had made such a choice. The officer continued to wait until after a moment Sengoku waved him away. Back then it was both to atone and to protect him, a compromise that sent him to Impelled Down to guard the prison. Now 20 years later, the merits he's accumulated should be enough, shouldn't they? Sengoku's eyes flickered. Undoubtedly Jiang Lu was a sharp blade, a fearsome deterrent against vicious and powerful pirates. Yet this man was a double-edged sword, able to wound enemies, but also himself. And he knew well that the young man was ambitious, eager to accomplish something. After a moment of deliberation, Sengoku beckoned. Summon Garp. He decided to consult with his old friend. You mean Jiang Lu? Garp, with white hair, but still a robust build, sat across from Sengoku with a surprised expression. What's wrong with that guy? Isn't he an Impelled Down? Garp asked, puzzled. He is an Impelled Down, but can we really keep him there for the rest of his life? A guy like him, I doubt we could endure another 20 years. Sengoku said grimly. Besides, his power would be an excellent asset in dealing with the world situation ahead. Garp scratched his head. That kid doesn't have bad intentions, he just made some mistakes. So you want to let him out of Impelled Down? Upon hearing this, Sengoku rolled his eyes. Asking this guy was pointless. The time he's spent and what he's done in Impelled Down has been enough to offset his past mistakes. It is indeed possible to pull him out, but Garp, you and I both understand how dangerous this guy is. Rising to his feet, Sengoku leaned in and stared at Garp seriously. Dangerous? Ha ha ha, Sengoku, even if he's dangerous, do you think we two can't handle him? Besides, haven't Kazan, Borsalino, and the other 3 grown up now? Would they be any worse than Jiang Lu back then? Garp's words made Sengoku pause slightly before sitting back down. You make a valid point. It's been 20 years. Those 3 have grown and become fleet admirals, yet Jiang Lu remains confined and Impelled Down. He hardly has any room for advancement. Sengoku exhaled slowly. Then let him leave Impelled Down as a naval trainee. Hasn't your grandson been causing trouble lately? Have that kid go find him. Upon hearing this, Garp's expression suddenly changed. Hey, what kind of joke is this? It's just an excuse to let that guy get some fresh air. Having just come out from there with his nature, he won't be able to stay in one place. Sengoku said helplessly. Actually, they had all been close friends once. But after 20 years, that youthful face had become blurry. Sengoku couldn't help but sigh at how the world had changed so drastically, like white clouds turning to gray dogs. After a moment, having reviewed the merits Jiang Lu had accumulated over more than 10 years in Impelled Down, Sengoku hesitated briefly before stamping the document. Approved transfer Impelled Down guard files to Navy headquarters, serving as a naval trainee. These simple words meant that from this moment on, Jiang Lu's status had changed, and he had once again become a member of the Navy. Promotion will be difficult after all. That guy would seem quite glaring in the eyes of some people in the world government. Looking at the document on the desk, Sengoku shook his head again. His expression was somewhat complicated, feeling pity and regret for that youth from back then. Perhaps this guy's entire future would end at the level of an ordinary Navy soldier. At the same time, Sengoku felt a subtle unease. With his strength and personality, would he really be content being an ordinary Navy soldier? Judging from past events, Jiang Lu was certainly no docile person. Being an ordinary Navy soldier is already good enough. Do whatever he likes. It's better than spending his whole life in Impelled Down. He should know how to be content and grateful. Soon Impelled Down received the documents and appointment orders from headquarters. The document was brief, but when placed in Jiang Lu's hands it made him laugh. Naval trainee. That's good enough. Stepping out of here means everything will be different. At the same time, it also meant that the agreement between him and Sengoku and Garp had been fulfilled and lifted. From now on he would be completely free. After all, Jiang Lu was a man who kept his promises. Congratulations, Admiral Jiang Lu. Once you're out, you'll surely become an admiral again at the fastest pace. Hannibal said excitedly. Jiang Lu was slightly stunned upon hearing this, then smiled and said, Hannibal, I may never become an admiral again in this lifetime. The appointment document had already stated clearly. The Navy had never issued an appointment for a naval trainee. This also meant the headquarters' attitude toward him. He could serve as a Navy soldier, but couldn't be promoted. His naval career was basically over from this point. Huh, how could this be? With your strength? Hannibal said confusedly. Jiang Lu smiled and prepared to pack up ready to leave this pitch-black prison. Just then a guard hurried over. Admiral Jiang Lu Crocodile asked me to deliver a message to you. Jiang Lu glanced at Hannibal, who showed no intention of avoiding the situation, instead leaning in to listen. Speak, Jiang Lu said with a smile. After nearly 20 years in Impel Down, Hannibal was definitely considered one of his trusted men. He said he agreed. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Jiang Lu's face. A wise choice. Hannibal looked puzzled. Agreed to what? What connection do you have with someone like Crocodile? That's a dangerous guy. Jiang Lu wasn't concerned at all, simply smiling faintly. More dangerous than me. Hannibal shivered. That's certainly not the case. Hand him over to me, Hannibal. Jiang Lu said in a flat tone, clearly giving an order. What do you mean by handing him over to me? Hannibal asked cautiously. The guard beside them realized something and quickly ran away, not daring to listen. Compared to the outside world, Impel Down was absolutely a pitch-black hell, its darkness and decay beyond the imagination of outsiders. I want to take him with me. Jiang Lu stated it directly. Huh. Hannibal trembled all over, his face turning green. Are you joking? I never joke, Jiang Lu said. Then how should I report this? Hannibal's entire body was shaking. This was a major matter. An admiral like Jiang Lu wanted to secretly take a prisoner from the 6th layer of hell with him. Once discovered, the consequences were unimaginable. How dare Admiral Jiang Lu be so bold? How dare he do this? More sadly, he himself didn't dare to refuse the order either. No need to report it. Just pretend you don't know about this, Jiang Lu said calmly. As your reward, I'll enhance your abilities. Saying this, Jiang Lu extended his right hand and placed it on Hannibal's body. The next moment, the latter's body shook violently, his eyes showing excitement and agitation, almost letting out a howl. In Jiang Lu's mind, system prompts were also ringing out. You are enhancing the target's swordsmanship currently at intermediate level. Enhancement complete, successfully advanced to high level. Vertical evolution available. Upon completion, the target will master the soaring/technique. You are enhancing the target's physical body. Enhancement complete, proceeding with evolution. Upon completion, the target will master armament hockey. In just a few moments, Hannibal's strength had improved by more than a notch. After withdrawing his right hand, Jiang Lu looked at the ecstatic Hannibal and smiled faintly. Don't tell anyone, Hannibal. This is our secret. Hannibal nodded vigorously with excitement. The other party wanted to take away a worldwide criminal. Of course, it had to be a secret. If exposed, he was dead. In fact, he was already plotting how to shift the blame for this matter onto Magellan. Hannibal's heart surged with a tumultuous blend of exhilaration and apprehension, joy and dread. Never had he felt such immense power, as though an inexhaustible tide of strength welled from the depths of his being. The rumors were indeed true. Grand Admiral Jiang Lu possessed a godlike ability and could bestow it upon others. You make all the arrangements and leave the rest to me. Jiang Lu's voice echoed, and Hannibal nodded immediately. I'll do it at once. With that, he turned and sprinted away. By the afternoon, Jiang Lu received word and set out to transfer Crocodile. Within half an hour, he had descended to the 6th level. Jiang Lu swept his gaze across the corridor. The 6th level, once guarded by numerous sentinels, now stood eerily empty. Tap, 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 tap. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed through the entire passage. He was alone. Soon he arrived before the cell where Crocodile was imprisoned. Jiang Lu. A low, raspy voice called out. Crocodile slowly rose to his feet, his expression complex as he peered through the bars at the man before him. Do not utter a single word along the way. Just follow me, Jiang Lu whispered, then quietly unlatched the cell door, handing the prisoner a hooded cloak and a demon mask. Crocodile nodded, donning the cloak and mask. Now fully shrouded in the garment, his identity was all but impossible to discern. The two walked in silence, one behind the other, leaving the darkness behind. In the infinite hell of the 6th level, no sound stirred save for a few faint gazes that followed them. Moments later, their figures vanished. How intriguing. A soft voice drifted through the air, lingering briefly before dissolving into nothingness. Jiang Lu now stood beside Crocodile, clad in a loose black robe, a sword at his waist, his expression impassive. He spoke not a word, nor exchanged a glance with anyone. Soon they reached the 4th level, the blazing hell where the warden of Impel Down Magellan had his office. The number of guards along the way had been significantly reduced as Hannibal's authority allowed him to reassign personnel with ease. The remaining guards were under Magellan's direct command, beyond Hannibal's reach. Yet at this point it mattered little. Jiang Lu led the way, Crocodile following close behind, fully enveloped in his cloak, both maintaining absolute silence. When they passed the first checkpoint, the chief guard paused, taken aback. Grand Admiral Jiang Lu. Another prisoner transfer. A cigar dangling from his lips, a smile playing on his face, Shiryu of the Rain scrutinized the cloaked convict with a lingering gaze. Shiryu, you're in charge of this level today? Jiang Lu asked with a faint smile. He could feel the man beside him tense up. As you know, our warden, due to his devil fruit, is often indisposed. Shiryu's eyes narrowed as he studied the figure in black. He was no weakling and sensed the peculiarity of this man. A chilling, murderous intent radiated from him. This was no ordinary prisoner, nor would any ordinary convict dare to act thus. In such a bizarre disguise. What kind of prisoner required such treatment? Clearly this prisoner harbored secrets, as did Grand Admiral Jiang Lu. Indeed, Magellan's stomach. Jiang Lu chuckled, reaching out to slap Crocodile on the shoulder. The latter shuddered, and the faint aura around him dissolved into nothing. I won't disturb your duty. I have matters to attend to. With that, Jiang Lu strode forward. Shiryu hesitated, a flicker of contemplation crossing his face, and stepped aside. Grand Admiral Jiang Lu, please proceed. The two figures quickly passed him by, the guards watching with curiosity. Do not be nervous and do not reveal your ferocity here. Jiang Lu's telepathic voice calmly instructed. Crocodile stiffened, then gave an almost imperceptible nod. He was in truth exceedingly tense. After all, this was the world's greatest prison, heavily fortified. Escaping from here was no simple feat. No one in history had ever succeeded. Of course, Gold Lion was an exception. The Marines had suppressed all news of him. The two continued in silence toward the elevator on the 4th level. They encountered 3 more groups of guards along the way, all of whom, upon seeing Jiang Lu leading, respectfully let them pass without obstruction. Crocodile breathed a sigh of relief. Once aboard the elevator, they would ascend directly to the 1st level, dramatically increasing their chances of escape. But just then the door of a nearby building swung open, and a towering figure emerged. Jiang Lu looked up, his eyes narrowing. Grand Admiral Jiang Lu, what brings you here? And who is this? The newcomer, clutching his stomach, doubled over as he approached, his gaze questioning. It was the Warden Magellan. Just a prisoner, needing transfer. Are you going to the restroom? Jiang Lu responded with a faint smile. This time Crocodile took the lesson to heart, standing still, betraying no abnormality. Have him remove his cloak, Magellan demanded. Jiang Lu's gaze sharpened. You don't seem to trust me. Magellan's expression grew stern. It's my duty, Grand Admiral Jiang Lu. Please do not take offense. If Impelled Down falls into trouble, I cannot bear the responsibility. Jiang Lu fell silent. This seemed an insurmountable problem. To leave this place, he had to get past Magellan. But this man was above all a stickler for duty. In this he was utterly unlike Hannibal, and his demeanor was cold and aloof. Remove the hood. After a moment Jiang Lu spoke. Magellan watched, his hand pressing harder on his stomach, his back bending even lower. A gurgling sound from his abdomen was now clearly audible. Crocodile did not move until Jiang Lu patted him, then slowly raised his hand and removed the hood. A grotesque demon mask was revealed. Magellan's eyes widened, and he snapped his head toward Jiang Lu. Grand Admiral Jiang Lu. You've seen it. May we go now? Jiang Lu's lips curled into a smile, though his eyes held no mirth. Yet his demeanor remained calm and relaxed, without a hint of tension. A loud gurgle erupted from Magellan's stomach, his expression contorting in agony. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Then, spinning around, he dashed madly toward the restroom. In the blink of an eye he vanished from sight. Crocodile stared blankly, then took a deep breath and pulled the hood back over his head. Let's go, Jiang Lu said with a faint smile. A pungent odor seemed to hang in the air. Only when they entered the elevator did Crocodile lower his voice. I almost thought this warden was one of your men. Jiang Lu chuckled and shrugged. Who knows? Magellan's appearance did not impede their advance. In but a moment they had already reached the level above the sea. By this point Hannibal had everything under control. The surveillance image bugs were temporarily disabled, and the guard wardens had been rotated. Admiral Jiang Lu, your ship has been arranged. Once you leave here you may depart directly. Hannibal approached swiftly, whispering into Jiang Lu's ear before brushing past him and hurrying away. Jiang Lu's eyes flickered, and he quickened his pace alongside Crocodile. In the blink of an eye they saw the gates of Impelled Down, which had opened just a crack, allowing a glimpse of sunlight. On either side of the gates stood guards, expressionless, holding spears, paying no heed to the arriving duo. Finally, we are leaving this place. A light gleamed in Jiang Lu's eyes. Even he could not help but feel stirred at this moment. 20 long years within Impelled Down. A sunless abyss where not only the light, but even the air and the scent of the outside world were utterly different. Beside him Crocodile's frame trembled slightly, his emotions running high. They quickened their steps, soon drawing near and passing through. It was as if they had entered an entirely new world. Sunlight, ocean breeze, sky. A riot of colors crashed into Jiang Lu's eyes, making him want to cry out. Words could not express the turmoil within his heart at that moment. Admiral Jiang Lu, your ship is over there. Chief Warden Hannibal has arranged everything for you. And he insists we not call him Deputy Chief. A nearby guard chuckled. Drawing a deep breath, Jiang Lu composed himself and nodded. After exchanging a glance with Crocodile, they strode swiftly toward the vessel. It was a small battleship flying the Marine flag, typically only allocated to officers of at least captain rank. For Jiang Lu, however, this was hardly an issue. Having already committed far greater deeds, commandeering a battleship for a ride was nothing remarkable. Shortly after, the ship slowly departed the harbor. Farewell, Admiral Jiang Lu. The guards at the harbor waved happily, utterly unaware that they had just seen off a world-class criminal. The battleship glided away from Impelled Down, heading toward the whirlpool that lay between Marineford and Eni's lobby. Crocodile pushed back his hood and let out a long breath. So does this count as a successful prison break? Not yet. The Marines have many patrol ships in these waters. With the headquarters so close, your situation remains precarious. Zhang Lu laughed, breathing in the sea air, which brought him an indescribable sensation. He had never felt that this world could be so beautiful. Aren't you in danger yourself? Releasing a criminal like me? Crocodile's tone was wry, but his mask concealed his expression. The moment you're discovered, I'll arrest you immediately and tell them you tried to escape. Zhang Lu turned around, suddenly grinning. Crocodile faltered, then sneered. You're quite the scoundrel, aren't you? I never claimed to be a good man. Zhang Lu laughed. The sea wind grew sharper, rustling their robes and the stray locks on their foreheads. This signaled that they were nearing the great whirlpool, and the massive shadow of Marineford was faintly visible. So what's your plan? To recruit someone like me inside, impel down, and get me out. You must have something big in mind, right? Crocodile narrowed his eyes. A plan? Haven't thought of one yet. But I need a group of capable subordinates. Zhang Lu raised an eyebrow. A man could not achieve much alone in this world, no matter how powerful. He needed reliable companions and followers. Capable subordinates? Crocodile asked, puzzled. Yes, someone like you. Zhang Lu smiled. Crocodile froze his gaze, turning serious. As a Marine, the things Zhang Lu did were beyond many people's comprehension. I recall you once formed a secret organization. He asked in a low voice. An organization? You mean the Hollow Knight? Zhang Lu chuckled, his eyes glinting. With his imprisonment, the organization under his command had inevitably been purged. He wondered what had become of the Hollow Knight after all these years, and whether any members still remained. The Hollow Knight. Are they still around? Crocodile pressed. In its day, Zhang Lu's organization had been quite renowned. It had always operated in obscurity, only coming to light after that incident. It was then that everyone realized this man had already amassed such a formidable force under his command. Its members ranged from commoners, nobles, and kings to celestial dragons, a staggering reach. Could you imagine? This madman had even recruited a celestial dragon. Although after the incident erupted, that celestial dragon committed suicide, and his descendants were cast out of Merigeos. Still around. Who knows? Maybe some of them are still out there. Zhang Lu smiled, his eyes narrowed. Where are we headed now? Crocodile asked again. Headquarters ordered me to find the Straw Hat Boy and his crew. Zhang Lu said. Straw Hat Boy. Crocodile froze, then his eyes turned icy. It was because of that man that he had been imprisoned and his long-standing goal thwarted. But I have no personal interest in him. I need to find a way to get to Skypiea. Zhang Lu soon added. Crocodile grew even more puzzled. Skypiea? What do you want to do there? And does such an island really exist? Of course it does. Zhang Lu affirmed. Have you been there? I have. He had indeed been there. The Hollow Knight Palace was located on a sky island high above, and it had served as the headquarters of his organization. But 20 years had passed, and no one knew the state of that former headquarters now. Crocodile fell silent, his expression shifting. By agreeing to follow him, he would have to submit to his orders. Yet what unsettled him, even frightened him, was that he still had no idea what this man's true objective was. What earth-shattering scheme was he planning hidden beneath the guise of a Marine? There's a companion of ours on Skypiea, Zhang Lu added. One of the Hollow Knight. Crocodile grew curious. Not yet, but once I go there he will be. Zhang Lu smiled. Enel, who possessed the Goro Goro no Mi, was undoubtedly a man fit to become a formidable fighter under his command. Like Crocodile, that boy was just a little short, just a little. But that little gap he could fill. The two chatted idly while keeping their eyes on the warship as it approached the Marine Observation Tower. How much do you know about AIC? Zhang Lu asked softly, his gaze profound. Back then it had cost him immense effort and the potential to advance within the Marines only to secure that child's safe birth. Regrettably, he had never set eyes on him. Naturally, the nephew he had never met held great fascination for Zhang Lu. AIC? You mean Fire Fist AIC? Kuluakadair paused, asking in bewilderment. Exactly. Besides, you'd best conceal your figure. The Marines' binoculars are not blind. Zhang Lu nodded, glancing toward the observation tower, not far off. Kuluakadair's figure shifted, blending seamlessly into a blind spot. I only know he's the commander of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Beyond that, I'm clueless. Baroque Works detected his presence in Alabasta not long ago. Zhang Lu looked up at the nearby tower and waved to a Marine holding a telescope. Do you know where he is now, eh? After his capture, Baroque Works disbanded and my intelligence network lost contact. Regaining that information would likely take some time. Kuluakadair said grimly. Then we have no choice. We'll just have to try asking someone else. Zhang Lu sighed. He wondered if time would allow it. According to the narrative, AIC's capture was imminent. Once He Huzi defeated him and handed him over to Marineford, the Summit War would begin. He couldn't predict how events would unfold, but speaking with this nephew was exactly what he desired most at the moment. Kuluakadair glanced at him curiously, utterly baffled by whom this man intended to consult. His own forces had collapsed mere moments after his capture. Meanwhile, the other man had languished and impelled down for nearly 20 years. Countless legendary events of the past had been forgotten, fading into distant, hazy memories. As they conversed, the warship drifted past the observation tower and slowly sailed away from Marineford. At that very moment within the Marine headquarters itself, Zhang gazed at the slowly printing photograph, his expression growing stern. Has Jiang Lu already left Impel Down? And hasn't reported to headquarters? Pausing for a moment, he set the photo down. Forget it. Grant him some leave at least. Inquire at Impel Down. Keep Jiang Lu's Din Mushy on constant contact. The soldier before him nodded and departed. Time slipped away, and in the blink of an eye 3 days passed. Jiang Lu's departure had drawn some attention, albeit only within a limited scope. Meanwhile, Impel Down remained eerily calm. Clearly Hannibali had suppressed all traces, and Moxielin chose silence despite noticing the slightest clues. Everyone tacitly gave Jiang Lu considerable face. Sabaody Archipelago. We simply cannot reach Magma Town with only the meager supplies on board. And that deputy director was far too stingy. Not a single belly for you. Kuluaka Dayer said resentfully through his mask. 3 days had passed, and he had gone hungry for 2 before finally arriving. Impel Down had only provided enough food for 2 days, which split between the two of them amounted to barely a day's rations. Furthermore, both possessed immense appetites, making those rations entirely insufficient. Impel Down is a place inherently short on food after all. Hannibali was already being more generous than expected. Perhaps in his mind, he never counted you among the provisions, Jiang Lu remarked with a faint smile. His own complexion was starting to pale. Hunger was truly humanity's greatest enemy. After a pause, he lifted his gaze to the vessels moored along the shore. But here we shall hardly lack for supplies. Then we simply seize them from these scoundrels. Kuluaka Dayer blinked, then followed the other's gaze. Though the flags were furled on each ship, it was immediately obvious that none of these individuals were lawful citizens. The familiar pungent aura of piracy permeated the air, allowing them to be identified instantly. You truly act nothing like a Marine. With a light sigh, Kuluaka Dayer's eyes revealed a hint of ruthless steel. Marines never show mercy to pirates, do they? Jiang Lu smiled faintly. The two then guided their warships slowly toward one of the larger vessels. Despite the furled banners, the men aboard radiated an undeniable ferocity. Each wore weapons at their hips, their faces, and exposed skin crisscrossed with jagged scars. Clearly they were far from good people. Shall we attack? Kuluaka Dayer shot a glance, his right arm already stirring with swirling sand ready to strike. But just then Jiang Lu drew the long sword at his waist and grinned broadly. No need to be so gentle. As he spoke, his blade shivered, releasing an inexplicable aura before slashing downward with tremendous force. Swish! The very air vibrated, a razor-sharp radiance screaming forth, crossing the distance in an instant to reach the enemy vessel. What a... The pirates on deck suddenly felt a fierce gale, looking up in startled shouts as their expressions turned pale. But it was already too late. The blade's radiance bloomed and erupted in that very moment. Thrum! The air trembled violently. The massive ship was cleaved cleanly in two from its midpoint. Splinters flew everywhere, and the pirates' faces, twisted in sheer terror and distortion, were clearly visible. Boom! The impact spawned a deafening explosion, sending plumes of dust billowing into the air. Who did this? A captain-grade member roared in fury as he scrambled up from the fractured deck. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a figure leap high into the air. Amidst the sky, the long sword flashed once more. Swish! The already split vessel was cleaved horizontally a second time. Everyone froze in shock, followed immediately by paralyzing dread. The ship creaked ominously as it slowly began to sink into the water. Fortunately, they were still within the harbor, otherwise not a single soul aboard would have survived. Run! Quick! Good heavens, he sliced our ship apart in a single instant. Who on earth is that? Panicked and terrified, the pirates tumbled over one another, scrambling toward the shore. Nearby Marine patrols, having noticed the commotion, hurried toward the scene. No hard feelings here. Consider it a polite greeting. Jiang Lu descended gracefully, crouching on the gunwale as he looked down upon the panic-stricken pirate officers. I've been rather short on coin lately, so I'd like to borrow the treasure from your ships for a moment. As he spoke, a smirk curled his lips, his gaze falling upon the treasure chests ripped open by his preceding slashes. What kind of joke is this? The pirate captain shouted in outrage. I never joke. Jiang Lu swung his blade. Amidst a resonant hum, the pirate in front of him was bisected. Ripples of cutting force expanded outward, scattering a powerful gust of wind. Just then, swirling grains of sand enveloped the ship's treasures, dragging them swiftly into the warship. Eeked! A sharp whistle pierced the air as the Marine patrol team arrived on the scene. Jiang Lu glanced up, then leaped back onto his vessel. Let's go. Kuluaka Dayer immediately weighed anchor and steered away. Having caused such a massive disturbance, they certainly could not remain at this port. The approaching naval squadron, led by a lieutenant commander, fell into astonishment upon seeing it was a warship. Which colleague is this? So ferocious. And these guys? They seem to be the Barbie pirates. As he spoke, the lieutenant commander waved his hand, and the naval forces behind him immediately raised their weapons and charged toward the panicked pirates on the shore ahead. Moments later, Sengoku and Mary Gios received the intelligence. They've already arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. Plundering pirates. Only he could come up with something like this. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Sengoku tapped the table, his expression turning grave and serious once more. Garp Fire Fist Ace has also recently reached the first half of the New World. Something significant seems to be unfolding within the Whitebeard Pirates. Upon hearing this, Garp, who was in the middle of eating a donut, suddenly raised his head. You're talking about Ace? Sengoku didn't respond immediately, though he understood what Garp meant. Rising to his feet, he spoke in a solemn tone. Doflamingo stationed in the New World, that wretched man. Recently he's also arrived in this sector. Back then his father had such tangled connections with Jiang Lu. Garp's expression darkened with concern. Doflamingo has arrived too. Both pieces of intelligence brought an undercurrent of unease to the two men in the office. We need to figure out why they've come to these waters. A commander of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the king of Dressrosa. If anything happens to them, it could shake the world to its foundations. Sengoku muttered. At the same time, in a remote harbor on Sabaody Archipelago, Jiang Lu and his companion moored their warship slowly, then leaped from the vessel. Do we really have to handle supply procurement ourselves? Hey, this is quite uncomfortable, Crocodile frowned. Then I'm leaving it all to you. Jiang Lu smiled. Crocodile froze, then his expression shifted dramatically. Wait, you want me to handle this? That's looking down on people. The two moved ahead one after another, heading quickly into the island's interior. Procuring supplies wasn't particularly difficult. Food, daily necessities, and some essential provisions like fruits and fresh water. Within moments, Crocodile found himself carrying a burden as substantial as a mountain on his back. Your strength is just slightly lacking. It's precisely because you neglect physical training. And I can help you perfect it. Jiang Lu stood nearby, smiling and advising. Crocodile paused briefly, then fell into thought, and soon began taking the advice seriously. He believed it. Losing to Whitebeard was one thing, but recently he had been defeated by a greenhorn. Yet, Jiang Lu possessed the ability to transform an ordinary person into someone formidable in a short span. Otherwise, how could one explain his immense power and those otherwise unremarkable yet remarkably strong members in his Void Knight? I remember you said you'd help me grow stronger, Crocodile stated. Of course, but don't rush things. For now we don't need to engage in intense combat, Jiang Lu said with a smile. Crocodile's eyes flickered, unable to fathom what the other was thinking. Sabaody Archipelago hadn't improved much, for both of them it was a familiar place. After procuring the necessary items, they turned back toward the port. The streets teemed with crowds and bustled with energy, every corner filled with vendors calling out their wares. Yet after taking several steps forward, Jiang Lu's pace gradually slowed. What's wrong? Crocodile frowned. His identity remained sensitive, even mask being discovered would create complications. I found an old friend. Jiang Lu came to a complete halt on the street, a faint smile playing on his lips as his right hand rested on the long sword at his waist. Old friend. Crocodile looked up and saw a gray-haired, bespectacled man holding a wine bottle standing before them. This old man has truly encountered an extraordinary figure. The elderly man's glasses caught the light, his expression growing grave. Rayleigh the Plague King. Crocodile stiffened as he heard the name escape Jiang Lu's lips. The white-haired, bespectacled elder before them was none other than the legendary Rayleigh, the right hand of Pirate King Roger, a powerhouse renowned across the world. Day Tiger Admiral Jiang Lu. Rayleigh spoke with gravity, seriousness, and wariness. Day Tiger. This was Jiang Lu's codename during his days as an admiral, a title that seemed entirely mismatched with his nature. Only those who had truly fought against him could understand its aptness. Like a feral, terrifying tiger, his assault was ferocious, brutal, and suffocating. Having vanished for nearly 20 years, this old man thought you were long dead. Never expected to cross paths with you here today, Rayleigh said in a deep voice, his entire body tensed with alertness. By allegiance they stood on opposite sides, enemies not allies. Moreover, this man before him had always harbored an inexplicable hostility toward Roger. It was only after Roger's death that he came to understand why. The fact that you're alive is the best news for me, Rayleigh. Jiang Lu grinned, his eyes flashing with sharp intensity. Simultaneously, a raging, ferocious aura erupted from him. Crocodile bore the brunt of it, his entire frame shuddering. Hey, you don't actually plan to fight this old man here, do you? Hearing this, Jiang Lu furrowed his brows and glanced around at the crowd. True, this isn't the best place for it. I've been retired for over a decade now, Jiang Lu. I vanished from this world almost simultaneously with you. All I want now is to enjoy my twilight years. Why continue to harbor such obsessions about me? Rayleigh shook his head. Jiang Lu fell silent, his eyes flickering with thought. After a long pause, he looked up with a cold smile. Take your time. We'll cross paths again someday. By then let me see if your skills have improved after all these years. Rayleigh chuckled. This old man is aging unlike you. Naturally my abilities have declined. Jiang Lu said nothing more, and soon passed Rayleigh, disappearing from sight. Only after the other man had departed did the smile fade from Rayleigh's face, replaced by an expression of gravity and wariness. He slowly unscrewed the wine bottle cap and took a drink. To run into this guy here. Truly frightened this old man. Pausing, Rayleigh's gaze turned grave as he muttered to himself. Fortunately, he restrained himself. He is indeed capable of igniting a massive battle right here. Back on the warship, Crocodile seemed rather silent, his gaze fixed on Jiang Lu, who wore a relaxed smile with a heavy expression in his eyes. Were you truly intending to strike just now, eh? Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow and laughed. How could that be? That was the Shampoo Archipelago. Crocodile naturally did not believe him. The murderous intent and rapidly surging aura had made him standing so close tremble with fear. It was only then that he realized the man before him was a terrifying powerhouse who had shaken the world 20 years ago, standing on the same level as the legendary three great pirates and marine hero Garp. Beneath that gentle and amiable exterior lay the ferocity and madness of a lurking tiger. Let's set sail. We're running out of time. Seeing Crocodile frozen, Jiang Lu prompted him. All right. The latter nodded and took the helm himself. As the boss of Baroque Works, such tasks had always been left to his subordinates. Crocodile hadn't sailed a ship himself in many years. But walking alongside someone like Jiang Lu, such trivial matters naturally fell to him. It seems I really need to recruit more crew members. Crocodile thought to himself. As for the Marines, given Jiang Lu's current state, it was basically impossible. Moreover, what this man intended to do seemed completely unrelated to the Marines. He wanted to rebuild his own Void Knight, recruit new members, and form a powerful legion. It was precisely for this reason that he had set his sights on Crocodile, who was imprisoned and impelled down. Crocodile was curious about what kind of members would be recruited next. From what he knew, this man was eccentric, and the members of Void Knight were a bizarre mix of all sorts of identities. The warship sailed on soon, leaving the Shampoo Archipelago. 7 days later, they arrived at the Shampoo Archipelago, made a brief stop for supplies, and then quickly departed. Jiang Lu was in a hurry, and he was also keeping an eye out for clues left by Void Knight. But neither at the Shampoo Archipelago nor at Water 7 did he find any which made his heart sink. 20 years might have truly scattered the organization he had once built. The world government would certainly not let someone like him go, nor the former Void Knight. I'll just have to take it one step at a time, Jiang Lu murmured softly. 3 days later, the warship arrived at Long Ring Long Land. Our supplies are still sufficient. We should be able to make it to Mock Town. Crocodile spoke up. During these days of sailing, they had encountered some pirates plundering their food and treasure with ease. As a result, the warship's hold was now piled high with chests of treasure. As for food, there was enough to last the two of them for a long time. Then let's continue toward the target, Jiang Lu said. But that afternoon, in a sea area near Long Ring Long Land, a pirate ship with a fox figurehead and a skull flag resembling a fox nose appeared before them. Crocodile muttered the name of the pirate crew. The Foxy Pirates. Jiang Lu said in surprise. Is it them? He had some recollection of this crew. The captain seemed to be named Foxy, a user of the slow fruit. He wasn't strong, but his devil fruit ability was unique, belonging to the rare time-based category. Steer the ship over there, Jiang Lu said. You're interested in them? Crocodile asked, surprised. Silver Fox Foxy. I'm very interested in his ability. Jiang Lu's eyes flickered. A time-based ability was naturally extraordinary. The problem was that the person using this fruit was far too weak. This prevented the fruit's true power from being fully displayed. But such an ability could prove crucial in a critical moment. Soon as the warship drew closer, the Foxy Pirates spotted them. Captain, it's the Marines. A strange marine ship. Only 2 people aboard. They're heading straight for us. On the ship, the pirates shouted as they saw the warship approaching. Foxy squinted, looking ahead, and laughed. Don't make a fuss. Only 2 enemies. We'll just eliminate them. Prepare for battle. When they get close, we'll wipe them out. The crew burst into laughter. Yes, Captain. Only 2 Marines. They wouldn't take them seriously. After all, their captain was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 24 million berries. Even on the Grand Line, he was fairly well known. Moreover, they knew their captain's true strength. With his devil fruit ability, his real bounty was far higher than 24 million. However, as the two sides closed in, when they were still 200 or 300 meters apart, they were stunned to see a figure leap high from the other ship. Bang, 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 bang. Ripples spread through the air as the man ran across the sky. In the blink of an eye, a figure descended, crashing onto their deck with a thunderous roar, landing right in the center of everyone. It's been a long time since I've stretched my legs. I hope you can give me a good warm-up, Foxy Pirates. Jiang Lu grinned, his eyes gleaming, and cracked his neck left and right with a crisp sound. A fight. It had indeed been a long time. So long that it felt almost unfamiliar. This guy is too arrogant. Let's get him. The sudden intrusion enraged the Foxy Pirates, and Foxy himself glared angrily. In an instant, pirates around Jiang Lu drew their weapons and charged at him. The wind howled as attacks came from above, behind, front, and sides, all fierce and deadly. This is getting me excited. Jiang Lu laughed, a brilliant light flashing in his eyes. The next second, several long blades swung down, and Jiang Lu tilted his head. The sound of blades cutting flesh echoed, leaving everyone stunned. This guy, is he not dodging? Can't he dodge, or does he simply not care? But he's bleeding. Several blades had sliced into Jiang Lu's body, some even piercing through, emerging from his back and abdomen. A normal person would surely be dead from such wounds. Huh. But the next moment, the enemy who had been struck and impaled looked up and grinned. Sorry about that. It's been so long since I last fought. I forgot that fighting requires dodging. As he spoke, Zhang Lu reached out and slowly pulled the blades from his body inch by inch. Blood dripped, and the sound of scraping bone echoed. Everyone who witnessed this felt a chill run down their spine. This guy, is he a monster? But there's no need to worry. A mere scratch like this cannot harm me. Zhang Lu's voice came with a smile, yet it sent chills through the foxy pirates before him. What the hell? Their blades had pierced through his abdomen, likely turning his internal organs into a chaotic mess. Such a wound, and he calls it a mere scratch. Yet soon a shocking sight unfolded. As the man pulled the long swords from his body, the bloody gashes healed at an astonishing speed. When he withdrew the blades, snatched them from the pirates, and tossed them onto the deck, every wound and gash had vanished completely. My God, his injuries have all healed. That's too fast. Not even a scar remains. This guy is truly a monster. Some among the foxy pirates, gripped by fear, involuntarily stepped back. Huh, Silver Fox Foxy. I have my eye on you. Why not join my crew? Zhang Lu grinned, his eyes gleaming brighter. Who would join a lunatic like you? Foxy stammered in panic. But before he could finish, the man before him flickered and appeared before one of the crew members. His large hand shot out, instantly pressing down on the man's face, and with a booming laugh, his momentum, like a tiger descending a mountain, he slammed the pirate's head into the deck. Boom. The deck split, dust billowed, and the ship shuddered. Looking down, a figure was now embedded in the planks. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard, their pupils contracting, their face turning green. Hamburger. Foxy trembled. In an instant, just one instant, he hadn't even seen the man move, and his comrade lay defeated. Crimson blood spread across the deck, quickly forming a pool. My name is Zhang Lu. Join me, and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, today marks the day you all sink into the sea. Zhang Lu was still smiling, but that smiling face sent bone-chilling terror through everyone present. Was this guy insane? In mere moments, their perception of Zhang Lu shifted repeatedly, from strange to monster to madman. Foxy's lips twitched, about to speak again. Thud. A dull sound rang out, and a figure on the ship screamed as they flew in a high arc, then plunged into the sea. Time's running out, Foxy. Zhang Lu chuckled. Foxy shuddered, no longer hesitating. I'll join. Zhang Lu grinned at the terrified group, a wise choice. The two sides were simply not on the same level of combat strength. The battle ended as quickly as it began. Half an hour later, Foxy nervously boarded Zhang Lu's ship, his fear deepening at the sight of the demon-masked man steering the helm. Neither of these two seemed normal. One dodged no attacks, healed instantly after being stabbed. The other was shrouded in a black robe, his ghostly mask terrifying to behold. What kind of organization had he joined? Zhang Lu meanwhile observed the fox-faced pirate captain. This man, a pirate, yes, had committed few atrocities, but was hardly virtuous. He had recruited him solely for his devil fruit ability. Fuxi, use your ability on me. Zhang Lu suddenly commanded. Fuxi froze, looking at him in confusion. My ability? Yes. Zhang Lu nodded, then urged. Hurry. The latter's expression changed. Even without understanding, he dared not refuse. He curled his fingers, leaving only his index and pinky extended, then pointed at Zhang Lu. Slow beam. In the next instant, a photon appeared and shone toward Zhang Lu. Almost instantly, it enveloped his entire body, and at that moment, he clearly felt his perception of the surroundings slow down drastically. Time seemed to freeze, slowing my own time while the external flow remains unchanged. Zhang Lu pondered. This was entirely different from his awakened recovery fruit. Before awakening, it healed and restored his injuries. After awakening, it could revert himself and objects he touched to a previous state. Similarly, the recovery fruit was also a time-type ability capable of reversing time. The slow fruit, however, was a flow type able to alter the rate of time. His eyes flickered, and with a slight vibration of his armament haki, he shattered the effect and broke free from the slow beam. Fuxi's jaw dropped in shock as he watched Zhang Lu move unhindered. That's impossible. Zhang Lu looked up with a smile. Nothing is impossible. When armament haki is strong enough, it can weaken devil fruit abilities, even rendering them completely ineffective. Clearly, your ability still needs development. He closed his eyes again, carefully recalling the moment the slow beam had struck him. Instantly, a flood of complex insights washed over him. His learning attribute activated, and he began to study Fuxi's slow beam. Indeed, study. His system-granted ability allowed him to learn any skill without any barriers. Devil fruit skills were included as well. Previously, he had risen too fast to have many opportunities to learn skills, and some skills were mere embellishments anyway. But a time-based ability like the slow beam was undoubtedly crucial. Meanwhile, Fuxi was lost in existential doubt, utterly dazed. Armament haki. It can nullify my devil fruit ability. Beside him, the eyes behind Kelekidura's mask flickered, and he murmured haki. He had always focused on studying devil fruit abilities, paying little attention to haki. Indeed, he had not yet awakened armament haki or observation haki. But he knew well that a top-tier powerhouse like Zhang Lu must be a master of haki. Perhaps I can ask him about haki training. After a while, Zhang Lu opened his eyes as a series of prompts echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for learning the slow beam. Skill enhanced, duration extended to 1 minute. Can undergo vertical evolution. Evolution successful evolves into time stop pausing time for 2 seconds specific effect depends on target strength. A smile spread across his face and he raised a finger. Fuxi. My. Fuxi looked up bewildered. How about you experience my slow beam? With that light flickered between Jiang Lu's fingers and a beam shot out instantly striking Fuxi. Fuxi froze motionless. His time had been paused. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. It took a full 3 seconds for Foxy to open his eyes in horror and astonishment, then stare unbelievably at the man before him. How is this possible? He would never be mistaken. A time around him had been frozen just now. What is this? Foxy shouted in shock, his limbs flailing wildly. This time-stop ability far surpassed his sluggish light beam. Once hit, it would freeze the surrounding space-time. This is simply an inconceivable ability. How does it feel? Jiang Lu asked with a smile. Incredible. Our boss actually possesses such a power. Foxy exclaimed loudly. While shocked, his heart was filled with awe and fear. Not long ago the other had effortlessly crushed his crew. That domineering and ferocious demeanor was already shocking enough, and now this ability is displayed. This guy is not only powerful, but terrifying. He is absolutely untouchable. But when did such a bizarre, strong, and unbelievable intern naval officer suddenly appear in the world? Foxy only now realized that the other's identity was actually an intern naval officer. Crocodile stood nearby watching Foxy jump around, his visible eyes flickering. Time stop is it? What a terrifying, nearly invincible power. He felt some emotion within him, and his understanding of Jiang Lu's terror became clearer. Obviously the world's perception of this man was still limited. The warship hadn't changed, only a fox-headed ship followed alongside and Foxy's crew naturally set out together. With more subordinates, Jiang Lu and Crocodile could clearly have more time to rest. Chores like supplies and purchasing goods could be handed over to these guys. Hee, I haven't asked yet, who are you? After experiencing Jiang Lu's prowess, Foxy turned around and carefully faced the masked man before him. Crocodile remained silent, not responding. Cough, cough, cough. Foxy was embarrassed. This guy was even harder to get along with than the boss he just followed. The two ships, one following the other, set off soon. After passing Longchain Island, they reached Water 7. There were few difficulties along the way. On the vast sea, even pirate ships seemed scarce, instead patrol warships were more commonly seen. The warship arrived at Longchain Island. Jiang Lu and the others did not disembark, staying only for the morning. The pirates on Foxy's ship were responsible for purchasing supplies. Hey, who is this new boss we just followed? Do you have any impression of him? That guy is too terrifying. If he weren't still wearing the naval uniform, I would have thought he was some ferocious major pirate. Who knows? But even the captain submitted, and it was forced labor for us. So that guy is too scary. A group moved away from the warship, finally daring to discuss in low voices. Regarding Jiang Lu, they feared him to their core, yet dared not run away. But after these days of interaction, he doesn't seem like a fierce person. He seems easy to get along with. Gina, the female crew member, blinked and said, Indeed, when he speaks with us crew, it's very gentle. But when he fought that day, he didn't seem like the same person at all. As they chatted among themselves, everyone remembered Hamburg, who was lying on the ship with his entire head wrapped in white cloth. As a fighter of Foxy's pirate crew, he had been instantly defeated with a single blow. It was hard to believe. Meanwhile, Jiang Lu stood on the deck, narrowing his eyes as he looked far ahead at this city of water. Water 7 was very artistic. Its terraced nature was well expressed in the city. From bottom to top, streets and rivers ran parallel, perfectly integrated. It was bustling and full of charming local customs. What are you thinking? A hoarse voice came from behind. Crocodile, wearing a ghost mask, stood beside him, also looking at the city before them. Suddenly remembering, there are some people in this city that I admire. Jiang Lu's eyes flickered as he smiled. Shouldn't we bring them in? Crocodile said. Not far away, Foxy perked up his ears, listening carefully. He had just joined, not even knowing what these two did. Now seemed like the best time to gather intelligence. The time has not come yet. Jiang Lu shook his head with a smile. What he meant was naturally the CP9 squad currently hiding in Tom's shipyard. Without a doubt, whether it was the leader Pigeon Man Rob Lucci or his members, they were all outstanding elite warriors. If they could absorb this group into their own squad, their strength would undoubtedly increase again. But as he said, it was not yet the best time. Inviting members and expanding the organization also required careful consideration. For excellent talents, it was not only about relying on one's own strength to suppress and intimidate, but also about understanding the times and aligning with the other's soul. Take Crocodile, for example. He satisfied the other's needs and thus agreed to join. Later that afternoon, the warship set off again. After Jiang Lu and the others left in an office at Tom's shipyard, a cold man bare-armed with a white pigeon perched on his shoulder lightly picked up a paper from the desk. After scanning it a few times, a trace of coldness appeared in his gaze. Day Tiger Jiang Lu. The man muttered these 4 words. His eyes showed both confusion and seriousness. Then he continued to read the relevant documents, his expression growing increasingly grave. After a moment, he arrived at a dimly lit tavern in Water 7 with few customers. After exchanging a glance with the front desk man, he pulled aside the curtain and entered the backyard. Lucci. Seeing him arrive, the long-nosed man in the yard called out. It was Kaku, a staff member of CP9. Have you received all the orders? Looking around, Rob Lucci asked deeply. What joke is the higher-up making? We've been hiding here for so many years and success is just one step away. To think that at this critical juncture they ask us to carry out such a strange assassination mission. Damn it, if this mission is exposed, our undercover mission will also come to an end. As his words spread, the other members in the yard immediately began to complain in dissatisfaction. This is a mission from a higher authority, and the target is only one person. Rob Lucci said expressionlessly. Regardless of success or failure, we only need to follow orders and attack this man, named Jiang Lu. One sentence made the faces of the members present grow grim. Regardless of success. What kind of strange mission content is this? Also, Jiang Lu, who is this man? Lucci raised his head, looking into the eyes of those present, his tone very earnest and serious. The mission must be carried out, but I hope that each of you present. He paused, his gaze becoming complex. Finally, all can survive. Jiang Lu, codenamed Day Tiger. This was the first line Rob Lucci saw in the top-secret S-level document sent by his superiors. A strange codename. He didn't understand its meaning at first glance, but soon grasped the weighty significance beneath that name. It was enough to crush this elite CP squad. Former Navy Admiral. The second line made Lucci's pupils constrict, his heart jolting violently. An admiral? Who could have imagined? Even more astonishingly, such a powerhouse of admiral rank remained utterly unknown in the world. In all his years of missions from his debut to now, he had never heard of him. Once fought alongside Whitebeard and Roger in the old era, hailed as the Navy's strongest combatant who could stand shoulder to shoulder with two legendary pirates alone. Skilled in swordsmanship, martial arts, and hockey. Possesses extremely formidable overall combat ability. An extremely dangerous and malicious character. Once caused a great uproar in the world government in the year 149 of the Sea Circle calendar. The intelligence ended abruptly there with clear tier marks on the paper evidently handled by relevant personnel. This meant that even an intelligence agent like him was not qualified to access the classified content. The above is top secret. Burn after reading. Must not be known to outsiders. The intelligence was heavily marked in bold red letters. Huff. Recalling what he had just read, Lucci's eyes grew even more solemn. The mission must be executed immediately, so we must set out now. He said in a deep voice to his team members. They had been carrying out the Pluto infiltration mission for years. Whether wearing masks or the bonds between comrades, they had forged deep friendships. Lucci really didn't want anyone in this group to die, even if that was what they had to face in their line of work. Then let's set off right away. After dealing with the target, we'll rush back. Speaking of which, I haven't finished my work yet. I have a screw to tighten too. What a bother being interrupted by this mission. A group of people muttered softly as they began changing clothes. Callie F.A. adjusted her glasses, remaining somewhat silent. She sensed trouble from Lucci's grim expression. Perhaps this mission would be far more difficult than they imagined. Rob Lucci did not say much. Apart from him, the others knew nothing about the intelligence on Jiang Lu, only a rough outline of the mission. A former Navy admiral, an extremely classified figure, yet the superiors had issued such an order to deal with him. And it was regardless of success or failure. That meant their purpose was only to serve as scouts to test the strength of this target. Pawns. Rob Lucci sneered inwardly. A surge of anger rose from the depths of his being, making his face even colder. Deploying a CP9 squad to deal with a former Navy admiral. It's stressful, but with our strength we might still have a chance. His eyes flickered as he thought. This also gave him a clear opportunity to gauge how far he was from the world's top tiers. Time passed, and soon it was evening. Half a crimson sun hung on the horizon, casting rippling red glow on the distant sea. A few seagulls flapped their wings, gliding past ahead. The sea breeze blew in, making one want to hum in comfort. What a perfect, beautiful sunset scene. Boss, are you heading to Mock Town? That place is a gathering of pirates, all vicious brutes. Newcomers from the four seas to this area almost all converge on that island. Fuku, she clicked his tongue in admiration. A motley crew, all kinds of characters even. He lowered his voice and whispered. I heard a rumor that a big shot from the New World has extended his influence to that island. Secretly controlling some underworld forces, many pirates have already pledged allegiance to that lord. Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, do you know who it is? Fuku, she shook his head. I'm not sure. A pirate like me can still throw some weight around in the first half of the Grand Line, but in the New World, I'd be cannon fodder, wouldn't survive a day. As for such a big shot, I know even less. Only of the four emperors who shake the world. Jiang Lu laughed. You have a pretty clear understanding of yourself. To survive, the most important thing is self-awareness. That's why when I faced you, boss, I didn't hesitate to submit to your hockey. Fukushi chuckled. Suddenly a grim face leaned in, looking at Fukushi, cutting his laughter short and making cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Mock Town has Don Quixote Doflamingo's influence. Kuluo Kuda Air said in a low voice. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Jiang Lu was startled, then laughed. Hearing a familiar name. Kuluo Kuda Air was slightly puzzled. You know him? Jiang Lu shook his head, but remained silent, then sighed softly after a long pause. I know his father. A very likable man. He paused, gazing at the setting sun. Suddenly I miss him. Kuluo Kuda was even more astonished. This man knew Don Quixote da Flamingo's father. Don Quixote homing saint. My friend, I didn't even get to see you off properly. The faint words escaped Jiang Lu's lips. Kuluo Kuda's entire body stiffened, his pupils sharply contracted beneath his mask, utterly shocked. Saint. He knew well the significance of the title saint in a name. That guy was a celestial dragon. Kuluo Kuda took a deep breath and said softly, Celestial dragon. Jiang Lu heard him and chuckled lightly. Celestial dragons are also human. This was the theory Homing upheld. It was because of this that during a chance encounter the two became friends and tried to strive for their shared dream. But this simple sentence made Kuluo Kuda and Fu Ku Shi tremble all over, staring at him in shock. In this world of clear hierarchy and strict class, such an ordinary statement carried immense power. It was no different from the cry of kings and nobles, "Are they born superior?" when Chun Sheng and Wu Guang rebelled. Night fell quickly, and the ship's forward speed quietly slowed. On the dark sea, a few fish occasionally leaped out, making plopping sounds. As night deepened, light snores drifted from the Fu Ku Shi moored beside the warship. A small lone boat sailed slowly through the darkness. Vaguely, 7 hazy figures could be seen standing at the bow and stern. A murderous aura quietly permeated the sea. The CP9 members who had been chasing for a day had finally arrived. The sea surface rippled, faint circles spreading outward. Fish poked their heads up, curiously gazing at this group of people under the silver light on the water. The crescent moon was obscured by dark clouds, and the night's light was dim. We're about to approach, everyone get ready. Gazing at the warship ahead on the sea, Luo Buluchi said with a solemn expression and a deep voice. Kaku Bulu Nuakali Fa and the others were slightly startled, looking at the warship and pirate ship ahead. Intelligence indicates that the target is on the warship. Accompanying him is a mysterious person wearing a ghost face mask whose identity cannot be discerned, and the pirate Silver Fox Fu Ku Shi with a bounty of 24 million. Kali Fa said in a low voice. Since the world government had assigned them this mission, and it was urgent enough to set aside their undercover operations, they would certainly be provided with relatively detailed intelligence. At the same time, this also meant that since Jiang Lu emerged from Impel Down, he had been watched by certain eyes in the shadows. Prepare to move, Luo Buluchi said quietly. The lone boat slowly advanced, parting the seawater, and was already very close to the warship ahead. After a pause, Lucci looked up again at the crescent moon that was slowly moving out from behind the dark clouds. Be careful if you find yourselves outmatched, retreat immediately. The enemy is. At this point, Lucci abruptly stopped. For you, fleeing from this target is not shameful. Kaku and the others felt a chill in their hearts, growing solemn. Anyone who could make Lucci feel troubled was certainly no ordinary opponent. The next second, the lone boat shook slightly, and the 7 figures on it had vanished. Swoosh, silhouettes flickered rapidly through the air in an instant, reaching the Fu Ku Shi, but without making a sound. Using the masts and ropes on the ship, Lucci and his companions shifted positions again, and in an instant reached the warship. Shishushishishu. Figures flickered, and the previously empty deck of the warship was now filled with silhouettes. Target located, the white dove on Luo Buluchi's shoulder cooed. Instantly, Bulu Nua Kaku and the others sprang into action. Everyone was extremely cautious, minimizing the sound of their footsteps to avoid alerting the enemy. This was an assassination mission, a sneak attack, not an open challenge. Being able to kill the enemy without being noticed quietly and stealthily was undoubtedly the safest and most secure method. Just as the CP9 squad was moving in the cabin's bedroom, Jiang Lu's eyes suddenly snapped open. Interesting. He grinned, getting out of bed. I didn't go looking for you, but you've come to me first. Meanwhile, in another room, Kuluo Kuda got off the bed, expressionlessly grabbed the ghost face mask beside him, and walked toward the door. Outside, Kaku crept up to a bedroom door, held his breath slightly, and was about to pick the lock. Suddenly, the door was yanked open. A figure in a crocodile-patterned pajama and ghost face mask immediately came into his view. Enemy spotted. Kaku barked, swiftly retreating. Just as he stepped back, a golden hook whistled past, glinting coldly under the moonlight. Pretty fast. Kuluo Kuda sneered. On the other side, Jiang Lu opened his door, and what met his eyes was a tall woman with slender legs, wearing high heels and gold-rimmed glasses, who appeared intellectual and mature. Miss Beauty barging in without the owner's permission is a very impolite act, Jiang Lu said with a smile. Then how would you like me to be polite? Kali Fa gave a charming smile, but her movements were not slow at all. She raised her right foot and viciously thrust it toward his neck. The heel of her high heel revealed a sharp weapon gleaming with a cold light. Swoosh! At that moment, the air itself seemed to be cut. Jiang Lu's gaze sharpened. He grabbed the calf that had been thrust in front of him, and the sharp weapon on the high heel stopped in place. Drip! Green venom dripped onto the deck, making a clear sound. Carrying something like this on your body is too dangerous. With a sudden burst of force in his right hand, Jiang Lu grinned. Kali Fa's expression changed as a sharp pain shot through her calf. She twisted her waist and kicked out with her other foot. Jiang Lu released his grip and ducked to avoid the kick. A fierce wind howled, and a sharp slash carved a gash into the door behind him. When he looked up again, 7 figures had appeared before him, all staring at him with solemn and grave eyes. Kill them all. Kuluo Kuda-air, still in his crocodile pajamas, had a grim expression and his eyes were icy cold. He had been sleeping soundly just moments ago. He raised his left hand slightly and strands of sand began to float out. Go back to sleep, I'll handle this here. After all, your identity is not yet ready to be revealed casually. But at that moment Zhang Lu spoke. He took a step forward, twisting his neck left and right, producing cracking sounds. I didn't expect the intelligence agents of the world government to be so interested in me. Hearing this, Kuluo Kuda-air was startled and looked again at the people before him. People from the world government. Zhang Lu nodded, gazing at the faces that seemed both unfamiliar and familiar. The entire CP9 had set out and sneaked onto his ship in the dead of night. This was indeed something he had not anticipated. After all, in his mind, these guys should have been lying low in Water 7 scheming for the blueprints of Pluton. Some people really don't want to let me go. Zhang Lu sighed softly, his gaze turning cold. Kuluo Kuda-air lowered his left hand, his expression becoming serious. The group before him had an extraordinary aura, and he had never seen world government personnel before. The world only knew that the Navy had many powerful warriors who dominated the seas, but they had no idea what kind of experts the world government might possess. But with a little thought, one would realize that the world government, which ruled over more than 300 countries, must also have extremely powerful figures under its command. You must be CP9, right? Zhang Lu scanned the group, his eyes locking onto a figure with a white dove on his shoulder. That bastard Sea Panda Mu is living quite comfortably, isn't he? Upon hearing this, the CP9 members were all slightly shocked. They knew well that their identity was the greatest secret in this world. Theoretically, apart from their superiors, and within the CP system, no one else could possibly know their identities. Yet this person had accurately stated their affiliation and direct supervisor. Speak, what do you young pups who have just come out for training want to do here? Zhang Lu said indifferently. Kuluo Kuda-air stood aside, quietly providing support. After learning their identity, he became even more cautious about concealing himself. If he were exposed to the world government, it would cause more trouble. Phew. A sea breeze brushed by, stirring the clothes of everyone present. After a long moment, Luo Buluchi finally looked solemnly at Zhang Lu and spoke. The CP organization only ever takes action for one reason. The atmosphere abruptly turned rigid and tense. Though Rob Lucci did not voice it, his implication was crystal clear. What was the purpose of deploying the CP9 organization? Only the mission, to eliminate the troubles and problems within it. At this moment, Zhang Lu was unequivocally that trouble. Is that so? Slowly raising his head, Zhang Lu wore a smile on his face, yet his gaze was icy cold. Whoosh! The sea breeze suddenly grew fierce, and a terrifying aura rapidly surged upward. The CP9 members, led by Lucci, all felt a shiver of dread. Move out! Suddenly Rob Lucci bellowed. In an instant, 7 figures sprang into action. Gabra was the first to charge, closing the distance to Zhang Lu in a few bounds. Chafed! The air trembled as a violent gust surged before Zhang Lu, accompanied by an overwhelmingly oppressive aura. Haha! Zhang Lu bared his teeth in a grin, a hint of wild madness flickering across his face. You little fledglings who just leaped from the cliff. Let me see if you've learned to fly yet. Gabra's expression turned icy as he descended midair, bringing his right foot down in a vicious chop. Rankyaku. A sharp slash cleaved downward toward Zhang Lu's head. The latter looked up, raising his right arm to shield his head. Bang! A dull thud echoed, leaving a crack in the warship's deck and a cloud of dust swirling up. But Zhang Lu stood completely unscathed. Seeing this, Gabra's pupils contracted, and the hearts of the other CP9 members shuddered. A powerful Rankyaku had been blocked by the opponent's bare body. You've no time to be stunned, kid. Zhang Lu grinned widely. I've mastered the 6 styles to their peak 20 years ago. As he spoke, his figure twisted abruptly and vanished. What? Gabra was startled, losing sight of Zhang Lu. Behind you. Khalifa screamed, her mind shaken. Her right calf still throbbed with searing pain. Looking down, she saw a clear handprint already turning purple and black. This man had nearly shattered her shin bone with a casual grab. What terrifying strength! Gabra whirled around to see a massive hand swinging toward him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind howled past his ears, the pressure distorting his skin, and his ponytail of black hair straightened and whipped to one side. Was he joking? The opponent was using an open palm slap. Slap. Then in the next second, a resounding slap tore through the silent night. In another room, Foxy, who had been snoring, was jolted awake. The CP9 members' expressions darkened, their eyes growing grim and heavy. Gabra was sent flying off the warship like a cannonball from that single slap, plunging into the sea with a splash. His fate was unknown. Yet several teeth ejected into the air were clearly visible, embedded in the ship's railings and mast like bullets fired from a chamber, a testament to the devastating force. This alone demonstrated the terrifying power behind that slap. Next, it's your turn. Zhang Lu grinned savagely. You'd better be careful. One wrong move and you'll die. As his voice echoed, it was still indistinct one moment, then right by their ears the next. Simultaneously, a wild, domineering, and spine-chilling aura swept over them overwhelmingly. Bruno, Califa screamed in warning, instinctively covering her mouth. She didn't want to witness what came next. The battle had barely begun minutes ago, yet they already faced a hopeless situation. Who in the world was this man before them? Bruno shuddered. He didn't turn around because the enemy was charging straight at him from the front. His pupils contracted as he roared. Tekite. His muscles and skin stiffened, instantly turning as hard as steel, forming an unyielding hull. This was the strongest defensive technique among the 6 styles, capable of withstanding even bullets and cannon fire. Yet as he looked up, he saw the mockery and casual indifference in the opponent's eyes. Tekai, huh? My strength can tear even steel apart. Bruno's heart quaked as those words rang out. A huge hand pressed against his face, 5 fingers like steel bands, instantly gouging 5 deep grooves into his cheeks. Then a violent force erupted. Bruno's body convulsed, his eyes rolling back, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. Boom. Jiang Lu thrust his hand forward, sending Bruno crashing straight onto the deck behind him. Crack. The deck splintered and Bruno was embedded in the ship's hull, unconscious. Hey. You're kidding, right? Kaku's pupils shrank, his heart trembling as he stared at the man before him, now utterly terrified. After all, those who became CP9 members had undergone the most brutal training, countless battles, and shed blood to forge their supreme individual combat prowess. Yet before this man, they were like paper. His movements seemed simple, yet he effortlessly incapacitated their comrades. Who the hell is this guy, Lucci? Califa asked, her voice trembling. Such a mission target was far beyond what they could handle at this level. It was a complete and utter massacre. Rob Lucci's lips moved, but he still said nothing. Let's attack together. Facing a monster like this alone will only let him pick us off one by one. Taking a deep breath, he moved first, charging ahead. Kaku and the others gritted their teeth and followed suit. Shaved. In that instant, the remaining 5 all moved, encircling Jiang Lu from all directions. Ha, come on, all of you. Let me teach you misguided, arrogant brats a proper lesson. Jiang Lu laughed heartily. He spun around and kicked out fiercely to one side. Mao Ting, who happened to appear there, froze, then muttered, Zababa, it's over. Bang! The kick landed squarely on his abdomen, sending him flying like a ball, splashing into the sea. At the same time, Kaku's Renkyaku came slashing down fiercely. Jiang Lu twisted his waist, laughing loudly, and countered with the same technique. Boom. Kaku's slash was shattered, his body convulsing violently as he vomited blood and was sent flying. The others watched their comrades fall again in mere moments, their hearts quaking with utter despair. Rob Lucci. Jiang Lu suddenly spoke. He raised his arm to block Califa's left kick, even feeling the smooth delicacy of her skin. I admire you all. Perhaps you could consider another path. Rob Lucci paused, then in the next second, he surged forward, his right hand thrusting out like a spear toward Jiang Lu's body. Shurgan Karinai. Pop. The sharp finger pierced through the air at that moment, and then countless phantom images shot out, howling, pouring forward like a rainstorm. Jiang Lu's eyes flashed, and his figure became elusive at that moment. His entire body twisted and transformed into phantoms, weaving and dodging left and right through the gaps between the continuously striking fingers. Paper art. Lucci was startled within, recognizing that the technique being used was one of the 6 powers. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and accelerated his output frequency. Meanwhile, Califa on the other side, Kaku, who had gotten back up, and Mr. 3 also charged forward with a shout. Moi. Jiang Lu turned his head, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes as he glared at the 3. In the air, a domineering aura suddenly rippled outward. The 3 charging forward froze in their tracks at that moment, completely immobilized. I can't move. My entire body is shaking. What's going on? Fear. It comes from instinct. Soul deep terror flooded through his body. Who in the world is this guy? The 3 trembled all over, standing not far from Jiang Lu, yet no matter what, they could not take another step forward. Intimidation. They were completely pinned in place by the overwhelming aura emanating from him. Turning his head to look at Rob Lucci, once more Jiang Lu smiled broadly. Let me see your resolve, Rob Lucci. Then his fist trembled, shattering the air as he swung forward. Lucci's pupils contracted as his figure flickered repeatedly, feet trampling the void and sending ripples across the ground to dodge the punch. Immediately after, his right leg rose high before coming down with devastating force. I'd also like to see the strength of the former Admiral, classified as S-rank Secret Day Tiger. His whisper cut through the air, and a devastating slash tore through with tremendous force. Huh. Jiang Lu tilted his head up with a grin, a hint of amusement in his eyes. His right foot rose just as high and delivered a matching kick. Boom. Shockwaves erupted outward, scattering Rob Lucci's Reiku to pieces. The next instant, Jiang Lu stepped forward, and his figure twisted before vanishing completely. Gone. No, it's Shurgan. Rock's pupils contracted in shock. To use Shurgan so effortlessly at this level, where even his figure could not be detected, meant the opponent's 6 powers cultivation had reached an extraordinarily high realm. This was the first time he had encountered a 6 powers master of such caliber. Behind you. Jiang Lu called out, his large hand reaching toward the opponent's head. His height was not particularly exceptional among pirates, but he still stood over 2 meters tall, comparable to Lucci. Hearing the warning, Lucci quickly spun around and stomped his feet against the ground, retreating rapidly to create distance. His breathing grew slightly labored, a thin sheen of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his expression grew increasingly grave. An unprecedented, formidable enemy. An admiral-level combatant could exert such overwhelming pressure with mere casual movements, creating a sense of dread as heavy as a mountain. The battle itself might not be intense, but the psychological burden was immense. What do you think? Rob Lucci, you who are known within the CP organization as the strongest and most ruthless killing weapon across generations, the greatest for 800 years. Is that all the strength you have? Jiang Lu's eyes flashed as he spoke coolly. He naturally held great appreciation for Rob Lucci. This man possessed extraordinary talent and boundless potential. At the same time, he also had a cold heart, revering necessary evil and practicing dark justice. Just how vast is the gap? The distance between myself and an admiral. Lucci thought quietly to himself. Even now the opponent had not yet unleashed his full power, and handling the entire CP9 team's attacks came as easily as swatting flies. No wonder he was classified as an S-level threat. At the same time, he found himself deeply curious about what Jiang Lu had actually done back then. A former Navy admiral like him had been hidden away, unknown to the world. Come again, Rob Lucci. Let's see how much damage you can inflict on me with your current strength. Jiang Lu beckoned with his hand. Rob Lucci's gaze sharpened instantly, his body lunging forward as he blurred into an afterimage, appearing before Jiang Lu in an instant. Reiku. Jiang Lu's eyes gleamed as he spread his 5 fingers, meeting the sword strike head-on. Bang! The resulting shockwave scattered in all directions, shattering the Reiku strike. He strode forward, closing in on Lucci. Under the immense pressure, Lucci thrust both hands forward simultaneously, clenching his fists together. Secret Art Renjiki. Facing Jiang Lu, who was now merely 3 steps away, Lucci wasted no hesitation and unleashed his strongest technique without pause. Boom! A devastating shockwave erupted instantly, as if the very void had collapsed at that moment. Fierce winds and crushing pressure swept across Jiang Lu's face. Just as the cannon was about to strike, Jiang Lu tilted his head slightly. Whoosh! The Renjiki was effortlessly evaded. He actually dodged it. Are you kidding me? That's Lucci's strongest move. It's as if he predicted Lucci's every action. Kaku and the others beside him were shaken to their cores, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Meanwhile, Rob Lucci himself fell silent. Facing an enemy mere meters away, his most devastating technique had been casually evaded. It was a silent mockery aimed directly at him. The gap between them was like existing in different dimensions. Have you lost all hope, Lucci? Don't you want to defeat me anymore? At that moment, Jiang Lu spoke again. Rob Lucci's pupils constricted, and in the next instant his body exploded forward, once more firing finger guns straight at Jiang Lu. However, just like the Renjiki before, the opponent effortlessly evaded every single attack, as though he could anticipate Lucci's moves in advance and react accordingly. I can't hit him at all. It was not just Kaku and the others who realized this. Rob Lucci himself understood the grim truth, his heart growing heavier. Despair. Throughout his brief life from birth to now, this was the first time he had ever felt this level of hopelessness. Your strength, much like your life itself, has led you astray. Rob Lucci. Jiang Lu's voice rang out once more. Lucci gritted his teeth and let out a roar, launching into another frenzied assault. He would not allow anyone to so easily judge his life's path. Yet still he could not land a single hit, not even once. Those rapid-fire finger bullets, swift as a monsoon, could not so much as brush against his opponent's clothes. I can reshape your destiny and make you stronger. Perhaps you should consider joining my ranks. Upon hearing these words, Rob Lucci felt a shock run through him. Change my life, make me stronger. What was this man really about? Or rather, what secret was he hiding? Despite possessing admiral-level combat prowess, he remained obscure, yet the world government still kept watch over him. Who exactly was he, and what did he intend? The world government cannot offer you a future. Only by joining my side can you unlock your full potential. As those words reached him, Rob Lucci suddenly noticed that the flickering figure before him had come to an abrupt halt. Poo. In an instant, finger guns pierced deep into the opponent's body. Madman. Lucci froze for a moment, his pupils contracting in shock. Drip. Blood dripped, staining the deck beneath his feet red in an instant. Everyone on the ship had eyes flickering with shock in their hearts. Hit, huh? But you seem surprised. Jiang Lu grinned, his smile appearing eerie and sinister in Rob Lucci's eyes. Someone would face a fierce attack without dodging at all, allowing themselves to be injured. The blood was warm, and even the sensation of the opponent's flesh was real. Puff. Rob Lucci pulled out his finger, stepped back a few paces, and looked up at the other. What do you mean? Jiang Lu grinned and laughed. What do I mean? Very simple. Because even if you hit me. As he spoke, the blood hole on his body began to heal, rapidly disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace. It won't do me any harm. Rob Lucci's pupils contracted, staring at Jiang Lu in shock, momentarily speechless. Indeed, hitting the wound squarely still caused no damage. In terms of strength compared to me, or the world, you are like a drop of water in this vast blue sea. Insignificant, utterly ordinary. The next second a sudden gale rushed into his face and a fist struck heavily on his abdomen. Bang! The powerful force penetrated through his body, causing the air behind him to tremble and stir up a gale. Only by seeing the vastness of the world and the immensity of heaven and earth can you have a clear understanding of yourself. Understand what you truly need. Rob Lucci's whole body trembled, his waist bent, and he fell to his knees with a thud, blood spurting from the corner of his mouth. This blow caught him completely off guard so naturally he couldn't dodge. Today I'll let you off for now. Next time we meet, I hope you will consider my proposal carefully. Zhang Lu withdrew his fist and said softly. All members of CP9 heard it, their hearts slightly shaken, a bit stunned. Did this mean he was letting them off? Why? Rob Lucci asked, suppressing the blood welling up. I appreciate all of you and look forward to working with you, Zhang Lu said. He paused as if remembering something. Oh, by the way, pass a message to your superiors for me. Soon when I have time, I will pay him a visit. Lucci was silent, staring deeply at the man before him. Powerful, mysterious, with a strange personality that even felt mad. He clearly had the power to crush and kill them all, yet he let them go and spoke of wanting to recruit them. Undoubtedly, this was a favor. Thank you, Kaku said tremblingly. He had experienced an unspeakable shadow tonight, almost the worst of his life. He was only a step away from death. Several figures flickered and instantly disappeared from the warship. Moments later, the sea breeze blew and the night sky became quiet again. Go back to rest. Zhang Lu smiled. Are they your targets? Crocodile asked, eyes flickering with curiosity. At the same time, he felt extreme fear and awe of Zhang Lu's strength. CP9 were by no means weaklings, at least facing that guy with a pigeon on his shoulder, even he would find it extremely troublesome. But against the man before him, they were still easily crushed. How strong was this guy? A team with great potential, with a little training, they will shock the world. But they are on the wrong path. Zhang Lu said softly. The CP squad led by Rob Lucci was absolutely astonishing in strength. He also knew that this group would soon experience defeat in the battle at Seafro Island. Then they would fall into great trouble, hunted by world government agents. But 2 years later, Rob Lucci would make a comeback from despair, returning with a higher position. This also indicated that the man had already possessed even greater strength by then. Then you shouldn't have let them go, Crocodile said grimly. Let the bullet fly for a while, or we might reap greater rewards. Zhang Lu's eyes flickered slightly as he said with a light smile. He was waiting for this squad to eat devil fruits, at that moment they would undoubtedly possess even greater power. At that time he only needed to wait quietly, and then pluck the fruit of victory. Then Zhang Lu turned and entered the cabin. Trouble solved, I can finally get a good sleep. Watching his retreating figure, the eyes under Crocodile's demon mask flickered continuously. Staring at the sea ahead, watching the ship rapidly sailing away, he slowly exhaled. What exactly are you planning to do? This recruitment posture is definitely not something a Marine should do. It was almost certain that Zhang Lu harbored ambitions beyond ordinary imagination. 20 years ago he established Shuya. 20 years later he subdued him in Tujin City. After coming out he put on this recruitment posture again. Letting go of the CP9 squad that attacked at night and deliberately receiving the leader's attack were all gestures of goodwill. But at the same time he suppressed and intimidated them with overwhelming power. Displaying both thunderous means and goodwill was an absolute recruitment move. It could be imagined that for ordinary people, once trouble arose, Zhang Lu would appear and seamlessly bring them under his wing. Moreover, you seem to know some secrets that ordinary people cannot detect, Crocodile murmured, his eyes growing deep. Zhang Lu's goals were very clear. He had a very precise direction in choosing whom to recruit. It was as if he knew the other party very well. This man definitely had secrets unknown to outsiders. At the same time, under the night sky, a lone boat cut through the water, speeding toward Chishui capital. The boat was silent. The entire CP9 squad was very quiet. The brief battle had utterly shattered their previous confidence and pride. The figure of that man was now completely indelible in their minds. Lucci, who exactly is he? Khalifa took a deep breath, looking down at her right calf, and finally couldn't help asking. Clearly visible purple-blue marks, the shape of 5 fingers and a palm, was very distinct. This was the imprint that man had left on her body. Still can't say. In this mission, we have clearly been reduced to pawns. That kind of guy, they must have known we were no match. Kaku gritted his teeth and growled. The soul-penetrating intimidation of that aura, the fear it produced, still hadn't dissipated. Lucci, compared to those nasty guys, our target this time seems to treat us more kindly. He wants to recruit us, doesn't he? Jabra said in a deep voice. Rob Lucci sat there listening to his companion's words, and only after a long while did he raise his head. This is S-class confidential information. If I reveal it, you may face dangers beyond your imagination. Pausing, he spoke with earnest eyes. Are you certain you still want me to speak? The answer, of course, was affirmative. Confronted by such a man, everyone present was deeply shaken, some even scarred with trauma. What sorrow it would be to remain ignorant of his identity. His name is Zhang Lu, former admiral of the Marines, the Day Tiger. Now that you know his identity, then remember this name. As for his recruitment, Rob Lucci drew a shallow breath, his expression shifting. Our current status remains that of cypherpole agents serving the world government. I asked that everyone not overthink it. Yet whether his words would carry weight was uncertain. Whether Khalifa or Kaku and the others, their eyes flickered with hidden thoughts. Submission to the strong is nearly instinctual, especially within an organization as pragmatic and ruthless as CP, where survival depends upon placing oneself beneath those more powerful. Furthermore, this powerful man had extended goodwill toward them. Even Rob Lucci fell silent at this moment, his mind turning over the words that man had spoken, weighing his options, making his judgment. Strength and future. After a long while he raised his gaze to the shimmering sea and murmured to himself. Though the world government trained them and taught them Rokushiki, through various brutal regimens, more devastating techniques would inevitably be withheld from them. By their rank, they could never hope to access such knowledge. Moreover, when matters arose, the CP9 squad, as in this instance, would be nothing more than cannon fodder. In other words, in the eyes of the higher echelons, they were merely tools to be sacrificed and discarded at any moment. Former Marine Admiral the Day Tiger. Eyes glinting, Rob Lucci fell into deep thought. What precisely is your purpose? The decision was not so easily made. As he himself had said, at minimum his current allegiance remained with the members of CP9. Before gathering more information about Jiang Lu, Rob Lucci had no intention of readily accepting the man's offer of recruitment. Such a move would pose enormous risk, to him and to the CP9 squad alike. Subtly he sensed that an immense secret and danger existed between that man and the world government. We shall meet again. Speaking softly, Rob Lucci closed his eyes. That simple punch, though it left him severely wounded, represented the terrifying power of that man. His hand-to-hand combat prowess, his physical strength, and the way he healed from even grave injuries with astonishing speed. Such a creature was simply an unkillable monster. He will surely shake the entire world in the future. The seawater rippled gently as the lone boat drifted ever farther away. Days passed, and life upon the sea grew monotonous and dreary. Fortunately, Jiang Lu's crew gradually expanded. With Foxy and his gang of pirates aboard, the atmosphere aboard grew lively once more. As they grew closer, Foxy's crew came to realize that their new captain was not some merciless, vicious monster. Rather, he was easy to get along with, gentle in manner, lacking any air of arrogance, and often shared tales they had never before heard. What boss are you saying the Sky Island truly exists? How could an island float 10,000 meters above the heavens? That is simply miraculous. I really want to see it. Might winged beautiful angels appear? The New World, does it have giant elephants that walk across the sea? Elephants bearing entire islands upon their backs. Wow, Captain Jiang Lu, you know so much. The pirate crew of Foxy buzzed with excitement, jumping around day after day, crowding around Jiang Lu and begging him to tell stories. Once both sides grew familiar, the distance between them vanished and bonds of intimacy formed. Through their exchanges, their relationship drew ever closer. From now on, I will take you all to see it. Soon we shall witness the wonders of the Sky Island ourselves. In truth, I also have business to attend to there. Jiang Lu smiled faintly. Compared to the solemn and austere atmosphere aboard ship, he much preferred this relaxed mood. Wow, the Sky Island. Can we really go? That is 10,000 meters above the heavens. Angels, white islands. Could there be paradise itself? Could there be gods? All grew excited. They did not believe Jiang Lu was boasting. A powerhouse like him would surely not speak idle words. Of course, if such extraordinary claims came from another's mouth, they would undoubtedly sneer and ridicule without restraint. The Sky Island. Crocodile, wearing his characteristic grin, stood quietly before the ship's helm, his eyes brightening. Before they knew it, 7 days had passed. Boss, our ship will soon arrive at Magpie Town. Foxy said, cheerfully peering through a telescope at the sea ahead. The purpose of this journey was finally within reach, and their supplies could be replenished. More importantly, Captain Jiang Lu had said that the Sky Island could be reached from here. It was undoubtedly thrilling news. Is that so? That is indeed good news. Seated on a beach chair, Jiang Lu set aside the wanted poster he had been reading and smiled. Crocodile stood nearby. Upon seeing the straw hat on the bounty poster, his pupils contracted. Monkey D. Luffy. Bounty 100 million berries. Clearly it was because that brat had defeated him that the young man's bounty had risen to such heights. According to our sailing schedule, there is a high probability we shall cross paths with that kid on this island. Crocodile's eyes flashed, and he took a deep breath. The Marine's warships were specially constructed, and combined with their familiarity with this first leg of the voyage, their speed far surpassed that of newcomers. If an opportunity arose, he naturally wished to wash away this humiliation. A warlord of the sea defeated by an inexperienced upstart. Such a reality was intolerable to him. 2 hours later, the ship slowly docked at the port of Magpie Town. Foxy and the others shouted with excitement and leaped aboard, sprinting toward the island. Jiang Lu and Crocodile were the last to disembark. The ship was guarded by Hamburg, who had been injured earlier, along with the other crew members. Before them lay bustling streets where vendors called out, curses rang in the air, and pedestrians of every description flowed continuously. What a lively little town. Jiang Lu smiled. This is the island where pirates of the first half of the Grand Line gather in the greatest numbers. All sorts of characters exist here. Indeed, it is also the place rife with the most trouble. Crocodile spoke gravely. Brawls and murders upon the streets were commonplace here. The two quickly entered the town. Where pirates gathered, taverns were plentiful, and the heavy stench of liquor hung thick in the air everywhere. Scanning his surroundings with a faint smile, Jiang Lu asked, "So where have we found clues regarding Doflamingo?" Tengjike Duofu Langming. This name is now world-renowned. One of the 7 warlords of the sea and moreover the king of Xian Shiji's Delacy Luosa. Meanwhile, his identity lurking in the shadows instills fear and trembling in countless people. It can be said that to many in the world, Duofu Langming is a nightmare, a dangerous, cruel, and crazed criminal. However, for Jiang Lu, the other's identity is quite simple. He is his good friend, the number 03 of Shuya, the son of Tengjike Huomingasheng. This also means that he has the qualification to inherit the Shuya number. Duofu Langming. Kelokadier, beside him, hearing the name, he muttered, narrowed his eyes. There is also a subtle connection between him and Duofu Langming. Indeed, they have engaged in certain clandestine transactions. Kelokadier is well aware of his character and strength and holds him in awe. The son of an old friend, I should take a look at him. Jiang Lu chuckled softly. He vaguely remembered that he had once held the 2 sons of Huomingu in his arms. Duofu Langming was cold in demeanor, while Kelisong was lively and gentle. But 20 years have passed, and he wondered how the other was now. They were on the streets of Moguzhun, but did not notice a group of people approaching from a lane behind them. The leading man had a rough appearance, missing several teeth, with a burly physique, a head of tousled black hair tied, with a headband, each of his 10 fingers adorned with various styles of jeweled rings, a flintlock pistol at his left waist, and a bottle of rum in his hand. He swayed as he walked, a smile on his face. Ziaha, what a lively place. The rum here is really strong. The man laughed loudly. Behind him followed 4 people of various appearances, all wearing smiles. But the moment he stepped out of the alley and onto the street, the leading man immediately caught sight of the figure of Jiang Lu walking ahead. Wait, that figure is... He abruptly halted his steps, his smile vanishing instantly, and his pupils sharply contracted. What's wrong, Dicky? The voice of Fan Aoka came from behind, filled with evident confusion. No mistake, it's definitely that man. How is he still alive? Blackbeard Maxir Dickie's face changed, and sweat broke out on his forehead. The next second his figure suddenly flickered and disappeared from the street, entering the alley. At the same time, Jiang Lu walking ahead fell to gaze and turned his head sharply. The street was crowded with people, but he found nothing unusual. A trace of bewilderment appeared in his eyes. Jiang Lu scanned around, but still failed to detect the one who had been staring at him, and then turned back again. Inside the alley, Fan Aoka and the other 3 watched their captain, who was pressed against the wall, as if his body had gone limp, with strange expressions on their faces. What's wrong with you? And who is that man? Layfight asked. Clearly the captain had seen someone who shocked him, prompting such strange behavior. That guy is actually still alive. I thought he died in that great incident long ago, but he's still alive. Damn it, how is he still alive? How can he still be alive? Blackbeard Maxir Dicky kept muttering, his eyes filled with dread and deep fear. Who exactly is he, Dicky? With your character, you wouldn't act like this for no reason. Fan Aoka shouted in a low voice. He sensed something was wrong. A person who could make their captain act like this was probably no ordinary character. Huff. Taking a deep breath, Maxir Dicky calmed down, then with shifting eyes he uttered a name. Jiang Lu. Navy Admiral Day Tiger Jiang Lu. Slowly raising his head, he met the eyes of his 4 crew members, his tone solemn and trembling. A man who once almost killed me. These brief words caused Fan Aoka, Layfight, Q and Jazasi Bajiasi to all change expressions, their pupils narrowing to slits. A man who almost killed the captain. Why has such a man never had a reputation in the world? There is no such person in the Navy either. Layfight said in confusion. That's because you don't know about 20 years ago. Blackbeard sighed softly, then suddenly paused, and a twisted smile appeared on his face. Ziaha. Then he burst into laughter. Yes, 20 years ago. Now it's 20 years later. I am no longer that weak, powerless boy. After spitting out these words, Maxir Dickie's eyes turned fierce, and his murderous intent was no longer concealed. A series of strange laughs came from his mouth. Fan Aoka and the other 3 exchanged glances, helplessly watching their captain's bizarre behavior. It was evident that the captain had a deep shadow from that man. After a long while, Blackbeard finally calmed down. Captain, if you hate him so much, we can take revenge together and kill that guy. Bajiasi chuckled. Now is not the time. Besides, that guy is not so easy to deal with. Blackbeard said. Continue our plan. If we can catch the Straw Hat Boy, then we can get 1 step closer to our goal. He paused, then said with a grave expression. But before that, we must avoid direct contact with that guy. He took a deep breath. Just as I desperately want to kill him, that guy for some reason also always wants to kill me. After saying this, Blackbeard's emotions were complicated because he truly didn't know why Jiang Lu held such great hatred for him. 20 years ago, he was just an ordinary teenage trainee on the Whitebeard Pirates, and that guy was already targeting him relentlessly. And this was also a point of ridicule by others. On the streets of Moguzhun, Jiang Lu and Kelokadier paused their steps, stopping at the entrance of a tavern. Want to have a few drinks? Looking into the bar, Jiang Lu suddenly said with a smile. Hello, Kidder was startled. Following the other's gaze, he saw a man with short blonde hair sitting at the bar counter, his back to them, raising a glass to drink. While drinking, he was also speaking loudly and arrogantly, and the people around him all seemed intimidated. Vaguely amid the noise, he caught fragments of sentences. Bellamy, a great pirate with a bounty of 55 million. What a brutal guy, we must never provoke him. Although he didn't know what his boss was thinking, he obviously would not defy his will. Alright, so the two entered the tavern one after the other. As they entered, the pirates in the tavern all looked up at them. When they saw Jiang Lu and Crocodile, who was completely shrouded in a cloak and wore a ghostly mask, they were startled at first, then burst into laughter. A guy who hides his face and wears a mask in broad daylight. A new face we've never seen. Some rookie from who knows where. This is going to be entertaining. Someone will definitely teach them a lesson. Amidst the cacophony, Jiang Lu and Crocodile remained utterly indifferent. Under the gaze of all, they walked straight to the bar counter, to the empty seat beside the golden-haired crew-cut man who sat with his back to them. Then one on the left and one on the right. They slowly sat down, flanking the blonde man. Boss, 2 glasses of rum. Make it strong, please. Jiang Lu called out with a smile. He did not notice that the tavern, which had been noisy a moment ago, had fallen into dead silence. Some eyes were shocked, some mocking, some vicious. At the same time, the golden-haired crew-cut man sandwiched between them slammed his glass heavily onto the counter, a cruel grin curling at the corner of his mouth. Sorry, you two. The blonde man suddenly reached out and put his arms around Jiang Lu and Crocodile on either side. But this seat is taken. Jiang Lu's expression flickered, but then a brilliant smile spread across his face as he turned to look at the man beside him. Golden hair, a long scar over his left eye, a ferocious and arrogant smile. It was the hyena Bellamy. With a bounty of 55 million, he was the captain of the Bellamy Pirates and a spring fruit user. On the right, Crocodile's face was hidden behind his mask, revealing no expression, but a chilling aura clearly emanated from him. Obviously, this crocodile did not appreciate such close contact, and Bellamy's actions were far from friendly. Have you heard of Skypea? Suddenly Bellamy heard the man on his left ask with a smile. Skypea? He paused, then a cold, mocking glint flashed in his eyes. Still believe in fairy tales? Skypea is nothing but a trick some foolish people made up to fool kids. As he spoke, Bellamy's hands resting on the shoulders of the two men exerted downward pressure. Your stupid question pisses me off, and you're sitting in my seat. You're making me hate you even more. With that, he prepared to make a move against these two annoyances. But in the next second, a large hand appeared on the back of his head, pressing down firmly, making his entire body shudder. The smile on the left man's face suddenly vanished, and his eyes turned icy cold. Skypea is no fairy tale. Bellamy opened his mouth to retort, but it was too late. The large hand pressing on the back of his head exerted irresistible, overwhelming force, slamming his head heavily onto the counter. A frog at the bottom of a well, like you cannot see the vastness of the outside world, nor are you willing to believe in things that exist beyond your limited perception. How pathetic. He paused, then slowly rose, grabbing the blonde hair on top of the man's head with his right hand and yanking him up. Cough, cough, cough. Bellamy's face was covered in blood sputtering from his mouth, his eyes now filled with confusion. He had been dealt with using his own tactics, the very methods he intended to use on these two. What was even more absurd was that throughout the process his entire body seemed frozen, utterly unable to resist. Just a thug. The indifferent voice reached his ears and Bellamy's heart jolted, his eyes widening. Those words reminded him of an encounter with that man. The man he had always admired had said the same thing in front of him. Cough, 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 you. Bellamy wanted to roar in fury, but in the next moment Jiang Lu took a big stride and, grabbing his head, slammed it violently into the wall ahead. Boom. The entire tavern with its wooden roof shook and the decorations hanging on the walls rattled violently. Ugh. Bellamy's roar was stifled in his throat, his eyes glazed over, his face covered in cuts and bruises. Though I don't really agree with the so-called dreams that many people in this world cling to, at least I know how to respect others. The calm voice reached his ears. Bellamy gasped for breath, but could not respond. Those two simple blows had nearly shattered his skull. Scum like you deserve nothing more than lying in the street, barely clinging to life. As Jiang Lu spoke, he tossed Bellamy aside like a sack. Then he turned and returned to his seat. Crocodile still sat there silently oblivious to what had happened, with a large gap between them. The entire tavern fell into a dead silence. The pirates who had witnessed everything stood frozen, staring at the two men with their backs to them, terror filling their hearts. Bellamy with a bounty of 55 million. Taken down so easily. Who the hell are these two? Fear and tension permeated the air of the tavern in that moment. Undoubtedly the two who had effortlessly defeated Bellamy, a man they considered extremely troublesome and untouchable, became the new untouchables. Gulp, gulp. Someone swallowed, nervously, sweat beading on their forehead. Boss, my drink. At that moment, a light-hearted voice rang out. The tavern owner, who had been standing frozen behind the counter, finally snapped out of it. Huh. All right. He poured the drinks while observing the man with a smile on his face. He seemed much easier to get along with than Bellamy, despite his swift and decisive actions. In the tavern, some pirates began to get up, quietly tiptoeing out. As the first left, others followed one after another. Jiang Lu and Crocodile paid no attention to them, letting them go. They picked up their glasses, clinked them, and drank deeply. There must be a reason you went after a small-time thug like that, right? Crocodile asked softly. Ha ha ha, you know me well. Truly a wise man. That's exactly why I value you. Jiang Lu smiled, then paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. Just wait. The ones I'm waiting for will be here soon. Crocodile set his glass on the table and spoke coldly to the eavesdropping bartender. Pour me another. In the streets of Magic Valley Town, Bellamy lay on the ground, breathing shallowly. His mind was clouded and a profound sense of shame overwhelmed him. The crowd gathered around him, filling his heart with fury and humiliation. At the same time, fear crept into his mind. That man. He will kill me. His heart trembled as he curled up there, momentarily lost. In a courtyard not far away, a man with a grave expression rushed in. After passing through several interrogations, he finally arrived at the inner room. Young Master Bellamy has been severely beaten, the man said in a low voice through the door, his tone solemn. He knew well that Bellamy might be insignificant to the young master, but he bore their mark. This incident also represented the disgrace of the entire family. Moreover, given the young master's temperament, he would never let Bellamy off. Bellamy. After a long pause, a cold, low voice finally came from the room. That thug. He truly disgraced me. As the words fell, the man felt a heavy, oppressive aura. With a creak, the door opened, revealing a man wearing sunglasses, a pink coat, cropped trousers, and pointed shoes. Young master. The man immediately lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze, his heart even more tense. He knew that the man before him was not only of extremely high status, but also possessed terrifying power. I came here to verify whether the news from the Navy is true, he said. Not to deal with such a petty thug. The low, icy voice echoed beside him as the man walked past him. He knelt before me, begging and making promises, so I gave him a chance to prove himself. But obviously he didn't cherish it. He paused, his gaze turning icy. Let's go take a look. Anyone who dares to cause trouble on my turf cannot be forgiven. After a moment, the pressure around him dissipated. The messenger let out a long breath. When he straightened up, his back was already soaked with cold sweat. Such oppressive aura. What a fearsome man. No wonder he is called the Heavenly Yaksha, the man thought to himself. Indeed, the man before him was the one known as the Heavenly Yaksha, the sea rogue, the king of Delasiluosa in the New World, and the ruler of the underworld, Tangjite de Dwafu Langming. At the same time, his public identity included being one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In this world, he was undoubtedly a true overlord, a man of cunning and ambition. What will happen next? It's both tense and exciting, the man murmured, gazing outside the courtyard. The place where Bellamy was beaten was not far from here. They would arrive soon. On the other side, at the entrance of the tavern, Bellamy lay still, his mind hazy with waves of pain surging through him, suffocating him, his body drenched in cold sweat. He must have a concussion. Damn it, that bastard hit too hard. Those 2 heavy blows nearly crushed his skull. All kinds of thoughts flooded his mind. Bellamy even began to recollect his life. But suddenly the noisy sounds around him fell silent. He was startled and opened his eyes. Then his pupils constricted sharply and his entire body began to tremble. The crowd quickly parted to make way. A figure in pointed shoes, cropped trousers, and a pink coat was walking toward him step by step. Duo. Dwafu Langming. Bellamy's voice trembled. Soon the pointed shoes stopped before his eyes, and the tall figure bent down to look at him. After scrutinizing for a moment, he suddenly grinned. Fufu. What did I tell you, Bellamy? A petty thug like you disappoints me so quickly. Dwafu Langming was laughing, but his voice was chilling enough to make one's hair stand on end. No, it's not my fault. It's that man. Bellamy was shivering all over. He wanted to explain something. But Dwafu Langming suddenly lifted one foot and stomped on his head, cutting off his words. Weakness is your fault. If you were strong enough, no matter how despicable you were, you wouldn't be the one lying here. His right foot ground Bellamy's head into the dirt. Soon his face was covered in dust. Bellamy struggled in agony, letting out painful pleas. Spare me this once. Dwafu Langming laughed. Instead, spare you. This time there's no reason to grant your wish. Bellamy. His gaze turned icy, and he slowly lifted his right foot that had been pressing on Bellamy's face. Among the onlookers, some let out terrified screams. Everyone could see that he was about to crush Bellamy to death with one stomp. The people behind Dwafu Langming were also trembling in fear, but none dared to utter a sound. They were well aware that this great man was absolutely capable of such a deed. In everyone's sight, Dwafu Langming's right foot slowly rose, and then stomped down fiercely. But the next second, Dwafu Langming's pupils contracted sharply, and Bellamy's terrified expression froze on his face. A foot appeared just 1 centimeter above his nose, firmly blocking the pointed shoe. Who? Bellamy took a deep breath and struggled to open his eyes to see the person who had saved his life. But when he saw clearly, his body stiffened, and he froze. The one who had severely beaten him. Dwafu Langming looked at the foot blocking him, then slowly raised his head. When he saw the familiar face before him, his eyes narrowed, and his expression turned solemn and serious. After 3 breaths, the corner of his mouth suddenly curled into a smirk. Fufu. What a remarkable fellow I've encountered. Jiang Lu also looked up at the tall man before him and grinned. Ha ha ha. Striking down the weak is hardly a glorious deed. Have you forgotten? I taught you this when you were young. These brief words caused the smile on Duofu Langming's face to freeze. Kelluo Kitterer, who had just stepped out of the tavern, also looked astonished. The relationship between these two seemed to run deeper than he had imagined. Jiang Lu, Duofu Langming said coldly. Then what about you beating him to a pulp? Jiang Lu replied with a serious expression. He slandered my dream. Dream? Duofu Langming was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Fu. He laughed so hard that tears almost came out. A man like you actually talks about dreams. How ridiculous. The next moment his gaze suddenly turned icy again and black-red lightning flickered around his right foot, while a domineering aura surged from his body. He lifted his foot and stomped down fiercely again. Now I'm dealing with my own man. It's none of your business. Jiang Lu also moved, unleashing a violent hockey from his body, his right foot crackling with lightning as he kicked out. Boom. The 2 feet collided, electricity crackling, and a terrifying domineering energy swept in all directions. A clash of conquerors hockey. Kelluo Kitterer stood at the tavern entrance, his expression grave. Bellamy lay beneath the colliding feet, trembling violently, a huge shadow of fear looming in his heart. It was too terrifying, he would rather die right now. Do you insist on opposing me? A glint of light flashed across Doflamingo's sunglasses, his expression icy cold. A trace of anger was evident in his countenance, clearly furious. I merely wish to crush his skull. The gloomy words spilled from Doflamingo's mouth, intensifying the oppressive atmosphere in the surrounding air. I have some matters to discuss with you. Jiang Lu stated calmly, his right foot planted like a rock before his opponent, preventing any forward movement. Is that so? Doflamingo withdrew his right foot, his eyes narrowing slightly. Jiang Lu observed his opponent's restraint and retracted his foot as well. Phew. Bellamy exhaled deeply, his ashen purple face now drenched in a profusion of tiny sweat droplets. The danger seemed to have passed, and he had survived. However, in the very next instant Bellamy's pupils contracted once more. Buzz! The void trembled and Doflamingo's chilling laughter rang out again. Do you think it's still 20 years ago? I am no longer bound to follow your commands. An overbearing terror rose the king's hockey, surging forward at this moment, racing straight toward Jiang Lu. Do you want to fight me, Doflamingo? Jiang Lu's expression turned equally grim, his eyes widening as his king's hockey clashed violently against his opponent's. Boom. Zzz. In the air, invisible currents seemed to crackle. Those standing nearby felt a trembling dread wash over them, their bodies shaking. Quick run. Their battle will engulf us. Damn it, who exactly are these two? I recognize one of them. It's Heavenly Demon Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords. What? It's actually him. Fearful cries erupted from the crowd, followed by figures hastily turning and sprinting away. If you don't leave now, you'll die. Someone screamed in terror, because they could clearly sense that terrifying domineering aura, soul-shaking in its power, was rapidly escalating in the air, visible to the naked eye. Doflamingo bared his teeth in a grin. 20 years have passed, Jiang Lu. I still vividly remember my father's death and your lessons to me back then. As if it were yesterday. Though he wore a smile, his words were bone-chillingly cold. Are you holding a grudge against me? Jiang Lu said indifferently. Behind him, Crocodile watched the scene unfold and stepped forward, raising his right hand as sand began swirling on the ground and wind picked up. But in the next instant, Jiang Lu raised his hand and Crocodile halted. Oh. Doflamingo tilted his head and glanced at Crocodile with a puzzled expression. The figure, shrouded in a cloak and wearing a grotesque mask, seemed somewhat familiar to him. His eyes flashed and a grin spread across his face as his right hand swept sharply to the side. 5 colored threads. The air was sliced by invisible lines and 5 delicate cuts appeared on Crocodile's body, standing nearby. But soon sand surged forth and the 5 cuts healed. Doflamingo's pupils contracted, and after staring at Crocodile for a moment, he suddenly burst into laughter. Interesting, truly interesting. He turned his head sharply and fixed his gaze on Jiang Lu once more. Are you planning to make a comeback again, you bastard? Then, has the new round of numbered ones already begun their trial? 2 questions in succession, yet no one responded to him. Jiang Lu merely watched him calmly, his expression unreadable. It seems you're still lacking in education, Doflamingo. His fists clenched tightly, an endless cold light flashing from his eyes. Then let me make you understand. Facing me, your situation is no different from 20 years ago. Doflamingo also held his breath, the aura rising from his body, growing increasingly intense. A fierce wind swept through, and the street had become completely empty. Bellamy lay unconscious beneath their feet, his eyes rolled back. Under the impact of King's hockey, he had long since fallen into a coma. I'm also very curious. After 20 years, has your strength deteriorated? Doflamingo sneered. As he spoke, both his hands shot backward, dozens of thin threads rapidly multiplying and intertwining, then violently swung toward Jiang Lu. Super Strangulation Whip. Like a long whip, it was swung out at this moment, and in the blink of an eye it was already in front of Jiang Lu. The latter flashed his body and dodged. Rumble. Before this strike, building after building ahead was cleanly cut apart with chips flying and dust rising. Is this how you show disrespect to your elders, eh? Jiang Lu's voice came from behind, and Doflamingo's body stiffened slightly before he burst into laughter again. Hoo-hoo. His body suddenly spun, and his right foot lashed out. Leg shaving thread. Jiang Lu raised his leg and kicked the other's right foot upward toward the sky. It could be clearly seen that on Doflamingo's right foot countless fine lines were taut like steel wires. During these 20 years my growth is something you cannot even imagine. Uncle Jiang Lu. Doflamingo grinned. His body swiftly retreated backward, then he leaped high into the air, his pink coat fluttering in the wind like a great bird spreading its wings. Hoo-hoo. Since we've met, please teach me where my shortcomings lie. As he spoke, Doflamingo spread his arms wide and dove toward Jiang Lu. 5 colored threads. Sharp lines instantly slashed through the air, cutting toward Jiang Lu from both sides. The latter slowly raised his head, his expression calm as he faced this attack from above and extended his right hand. Die! As the distance closed, Doflamingo's eyes turned fierce, and he roared loudly. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound of lines cutting through material echoed, but at the same time Doflamingo's body froze in midair as a thick arm appeared around his neck. His pupils contracted as he gazed at the man who had clamped his neck with one hand. Where the 5 colored threads had cut, there was not a single wound, not even a tear in his robes. But how is this possible? He had clearly and undoubtedly struck his opponent. You think you can challenge me with these amateur tricks? Doflamingo, you're greatly underestimating me. Jiang Lu said calmly, lifting his opponent's neck and slowly raising it toward the sun in the sky. The sunlight at midday was quite glaring. Show me your true strength. In the next instant his right hand squeezed with tremendous force. Crack! A clear sound rang out as Doflamingo's neck snapped, his movements coming to an abrupt halt. Not far away, Crocodile's expression froze. Marshal D. Teach, hiding in the alleyway and secretly watching this battle, grinned with a low chuckle. Zehaha! What an amazing battle! Howling winds swept across the sky above Mogu town. The once bustling streets fell into an eerie silence, dust swirling from the crumbling buildings. Those who had fled in panic now hid behind distant cover, watching with bated breath, their hearts trembling as they swallowed hard. Suddenly a low laugh echoed. Jiang Lu looked up toward a rooftop in the distance. There, standing 3 meters tall in a pink feathered coat, Doflamingo gazed down at him, a glint flashing beneath his sunglasses. Fighting someone of your seniority truly weighs on my heart. Doflamingo grinned. Spare me the chatter, Doffy, Jiang Lu said coldly. He vaguely recalled that 20 years ago this man, though opposite in nature to Corazon, had always heeded his words. Likewise he had respected him. Indeed, obedient children often grow into troublesome adults. Show me your true strength. Let me see what progress you've made in these 20 years. He spoke, his body slightly crouching. On the path of growth children often stray. It is the duty of elders to guide and correct them in time. The notorious heavenly Yiksha Doflamingo was nothing but a mischievous child in his eyes. The times have changed, Uncle Jiang Lu. Haven't you realized? 20 years in impelled down, and the outside world has turned upside down. The number of pirates keeps surging, the world situation shifts every day. Now, with that, Doflamingo grinned, bent his knees and dove down. This is no longer your era. His pink feathered coat fluttered violently, his form transforming into a streak of pink light, hurtling toward Jiang Lu. The wind roared. In Jiang Lu's eyes, Doflamingo grew larger until he was right before him. You speak of eras to me. Where I stand, that is my era. He raised his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and a faint aura like armor enveloped his arm. Armament Haki. This was the first time Jiang Lu had used Haki since leaving Impelled Down. But facing his nephew before him, it was well worth it. The man was no ordinary opponent. With a sudden stomp, a shockwave erupted, shattering the bricks beneath his feet. His body shot forward like a cannonball straight toward the diving Doflamingo. Show me your strength, or you'll die, Jiang Lu said coldly. In an instant the two figures closed in, and Jiang Lu swung a fist. Clean and direct without any flourish. Doflamingo's pupils contracted as he raised his arm to block. A shockwave burst forth, unleashing overwhelming force. His diving body came to a sudden halt, then shot backward at even greater speed. Jiang Lu maintained his punching stance, slowly straightened, and looked ahead. A series of explosions echoed as Doflamingo was sent crashing through countless buildings in Mogu town, finally stopping only after slamming into the forest outside the outskirts. Dust rolled, leaving a clear trench in the street. The onlookers hidden in the shadows trembled at the sight. That was Doflamingo, yet this man had sent him flying with a single punch, showing no signs of resistance. Then they saw the man crouch, shatter the ground, and launch himself like a projectile toward the forest. Moments later, Jiang Lu saw Doflamingo stagger to his feet amid broken trees. Is this your strength? Rubbing his sore arm, Doflamingo smirked, but his gaze beneath the sunglasses was deadly serious. He had never underestimated the man before him. In any era of this world, there could never be another genius monster like him. In just 1 year, he had risen from a marine trainee to a powerhouse on par with Roger and Whitebeard. This was beyond human capability, a legend. And Doflamingo knew the secret of this man all too well. He possesses a terrifying ability that would drive the whole world mad. Even he deep down yearned for the man's help and blessing. Now it's my turn. Doflamingo moved, his form blurring as he closed in his right fist coated with armament hockey. In an instant, he was before Jiang Lu. A straightforward punch. Jiang Lu looked up, clenched his fist, and swung. A shockwave erupted, collapsing the ground beneath Jiang Lu's feet, sending dust radiating outward. Doflamingo's expression shifted. The overwhelming force sent him flying again, snapping over a dozen trees before he stopped. The gap in strength was clear. His power rivals a monster. Know his entire physique. Standing again, Doflamingo's eyes turned grim. Let me show you my ultimate power. He swayed, spread his arms wide, his gaze sharp. Beyond ordinary mastery of a devil fruit lies a higher level awakening. As he stepped forward, the grass ground and surrounding trees transformed into countless white threads undulating like waves. I have reached that realm. When the number of white threads peaked, Doflamingo thrust his hands forward. Overheat. Tens of thousands of white threads surged like a tidal wave, roaring toward Jiang Lu, twisting and spiraling to engulf him. Like a great serpent, they sought to crush him. Awakening. Impressive, Jiang Lu said, calmly gazing at Doflamingo before him. The next second, his figure was swallowed by the white tide, shrouded and covered. Doflamingo chuckled lowly, his eyes flickering. The wave of myriad threads suddenly closed in, intent on tearing Jiang Lu apart. But Doflamingo's smile froze. The powerful threads snapped apart rapidly. Jiang Lu stepped out from within, completely unharmed. The devastating overheat had inflicted no damage. But this level of mastery, I had already attained it 20 years ago. With a soft sigh, Jiang Lu extended his right hand, tapped the air, and uttered 2 words: restore. Instantly, the white tide visibly receded, and in the next moment the grass and trees returned to their original state. Everything reverted to how it was before Doflamingo used his ability, as if time had flowed backward. The revival fruit. A paramecia-type ability that allows the user to restore their own injuries and negative states to their previous condition, with the scope improving as their strength grows. However, after Jiang Lu strengthened and evolved this fruit, it became a powerful ability capable of restoring nearby objects within its range. It even encompassed time. Its influence expanded to a staggering degree. In simple terms, he could rewind time in the surrounding area. Undoubtedly, this was a bug-level ability. Yet compared to the numerous fruits in the One Piece world with terrifying destructive power, it was not particularly outstanding. However, its support capabilities and powerful healing abilities were astonishing. It could even reverse a person's life and death. This was precisely why Jiang Lu had chosen this ability in the first place. Immortality and invulnerability were more than enough to grant him absolute dominance in any battle. You are surprised? Not everyone can possess a fruit, and developing it to the level of awakening is likewise not something only you can achieve. Jiang Lu stepped forward slowly, speaking calmly, as his eyes locked onto Don Quixote Doflamingo. You still seem to lack a clear understanding of this world. Don Quixote Doflamingo. The latter's expression darkened, and in the next instant his hands trembled, causing nearby objects to transform into white threads at a faster speed across a wider area. The air trembled with an electric hum, and surging white waves of threads filled the sky, churning and roaring. Jiang Lu moved, as well as figure shooting forward until he was already in front of Doflamingo in an instant. The latter's expression shifted dramatically, and his hands trembled again. Shield white thread. Vast patches of white threads on the ground surged upward in an instant, rapidly constructing a colossal shield before him. Then the next moment, Jiang Lu's fist crashed down with tremendous force. Crack! The enormous shield buckled violently, the sound of splintering echoing constantly before shattering completely. The shield white thread, with its astonishing defensive power, could not even delay Jiang Lu for an instant. Doflamingo's pupils contracted as he prepared to retreat. But that punch had already come, striking his abdomen. Thud! The explosive force sent Doflamingo flying, his feet carving a deep trench across the ground. He spat a mouthful of blood, looked up sharply, and waved his hands. See origin white wave. Nearly thousands of meters of white threads boiled and surged forward at that moment, winding, piercing, and slicing toward Jiang Lu. Impressive display. Jiang Lu glanced around and smiled lightly. But it is useless against me. With a single step, he crushed the incoming white wave threads, which dissolved into nothingness. His figure then flashed forward, rushing toward Doflamingo. Fierce winds howled, and in barely an instant he was before his opponent once again. So fast. Doflamingo's expression shifted sharply. His white thread attacks could not even match the opponent's blistering speed. Just how physically imposing was this guy? As he was thinking, a punch descended upon him. Fierce wind pressed against his face, the pressure stinging his skin. Doflamingo's eyes turned cold and sharp as he raised his arms, wrapping them in armament hockey to block. Thud! His body was sent flying again. Shock flooded his heart, even giving way to intense fear. A simple punch could exert such overwhelming pressure on him. It was the first time he had ever witnessed such a scene. After flying nearly 500 or 600 meters, Doflamingo roared and managed to stop his backward momentum. Watching the figure charge forward again, its terrifying speed even caused the air to whistle sharply as if someone were whistling. The sight of him soaring through the air was almost intimidating. In plain sight, Zhang Lu flashed closer. In the blink of an eye, his face was crystal clear. Is that all you have? Don Quixote Doflamingo. This level of strength brings me no pressure whatsoever. The icy voice made his eyes sharp and his heart burn with anger. Of course it will not stop here. Shouting each word with force, Doflamingo's entire aura surged dramatically at that moment, his body soaring upward into the sky. Standing there will not help you dodge my attacks. Zhang Lu spun his body, his feet treading on the air, maintaining his speed as he charged toward Doflamingo. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, Doflamingo suddenly raised both hands, a sharp glint flashing across his sunglasses. 1,000 arrows piercing heart feather strike thread. Countless white threads on the ground trembled violently at that moment, wrapped in a purple-red glow that made them even more resilient and razor-sharp. Immediately after, thousands of threads coated in armament haki took on a wing-like shape, hurtling toward Zhang Lu at incredible speed. Shoo shoo shoo. The air itself produced piercing, screeching sounds like thousands of birds crying out. In barely an instant, the thousands of threads reached beneath Zhang Lu, piercing toward his body. Revived. Zhang Lu spoke coldly. But the threads hesitated, dissipating only partially. The remainder had already reached him. Because they were wrapped in armament haki, my fruit ability was affected. Zhang Lu's heart tightened. The next moment, his right hand extended and slowly closed. As his fist tightened, petal-like energy resembling cherry blossoms swirled around his right hand, drifting outward in a dense flurry. Flowing Sakura mountain sunder. Facing countless purple-red threads screaming toward him, Zhang Lu swung his fist, the impact expanding. In a flash, endless light erupted as violent shockwaves rolled outward in rippling rings. The myriad purple-red threads were firmly held back by that single punch. After a stalemate of roughly 4 or 5 breaths, Zhang Lu shot backward, and the countless penetrating threads fell limply to the ground like they had lost all momentum. Doflamingo watched this scene with a darkening gaze. It still had not worked. His hands trembled slightly, and the ground shook violently as 16 massive white thread waves wrapped in dense armament haki surged upward rapidly. This is my final strike. Doflamingo muttered, his eyes turning fierce. Before the battle even began, he had clearly understood just how strong his opponent was. Unimaginably strong. But he still desperately wanted to know whether his 20 years of effort had brought him close enough to enter his opponent's sight. And that precious no. 0-0 designation. At the thought, Doflamingo's eyes turned mad, and his conqueror's haki erupted unchecked and unrestrained from his body. 16 shots, divine, holy bullet, divine execution. The 16 massive purple-red thread waves twisted and screamed skyward, reaching behind Doflamingo, then abruptly changing direction to charge simultaneously toward his opponent. A final strike, betting everything. Zhang Lu felt the aura radiating from his opponent, and his eyes narrowed slightly. His right hand rested on the hilt of his sword at his waist, but soon he released it again. Impressive show, but I have no need to draw my blade yet. Doflamingo's comprehension of haki was undoubtedly profound. He was undeniably a man of exceptional talent and brilliance. Neither the awakening of a devil fruit nor the mastery of haki was something an ordinary powerhouse could achieve. At this moment, the massive white lines saturated with dense armament haki surged forward with tremendous momentum, tearing through the void as they raced toward him. At a glance, it carried the oppressive weight of thousands of cannon fire barges converging at once. Zhang Lu released his right hand from the hilt at his waist, slowly raising it to aim forward. His eyes were now filled with grim severity and concentration. To seamlessly fuse armament haki with awakened abilities was a feat, and such a technique undoubtedly possessed staggering destructive power. Even he posed a potential threat to it. Although devil fruit abilities were immensely powerful, the haki of this world possessed the capacity to suppress or nullify them. A formidable aura surged from Zhang Lu's body at that very moment, his jet black hair whipping violently as invisible ripples of chi energy spiraled around him. Open gate. Rest gate open. Living gate open. Injury gate open. Shadow gate open. Scenery gate open. As the words left his lips, the pressure emanating from him grew increasingly intense. The instant the scenery gate opened, a brilliant green radiance exploded from his entire frame. Feral energy surges swept outward in mighty waves, and the expression upon his face grew both ferocious and unhinged. 8 gates release. This technique, refined and expanded from its original forms, was a skill Zhang Lu had acquired. Thanks to the recovery fruit's power, he could open all 8 gates in unison, unleashing terrifying physical strength and achieving his absolute peak combat capability. It was also his trump card. 20 years prior, during his battle against Roger Whitebeard and others, the strongest state his opponents and allies had ever witnessed from him was the opening of the 7th gate, the Gate of Fear. It was precisely due to his mastery of the Day Tiger technique while in the Gate of Fear that he earned the moniker Day Tiger. Rhea. A torrent of immense green energy coursed through the air, creating shrill bird-like cries around Zhang Lu's body. Bring it on. Doflamingo. Roaring fiercely, Jiang Lu's eyes flared with fury as he locked onto the 16 massive white line waves encased in highly concentrated armament haki, now closing the distance to under 100 meters. Shriek. The sound of air being torn apart echoed through the atmosphere as the 16 crimson-white line waves instantly crossed the remaining distance, arriving directly before him. Fa-fu-fu-fu. Doflamingo's manic laughter echoed through the air. Green energy churned around Jiang Lu's body as he thrust both fists forward with violent force. Morning Peacock. In the blink of an eye, countless flame-wreathed fist imprints materialized in the air. In this moment, Jiang Lu rained down punches with feral intensity. The friction of his strikes against the air reached unprecedented levels, and under the 8 gates release his physical capabilities had ascended to heights never before witnessed. Minute injuries continuously marred his body, his skin seared by the exertion, yet they rapidly healed back to their original state. The power of the recovery fruit perfectly counteracted the debilitating side effects of the 8 gates. Boom! Tens of thousands of fist imprints materialized in the void in an instant, wreathed in flames and roared forward like a storm of meteorites. Green energy boiled across Jiang Lu's body. The overwhelming pressure he emitted was so intense it warped and rippled the surrounding space. Kaboom! In the next instant, the flame-engulfed fist imprints collided mercilessly with the 16 crimson projectile waves. The entire sky trembled at that moment. The fist imprints and projectiles clashed, shattered, and produced a relentless cascade of rippling shockwaves. Huh! Jiang Lu bellowed, his fists blurring into afterimages as he swung them furiously. The 16 crimson projectile waves trailed long scars across the heavens, their offensive momentum utterly breathtaking. This final blow from Doflamingo, betting everything on it, was naturally not weak. Bang 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 bang. A continuous drumming boom echoed across the sky above Magu town, vibrating in everyone's eardrums. The pirates could barely breathe, utterly unable to fathom how the 2 figures high above could orchestrate such a spectacle. Could there truly be such overwhelmingly powerful beings in this world? Is this the strength of a new world powerhouse? It's utterly breathtaking. With a battle such as this merely drawing near would see us torn to shreds by the residual waves. Trembling voices rang out incessantly. The pirates felt a profound mix of reverence and dread for the 2 combatants. The deafening cacophony of their clashes persisted for a full 2 or 3 minutes. High in the sky, wave after wave of ripples expanded and flames burst apart like fireworks before raining down upon the ground. All at once the scene seemed to fall quiet once more. Ha 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 ha. Doflamingo's face was grim, his body bent as he panted heavily. Gazing at the figure shrouded in green energy not far away, a dark foreboding settled in his heart. His most potent attack had been effortlessly neutralized. His opponent was nothing short of an insurmountable mountain standing before him. The abyssal aura pressing down upon him made his entire body tremble. Is this already the end, Doflamingo? Was that truly all you had? Enveloped in churning green energy, Jiang Lu radiated an oppressive, ferocious might, his voice dropping to a low, commanding timbre. Fa-fu-fu-fu. So in your eyes I remain just as utterly worthless as ever. For 20 years I have toiled tirelessly, cultivating, building my faction, striving to surpass my father. To surpass Rosinante. Doflamingo suddenly burst into raucous laughter. Between his laughter, 2 streams of tears slowly trickled down from beneath his sunglasses. Yes, throughout these past 20 years he had constantly fought, and pushed himself to grow stronger and climb higher in status. For what? The sole reason was that one man who had left an indelible impression on his heart 20 years ago. He wanted that man to acknowledge him, to catch his attention, to receive his praise and recognition. 2 decades had flashed by in the blink of an eye, and only today did he finally stand before him again and press his challenge. Yet that unfathomably profound strength had cruelly shattered his hopes once more. In the presence of that man, he was absolutely nothing. In the end, it remains exactly as it was 20 years ago. To your eyes I measure up to no one. My ambitions, my revenge. All of it is utterly meaningless. Doflamingo's entire body shook violently. Within his heart, all hope had turned to ashes. All 20 years of effort were intended for but this single moment, to enter his sight and be acknowledged for just one fleeting instant. But after fighting until now, everything was undeniably over. He had been defeated catastrophically, arguably, without even a fighting chance. Doflamingo's voice echoed through the high altitude. Jiang Lu stood there in silence, and after a long pause he finally raised his head to look at the man before him. From what I recall, you are not the kind of man who falls into such despondency and despair after experiencing failure. Doflamingo's body jerked, and he sharply raised his head. The next moment the air before him trembled with green energy as a fist rapidly enlarged in front of his face. Bang! Doflamingo plummeted down, crashing into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Then a pair of feet appeared before him. It was Jiang Lu looking down at him with a focused gaze. When you were a child you never admitted defeat, stubborn and independent, displaying a character distinct from anyone else in the world. A foul-tempered and annoying little brat. Jiang Lu's voice came. Doflamingo's body trembled, the corners of his eyes twitching, and more tears welled up. but I knew you respected me. So my guidance for you was no less than for Rosinante. He paused then bent down again to look straight into the other's eyes. And my love for you was the same. Doflamingo's breath caught, then sobs escaped as he began to cry. 20 years have passed, and you appear before me in such an arrogant manner challenging me. Is it to gain my recognition? Doflamingo. Jiang Lu suddenly grinned, a hint of warmth in his eyes. I don't. Doflamingo cried, tears and snot flowing, yet he stubbornly denied it. What a foolish child. Then I acknowledge your talent, Daffy. Jiang Lu laughed. You're just a little short, just that little bit. I will help you make up for that. At these words, Doflamingo's breath stopped, his eyes widened as he understood the meaning. Then Doflamingo. Do you wish to inherit Homing's number? Sure enough, the next moment words that made him tremble with excitement reached his ears. After a few seconds of silence, Doflamingo's trembling voice sounded. I am willing. A smile appeared on Jiang Lu's face as he bent down and placed his right hand on the other's shoulder. Restore. Doflamingo's body shuddered, an invisible force swept over him, healing his severely wounded body to its perfect state. Number 3, Doflamingo. May you not betray the number you represent in the days to come. Jiang Lu said with a gentle smile. I won't. Doflamingo took a deep breath and said solemnly. As a reward for inheriting Homing's number, I will elevate and grant you new power. Jiang Lu raised his right hand again and spoke slowly. Doflamingo's pupils contracted, his heart surging with excitement and exhilaration. This moment had finally arrived. The reason he wanted to join the Void Knight, aside from gaining the man's trust, was this precious number. Only those who obtained a number could receive the Lord of the Void Knight's bestowal. Hold your breath, close your eyes, and quietly feel the power surging from the depths of your being. Jiang Lu's words came, and Doflamingo closed his eyes, calming his mind. The next second, a mysterious, unfathomable force swept through his entire body. Then he heard faint murmurs, as if a deity whispered in his ear, preaching the true essence of power. Then he saw his armament haki transform into swirling golden cherry blossoms, and a red gleam flashed in his eyes. You are strengthening the target's armament haki. Strengthening successful. Advanced to Ryuo. You are strengthening the target's observation haki. Strengthening successful. Advanced to precognition. After the prompt sounded in Jiang Lu's ear, he withdrew his right hand. Doflamingo's expression shook as he opened his eyes at that moment. In an instant, his armament haki and observation haki had entered a whole new realm. And at this level, it meant his strength had advanced significantly. His ranking among the warlords would surely rise again. He might even be able to touch the emperors. This also demonstrated the mystery and power of the man before him. If he could bestow such power on others, what about himself? What astonishing level had he reached? It was unimaginable. How do you feel? Jiang Lu smiled. Unprecedentedly powerful. Doflamingo took a deep breath, a glint flashing behind his sunglasses, and said in a low voice. This is the power your father once wielded. Jiang Lu said. The latter's body trembled as the familiar face flickered in his mind. That man who chose suicide. Had he once possessed such immense power? Yes, in the original story, Don Quixote, Homing killed by his own son, chose suicide because of that great incident and his family. With such great power, yet he chose suicide. Doflamingo sneered, but a trace of sadness flickered beneath his sunglasses. That is the difference between him and you. And it makes me believe you will achieve greater heights than he did. Jiang Lu said flatly. Homing was ultimately too gentle, possessing immense power. He couldn't overcome his own inner demons. In contrast, the creed Doflamingo believed in was the most effective in this chaotic world. If given enough power, he would surely astonish the world. I need your intelligence, Daffy. Then Jiang Lu spoke. Compared to me, Baroque Works has a wider sphere of influence in this first half of the sea. Doflamingo's eyes flickered as he said softly. He had already recognized that the man wearing the ghost mask was one of the warlords Crocodile whom he had long sought to cooperate with. His organization has been dismantled in the Alabasta incident. Jiang Lu said. Then what do you wish to know? Doflamingo asked. He no longer refused. Even setting aside personal ties, from a purely interest-based perspective, the man before him was worth cooperating with and giving his all. I want to know where Fire Fist Ace is right now. Jiang Lu said in a deep voice. Besides rebuilding the Void Knight and finding candidates for numbers, Ace was undoubtedly his greatest concern after leaving Impel down. Fire Fist Ace of the Whitebeard Pirates, 2nd Division. Doflamingo was startled, asking in confusion. Yes. Jiang Lu nodded. Recently there have indeed been rumors that this guy is in the first half. I'll send people to investigate, but it may take time. Doflamingo said seriously. Why was the man before him interested in someone from the Whitebeard Pirates? That old man Whitebeard was not someone to be trifled with. Then I'll trouble you, Daffy. Jiang Lu smiled. It's my duty, Uncle Jiang Lu. Doflamingo replied with a smile. The two who had been fighting for their lives moments ago now displayed a fatherly and filial scene, a warm and harmonious picture. It also left Crocodile, who had just arrived, standing there stunned, unable to grasp the situation. So you two were putting on a family drama here. Mogu Town. The streets were thronged with a cacophony of voices as newcomers jostled shoulder to shoulder in an endless stream. The clamor echoed from every direction. After the fierce battle of the previous day, the pirate town had returned to tranquility by today. The damaged buildings had been rebuilt with astonishing speed. On the surface, everything seemed as usual, but every inhabitant knew in their hearts that there were two absolutely untouchable monsters on the island. Yes, monsters. In the forest beyond the outskirts, trees spanning thousands of meters had vanished without a trace, transformed into eerie, resilient white threads. Such a sight sent chills down people's spines. What kind of power could alter the state of matter? They had never heard of nor witnessed anything like it. In the eyes of the people of Mogu Town, anyone capable of such feats was undoubtedly a monster. In a manner slightly removed from the bustling streets, a group had gathered, exchanging glances with varied expressions. Seated at the innermost part on the steps was Jiang Lu. To his left and right were Crocodile wearing a ghost-faced mask and Doflamingo clad in a pink feather coat. In a corner, Foxy trembled. Doflamingo. The man sitting on the stone to his right was none other than the infamous Shichibukai Doflamingo. What shocked him even more was the identity of his own boss and the man behind the ghost mask. His gaze toward the Shichibukai was utterly calm, unlike his own panic. My people are already inquiring about Fire Fist Ace. I believe we'll receive a response soon. After a moment of silence, Doflamingo spoke. Good. Jiang Lu nodded, seemingly lost in thought. However, I don't agree with you making a move against Whitebeard's men just yet. After all, Doflamingo glanced at the other two present. They don't even hold the title of numbered yet. And you haven't gathered all your numbers either. Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow in surprise, then looked up with a smile. You might be mistaken. I have no intention of attacking Whitebeard. Even if I were to deal with him, it wouldn't be now. Doflamingo paused, then nodded slightly. Crocodile shot a puzzled look at Jiang Lu. What is a numbered? Fufufufu. You really know nothing yet. A numbered is a precious source of power and status. Doflamingo burst into laughter. The time hasn't come to grant you a number yet, Jiang Lu said with a faint smile. Not far away, Foxy's eyes were nearly popping out. What had he just heard? Whitebeard. His boss wanted to take on Whitebeard. Good heavens, that was one of the 4 emperors of the New World, a legendary pirate. The strongest man in the world. And what was a numbered? At that moment, Foxy felt as if he had stumbled upon an unimaginable, earth-shattering secret. Doflamingo. Suddenly, the mysterious cold man in the ghost mask spoke. Oh. Doflamingo raised an eyebrow, looking at the mask opposite. Do you know about Straw Hat? Crocodile asked coldly. Straw Hat. Doflamingo's face showed confusion, but soon he broke into a grin. I remember. You mean the rookie who defeated you? Crocodile's face darkened. He should be arriving at this island soon. What do you mean? Are you asking me to deal with a mere greenhorn? Doflamingo laughed in surprise. Fufufufu. Don't forget you're not a numbered yet, so you're not my comrade. I have no obligation to do anything for you. Crocodile fell silent, his eyes flickering with intense curiosity about the term, numbered. What did it mean? A simple number that made the great heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo, one of the Shichibukai, so proud and boastful. Jiang Lu had risen too fast and disappeared too quickly. The organization he founded, the Void Knight, might be known by name, but its true significance remained unclear. Straw Hat Luffy Monkey D. Luffy. Jiang Lu chuckled softly. As he uttered the name, a strange glint appeared in his eyes. Half recollection, half amusement. What are you interested in him too? Doflamingo noticed his expression and asked intently. Hee. A boy with some potential. As for interest, not yet. Jiang Lu shook his head. Though Luffy was the protagonist of this world, the chosen one, the gap between them was still immense. Your words make me even more curious about him, Doflamingo said, baffled. Don't worry about it, replied Jiang Lu. Then the courtyard fell silent once more. They were waiting. Doflamingo, who controlled the underworld, naturally had his own methods for gathering intelligence. His intelligence network sometimes even surpassed the information systems of the Marines and the world government. After all, in this world, which island or ship lacked those tainted by darkness? In the afternoon, a hurried figure suddenly entered the manor, making his way to the deepest part. Glancing at Jiang Lu, who sat casually on the steps, the man quickly approached Doflamingo and whispered something in his ear. Then, bowing, the man turned and swiftly departed. It seems these fellows are quite fast at gathering information. Doflamingo laughed, turning to Jiang Lu. Where? Hearing this, Jiang Lu knew that news of Ace's whereabouts had arrived. Someone spotted him in a town called Luanbois, about 50 miles northwest of Alabasta. Just today. Pausing, Doflamingo added with a grin, strangely enough, they also saw a pirate named Blackbeard there not long ago. It seems Fire Fist Ace is after Blackbeard. Doflamingo's eyes glinted. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Wasn't he a subordinate of Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates? Doflamingo grew intrigued. 2 members of the Whitebeard Pirates had come to the first half of the Grand Line. What was the reason? Luanbois town. Not far from here. Jiang Lu didn't answer the question. Instead, he immediately stood up. Let's go. Leaving those 2 words, he strode toward the door. Crocodile, still wearing the ghost mask, and the stunned Foxy hurriedly followed their boss. In such a rush. Doflamingo was taken aback, his eyes flickering. For Jiang Lu to be so attentive to a man, he must be extraordinary. Could it be that he has some unknown connection with Fire Fist Ace? Exiting the manor, Jiang Lu and his companions headed toward the port of Mogu town. On the streets, anyone who saw them hurriedly made way, clearly having deeply etched Jiang Lu's appearance into their minds. In just a moment the three had approached the port, able to see their own warship and the Fukakushi. Finally leaving our way. Hidden in the crowd, the man who had dared not show his face during this time, Blackbeard Masirichi, watched Jiang Lu with glinting eyes. Having effortlessly defeated Duafia Langming, and with miraculous power restored his physical condition without a scratch, this man's methods were as extraordinary as those of a god. He had concealed himself, while knowing full well that now was not the time to clash with the other. Most importantly, he was not confident in defeating him. Meanwhile, as Jiang Lu walked toward the port, he saw a group of people disembarking from a ship. The leading boy wearing a straw hat was laughing and saying something to his companions. Behind him, a green-haired man had 3 swords at his waist. What a coincidence! A smile curled at the corner of Jiang Lu's mouth. Just as he was about to leave Mogu Town, the Straw Hat Boy crew had arrived here. The eyes of Keluo Kittiger, beside him hidden beneath his mask, instantly turned icy cold, and the golden hook in his left hand even involuntarily lifted. Straw Hat Boy crew. Gritting his teeth, Keluo Kittiger spat out these 4 words between his lips. Don't be impulsive, we have more important matters to attend to. Jiang Lu suddenly spoke. Keluo Kittiger's raised left hand paused, forcibly stopping the attack he was about to launch. Who is that boy? To make the ghost-faced man so angry. Fukakushi observed, secretly muttering in his heart. As the two sides walked forward, the distance grew shorter, and soon they were face to face. Straw Hat Boy Lu Fei seemed to sense something, shifting his gaze to look at them. When he saw Jiang Lu, Keluo Kittiger, and Fukakushi staring at him, he was first slightly startled, then greeted them amiably. Ha, hello. Jiang Lu smiled and nodded. Keluo Kittiger's eyes were cold, and Fukakushi waved with a forced smile. In a blink, the two groups were about to pass each other. Suddenly, the tall woman walking at the back halted abruptly, turned around, and stared straight at Jiang Lu. Luo Bin-san, what's wrong? The blonde-haired Shan Ji asked in confusion, also looking at the man in front. The entire Straw Hat Boy crew stopped in their tracks and turned around curiously. They looked at Luo Bin, then at Jiang Lu. Clearly, this new companion who had boarded the ship after the Alabasta incident recognized him. Is it you? Eniko? Luo Bin's voice trembled, mixed with a complex array of emotions. Nervousness, excitement, and anticipation. Jiang Lu smiled, looking at the woman before him, both familiar and strange. His memory still held the image of her when she was only half his height, her head reaching his legs. In the blink of an eye, over a decade had passed, and the girl from back then had grown into such a tall beauty. Keluo Kittiger's eyes were icy as he stared at this familiar partner, lost in thought. Unexpectedly, after he was captured, she had chosen to stand with the Straw Hat Boy crew who had defeated him. This detestable woman. At that moment, Jiang Lu spoke with a smile. Long time no see. I didn't expect you'd grown so big, Luo Bin. The sunny, gentle, familiar voice reached her ears, causing Luo Bin to tremble all over, and tears immediately poured uncontrollably. That's wonderful. You're really alive. The next second, the tall, mature, and sexy woman threw herself into Jiang Lu's arms, hugging him tightly. I thought you were dead. Sob, sob, sob. I thought I had no family left in the whole world. You're alive, you're really alive. Jiang Lu. Luo Bin's voice trembled, tears streaming down quickly, soaking Jiang Lu's collar. He opened his mouth, but ultimately fell silent. Then he reached out and held the woman tightly. Don't you remember? Luo Bin, I told you I can't die. But Luo Bin seemed not to hear. Who would believe such an absurd statement? How could anyone in the world be immortal? That's wonderful, you're not dead. I still have family. She kept saying, her voice trembling with excitement. Luo Bin-san. Standing behind Shan Ji was completely petrified at the sight. But the others in the crew had varied expressions. They gained a new understanding of the woman who had suddenly boarded their ship. At the same time, they became extremely curious about Jiang Lu. All right, Luo Bin, I'll be fine. If you keep this up, your companions will laugh at you. Jiang Lu comforted with a smile, gently patting her back, his face complex and emotional. The scenes of him single-handedly blocking the current 3 admirals during the O'Hara incident slowly surfaced before his eyes. The death of Sa Long Si Panda In being beaten by him, the 3 admirals being repelled by him time and again. In the end, Zhang Guakapu and Kong acted together, forcing him to leave. Although he spared no effort saving a group of O'Hara scholars and allowing Luo Bin to escape, he paid a great price, becoming increasingly distant from the Navy and the world government. Scenes of the past flickered by, and Jiang Lu's eyes grew serious. There is something wrong with this world. He had known it since he arrived here and had always been committed to changing it. The establishment of the Void Knight Palace, the attempt 20 years ago. Understanding the background of this world, the strength of the world government, the obstacles ahead. These were all things he had done. Thus he chose to lie low, reaching an agreement with Ka Pu Zhanghua and Kong to guard Tue Jincheng for 20 years. Finally, not long ago, he stepped out of Tue Jincheng. His plan would begin anew. His grand ambition would once again be displayed before the world. And in the end, it would shock everyone's hearts in a stunning manner. Companions. Luo Bin was slightly stunned at the words, then remembered that the others were still there. They are all good partners worthy of your trust. Jiang Lu looked at the familiar faces before him and said with a smile. Monkey D. Lu Fei Roranoa Sua Longshan, Ji Wu Supu, Xiao Ba Name. The entire Straw Hat Pirates were now standing opposite him. Is this a warning for me after 20 years of reunion? Luo Bin looked at the man's serious face and asked with a smile. That's right. I still have things to do. Finding suitable companions will make me more at ease. Jiang Lu nodded. I can follow you. Inaika Luo Bin's eyes were bright as she gritted her teeth and said, that will be more dangerous than you can imagine, Luo Bin. Jiang Lu smiled slightly. Then he looked at the warship at the port, his expression turning serious. Sorry, I have to leave now. He paused then grinned. Enjoy your new life, Luo Bin. We will meet again. With that he strode forward heading toward the port. In a blink he was gone. The Straw Hat Boy crew was left faces full of curiosity and confusion. Who is he? And why do I feel that the ghost-faced man beside him is also familiar? Lu Fei asked in confusion. Perhaps soon you will know who he is. Luo Bin's eyes flickered, her expression complex. That man once sat by the sea talking with her about the world, life, and dreams. So she knew exactly what he intended to do. Since he had reappeared, this man would inevitably shake the entire world in an unimaginable way. The ocean is vast and magnificent, and time brings endless changes. In almost every era there emerge a few towering figures who stand at the pinnacle of the world, blazing with unparalleled brilliance, eclipsing all others in the world. Yet no matter how dazzling a meteor may be, there will still come a moment when it falls to the earth and loses its light. Luo Kusi, the overlord of the seas, and Luo Jie, the pirate king, were once powerful figures who shook the world, yet both ultimately fell and were buried beneath the ocean. Yet there is one man, just as he himself once said, the era I stand in is the era that belongs to me. For whatever era he stands in, he will inevitably shine with his own light. That man is undoubtedly Jiang Lu. Inaika Luo Bin's feelings were complex. She never expected to encounter here the man who had left an indelible impression on her life. Even more unexpected was that he was truly still alive. Unlike Duofu Langming, who revered Jiang Lu and sought his recognition, Luo Bin regarded Jiang Lu as family. He was the only family she had left on this ocean. And from her understanding of Jiang Lu, she feared that before long the sea would be shaken to its core, with unimaginable events unfolding. After the brief encounter with Jiang Lu, the Straw Hat crew continued on their way to Mogu Town. On the other side, in a secluded manner before Duofu Langming. Spare me, Duofu Langming. I swear I won't do it again. I will never disgrace you again. With shameful scars on his cheeks, Bellamy knelt there begging desperately. He had escaped the calamity of the past few days, but that did not mean he was safe. Without the permission of the man before him to live, he was as good as dead. Spare you. Fufufufu. You are quite lucky. Injured by that man, yet protected by him. I'm starting to find you interesting. Those blessed by luck always achieve something remarkable. Duofu Langming's eyes flickered as he stared at Bellamy, letting out a low laugh. I want you to do something. After you finish, you can still swagger around under my banner. Bellamy was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded. Whatever it is, I am willing to do it for you. Duofu Langming let out a low chuckle, recalling the brat that Kaluo Kuda Air had mentioned, who seemed to be of considerable interest even to Jiang Lu. In Mogu Town today, a group arrived. The leader is the Straw Hat Boy Lu Fei. I want you to test him. Bellamy readily agreed. No problem, I'll do it perfectly. Please leave it to me. Duofu Langming looked at the man before him and suddenly found him laughable. Fufufufu. After a loud laugh, he waved his hand as if shooing away a fly. Go. Bellamy breathed a huge sigh of relief and hurriedly turned to leave. When he gathered information about the Straw Hat Boy Lu Fei's bounty outside and saw the 30 million berries, he was momentarily stunned, then revealed a sinister grin. I will do this well. Just in time. I've been holding in a lot of anger, so I'll take it out on you. Straw Hat Boy Lu Fei. The events in Mogu Town slowly unfolded. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters, Malin Fanjuo in the Fleet Admiral's office. Bang! A dull sound of a fist hitting the desk rang out. Zhanghua abruptly raised his head, looking at the field officer before him with a serious expression. Did Jiang Lu and Duofu Langming engage in battle in Mogu Town? What was the outcome? In an instant, Zhanghua's originally calm mood became tense. It seems Duofu Langming was thoroughly defeated, but after the battle, they did not appear to have a more serious conflict. Our people noticed that the two of them, along with a man wearing a ghost mask, entered Duofu Langming's manor together. The field officer said in a low voice. Having known about the Day Tiger General Jiang Lu, he naturally understood why the Fleet Admiral before him was so concerned about that man. A true strongman cannot be confined by status. General Jiang Lu is undoubtedly such a man. Even as just a trainee Marine, he could still shake the world. Jiang Lu and Duofu Langming. Zhanghua's expression grew heavy, then turned gloomy after a long moment. I hope it's not as I suspect, but the probability is too high. After all, he and Duofu Langming's father. In this world, how many people dare to speak of friendship with the celestial dragons and treat them as equals? To outsiders, this even sounds absurd. To the celestial dragons, it is an unimaginable terror, absolutely forbidden. The descendants of the 20 kings, their existence represents the gods of this world. How can a god be friends with humans? To become an equal. But 20 years ago, there was a man who did just that. Both that man and that celestial dragon touched the world's taboo. This guy is really a troublesome, dangerous element. He just walked out of 2A Jinsheng and already contacted Duofu Langming. At this, Kapu, who was sitting nearby, laughed. You are too worried, Zhanghua. That kid Zhang Lu may seem reckless in his actions, but his heart is righteous. It's just that his thinking is somewhat different from ours, and he always does things beyond the norm. But I have to say the things he did are really satisfying to watch. Kapu said, laughing heartily. Even he felt admiration for the great deeds the other had done in the past. There are few people in the world with such boldness. Making friends with celestial dragons, stopping the Buster Call, stepping into the Holy Land, Shungdi Mali Chiaya, beating a group of celestial dragons, and confronting the 5 elders face to face. Even Luo Jie could not have done such things, could he? In the pirate world there are heroes like Whitebeard Jin Shizi and Luo Jie. In the Marines there is also a man of great boldness like Jiang Lu. Unfortunately, it seems that neither the world government nor the Marines can tolerate a rebellious figure like Jiang Lu. Kapu, do not forget our identity, Zhanghua said solemnly. Regardless, Jiang Lu is now a Marine. Abruptly clashing with a warlord is not a good thing. We must issue a warning. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly dialed Jiang Lu's telephone snail. On the warship heading toward Luanbo town, a low sound suddenly rang out. BRR, BRR, BRR. Jiang Lu was momentarily startled, then took out the telephone snail from his bosom. The snail's appearance was familiar, its expression utterly serious. Hello, Zhanghua. Without much hesitation, Jiang Lu answered directly. This was also the first time he had spoken with this old friend since leaving 2A Jinsheng. Hearing the familiar yet unfamiliar voice, Zhangua's eyes also narrowed slightly. Long time no see, Jiang Lu. Long time no see, Sengoku. Jiang Lu looked up at the ocean ahead, speaking with a light smile. Behind him, Crocodile and Foxy both turned their gazes, their expressions grave. After leaving Impel down, why didn't you report to headquarters? Why not meet with us old friends, Garp, Zephyr, and IA? Sengoku said in a deep voice. Garp sat opposite him, blinking as he tossed a donut into his mouth, crunching noisily, while listening intently with perked ears. 20 years ago, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Jiang Lu were the pillars of the Navy, their status equivalent to today's 3 admirals Akiji, Akainu, and Kizaru. Not only were they colleagues, but privately, they were inseparable friends. Hell, with only an intern naval rank, trying to enter headquarters seems impossible. Even the gates of justice would bar your way. A moment of silence followed, then Jiang Lu's voice came through with a hint of mockery. It caught both Sengoku and Garp off guard, their expressions growing complex. Once a towering admiral, he now could barely clear the threshold as an intern, his entire future laid bare before him. Any man in his position would chafe at this. When you have the time, come meet with us old friends, Sengoku said with a sigh, his words heavy with nostalgia. Besides, I'm enjoying this free life. Jiang Lu replied. Did you fight Doflamingo? Sengoku felt they could no longer small talk, their positions were too strained. He decided to cut to the chase. The Navy's intelligence moves faster than I expected. Jiang Lu smiled. Creating conflict with the 7 warlords is not a wise move, Jiang Lu. Especially someone like Doflamingo, whose position is so delicate, Sengoku said meaningfully. Jiang Lu naturally understood the implication. He smiled. I merely saved an innocent person who was nearly trampled beneath his feet. As for anything else, Fleet Admiral, and those who've been watching me from the shadows, I trust there won't be any unwarranted speculation. Sengoku fell silent. Known for his wisdom, yet Jiang Lu matched him in subtlety. Clearly both men's words carried deeper meaning. He was addressing Jiang Lu's contact with Doflamingo, while Jiang Lu was equally pointing out that those shadowy watchers had long since noticed him. Jiang Lu, let me be straightforward. Other matters aside, I hope you'll exercise caution in what comes next. As an old friend, I truly don't want the events of 20 years ago to repeat themselves. After a pause, Sengoku sighed. Of course not. I've never been one to stir trouble. In fact, I actively avoid it. Jiang Lu smiled. Then all is well. Sengoku nodded. The Den Mushi was hung up. Across 20 years their conversation seemed stiff and distant, far more so than it should have been. Sighed. Sengoku let out a weary breath, his expression troubled. I sense he's drifting further from us, Garp. Garp paused, then laughed. You're being too sensitive, Sengoku. Meanwhile, at the bow of the warship, Jiang Lu faced the sea breeze, a complex emotion flickering across his calm features before he too let out a soft sigh. Sigh. Time and experience are forces of immense power capable of changing everything about humanity, including the bonds between people. 20 years is a long span for a human life, enough to alter nearly everything. Like Sengoku, Jiang Lu felt the widening gap between them. From the moment he stepped out of Impel Down, he had sensed it faintly. Only now, as the conversation ended, did it crystallize into certainty. 20 years ago, Sengoku would have blasted him outright rather than masking criticism in such veiled tones. That careful friendship had already created distance. It's fine, he murmured. After all, what I plan to do soon will force me to part ways with everyone in the Navy. Jiang Lu muttered to himself. Looking at the island faintly emerging ahead, he steeled his spirits once more. Rumbar Town was a settlement on a nameless islet not far from Mok Town. It didn't appear on any maps precisely because it bore no name. Only through chance voyage, or by knowing its exact position, could one reach it. In truth, such unnamed islands were far from rare across the seas. They were quite common. As the small island ahead grew clearer, a smile gradually touched Jiang Lu's lips. His family in this world was undoubtedly limited. Rouge was one, and Ace was the other. Though he loathed that man Roger, he cherished his nephew and his sister deeply. The warship soon reached the island's shore. To his surprise, Rumbar town proved extraordinarily lively. Pedestrians flowed through the streets, and its prosperity even exceeded that of Mock Town. The angel statue at the town's center gave the small settlement a sacred, refined atmosphere. Freed from shouting and violence, Rumbar town appeared considerably more tranquil and harmonious. "My lord, please follow me." As he walked the streets, searching, a figure suddenly approached quickly and whispered, "My." Jiang Lu turned in confusion. "Lord Doflamingo ordered me to await you here," the man said. Jiang Lu understood, his eyes lighting up. With someone's guidance, navigating this sizable town would naturally prove easier. Fire Fist Ace arrived at this town yesterday evening. He seemed to be searching for someone. He spent the entire day wandering about, and is now at a small restaurant in the east. Indeed, his appetite is enormous. The man trailed beside Jiang Lu, speaking quickly and quietly as he recounted details about Ace. Listening to these trivial details, the smile on Jiang Lu's face grew even broader. Along the way, they moved swiftly, and within moments they reached the eastern restaurant the man had described. The storefront appeared somewhat sparse, and the interior was plainly visible at a glance. A few scattered patrons sat here and there. Black-haired Ace had his head resting on the table, snoring deeply with a runny nose, while plates beside him were stacked precariously high. "He's asleep." The man reporting the news looked at Ace, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Just moments ago, this fellow had been devouring food with boundless energy. Who would have guessed he'd fall asleep so swiftly? "You may leave," Jiang Lu said with a smile, then walked toward Ace. The man froze, opening his mouth to protest, but Crocodile's hand shoved him outward, while Foxy brandished his pistol with a menacing glare. "Can't you hear? The boss wants you gone." The man's expression shifted from anger to fear, as if remembering something, before he turned and fled. Joker's subordinates were not people to offend. One careless move could cost one's life. Jiang Lu slowly approached the dark-haired, freckled snorer and took a seat across from him. Behind him, Crocodile and Foxy followed. With a subtle gesture from Jiang Lu, the two understood and found their own seats. No one disturbed Ace. For a time, the only sound in the restaurant was his gentle snoring. "Finally meeting you, Ace." Jiang Lu's eyes grew complex as he quietly observed the young man before him. The restaurant was quiet. Behind the counter, the owner curiously observed Jiang Lu, Kulikidar, and the others. Subconsciously, he felt that this group was not to be trifled with. Suddenly, AIC, who had been lying on the table, trembled slightly, and the bubble of snot on his nose burst with a pop sound. "Ah, sorry boss, I fell asleep just now." With sleepy eyes, AIC smiled apologetically and said. The owner did not reply, but when AIC lifted his head, he saw the strange man sitting across from him. After a slight pause, he instinctively nodded in greeting. "Boss, check please." Then he raised his hand and called out to the owner behind the counter. "AIC." At that moment, Jiang Lu spoke with a smile. After a pause, his tone grew heavier as he repeated, "Fire Fist, AIC." Hearing the other call out his name and identity, AIC's eyes narrowed, and he studied the man across from him again. "Who are you?" At the same time, he became wary. On the vast sea, there were plenty who sought to capture powerful individuals to raise their own fame. For a pirate, danger lurked everywhere, and a stranger who knew his identity was undoubtedly the most dangerous. "Jiang Lu." Jiang Lu uttered his name with a smile. "I've been looking for you for a long time." He shook his head with a soft sigh. "The last time I saw you was 20 years ago." Hearing this, AIC was stunned. He was exactly 20 years old. This man had seen him 20 years ago. That meant when he was still a baby. How ridiculous. "Ha ha ha, you sure like to joke. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now." With that, AIC stood up from his seat, his gaze sweeping left and right. One was a strange man in a ghost-face mask wrapped entirely in a cloak, and the other had his right hand posed in a strange gesture aimed at him. Undoubtedly, these two men were in league with the one before him. "AIC, I'm not joking," Jiang Lu said earnestly. As AIC rose, Kulikidar beside him also revealed the golden hook on his left hand. "Sit down, Fire Fist, AIC." A low voice came from beneath the ghost-face mask. At the same time, Fukushi's eyes locked onto AIC, and his right hand suddenly twitched. Virum. The slow beam instantly shot toward AIC. The latter's expression changed, and his eyes grew sharp. He dodged the incoming beam with a flash of movement and lunged straight for Jiang Lu, who was directly in front of him. Capture the leader to defeat the group. These three were together, and the man before him was clearly their leader. But what struck him as odd was that the man's face bore a slight resemblance to his own. Yet AIC was well aware of who his father truly was. At that moment, Kulikidar flashed forward, his left golden hook already reaching AIC's face, clashing heavily with his fist. Bang! AIC's expression flickered, and his other fist ignited with a whoosh of flames. This sight made the restaurant patrons and the owner behind the counter widen their eyes and gasp. The next second, AIC swung his fist, and the flames swelled suddenly. "Fire Fist." He controlled the force, keeping the flame about the size of a basin. But to his shock, the other man swung his other hand, as well colliding with his flames. Bang! Sand flew and flames swept. Before Zhang Lu, sand and fire clashed, sizzling. Who are you? AIC's eyes narrowed as he stared at the man in the ghost face mask, his expression filled with gravity and confusion. Only one of the 7 warlords of the Siku Luokitaer could use the sand fruit. But that man had been defeated by Lu Fei and sent to Tue Jinsheng. So who was this man before him? Even more shocking and daunting was, as the conflict unfolded, the man named Zhang Lu remained seated calmly, his expression unchanging. This indicated an extreme confidence. Sit down and talk, Fire Fist AIC. The mysterious man in the ghost face mask said coldly. At the same time, Fukushi's slow beam came again, striking AIC. Instantly, AIC's pupils contracted, and his entire body froze, his face visibly shifting to shock and disbelief. His time had been delayed. Luokitaer watched in amazement, glancing at Fukushi. This kid was timid, cowardly, and sleazy, but his devil fruit ability was incredibly overpowered. Even if he himself were hit by that beam, he wouldn't fare much better. 30 seconds later, AIC broke free from the slowed state. He took a deep breath, his face solemn as he looked at the trio before him. Who are you people, eh? The mysterious man using the sand fruit, likely Luokitaer, the bizarre fellow with time manipulation abilities, and the ever-seated Zhang Lu. AIC, there's no need to be so guarded and hostile toward us. In this world, I am the only one who would never harm you. Zhang Lu said with a soft smile, then paused briefly before adding. Because we are family. Closer than Neo Gate. AIC was stunned, looking at the man who truly did resemble him. Could he be a long-lost brother? Your name is Boteka CD AIC, right? But soon the man across from him revealed his own identity, making AIC's mouth drop and eyes widen. And my full name. At this point, even Luokitaer listened intently. To many, Zhang Lu was a profound mystery. His origins, his power, his abilities. All were almost unsolved enigmas. Now learning Zhang Lu's identity, even just his full name or surname, stirred excitement within him. Is Boteka CD Zhang Lu. After uttering this short name, AIC was utterly bewildered, while Luokitaer's pupils shrank and a sudden clarity dawned on him. Boteka C. Zhang Lu and Fire Fist AIC shared the same surname. Then were they father and son? The same surname with a gap of exactly 20 years, and AIC being exactly 20. It made perfect sense. Boteka C. AIC took a deep breath, his eyes bright as he looked at the man. Lu Jiao is my sister, Zhang Lu said again. AIC's heart trembled, and his expression became complex. He wouldn't doubt the man's identity because such matters were extremely secretive to him. Few in the world knew his true lineage. Unless it was his family. So you're my uncle, eh? AIC asked solemnly. Zhang Lu smiled and nodded. Yes. I've been looking for you a long time, AIC. Beside him, Luokitaer's expression froze. Not father and son. Uncle and nephew. Then his expression turned strange. The information was overwhelming. He didn't understand. Impossible. Based on his understanding of Zhang Lu, he shouldn't be a man capable of such horrifying acts. I go by my mother's surname. Across from him, Ace, as if sensing Crocodile's gaze, explained with a grim expression. I see, but who is his father? Crocodile was first struck with sudden understanding, then even more perplexed. Having a brother like Zhang Lu in his mind, Ace's father must be no ordinary man. After all, earning the acknowledgement of this man before him was already terrifying enough. Zhang Lu turned his head with a dark expression, and Crocodile's gaze wavered as he looked away. Inside the restaurant, the atmosphere became strangely tense. Ace stared at the man before him, his face a mix of emotions. He wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come. The two should have been familiar, yet this was indeed their first meeting. 20 years ago, I rescued your sister and you from under the Marines' noses. After a long silence, Zhang Lu finally spoke, his tone tinged with complex emotions. Ace was momentarily stunned, listening quietly. He had never known his mother, nor had he ever seen the man before him. Your father before his death entrusted you to Garp, because at that time neither I nor he could have taken care of you anymore. Pausing, Zhang Lu continued. Comparatively speaking, Garp was the more trustworthy person. A look of understanding flashed across Ace's face. His father, his mother, and the man before him. He had rarely heard Garp mention them. All along he had believed they were all dead. What about my mother? Suddenly recalling a point, Ace asked urgently. Zhang Lu fell silent, then after a moment let out a soft sigh. I don't know either. And that is precisely the reason I have been unable to appear in the outside world for these 20 years. A compromise, or rather an agreement under some threat, was based on the safety of Rouge and Ace. This time I came out to find you, to find where Rouge is, and to rescue her. That is one of my goals. Zhang Lu said softly. Ace was stunned, then gritted his teeth and said, Is there anything I can help with? Hearing this, Zhang Lu laughed. Is your target this time Blackbeard Marshal D? Teach. Ace's eyes grew complicated. He had indeed come here with a mission and responsibility, but compared to the task his mother was also very important. That's right, he killed a comrade on the ship by surprise, violating the taboo of the Whitebeard Pirates. I must capture him and bring him back for father's judgment. Zhang Lu chuckled lightly. It seems you get along quite well with the Whitebeard crew. But have you ever considered that in your battle with Marshal D. Teach you might find yourself in a hopeless situation? Ace's pupils contracted, his gaze sharpening. I don't believe that despicable vile scoundrel could be a match for me. He was the commander of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division. How could he possibly lose to a mere Blackbeard? Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. I fought him 20 years ago. I broke his teeth, but still couldn't kill him. Jiang Lu's eyes turned serious as he spoke gravely. That man carries some kind of destiny of this world. In that regard, you are completely different. After a brief pause, Jiang Lu sighed again. Compared to him, every time you survive, it's more like defying fate. If you insist on fighting him, you must be prepared for failure. Ace's eyes turned cold as he stared at the man before him. These words were undoubtedly the last thing he wanted to hear. From the new world to here, he had expended so much energy and time just to capture Blackbeard and take his head. He was only one step away from catching him, and yet this man was trying to stop him. I will never fail, Ace said firmly, his gaze unwavering. How could he possibly lose to a scumbag like that? Oh, is that so? What if I said I would forcibly stop you here? Jiang Lu said with a faint smile, a hint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Then feel free to try. Ace's gaze was sharp, ready for battle. The man before him claimed to be his uncle, which might be true, but could also be a deception. But more importantly, the man's inexplicable attempt to stop him from capturing Blackbeard made Ace deeply uncomfortable. You are quite confident in your own strength. Jiang Lu shook his head with a smile, slowly rising to his feet. Then let me see how much spirit you have now. As he spoke, the next moment his eyes suddenly widened. Boom. A wave of air rippled through the entire restaurant, and a domineering aura erupted outward. Those affected, the bartender at the counter and others, all had their eyes roll back, losing consciousness, and collapsed limply. Ace's black hair stirred without wind. The terrifyingly domineering aura pinned him in place, his movements stiff, as if unable to act. Show me your skill, Ace. Let me see how much you've grown under Whitebeard. Jiang Lu said calmly, extending one hand slowly forward. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Flames erupted and flickered rapidly over Ace's body in an instant, enveloping him entirely, leaving only his sharp eyes visible on his face. I don't care who you are, or what your purpose is for claiming to be my uncle and appearing before me, but stopping me from capturing Blackbeard. Are you connected to that bastard? The flames churned and swirled rapidly, forming a vortex around Ace's body, then roared and surged all toward his fist. Don't you believe me? Jiang Lu smiled. The next second, Ace swung his right fist, flames billowing, transforming into the shape of a fist. Fire fist. With a loud shout, his fist, wrapped in a massive flame, crashed toward Jiang Lu, who was right in front of him. I really despise your father. He set a terrible example for you. As the cold words rang out, Ace's whole body trembled, and he added more force to his swinging fist. He knew which father the man was referring to. This also meant that the man before him was very likely his uncle. After all, these extremely confidential matters were not something an outsider could know. Bang! The next second, flames surged, and a palm firmly gripped his fist. Ace's pupils contracted. All the flames vanished in an instant, as if his ability had failed. Your strength is still far from enough. Ace. Right in front of him, Jiang Lu said calmly. What the hell? Ace's expression drastically changed, but before he could finish, a powerful force surged forth, grabbing his fist and hurling him away. Boom. A series of wooden racks, flagpoles, and buildings along the street were shattered in an instant. Ace scrambled to his feet with a grim expression, his eyes fixed on the restaurant entrance. Jiang Lu stepped out of the restaurant, his eyes locked on Ace. I have no reason to deceive you, Ace. I just don't want to see you walk into danger like this. His calm voice echoed through the street. Ace's expression shifted, and he suddenly thrust out both hands, forming a pistol shape, and fired at Jiang Lu. Fire gun. In an instant, flames like bullets shot toward Jiang Lu. The latter raised his hand and waved it forward, effortlessly sweeping the flame bullets aside like dust which struck a wall and burst into a few sparks. Don't bother me with childish tricks, Ace. I just want to have a proper talk with you. Ace's eyes narrowed and he sneered. Who wants to chat with you? I have important matters to attend to. Jiang Lu paused for a moment, then shook his head with a sigh. Your obsession with Marshal D. Teach really runs deep, doesn't it? That bastard killed my comrade. Ace gritted his teeth and roared. A moment of hot blood doesn't decide the outcome of a war. Anger will cloud your judgment and lead you to defeat. Jiang Lu said calmly. None of your business. I've never seen you this so-called uncle of mine in 20 years. Ace sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Then he suddenly sprinted forward, his hands behind his back. With a crackling sound, he grasped two flames, shaping them like spears. Clatter. Rapid footsteps echoed, and in the blink of an eye he was already 10 meters from Jiang Lu. Ace gripped the two flaming spears, let out a low growl, and hurled them with all his might. Sacred fire, unknown fire. The spears spun as they shot forward, reaching Jiang Lu in an instant at incredible speed. The latter's eyes flashed, and he extended his hands. Bang! The next second, he caught the flying spears firmly in his hands, halting their advance. Ace's entire body trembled, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? The man had caught his flaming spear attack with his bare hands. Then the flaming spears visibly vanished before his eyes as if they had never existed. It's useless, Ace. Your attacks are far too slow for me, Jiang Lu said calmly. Who the hell are you? Ace roared, flames erupting around him, once more swirling about his body, the scorching heat raising the temperature of the entire street. Then he raised his arm and swept it forward. Flame Emperor. A massive wave of flames surged toward Jiang Lu, who stood just inches away. I told you. My name is Porkasti. Jiang Lu. I'm your uncle. From within the flames, Jiang Lu's voice emerged softly. The next moment he stepped out of the fire and with another stride stood directly in front of Ace. Who believes you? Ace roared, his fist wreathed in flames swinging toward the man before him. The latter did not dodge or evade. He simply raised his hand coated with armament hockey and caught the flames, accurately grasping Ace's fist once more. At the same time, a tremendous force surged, so overwhelming that Ace's body was momentarily uncontrollable, dragged off the ground by the man's pull. Then bang! Ace's body was swung around and slammed heavily onto the ground. Calm down, Ace. If you attack me again, I won't be so gentle, Jiang Lu said flatly. Lying spread-eagled on the ground, Ace ached all over, but what shocked him more was the terrifying strength of this man. Flame Command. After 3 breaths, Ace, still on the ground, let out another roar. Flames spun around him and surged toward Jiang Lu. But it was useless. The man merely uttered 2 words. Return. The flames vanished, his body shuddered, and the continuous eruption of fire was cut off abruptly. Ace's fire had fizzled out. Now are you willing to have a proper talk with me? Jiang Lu looked down at the young man, clearly shaken. All right. Ace lay on the ground in silence for a while before finally uttering a single word. What choice did he have? This man before him possessed uncanny abilities and unfathomable strength. He had exhausted all his power and couldn't defeat him. Yet oddly enough, the man seemed to harbor no ill will. If you refuse to listen to me and stop chasing Blackbeard, I won't force you. Even if you plunge into danger, I'll personally pull you out again. Jiang Lu smiled gently. So let's talk about your experiences over the years. Ace was taken aback. He looked up at the man and a hint of softness entered his expression. The two then found a quiet spot and chatted leisurely. They talked about Jiang Lu's past, Ace's growth, and through the night's conversation, Ace came to fully believe that this man who had suddenly appeared was indeed his own uncle. Many details were known only to close kin, and the faint blood connection between them further convinced him. Teach has violated the Whitebeard Pirates taboo, and I must capture him. My dream is to make Whitebeard the Pirate King. Facing the full moon hanging over the sea, Ace declared firmly. Is that so? What a wonderful dream, Jiang Lu murmured. But he knew well that if he didn't intervene, Ace would soon be defeated in his battle against Blackbeard. Then the paramount war. At that point, Whitebeard dreams. Everything would become relics of the past. At dawn the next day, Ace set off. I'm in a hurry, uncle. Take good care of my Viver card. We'll meet again. Standing on his small boat, Ace waved goodbye with a smile. Jiang Lu waved back with a smile. Take care, Ace. Behind him, 2 figures approached. On the left, Crocodile wearing a mask with a ghostly face spoke calmly. You're certain he'll lose to Marshal D. Teach, yet you let him go. He paused, his eyes narrowing. You don't strike me as someone who acts without purpose. Jiang Lu's smile remained. Yes, Ace will lose, and lose badly. Crocodile's eyes narrowed. Then why didn't you stop him? I tried but failed. Pushing too hard between family only creates distance and widens the rift. Only through experience will he understand. Since persuasion didn't work, I'll go with the flow. Jiang Lu smiled, gently, his gaze deep as he looked at the sea ahead. Besides, I do need his defeat to trigger that war. War? Crocodile was stunned. He did not understand the meaning behind Jiang Lu's words, but the other party clearly had no intention of explaining further. Half an hour later, the warship and the Foxy set sail. Meeting with Ace finally fulfilled a wish that Jiang Lu had carried since escaping, impelled down, leaving him in a pleasant mood. As for Ruby's whereabouts, standing at the bow, Jiang Lu's eyes flickered. He naturally could not investigate it himself. The ones most likely to know information about Ruby were undoubtedly Sengoku and his group. However, directly asking would clearly not make them foolishly tell him. He had already handed this matter over to Doflamingo to handle. As one of the 7 warlords known as the Heavenly Demon, his ambition and capabilities were astonishing, and he had long ago planted spies within the Marines. Perhaps he would receive news soon. Then the next goal is... Slowly raising his head, Jiang Lu looked toward the sky. The Espada numbering had been discontinued for 20 years, and many numbered individuals had already passed away, such as Hiraka Seiji. Furthermore, the original Espada were already insufficient in number. Leaving him impelled down, this time selecting new Espada members to further expand the power of Las Noches was his goal. Just wait, it won't be long. The day we step onto the world stage again. Muttering softly, Jiang Lu's gaze flickered. Gather a batch of the most promising individuals in this world, restore Las Noches, and then thoroughly shake up and reshape this world. People are born to accomplish great things, aren't they? Where Jiang Lu stands is his era. Eras are never used to describe people. Rather, it is people who define eras. Like the GOLD, Roger era, or the Whitebeard era. This ocean is selfish, belonging only to a select few. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. The warship and the Foxy were approaching Reverse Mountain. The boss said the next destination is Skypea, But how are we supposed to get to Skypea? The crew members were discussing heatedly. This was indeed a difficult question that stumped everyone. Given their knowledge and imagination, they could not fathom how a ship could ascend 10,000 meters into the sky. The most direct yet dangerous method is to ride the updraft sea current in the nearby waters. But we may have missed the optimal timing. Jiang Lu spoke softly. When he left, the Straw Hat crew had just arrived at Reverse Mountain. Based on the timeline, it should have already reached the time for them to ride the updraft current upward. The updraft sea current. Crocodile paused, his expression turning grave. That is a natural disaster known as the monster current. If it sweeps over a ship, the survival rate is extremely low. Jiang Lu smiled slightly. Any adventure carries risks, doesn't it? As they approached the waters around Reverse Mountain, they indeed saw a massive updraft sea current shooting straight into the sky, like a spiral bridge leading to the dark clouds above. Dark clouds churned overhead, heavy rain poured down, and massive lightning flashed between the clouds. The scene was magnificent. Foxy had sharp eyes, and he quickly spotted a winged ship on that enormous updraft current. Wait, is that a ship, eh? There really is a ship riding the updraft current straight into the sky. This is insane. The others on board were immediately stunned. They all gazed toward the updraft current, faintly able to see a ship with a sheep figurehead speeding upward along the airflow. Jiang Lu also looked up at the scene, a smile playing on his lips. It's the Straw Hat crew, Crocodile said in a grave tone. Everyone looked up at the sky. The updraft current was terrifying, sweeping through the surrounding waters. Waves surged, and the sea rose and fell continuously. The spiral vortex rotated slowly, bubbles churning in the seawater, a truly alarming sight. The sky was overcast, thunder rumbling continuously. Look, not far ahead, someone is actually sailing such a crude boat. Hamburg, whose body had already recovered, exclaimed loudly, pointing at the pirate ship bobbing endlessly in the waves. You've got to be kidding, a boat like that is a pirate ship, eh? And one powered entirely by oars. That guy must have an incredibly powerful physique. The crew members aboard the Foxy cried out. Following their gaze, Jiang Lu quickly spotted a pirate vessel constructed from 4 logs with a pirate flag suspended in the middle. The hull was quite crude. It hardly qualified as a proper ship, or a raft would be more accurate. Yet this vessel and its occupants caused Jiang Lu's eyes to narrow. Blackbeard Pirates. The group appearing before his eyes was precisely the Blackbeard Pirates, led by Marshal D. Teach. Marshal D. Teach. Jiang Lu murmured softly. So he's Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Upon hearing this, Crocodile looked ahead. Soon he noticed the towering figure standing at the bow with wild black hair and missing teeth. That guy. At a single glance, Crocodile subtly sensed the danger emanating from him. A man daring to navigate such treacherous seas in a vessel this crude was extraordinary. Bring us alongside. Without any hesitation, Jiang Lu issued his command. Marshal D. Teach was absolutely a dangerous individual. He had spent 20 years lying in wait within the Whitebeard Pirates for a single devil fruit, concealing his true strength. Such a person was a natural-born warlord. Even now, after having crossed blades with Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, his reputation remained obscure. Nobody of ordinary means could gauge the full extent of his power. I never expected the target Fire Fist Ace had been desperately seeking to appear right before our eyes. Crocodile chuckled softly. He is dangerous, Jiang Lu stated gravely. Hearing this, Crocodile's smile faded. Meanwhile, on the crude pirate vessel. Captain, do you see him? That man you hold such fear of, Buggy remarked with a grin, rowing with both hands. Of course I see him. I never expected fate to be so kind, allowing us to encounter him under these circumstances. Marshal D. Teach's eyes flickered, a shadow of gloom gathering. Let me repay the captain's grievance with this shot. Behind him, Van Ose's hand moved, and his spear weapon Chikaku was already positioned, his gaze fixed on the man standing at the bow of the warship. This is destiny. Without any hesitation, his finger pulled the trigger. He was fully confident that no one could dodge a shot once he had taken aim. Bang! The muffled gunshot echoed briefly, but was soon swallowed by the surging waves. In this environment, the accuracy of this shot is even higher. 100% chance of hitting, Van Ose thought to himself. But this shot also attracted the attention of the Blackbeard ahead. He whirled around and roared no. When he saw the smoke rising from the barrel, his expression turned ghastly. We're in deep trouble now. Fan Oka remained calm, maintaining his aim, with the rifle still watching the man at the bow through his lenses. He was confident in the precision of this shot. It would surely hit its mark. A bullet to the forehead meant certain death. Captain, this shot is guaranteed to hit. The sea wind is strong, so the bullet will be delayed, but soon you will see him fall. The calm voice emanated from Fan Oka's lips. Yet Blackbeard still wore a grim expression, even clenching his fists nervously. All members of the Blackbeard Pirates on the raft fixed their gazes on the warship ahead, waiting for the result. Suddenly they saw the man at the bow sway his head and fall backward. Hit! Fan Oka's eyes flickered. Through his lenses, he clearly saw a blood hole appear in the man's forehead, even the splatter of blood vividly visible. He lowered his gun and looked at his captain with a smile. It's done, Captain. You can rest easy now. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his other companions let out gasps of surprise. Quick, turn the raft around, get out of here now. Marshal D. Teach shouted, turning his head, his face ashen. Burgess was stunned, then began paddling frantically, his arms spinning like a fan. The already battered raft, battered by the rushing air current, now swayed wildly, as if it would fall apart at any moment. Sengoku looked bewildered. He stared at the warship ahead. The man he had shot in the forehead no longer had a blood hole. His swaying head had lifted again, and he was staring at Sengoku with icy eyes. Even from such a great distance, Sengoku felt his blood run cold and his breath stop. He couldn't believe how anyone could survive a bullet to the forehead. That bastard is unkillable, Sengoku. Next time don't act on your own. Blackbeard's gloomy voice echoed. You'll put us all in danger. Sengoku's eyes were grave as he continued to watch the man on the warship, nodding slightly. He sensed the man's strangeness. The bullet had pierced his forehead, yet within a mere second or two, it had healed completely. Just then, through his lenses, the man suddenly raised his hand. Between his thumb and forefinger, he held a lead bullet, aiming it at Sengoku. Sengoku's expression shifted. He recognized it as the bullet from his long rifle. Now it's your turn, the man murmured, his lips barely moving. The next moment, the pinched bullet shot out with explosive force. Sengoku's face drained of color. He even saw ripples in the air around the bullet as it was flicked. This meant the bullet's speed exceeded that of when it left his own gun barrel. How immense must the finger strength be to achieve such a feat? A crisp whistling sound rang in their ears. Marshal D. Teach heard it, and so did all the Blackbeard pirates. Their expressions changed drastically, and they turned abruptly. The moment they turned, they saw the bullet pierce through Sengoku's shoulder and then strike the mast behind him. The mast exploded directly, and the flagpole bearing the skull and crossbones flag snapped and toppled over. The sheer force of the penetrating bullet flung Sengoku's entire body backward for 5 or 6 meters before he fell with a thud onto the deck. Damn it! Blackbeard growled. Others rushed to check on Sengoku. His blood quickly soaked his shoulder, blood trickled from his lips, and his face was pale and motionless. His eyes were filled with shock, disbelief, and terror. Captain! Just then Burgess let out a roar. He's coming. At those 3 words, every member of the Blackbeard pirates trembled violently and turned to look at the opposing warship. Jiang Lu was walking through the air, each step forming a vortex beneath his feet, striding rapidly toward them. He's walking on empty air. Marshal D. Teach's face darkened and he roared. Row Burgess with all your strength. Fighting him on this sea would mean total annihilation. Aye, Captain. Burgess bellowed, his arms whirling like a cyclone. The raft made of logs shot forward like an arrow across the undulating sea. Jiang Lu strode forward, his expression icy as he looked down at the raft, fleeing in panic. Even he had to admit that this crew had some skill. To propel a raft at such speed required terrifying strength and stamina. His right hand moved slightly, and in the next second it rested on the hilt of his sword. Then with a sharp ring, a slender jet-black blade appeared in the air. Since you attacked me, you should be prepared to bear the consequences. Jiang Lu spoke coldly. As his words fell, he swung his longsword. The void trembled, and an arc-shaped slash burst forth, expanding to dozens of meters after 5 or 6 meters. Within 2 or 3 breaths, the slash erupted with a purple-red glow and struck the sea surface. A sharp sword song echoed through the air. The waves were split apart, a chasm carved across the sea. And the slash surged onward undiminished, racing toward the raft of Blackbeard and his crew. Is this a joke? He cleaved the sea itself. We can't dodge it. Panic erupted on Blackbeard's ship as they faced Jiang Lu's strike. This is nothing. You haven't seen him at his strongest. Blackbeard shouted. Think of a way to escape. I don't want to meet him on this sea and fight to the death. Burgess paddled the raft with all his might, his muscles bulging, sweat pouring, his breathing like thunder. But no matter how hard he tried, the slash behind them closed in relentlessly. Finally, with a thunderous roar, the raft was split in 2. Marshal D. Teach, standing at the center, shuddered, blood gushing from his body, and he screamed in agony. Captain! Teach! Burgess, Q, Lafitte, Sengoku. All of them cried out in shock. In the next instant, the sea-churned waves surged and engulfed the entire vessel. The Blackbeard pirates were swallowed by the sea, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Jiang Lu stood in midair, sheathing his long sword, looking down at the sea. After a long moment, he turned and left. You struck him. Back on the ship, Crocodile said in a low voice. That bastard's tough. He won't die. We'll meet again. Jiang Lu's eyes flickered as he spoke softly. Then he raised his head and gazed at the dark clouds above. The turbulent air current had dissipated, a torrential rain poured down, and the sea gradually calmed. But next he had to think about how to reach Skypea. Undoubtedly this was a very troublesome matter. About 3 hours passed. Waves crashed, and 5 people were spat onto the sandy beach of an unnamed island, their bright red blood quickly staining the ground. Captain, wake up. Sengoku, are you still alive? The Blackbeard crew who had encountered Jiang Lu and fired the first shot were experiencing their most chaotic moment. Bajis frantically moved around the 2 men, sweat beads continuously dripping from his chin. Ship doctor, hurry. Rafet also shouted anxiously. Rest assured, the captain and Sengoku are both favored by fate. Their value is significant. They will not die so easily. The ailing Dr. Q slowly examined both men's injuries, then coughed twice before speaking. Immediately after, Marshal D. Teach, who had been lying there all along, suddenly opened his eyes and emitted a series of screams. Ah, the pain, the pain. Crying out Marshal D. Teach trembled all over, pulling open his clothes to reveal a clear knife wound extending from just below his neck down to his abdomen. Flesh split open, blood gushing out. Aya! Blackbeard continued screaming, but then suddenly bit his teeth together hard. Dark water. Pitch black mist boiled out rapidly, then in a blink transformed into flames. The knife wound around his body flickered and swayed constantly. And with the appearance of darkness, the knife wound and scars on Blackbeard's body rapidly vanished. But at the same time, the screams from his mouth grew even louder. After a full half, while the screams gradually subsided, Blackbeard rolled over, propping himself up with both hands on the sandy beach, gasping heavily, sweat dripping from his head. Ho 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 ho. I was just a step away from being killed. His face twisted into a ferocious expression as he spoke. Damn it. That guy. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with nothing but rage. I will absolutely not forgive him. Then swaying his body, he slowly stood up. His face was pale and covered in sweat, looking as though he were completely collapsed. How is Van Oka? Turning his head, Blackbeard said coldly. Van Oka, lying beside him, was already in a complete coma, unconscious, with his shoulder a mess of flesh and blood. Cough, cough, cough. Captain, rest assured he will not die. For you or for our crew, his value is great enough, so he is fortunate. Pausing, Dr. Q grinned. But if that wound had been slightly lower, he would have certainly died. Did he dodge it himself? That man would not make such a mistake. As he spoke, a glint flashed in Dr. Q's eyes. Take a brief rest, then leave this place immediately. Under these circumstances, if we encounter that man again, we are completely finished. Taking a deep breath, Blackbeard spoke in a grave tone. The others exchanged glances and silently nodded. Bajis hoisted the unconscious Van Oka onto his back and walked toward the town on the island. At this moment, they finally understood why their captain feared that man so deeply. Just the force of a finger flick made bullets more powerful than cannonballs. That single slash split the sea surface itself, leaving them no way to evade striking directly at the captain's body. It could be said that encountering that person was undoubtedly the greatest crisis the Whitebeard Pirates had ever faced. At the same time, behind Magellan Town, Van Brul Kulik was gripping the shore with both hands, swimming out of the sea, then dragging his heavy steps toward his home. But when he arrived in front of his house, his steps suddenly stopped. He focused his eyes on the strange group before him. Who are you? Kulik frowned and asked in a deep voice. The leader was a man with black hair, a sword at his waist, wearing loose black robes. The man beside him was completely shrouded in a cloak, wearing a ghost mask. As for the others, they also looked quite roguelike. Van Brul, Kulik, have you forgotten? 20 years ago we once sat here discussing whether the Sky Island exists. Zhang Lu laughed and spoke aloud. Hearing this, Kulik was stunned. Then he stared at the man before him, feeling increasingly familiar. Suddenly his whole body trembled. Zhang Lu. You are Zhang Lu, that naval officer from back then. He remembered. One day 20 years ago he saw a strange naval officer walking on the sea surface, coming from afar and arriving at his doorstep. That scene amazed him. Yes, he witnessed it with his own eyes, seeing the other person step and run on the sea surface, as if walking on level ground, riding the wind and waves coming from an unknown place. But that bizarre sight deeply shook him, leaving an indelible impression. Then the man came to his side, saying he wanted a drink of water, and told him his purpose. I am pursuing the Roger Pirates. I heard their next destination is the Sky Island. You are Rolento's descendant. Then can you tell me how to reach the Sky Island? After finishing a glass of water, that man stood with his back to the sunlight, grinning broadly. Whether it was walking on the sea pursuing Roger or the topic of the Sky Island, all of these made the young Kulik feel deeply interested in the Navy. So that night they sat together and talked for a long time. About the Sky Island, about the world, about the lost gold country. He had always suspected the gold country had sunk, while the Navy insisted the ancient Sunda people had been swept 10,000 meters into the sky. His thoughts slowly returned from memories to reality as Kulik looked at the man before him. 20 years have passed, yet you remain as young as back then. His words carried astonishment, but also obvious warmth. Reuniting with an old friend was indeed a joyous occasion. He strode forward, and Zhang Lu also approached. Then their two large hands grasped each other tightly. You actually look much older. Kulik shook his head. Back then you seem to have forgotten to tell me the answer to the riddle. Something unexpected occurred, delaying it for 20 years. Now I will tell you the answer. After a pause, Zhang Lu stared seriously at the man before him, took a slight breath, and spoke in a deep voice. The Sky Island does exist. I witnessed everything with my own eyes. The legendary gold country, the Sunda people, all live on the Sky Island now. Kulik fell silent, and after a long while he shook his head and sighed lightly. Is that so? Zhang Lu was slightly stunned, and suddenly understood that mere words like these held no real persuasiveness. This old friend was merely offering comfort to himself. This time I came to ask you, is there any other way to reach the Sky Island? Zhang Lu asked again. Regarding the Sky Island, this old friend was clearly an expert, so after thinking hard, without finding any method, he had come to visit him. You want to go to the Sky Island again? What for this time? Kulik asked in a deep voice. There is someone on the Sky Island I admire, and I wish to invite them to join my crew. Jiang Lu smiled. Is that so? Looking up, Kulik glanced at the people behind Jiang Lu. It has been 20 years, you have changed considerably. Then he gently shook his head. Originally, there was a massive upward air current strong enough to send a ship into the cloud sea 10,000 meters above. But you have already missed it. The Straw Hat crew recently used it to ascend. It remains unclear whether they are alive or dead. Hearing this, Jiang Lu sighed lightly. Is that so? Then it seems there is no other way. Kulik then looked up. Can you no longer use the method you used to reach the island 20 years ago? But after saying this, he shook his head again, looking at the people behind him. I nearly forgot, this time you are not alone. If you can wait, it seems in this sea area another upward ocean current will rise soon. But I cannot be certain whether it will occur. Was it the method from 20 years ago? Jiang Lu's eyes brightened slightly, his expression turning thoughtful. If there truly were no other way, he would have to rely on the same approach he had taken to ascend to the Sky Island 2 decades prior. Then let us wait a little longer. The group decided to remain at Kuroik's place for now. Compared to the method of island ascent from 20 years ago, he was far more willing to endure the surge of the erupting sea current. Compared to the last eruption of the rising sea current, my predictions for the next one may not be entirely accurate. After all, time has been short. If anything goes wrong, I ask for your understanding. Kuroik shook his head and said, it doesn't matter. If driven to desperation, I will have no choice but to use the old method to ascend. Jiang Lu smiled and replied. Crocodile Foxy and the others were filled with curiosity. What exactly was this method that even their own captain was unwilling to use? Days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Every day Kuroik would dive beneath the waves, both in search of evidence that Gold Country had once existed and to remeasure and calculate the timing of the next rising current. When he climbed out of the seawater once more and saw Jiang Lu, he shook his head. I still cannot make a precise prediction. But regardless of intensity or range, it is afraid to be incomparable to the last time. Hearing this, Jiang Lu felt a touch of disappointment. To reach the Sky Island surging from the vast ocean upward into the white sea 10,000 meters high, the intensity of the erupting sea current was undoubtedly a critical factor. If the strength were insufficient and the current dissipated halfway, the entire crew would likely plummet downward, shattered into pieces upon impact. You still need to prepare yourself for using the old method. Kuroik said. It seems there is no other way, but let us wait a little longer, Jiang Lu replied helplessly. It was not that he was unwilling to do so, but that method placed an enormous test upon one's physical stamina, mental energy, and raw strength. Another day passed. On that very day, the sunlight was dazzling, and the group was lazily basking in the sun, waiting. Suddenly from high above came a crisp, soul-shaking bell toll. Dong! The very next moment, sunlight broke through the clouds, shining with blinding brilliance. What was that sound? How could a bell suddenly ring, and it seems to be coming from the cloud layer directly overhead? Could it be coming from the Sky Island? Can humans truly survive 10,000 meters above the sea? Foxy and the crew were roused from their slumber, calling out in disbelief. Meanwhile, Kuroik, who stood on the shore gazing at the sea surface and observing the currents, shuddered suddenly and looked sharply up at the sky. Faintly, as if through a haze, he seemed to catch a flash of golden light shimmering between the clouds. Dong! 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 The bell echoed repeatedly, each resonance rippling through the high sky, reaching every soul upon the ocean below. At that moment, countless people looked upward, their faces filled with bewilderment. The bell of Shandora. Jiang Lu approached Kuroik's side and spoke softly. Kuroik shuddered slowly, turning his head toward Jiang Lu. Before he realized that his eyes were already brimming with tears, 2 streams rolling down his cheeks. So everything you said, it was all true. You never deceived me. Jiang Lu gazed at the tear-streaked face before him and nodded with a smile. Of course I did not deceive you. I witnessed it all with my own eyes. He paused, his voice growing faint and distant. And there I left behind proof of my visit. Kuroik wanted to laugh, but what escaped his lips was a sob. For hundreds of years, generation after generation had searched endlessly, hoping to prove that their ancestor Wapol Roland had not spoken falsely, to clear the grievance of the past. Finally, on this very day, everything was confirmed. The ancient island of Jaya, the Gold Country, Shandora, both were truly real. They had not been buried beneath the ocean floor, but were instead swept upward to a mysterious Sky Island 10,000 meters above. I must depart now, Kuroik. With that, Jiang Lu turned and walked away. The ringing of Shandora's golden bell also meant that the Straw Hat Boy Luffy, having exploited his protagonist's advantage, had already defeated the God Enel. If he delayed any longer, that man who yearned for the infinite lands would likely board the Ark Maxim and make his way to the moon itself. By then, recruiting him would hardly be easy. Everyone aboard. Assemble on the Foxy. Shouting to the stunned crew members still standing idle, Jiang Lu led the way toward the Foxy. Stop gawking. It's time to set sail. Foxy was the first to snap out of his daze, immediately roaring the order. Half an hour later, the Foxy was already crowded with people. Jiang Lu stood on the shore looking at the people aboard, his eyes gleaming with thought. Compared to his own warship, the Foxy could undoubtedly carry more people and was equally heavier and larger. But at this point, he had no other choice. He could only use the method from 20 years ago to ascend to the Sky Island. From now on, hold on to whatever is nearest to you. The journey to the Sky Island may be rather bumpy. Jiang Lu grinned slightly and spoke aloud. Everyone was filled with boundless curiosity, unable to imagine what method their captain would use to reach the Sky Island 10,000 meters above. Then they watched as Jiang Lu leaped from the shore and splashed into the seawater. Not far away, Kuroik composed himself, his hand trembling as he lit a cigarette for himself. Is the scene from 20 years ago about to repeat itself? Ascending to a Sky Island 10,000 meters high with nothing but flesh and blood. In a quivering voice, Kuroik spoke these words. Whether it was because his excited emotions had not yet calmed, or because of the breathtaking spectacle about to unfold, he could not tell. Suddenly at that very moment the sea surface convulsed violently. Powerful air currents swelled upward and vast stretches of seawater twisted and surged toward the sky, sending plumes of spray into the air. The Foxy shuddered violently. Bang! A tremendous vibration erupted from beneath the sea, and in an instant the water exploded outward, causing everyone aboard the Foxy to pale. Soon they realized that their massive vessel beneath their feet had lifted completely off the sea surface, and was now rising toward the heavens at tremendous speed. Bang! 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 A continuous series of impacts rang out from beneath the hull. Concentric ripples spread outward from below the ship, and the swelling air currents formed ring after ring of compressed gas. Our captain is below, pulling the ship upward. Good heavens, what immense strength is required for this. Wait. Surely this is a joke. He intends to drag us all the way up to the Sky Island like this. The crew aboard erupted into chaos. Crocodile pressed himself against the ship's rail, peering downward. Ring after ring of ripples spread outward and massive annular air currents continued to expand. It was clearly visible Jiang Lu was stomping upon the air with both feet, while gripping the Foxy with both hands, ascending steadily. Bang! The air vibrated. Each stomp of Jiang Lu's feet against the empty space generated tremendous impact force, and the Foxy rose rapidly. Almost every 1 or 2 seconds his feet would strike the void once more, creating extraordinary upward thrust. On the shore, Kuroik looked upward at this magnificent spectacle, his expression complicated. I cannot imagine how powerful you truly are. No wonder you became renowned across the world 20 years ago. Jiang Lu's actions were undoubtedly stunning. Dragging a ship with his bare hands, relying solely on physical strength, he was forcefully ascending toward the Sky Island. Such an act was a grueling trial of physical stamina, mental fortitude, and sheer willpower. Even the greatest powerhouses in this world might not accomplish such a feat. Bang 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 bang. Cyclones erupted from beneath his feet as the Fukushi shot upward, rushing toward the sea of clouds 10,000 meters above. In Kuriku's eyes, Jiang Lu and the ship together soon shrank into a mere black, then became the size of a bird before vanishing entirely from sight. If he can't hold on, the ship will be destroyed, and he will perish, he muttered, helplessly, able to do nothing but silently pray for his old friend. Meanwhile, in the new world, a ship was slowly making its way toward Dressrosa. Suddenly, a deep din mushy call rang out. It took a full half-minute before a hand finally reached out to answer. Yet at first no one spoke, and the connected din mushy remained eerily silent. Very well, Joker. After approximately 10 heartbeats, a deep voice came through. Bahaha. What have you discovered regarding the matter I tasked you with? Doflamingo's laughter echoed, carrying an edge of seriousness and gravity. Though I do not understand why you would have me investigate such a matter. That woman's information is equally highly classified to the Marine headquarters. It appears faintly to be connected to something even more significant. The voice from the din mushy on the other end was heavy. Virgo, I only need results. This mission must be accomplished, no matter the cost. Doflamingo spoke coldly. Understood. I have roughly located where the target is, but the next phase requires your support. Virgo said solemnly. What kind of support? Personnel, funds, supplies. I will do everything in my power to assist. But you must ensure that woman's absolute safety. A gleam flashed across Doflamingo's sunglasses as he grinned. Good, there is news. This way I can also give Uncle Jiang Lu an explanation. I will send you a list shortly. It requires enormous sums of money and may even necessitate mobilizing your influence within the world government and the Marines. Replacing the guards around the target with our own people. This will be troublesome to execute. Virgo's voice was grave and stern. Understood, go ahead and do it. After this is done, Virgo, you might even be able to retire. Doflamingo cracked a joke. I only wish to return to your side and serve you. Virgo said calmly. Is that so? After a brief silence, Doflamingo nodded. As you wish. Soon after, the din mushy was hung up and Doflamingo sat there in silence. He had become number 3, inheriting his father's designation, and possessed power surpassing all that came before. For him, this was undoubtedly an excellent situation. Profound strength was the foundation that guaranteed everything. Bahaha. These seas will soon plunge into chaos. The 4 emperors, the Marines, the world government. Which faction will claim ultimate victory? How thrilling. Pausing briefly, the light in Doflamingo's sunglasses flashed. But my choice will never be wrong. Above the town of Magu, Sweat beaded on Jiang Lu's body as his feet trod upon empty air and his hands emitted creaking sounds from the strain. Dragging the Fukushi and utilizing the moon step technique of the six powers to forcibly burst into the Sky Island was an utterly brutal method, simple and direct, yet equally a tremendous trial for him. 20 years prior, he had tried such a method. Upon reaching the Sky Island that day, his entire body ached, and he was utterly exhausted. Now barely halfway through, his body was already on the verge of collapse. There's no choice then. Relying solely on physical strength is insufficient. With a soft sigh, Jiang Lu's eyes snapped open sharply. Gate of opening, gate of healing, gate of life, gate of strength, gate of power, gate of wonder. Open. In an instant, 6 of the 8 inner gates flared to life. A green aura enveloped his entire body, and even his facial features grew fierce and terrifying. An even more magnificent explosive power surged forth from the depths of his body, causing Jiang Lu's condition to instantly return to its peak. Boom. Both feet slammed violently against the void, and he and the Fukushi became a streak of light rapidly shooting toward the higher skies. Speed increased dramatically in an instant. Hours later, Jiang Lu dragged the massive Fukushi through the cloud layer, breaking past the 10,000-meter white sea. The scenery before his eyes suddenly transformed, revealing a vast, white, boundless world. Is this the White Sea? Everyone on the ship was utterly shocked. Before their eyes stretched endless, magnificent white cloud seas with rare and miraculous fish occasionally leaping from the cloud sea. We have arrived. Now it's time to attend to serious matters. At this moment, Jiang Lu climbed aboard the ship, breathing heavily. Dragging the vessel to 10,000 meters above had depleted his physical stamina, mental energy, and willpower, an expenditure far greater than any battle. Sitting cross-legged upon the bed, Jiang Lu's heart pounded fiercely as he continued to gasp for breath. He was utterly exhausted. Even with the 8 gates open, the toll on his body, energy, and vitality remained immense. This was undoubtedly a tremendous challenge, yet the results were striking. As he rested and his breathing gradually stabilized, a massive surge of energy welled up from the depths of his body, rapidly strengthening his already formidable physique. The body-tempering art obtained through evolution is truly powerful. Half an hour later, feeling the strength within his body, Jiang Lu murmured in quiet admiration. Every physical trial he endured would yield fruits amplified hundreds or thousands of times over. Though the effect would diminish as his body grew stronger, this was already more than sufficient. This was precisely why his body had become as monstrously powerful as it was today. Following Jiang Lu's guidance, the Fukushi set course toward the Sky Island. His objective was clear. The ship would pass Angel Island, traverse the White River, and head directly toward the God's Island. There is actually an island here. Is this Shangri, the Golden City that Mr. Kuriku spoke of? Boss said this island was thrust 10,000 meters into the sky by impact airflow. It's truly unimaginable. What magnitude of airflow could accomplish such a thing? Everyone observed their surroundings, marveling aloud. And who exactly are you seeking here? Crocodile asked in a low voice. Jiang Lu gazed ahead, a faint smile gracing his lips. Crocodile's eyes narrowed slightly, and he abruptly lifted his head, repeating the words with gravity. A god. God of Thunder, Ainalu. A Logia-type ability user who consumed the Thunder fruit, capable of commanding thunder and possessing a series of extraordinary abilities. The Thunder fruit is known as one of the most offensively powerful Logia-type fruits. Beyond controlling thunder, his body transforms into electricity, rendering most physical and energy attacks ineffective. He can also turn into lightning and hide within conductors such as metal. Transforming into lightning, he moves swiftly through electric fields, using electromagnetic waves to enhance the range of his observation haki. He can also serve as a power source for ships. It can be said that in the Grand Line, Ainalu is undoubtedly a formidable powerhouse. Even if his abilities were placed in the New World, his strength should not be underestimated. However, early on he encountered Lu Fei, a fellow with the protagonist's halo, and suffered a crushing defeat. And at this moment, it is precisely the time of Ainalu's greatest disappointment, loss, and dejection after his defeat. If Jiang Lu can find him at this time and extend an invitation to recruit him, the success rate is extremely high. With a little guidance and training given Ainalu's abilities, he would become a top-tier fighting force under his command. Keluo Kidoer was evidently extremely interested in the deity mentioned by Jiang Lu. Gazing ahead, he murmured, a deity above the high sky. Looking forward to meeting him. Jiang Lu laughed. He will surprise you. Time passed, and the Fukushi sailed along the winding river. Following Jiang Lu's guidance, by the afternoon of that day, the ship slowly docked at a small island. Is this the place? Keluo Kidoer asked. He saw that the island ahead was strange, with a white cloud island below and a layer of soil and sand above clearly visible, and an ancient building of a distinct style. Rows of steps led straight to the top, where a pavilion resembling a temple stood. No, Jiang Lu shook his head, gazing at the familiar building ahead, a trace of memory surfacing. 20 years ago alone, he pursued the Roger Pirates and arrived at this world above 10,000 meters. Here he met a youth and established this island. Everyone disembarked from the ship and climbed the steps. When they neared the pavilion, they saw 3 large characters engraved on the plaque of the gate. Xia Palace. Keluokitaru's pupils contracted, and he subconsciously looked at Jiang Lu beside him. Yes, this is exactly what I built. Jiang Lu nodded. He walked at the front, and as footsteps echoed, gusts of wind swept out, lifting the fallen leaves on the steps. Soon everyone had arrived in front of the pavilion. They could see that the door was open, but inside it was pitch black, obscuring the view. Suddenly Keluokitaru's eyes narrowed. He looked inside, raised his right hand, and sand grains emerged in his palm. Who? Come out. He keenly sensed that someone was inside the pavilion. Jiang Lu's expression was calm as he stared ahead. Tap, 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 tap. Then footsteps sounded, and a burly, towering figure appeared before everyone with dark skin and white wings on his back. So tall. Fuxi and the others looked up in shock. The man who stepped out of the pavilion cast a shadow over them, blocking the sunlight. This man was truly enormous, nearly 4.5 meters tall, with thick limbs and bulging muscles that gave him an extremely powerful appearance. 20 years, you have finally appeared. The man's first glance upon stepping out of the pavilion was fixed on Jiang Lu. The powerful, oppressive aura rolling off him made Keluokitaru, Fuxi, and the others involuntarily feel tense. And you are still here guarding? Jiang Lu said with a complex expression upon seeing the newcomer. I promised you I would be your palace keeper. And rumbled. He was bare-chested, wearing loose shorts, barefoot, and in his right hand, he held a strange metal staff that gleamed with a dark luster. Thank you. Jiang Lu sighed softly. 20 years ago, he had rescued an from a river. At that time, an was already over 2 meters tall, but only 12 or 13 years old. Now his height had reached 4.5 meters and his physique was impressively strong. But I cannot leave this place, so I do not know the recent situation of the other numbered ones in Xia. And said in a deep voice. That year Xia had just been established, and the man before him became his palace keeper. In return, he received the man's gift and gained immense power. He had met a few numbered ones, all-powerful seniors. But since then there had been no news. Is that so? Jiang Lu sighed softly. The former numbered ones had died, or grown old, all vanished without a trace. Since he had emerged from Tujincheng, he had not found any clues. However, he held no other hopes for this. Rebuilding Xia and recruiting numbered ones would suffice. 20 years ago was only a beginning. I have come here again to rebuild Xia and recruit new numbered ones. After a moment, Jiang Lu said softly. I am willing to fully support you. Continue to be the palace keeper of Xia. And said in a deep voice. Good. Jiang Lu laughed, then paused, and said. But I need to understand some of the current situations on Kongdao. Tell me everything you know. And plopped down on the ground, crossed his legs, and began to speak slowly. Kongdao was once ruled by the god Ainalu, a powerful fellow. He came to my place a few years ago and eventually left. Such words made Jiang Lu narrow his eyes. Given Ainalu's personality, he would not simply look around. Most likely, he had fought with an. Just a few days ago, a few people from the Blue Sea came and defeated Ainalu. And slowly looked up and asked in a focused voice. So my lord, your purpose this time should be the defeated Ainalu, right? Jiang Lu was slightly startled, then realized that the fellow before him had extremely high cultivation in observation haki. When he had met him, an had already awakened observation haki. Yes, my target is exactly Ainalu. And nodded in response. He is indeed suitable to become a numbered one. Then he slowly stood up again, and with a thud of his metal staff the ground shook and cracked open. I know where he is. His eyes brightened, looking ahead, flashes of light passing through them. I can see every person and thing here. Jiang Lu laughed, wanting to pat the other's shoulder, but quickly realized that this kid had grown too tall and could not reach. Then I'll count on you. With an leading the way, the group moved faster. After traversing the dense jungle about 3 hours later, near dusk, they saw a figure flickering with blue electric arcs in a deep valley area. With long earlobes, a white turban, bare upper body, 4 thunder drums on his back, he sat cross-legged, eyes closed, floating in the void. He looked somewhat disheveled, as if healing himself. Zzz. Blue electric arcs surrounded him, exuding a majestic and oppressive aura. Suddenly, the cross-legged figure raised his head abruptly, opening his eyes, staring directly at them. Crack! In the void, it was as if a bolt of lightning flashed. Mortals! The majestic voice vibrated through the void, and a pair of cold eyes fell upon everyone. Fuxi and the others were shocked, their pupils contracted, and their bodies trembled. He is the god. Mortals! A cold, low voice echoed, accompanied by the dense crackling of electricity. That bright gaze descended upon everyone. An inexplicable aura of majesty and pressure suddenly enveloped them. You have disturbed this god's rest. The figure sitting cross-legged slowly raised his right hand and extended a finger. Crack! Lightning flashed, illuminating the evening darkness as if it were day. That sharp, cold, overlooking gaze made Foxy and the others tense up. God! Crocodile's expression also turned serious. The other's imposing presence, with lightning swirling around him, and his cold, lofty demeanor made it impossible to be careless or overlook him. 1,000,000 volts. A calm voice rang out. The lightning between Enel's fingers suddenly intertwined, bursting into countless sparks, and then in the next moment it abruptly expanded and intensified. 10 million volts. Enel, sitting cross-legged in midair, tilted his head slightly and pointed his finger at one of the people in front. Discharge. Crack. In an instant, electric current shot out, dragging a writhing blue arc through the void, and in the blink of an eye it struck in front of Hamburger. Oh! Before he could even cry out, Hamburger was struck by lightning. His whole body, smoking eyes rolled back, he collapsed limply to the ground. Hamburger. Foxy's face changed drastically as he roared. The speed of the lightning was so fast that he couldn't react at all. Just then a spark of lightning flickered in the void, and the figure that was not far away vanished in an instant. Zzz. The sound of electricity buzzed in his ears. Foxy suddenly looked up and saw a hand already above his head, its 5 fingers spread open. More people from the Blue Sea. You guys one after another are really annoying me. The cold words echoed in his ears. Foxy's whole body stiffened. As he lowered his head, he saw the other's other hand appear at the same time. Both hands extended, their index fingers tips pointing at each other. With a crackle, electric arcs appeared, then suddenly shot out, colliding and striking toward him in the middle. Boom. Foxy, smoking all over, fell to the ground with a thud. In an instant, 2 members of Jiang Lu's team were easily dealt with. Enel slowly raised his head, his expression unruffled, staring coldly at the group before him. There was no other emotion in his eyes. Losing to the straw-hatted brat had left him frustrated, disappointed, and even more furious. At this moment, facing the reappearance of people from the Blue Sea, he naturally wanted to vent his anger. Unfortunately, you've encountered this god at his worst moment. His words were flat and cold. Once again, his whole body flashed with violent sparks enveloped in blue arcs. God of lightning, Enel. At this moment, Nian spoke up. His massive build was imposing, with bulging muscles that radiated strength. We're not here to cause trouble, so don't bring trouble upon yourself. The serious words reached Enel's ears. Is that so? I know you, that strange Scipion hiding in the temple. Enel sneered. He took a step forward with his right foot. Lightning flashed fiercely, and his figure abruptly vanished. Zzz. The dense sound of electricity appeared behind Nian. But you are too arrogant, daring to speak to a god at this moment. Do you really think I have no way to deal with you? His right hand suddenly swung down. In a thunderous roar, a massive pillar of lightning descended from the sky. Nian looked up, his pupils constricting. His massive body swiftly dodged, and the pillar of lightning struck the spot where he had been, turning it into a scorched black area. He raised his head and looked toward where Enel had been standing, but his expression froze. Gone. I'm here, Nian. Enel's cold voice came from behind as he was performing a somersault in midair upside down. As he spoke, he flipped his body and his feet struck Nian's back directly, sending him flying with a bang. Boom. Nian's massive body flew into the nearby forest, smashing through more than a dozen large trees before crashing heavily to the ground, sliding for dozens of meters. Thud. His feet landed on the ground. Enel turned his gaze to the remaining people. He would not make the same mistake again, having experienced the battle with the straw-hatted brat and others. Carelessness, pride, and underestimating his opponents would no longer be part of him. Originally, he wanted to go directly to the infinite Earth and fulfill his dream. But the appearance of this group undoubtedly amplified his anger after his defeat. This guy's speed, attack, power, and the aura he emits are all terrifying. Crocodile said solemnly, a cigar in his mouth. One of the strongest Logia devil fruits, the Rumble fruit. He is a guy with great potential. Jiang Lu grinned. The more outstanding and excellent Enel performed, the more it proved that his choice was correct. In fact, the man who controlled the Rumble fruit was so powerful that he could not be defeated by Luffy at this stage. High-temperature lightning that could melt metal could not instantly burn rubber. It could only be said that such a fruit's elemental advantage was one of the great mysteries of the plot. Let me try him. Crocodile stepped forward, his eyes cold. As a fellow Logia user, the other's self-proclamation as a god and his lofty attitude had long irritated him. Another reckless fool. Do you also want to challenge a god? Enel's eyes turned cold as he looked at Crocodile. The next second, his body leaned forward. With a flash of lightning, the void brightened, and his figure appeared in front of Crocodile. His right hand extended, and with lightning flickering, it pointed at Crocodile's forehead. Yet Crocodile still stood there, his cigar, smoking, seemingly completely unaware of this. 10 million volts. Discharge. Enel's lips curled into a cruel smile. The lightning between his fingers condensed into a writhing, flashing beam, then burst forth, shooting toward Crocodile's forehead. At such close range, the attack struck without fail. It pierced through directly, the lightning entering Crocodile's forehead and exiting through the back of his head, bringing out a flurry of swirling sand particles. Sand particles. Enel's pupils constricted, a hint of confusion in his eyes. But then in the next second, he saw the man whose forehead had been pierced by his lightning raise his left hand's golden hook and swing it toward him. Who do you think I am? Enel was stunned. His lightning had failed again. This had only happened once before with that straw hat brat. But he quickly snapped out of his daze, spinning the golden staff in his hand. Electricity surged as the tip melted and reshaped into a spear point, thrusting straight toward the man before him. In the next instant, the golden hook sliced through his body, crackling with currents, yet causing no damage whatsoever. At the same time his spear tip pierced through the man's chest just as thoroughly scattering a cloud of sand. What the a? Enel was stunned watching as the man's body visibly disintegrated into a pile of sand before his eyes. Then in the very next moment he reformed entirely. Wisps of smoke rose into the air, specks of sparks appearing glaringly bright against the darkening evening sky. Surprised too. You who call yourself a god are merely a devil fruit user who got lucky. You've severely overestimated yourself. Crocodile sneered coldly. Men like you are a dime a dozen on the seas. Enel's pupils contracted. His golden spear crackled with blue lightning as he struck forward rapidly, but to his shock the man before him didn't even attempt to dodge. Thrust, thrust, thrust. Yet again the spear tip pierced straight through the opponent's body, only to scatter clouds of sand. The masked man stood there motionless, still puffing on his cigar. Useless kid. Crocodile spoke slowly, raising his right hand. The air trembled, sand particles swirled, and gathered quickly, forming a miniature sand tornado in his palm. Then his eyes narrowed, and he swung his right hand toward Enel. Sandstorm. The sand tornado in his palm expanded violently upon release, roaring, as it instantly engulfed Enel, and swept him away at tremendous speed. Damn it. Moments later a bolt of lightning flashed from within the sand tornado, winding and twisting through the storm, until it materialized directly before Crocodile. Enel's figure appeared, golden spear, held high, bringing it down with tremendous force. Crocodile's eyes narrowed, and he raised his left golden hook to block. Clang. The collision produced a sharp metallic ring. Crocodile then retreated, his lower body dissolving into sand as he launched himself toward Enel at blinding speed, golden hook swinging. Enel moved with equal speed, electric light flashing across his body as he precisely dodged every strike. Observation Haki. Crocodile's expression hardened. Both were natural-type devil fruit users. Though their elements differed, their ability to phase into their respective elements rendered all non-Haki physical and energy attacks useless against them. Without any inherent counterrelationship, neither could harm the other. But discovering that the inhabitant of this sky island possessed observation Haki dealt a blow to Crocodile's pride. He had yet to master any form of Haki. Night fell, gradually shrouding the entire island in darkness. Enel's crackling electricity illuminated the area like broad daylight, leaving his vision unaffected. Damn it, you miserable bastard. Enel roared incessantly, launching a frenzy of attacks. But it was all for naught. The man's body could freely dissolve into sand. He was essentially striking a pile of sand. And likewise he could not be hit either. The battle reached a deadlock, neither gaining the upper hand. Enough. Just then Zhang Lu spoke from the sidelines. Crocodile paused his movements and stepped back. What are you doing? Our battle isn't over yet. Enel bellowed, lightning erupting across his body as he charged toward Crocodile once more. But the very next second a gust of wind rose, and a figure materialized directly before him, making his entire body tense. Their faces were nearly touching, eyes locking. What he felt was an immense, boundless, and tyrannical pressure that caused his heart to contract instantly. Thunder God Enel, you are a promising individual. That is why I have come all this way, to invite you to join us. In return you shall gain greater power, see a wider world, and encounter more formidable warriors. Zhang Lu extended his right hand, his smile radiating genuine sincerity. Enel retreated a step, his eyes flickering as he studied the man before him. Clearly the sand user had listened to him, which meant this man's strength might be even greater. But soon he sneered, spinning his golden staff and pointing it at Zhang Lu. I hardly believe you possess the qualification or strength to recruit me as your subordinate, based on that sand-bending illusionist, or merely on someone as unremarkable as you. How laughable. As his words fell, lightning erupted around Enel, and he struck his golden staff against the thunder drum on his back. You think what you saw earlier was all my power. The thunder drum vibrated, currents surging forth and visibly converging into a lifelike blue lightning dragon. 60 million volt lightning dragon. With a mighty shout the dragon roared and charged straight toward Zhang Lu. In terms of speed and destructive power, lightning was undoubtedly supreme. In the blink of an eye, too fast for the human eye to track, the lightning dragon was already before Zhang Lu. Ordinary people, without natural-type phasing abilities, would stand zero chance against such an attack. But in the very next moment, everyone present witnessed Zhang Lu clench his fist extended and swing. Pow! The very air trembled. The blue lightning dragon was hammered far away by a single punch, scorching the ground, and trees twisting through the forest in flashes before vanishing entirely. Enel's entire body shuddered, his mouth gaping wide, eyes nearly bulging out. What kind of joke was this? How could someone possibly send his 60 million volt lightning dragon flying with just a bare fist? Everyone present was equally stunned. Armament Haki. No. Perhaps an even higher level of Haki. Crocodile stood aside, his eyes narrowing as he murmured. Masterful armament Haki could weaken or even block devil fruit abilities, particularly effective against natural-type fruits. At this moment he finally understood where his weakness lay. If only I could master Haki. My strength. Silently Crocodile clenched his fist. In the arena, Zhang Lu grinned at the stunned Enel and laughed, surprised. This is an extremely common power in Qinghai. After a pause, he took a step forward. Since you've attacked first, now it's my turn. As he spoke, his figure vanished in an instant. Enel looked up sharply, shock flooding his mind. So fast. His observation haki expanded rapidly, but it was already too late. The opponent was right before him, right fist drawn back, preparing to strike. The next instant, pow! The punch landed squarely on his abdomen. Immense force surged through his body, exiting from his back and shattering the top of a distant tree. Enel's 8-pack abs visibly distorted and caved inward. His body arched, eyes bulging, mouth open. Then a spray of blood shot forth. Uffed. Blood splattered. AI and I Lu's entire body shuddered under the force of that punch, and with a crackling sound several of his ribs broke. Cough, cough, cough. He kept coughing as he staggered backward, leaving a trail of blood. Then with a soft thud, he collapsed limply to the ground. That single punch had been lethal. The immense force shook his abdomen and spread to his chest, causing his heart to momentarily stop. Choking pain surged through his entire body. After a few breaths, AI and I Lu lay on the ground, seemingly no longer breathing. What a frail and feeble body. Jiang Lu sighed, softly, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Though he had put considerable strength into that punch, he hadn't expected it to instantly defeat AI and I Lu. Clearly this fellow's physique and physical techniques were indeed abysmal. With his devil fruit ability restrained, it was no wonder he had lost when facing someone like Lu Fei, who specialized in physical combat. He's not dead, is he? Kuluo Kuda Air walked over and asked in a deep voice. A user of the Rumble fruit, even relying solely on his ability, would be a rare powerhouse and valuable ally. In the first half of the Grand Line against those who lacked haki, even a devil fruit user would not be at a disadvantage. No, he's not. Jiang Lu said calmly. Sure enough, in the next moment, AI and I Lu's body began to flicker with electric light, and fine currents started to stimulate his heart. Thump, thump, thump. After 3 shocks, AI and I Lu, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, sat bolt upright, and gasped for breath. So close. I was almost dead. AI and I Lu's eyes were shocked and furious. He slowly raised his head, staring at the man before him, his heart filled with wariness and even fear. The power of that punch surpassed even the reject dial used by the Shandian Wiper earlier. It was almost unimaginable that the sheer strength of a human body could exceed a reject dial. Did that mean this man's casual punch carried the impact of a reject dial? Just how formidable must his physique be to achieve such an effect? AI and I Lu. At that moment the man spoke. How is it? Still alive? Those words felt like an insult to AI and I Lu, who jerked his head up. An attack like that left me completely unscathed. On the contrary, I'll now show you the terror of a god. AI and I Lu gritted his teeth. His form lunged forward, pulling an arc of electricity, and in an instant he appeared before Jiang Lu. His golden staff, crackling with lightning, whistled down in a fierce strike. Die! Jiang Lu smiled, a red gleam flashing in his eyes. The lightning bolt grazed past him, striking the ground and leaving a charred patch. It had to be said that with lightning assist, AI and I Lu's speed and attack speed were far beyond ordinary, almost like teleportation and instant release. Those who had not awakened observation haki would hardly have time to react. 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. Seeing his attack effortlessly dodged, AI and I Lu's eyes burned with even more fury. He struck the thunder drum behind his back with the golden staff. Roar! A howling wolf beast burst from the drum and lunged toward Jiang Lu. Yet even though it was within arm's reach, no more than 2 or 3 meters away, this attack still failed to hit. AI and I Lu's face was icy as he kept swinging. Jiang Lu easily evaded the series of strikes with nimble movements. How is that possible? AI and I Lu was stunned. At such close range, combined with the high speed of lightning, it was almost impossible for anyone to dodge. But this man seemed to be able to predict where the attacks would land, evading them with incredible ease. Nothing is impossible, AI and I Lu. The mantra you mastered is merely the basic stage of observation haki. Jiang Lu said calmly. His figure flickered, and in an instant, he was before AI and I Lu, raising his right leg and striking down. Rankyaku. The latter crossed his arms in front of him. With a thud, the kick landed on his arms. A massive slash surged forth, and AI and I Lu grunted, flying backward. He actually hit me. While airborne, AI and I Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? His elemental intangibility had failed against that man. After crashing through dozens of trees, AI and I Lu coughed up blood repeatedly, his face pale and grim. He had never imagined that facing Jiang Lu, who looked so ordinary on the surface, he would suffer such severe injuries in such a short time. Cough, cough. Spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, AI and I Lu staggered to his feet, watching the man walking toward him. Such crude physical skills, AI and I Lu. Join us, and I can make you stronger, show you a broader sky. Compared to the infinite land you dream of, you will see an even wider world. The clear voice reached his ears, freezing AI and I Lu in place as he stared at the speaker. How do you know? His dream of heading to the infinite land was known only to himself. How could this man from the blue sea know about it? I understand you. I know everything about you, AI and I Lu. And I'm very clear that you belong with us, chasing the new world. Zhang Lu said with a smile, stopping in front of AI and I Lu. Is that so? AI and I Lu murmured. But in the next moment his right hand suddenly swung downward. Judgment of God. From the sky a colossal pillar of lightning descended, aimed directly at the top of Zhang Lu's head. Just as the lightning was about to touch him, Zhang Lu's figure flickered, as if teleporting, reappearing a few steps ahead closer to AI and I Lu. AI and I Lu's expression darkened. He waved his hand again. Another judgment of God fell, but it was still useless. Zhang Lu's figure flickered, easily dodging it as before. Damn it! AI and I Lu gritted his teeth. Watching Zhang Lu draw nearer, he suddenly struck the 4 thunder drums behind him. Thump 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 thump. A dull drumbeat rang out and a massive surge of lightning burst forth, enveloping his body. In the blink of an eye, AI and I Lu transformed into a mass of blue lightning, a coalesced energy aggregate. His body swelled, growing much larger. Blue arcs of electricity crackled and hissed around his colossal frame. 200 million volts Thor. Having exhausted all other means to no avail, AI and I Lu unleashed his ultimate move, releasing all the lightning energy stored in the drums. His body transformed into a massive Thor condensed with high-density lightning energy. A mere wave of his hand would unleash terrifying lightning attacks, and his entire body constantly radiated electricity. How can a mere mortal defeat a god? You are far too insolent. Transformed into the thunder god, AI and I Lu's confidence seemed to return, his deep voice vibrating through the air. Then he swung his golden staff, which morphed into a 3-pronged golden trident, gathering powerful lightning and aiming it at Zhang Lu. Die! The next second, he charged forward, sprinting toward Zhang Lu. Rumble! The colossal thunder god's body, as it moved, seemed like thunder roaring, shaking out a dull sound. A moment ago it was 10 meters away. The next second the thunder god with blue arcs of electricity had already arrived before Zhang Lu, holding a trident lightning spear and thrusting down fiercely. Whoosh! The air was pierced with a sharp screech, and the golden trident carrying lightning instantly reached Zhang Lu's face. Not a bad display. Zhang Lu murmured softly, his eyes flashing red, and his figure began to blur. Observation, Haki precognition. The trident lightning spear passed through his body, piercing the afterimage Zhang Lu left behind, and struck the ground heavily, unleashing a massive explosion of lightning. Instantly a scorched black pit appeared on the ground. Roar! AI Nilu turned around and swung his other massive hand toward Zhang Lu, who was airborne. Crackling. Electric current gathered, and a pillar of lightning took shape in his palm. Whoosh! However, Zhang Lu's figure vanished once more. The giant thunder god's palm carrying the lightning pillar once again passed through the illusion, destroying a large area of forest and setting the surroundings ablaze. Damn it! AI Nilu roared. 2 consecutive attacks failed to even touch his opponent, dealing a blow to his pride. Then he saw Zhang Lu appear not far in front of him, a smile on his lips. To AI Nilu that smile was clearly a sneer. AI Nilu in his thunder god form was about to go mad. He roared to the sky. Rumble! In an instant tens of thousands of lightning bolts burst forth from his body, each winding and reaching hundreds of meters, shooting in all directions. This scene was extremely shocking, like a simultaneous barrage of thousands of cannons. There was no blind spot, no direction left uncovered. Everywhere was filled with lightning, making it nearly impossible for anyone to evade such an attack. Whoosh! Thousands of lightning serpents hissed, piercing through the forest, scorching the ground black, as if the day of destruction had come descending from the sky. Zhang Lu gazed at the scene before him, his eyes narrowing as they flashed with piercing red light. The power of the thunder god at 200 million volts was not to be ignored. This heaven and earth shattering blanket of lightning attacks could destroy any enemy. In terms of range, destructive power, and speed, AI Nilu's rumble fruit was absolutely unparalleled. The power of lightning has always been an energy-based attack of extreme destructive force. Taking a slight breath, Zhang Lu's body began to sway gently. The next second a bolt of lightning shot toward him. His figure flickered, and the current shattered the afterimage, flying toward a distant tree. With a boom, the tree was split and burst into flames. But immediately afterward, countless bolts of lightning came in an endless stream. Zhang Lu's figure entered a mode of rapid flickering. His body swayed, twisted, and stepped forward, appearing slow, yet moving fast, evading the dense, surging lightning. Boss, he dodged the lightning. It's incredible. It's as if he predicted every incoming attack and evaded in advance. AI Nilu's lightning can destroy everything. At this moment, the Foxy crew standing in the distance all stared wide-eyed at the scene, utterly stunned and shaken. In their eyes, AI Nilu in Thunder God mode was like a true god descending. But Zhang Lu, who effortlessly dodged the lightning, was even more of a true god. Dodging the countless shooting lightning bolts with minuscule margins was simply not something a human could accomplish. Amidst the seemingly endless barrage of lightning, Zhang Lu's figure swayed, leaving behind countless afterimages around his backsides and entire body. These afterimages were all struck and dispersed by the lightning. Meanwhile, his body advanced steadily, and in just a few breaths he had arrived in front of AI Nilu. Impossible. This cannot be. AI Nilu, who had witnessed everything, was deeply shocked and could not believe it. His most powerful technique, the attacks from his 200 million volt Thunder God form, had failed to cause any harm to his opponent and had been dodged in such a manner. It shook his soul. He had never seen or imagined such a thing could happen. This man, who exactly are you? AI Nyalu roared. He raised both hands, and with a booming sound, lightning from the thunderclouds in the sky fell directly onto his hands. The next second, two massive lightning spears, each tens of meters long, were grasped in his hands. Jiang Lu was already standing 10 meters in front of him. In comparison, their sizes were vastly disproportionate. One huge, one small. But at this moment, AI Nyalu was strangely overwhelmed by the other's aura. He appeared flustered, angry, fearful, and frantic. In contrast, Jiang Lu's expression was calm, his right hand resting on the hilt of the long blade at his waist. My name is Jiang Lu. Remember that name. From this moment on, you will never forget me. The low, dignified, and domineering voice pierced through the sizzling of the lightning and reached his ears. AI Nyalu's pupils contracted, his face twisted, and he roared. What a joke! The lightning spears in his hands swung down with a thunderous crash. At that moment, the thunderclouds in the sky rumbled again, and a lightning bolt several kilometers long descended, connecting to his lightning spears. Even greater energy and momentum were reflected onto AI Nyalu's Thunder God form at this moment, making him appear immensely majestic, like a god. Around the jungle, large patches of flames were blazing fiercely. Their brief battle had turned the trees within thousands of meters, even 10,000 meters, into a sea of fire. Rumble. The thunder was deafening, and lightning tore through the night sky. AI Nyalu, holding the lightning spears with both hands, slashed down from above, toward Jiang Lu, roaring continuously. Time and space seemed to stand still at this moment. Kuluokiter, watching from afar, suddenly narrowed his eyes. That is, he saw a glimmer of light, a faint, cold, and sharp light. It was the flash of Jiang Lu's blade, carrying unparalleled, overwhelmingly domineering, terrifying power. Crackling, purple-red electric currents flickered around the blade, which was no more than 3 inches long, yet its aura overshadowed the massive Thunder God form. Then in the blinding lightning, he saw that figure holding a long blade slowly swing it upward in a diagonal slash. At the same time, two words, indifferent and majestic, tore through everything and reached his ears. Divine avoidance. Immediately afterward, everything froze and sound vanished. The long blade collided with the two lightning spears, effortlessly slicing through, severing the massive spears, and also cutting off the fierce aura emanating from AI Nyalu. The sound of electricity faded and the blue arcs gradually dimmed. The massive Thunder God form visibly weakened and disappeared, revealing a face filled with shock, fear, and awe. Bang! Purple-red electricity shot out, and AI Nyalu's body leaned forward, bent, and then with a whoosh shot into the sky, flying backward. At this moment, there was utter silence. Boom, 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 boom. Enel, hurled away by that single strike, smashed through countless trees before finally crashing to the ground in the distance and falling motionless. Chemisory. This was GOLD. Roger's technique from 20 years ago, the very move he used to cleave the legendary Wano samurai Kazuki Odin when he clashed with the Whitebeard Pirates. Likewise, during his nearly year-long battle against Jiang Lu, this technique had been employed several times. Along the way, Jiang Lu naturally learned it, and even refined it, evolving it into a sword strike better suited to himself. The same Chemisory had been improved by him and transformed into his own technique. Slowly sheathing his long blade, Jiang Lu raised his head and looked toward the dust rising from the forest ahead. The night was deathly silent. With the lightning having passed, darkness had fallen, and only the moonlight allowed faint visibility of the surroundings. Enel lay on the ground, gazing up at the night sky, his expression complex, filled with frustration and despair. That single strike had left an indelible impression upon him, just as that man had said. It was perhaps something he would never forget in his entire life. There truly exists a man that powerful. Muttering to himself, Enel sensed the surrounding silence, and his mind felt as though it had been completely emptied. Dust swirled and settled around him. Every bone in his body felt shattered, and he lay there unable to move a single inch. Who exactly is that guy? What kind of person is he? Unable to restrain himself, he began to think and guess about the other man. Enel's hollow mind was now entirely filled with images of Jiang Lu. Every gesture, every movement. Unlike the Straw Hat Kid, this man had defeated him with overwhelming force. The gap between them was clear and visible, as vast as an unbridgeable chasm. A crescent moon hung in the night sky. Compared to Qinghai, the moon here appeared significantly larger. Silver light cascaded down upon Enel's body, and he breathed lightly. A more vast world. Are there countless men like that everywhere? Did they come from Qinghai? There must be many strong fighters there, right? His thoughts flew chaotically at that moment, and Enel's eyes grew complicated. Having witnessed Jiang Lu's power, an extreme desire suddenly arose within his heart. He wanted to become stronger, wanted to see a broader world. How many people like Jiang Lu existed in this world? And could he himself become stronger, as strong as that man? He wants to recruit me. Enel's eyes flickered slightly. Then in the very next instant, a face appeared before him, looking down, upside down. It was Jiang Lu walking over. Now do you think I am worthy of inviting you to join us? Enel. With a smile, a gentle voice drifted over, leaving Enel silent. After a long while, he finally raised his head and gazed at the man before him. You come from Qinghai? Does that place truly have a wider world? Jiang Lu smiled faintly. Of course. The magnificent waves of the ocean are beyond your imagination. An island like the one you live on could be found everywhere in the world below. Hearing these words, shock flashed across Enel's eyes, and he asked again, Are there even more powerful fighters in Qinghai? Jiang Lu nodded once more. They are as countless as fish in a river. Even I would not dare claim to be the strongest. The ocean is boundless and vast. It can accommodate too many strong warriors living together. Pausing for a moment, Jiang Lu smiled again. The sky you inhabit may appear infinite, but for humanity, it is little different from a dry well, restricting your vision of the world. Your horizon extends only so far. Then he bent down and extended his hand toward Enel. With your strength, you are only missing one thing, just a tiny bit more. And that would be enough for you to reach a higher level. I am the one who can help you achieve that. Enel's eyes trembled. He was thinking, making his judgment. Even with his observation haki, he could not discern the other man's thoughts. And that precisely represented the mystery and strength of the opponent. His abilities exceeded Enel's imagination. Is that so? Then take me to see your so-called boundless world. Enel spoke gravely, and his right hand slowly extended toward the other man's hand. But if I discover you deceived me, I will never let you go. Jiang Lu laughed loudly. I never lie. Then the two large hands gripped each other firmly, making a sharp clapping sound. And at that very instant, Enel's entire body suddenly shuddered. His eyes widened in shock as he realized the injuries he had suffered were healing in an instant. The next second, he stood up abruptly, staring at the man before him in astonishment. What's wrong? Surely you don't believe that devil fruit powers belong to only one person, right? Jiang Lu smiled. I have restored your injuries. This is nothing difficult for me. Enel's heart remained stunned. In his eyes, the opponent's bizarre ability was nothing short of divine. Such severe injuries had actually been healed the moment they made contact. Unimaginable. Simply unimaginable. Just then, Crocodile walked over carrying Fushi and Hamburg. Seeing their clasped hands, he exhaled a puff of smoke. It seems you have already reached an agreement. Then let's wake these two up. With that, Crocodile tossed Fushi and the others onto the ground before Jiang Lu with a loud thud. I almost forgot about them. Jiang Lu smiled and walked toward Fushi and the others. Meanwhile, Crocodile was observing Enel taking a deep drag from his cigar. Without a doubt, this man in front of him would undoubtedly become the strongest member of their team and would likely stir up tremendous waves in the world. And who exactly are you? A man who can turn his body into sand and attack others with it. Enel was also looking at Crocodile and asked coldly, I ate the sand fruit. Crocodile replied indifferently. On the other side, a massive figure then appeared, coming to stand before the group. His towering frame resembled a small mountain. Enel, I knew you would join us. Ni spoke solemnly. Oomph. Enel snorted coldly. His eyes narrowed slightly as he noticed that the other man bore not a single scratch. Without a doubt, this meant the other's strength was equally formidable. Welcome to the team, Enel. Trust me, from now on you will experience a brand new chapter. One so extraordinary that you will recall it with meaning even in your old age. After waking Fushi and Hamburg, Jiang Lu turned around and smiled. Is that so? Enel's eyes flickered deep in thought. For the first time, a trace of anticipation stirred within his heart. So what kind of life would that be? Perhaps. It would be quite interesting. The moon shone bright and stars were sparse, silver moonlight cascading down, coating the forest where the group stood with a layer of frosty silver. Within the woods, various insects and beasts emitted faint calls, interweaving and blending into a unique symphony of Skypea. Crackle. The large bonfire in the center gave off crisp sounds, illuminating the flushed faces of the people surrounding it. The blue sea, a brand new world. Enel sat cross-legged, his eyes flickering as he pondered silently. He observed these so-called new companions before him and also thought of the Straw Hat crew he had encountered not long ago. Compared to the Scipians, these blue sea people were vastly different. His keen mantra could sense that even the ordinary ones among them harbored great ambitions. At the same time, these fellows were indeed very powerful. Enel. Just then, Jiang Lu called out with a smile. Enel looked up, expressionless, showing no trace of a smile. Joining the others' team as a defeated party naturally did not put him in the mood to smile. You have a flying ship called the Maxim, don't you? Jiang Lu asked with a smile. Indeed, but it was damaged in the recent battle, and there are some areas still incomplete. To use it, we must wait until it is repaired. Enel nodded. Is that so? Your ship is quite impressive. Let it be our vessel. Jiang Lu said with a laugh. Agreed. Enel nodded without objection. The Maxim was originally built by him as a vehicle to reach the endless vast, and since he had now joined them, it could naturally continue to be used. Then once the Maxim is fully repaired, we shall leave Skypea. Jiang Lu clapped his hands and said with a smile. Crocodile listened to their conversation in silence, quietly poking at the bonfire before him. Foxy and the others kept forcing smiles at Enel somewhat fawningly. The newly joined powerhouse had thoroughly frightened them. To ordinary people, Enel's strength was akin to a god. The group sat around the bonfire chatting desultorily. Most of the time, it was Jiang Lu who initiated the conversation. Crocodile only spoke when asked, and Enel also responded perfunctorily. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, yet also somewhat warm. Jiang Lu didn't mind at all. As long as he wasn't embarrassed, it was others who would be. But it must be said such casual talk was quite effective. After one night, Enel had grown much more familiar with the group. The next day arrived quickly with the morning sun just rising and forest birds taking flight. The sunlight in Skypea was quite abundant, even dazzling to the eyes. Follow me. Let me show you the Ark Maxim I built. Enel was clearly proud when mentioning his ship. Besides being the god of Skypea, he was also an exceptionally skilled shipwright, having crafted a vessel like the Maxim. The group began to traverse through the jungle. Before long, an ancient ruined relic appeared before them. This is Shandora, isn't it? The legendary Golden City. Crocodile lit a cigar, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Indeed, this is the place where the Shandians once lived. Jiang Lu nodded. I don't know what you mean by Shandora, but I've heard legends that this place appeared suddenly one day hundreds of years ago. Enel said indifferently. Chatting and observing as they went, the group made their way through the ruins of Shandora. Wait, that is... Suddenly Crocodile halted, his eyes wide as he stared at the massive stone block standing on the high platform ahead. There. Jiang Lu also looked up, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This is an ancient poneglyph scattered across every corner of this world. He paused, then glanced at Crocodile with a hint of deeper meaning. I heard that on this stone is recorded the location of the ancient weapons. Upon hearing the words, ancient weapons, Crocodile shuddered, a sharp light bursting from his eyes. The Alabasta plan he had orchestrated for years was all for the news of the ancient weapons, yet at the very last moment, it was ruined by the Straw Hat crew. This had become a knot in his heart. Want to take a look? Jiang Lu asked with a smile. Crocodile's expression turned serious as he nodded heavily yes. The stone in Alabasta had cost him so much effort and time just to locate, but this one before him had been obtained almost effortlessly. Then let's have a look. Jiang Lu smiled, understanding the other's obsession with poneglyphs. Crocodile took a deep breath and strode quickly toward the stone. Moments later, he reached out his right hand to caress the stone, and through his mask his eyes revealed excitement and gleam. Zap! A flash of lightning streaked by, and Enel appeared before him. Seeing the other's agitated state, he let out a sneer. It's just a stone, yet it makes you so excited. Crocodile whirled around, his voice cold. What do you know? This stone records the ancient weapons that can destroy the world. If I obtain them, any ambition, no matter how grand, can be realized. Enel was taken aback. Ancient weapons that can destroy the world. I have seen this stone countless times over the past 6 years. Its material is indeed very special. No attack can destroy it. But you say it records weapons that can destroy the world. I, the god, absolutely do not believe that. Or can you read the inscriptions on it? Crocodile fell silent at this, then shook his head. I cannot read it. It's a pity that Nico Robin is not here. Otherwise we could learn the information recorded on this stone. His eyes showed disappointment and regret. Do you want to know what this stone says? It's simple. I can tell you. Just then Jiang Lu walked over and said with a smile. Hearing this, both Crocodile and Enel were astonished. You can read this ancient script. Jiang Lu nodded. 20 years ago I studied this ancient script in O'Hara, and it was also then that I met Robin. As he spoke, he reached out and touched the stone before him. His fingers traced over the mysterious characters, then pointed to a certain spot on the stone. I came here long ago and left my name. Crocodile and Enel followed where Jiang Lu pointed, and their bodies trembled as they stood frozen. There, engraved on the stone, was a passage in the common script of the present day, which they could clearly recognize. I came here to lead this text to the final place. GOLD. Roger the Pirate King. Crocodile's eyes widened. It was left by Roger. Then he noticed that this line of text had been crossed out with a scratch, and next to it was another line. I chased Roger here, but that guy escaped again. Also, the stuff on this stone is boring. Navy Jiang Lu. 2 distinct handwriting styles, 2 different tones. The former was solemn and earnest, while the latter was playful and lively. Crocodile's eyes flickered as he gazed at the man before him, utterly unable to comprehend how the other had accomplished so much in merely a year. The poneglyph above the sky island also bore his handwriting. Moreover, the information it contained was immense. Pursuing Roger escaped. The information on the poneglyph was quite dull. Marine Jiang Lu. I almost forgot your current identity is still a Marine. Crocodile's tone was complex as he softly sighed. Since emerging from Impel Down, how had this man ever acted like a Marine? Which Marine would recruit so many powerful individuals? He was more like a pirate than a pirate himself. If he were to declare the formation of a pirate crew, right now Crocodile would not be the least bit surprised. Given the strength of those present, the pirate crew they could assemble would be extraordinary. We are the ones who chronicle history, dwelling alongside the bell of the clock tower. Jiang Lu gazed at the stone tablet before him, softly reading the words inscribed upon it. Poseidon, the Sea King. Its location. Crocodile's eyes narrowed, blazing with intensity. The ancient weapon of Alabasta is named Pluton. The one recorded here is Poseidon. Where is it? His eyes fixed on Jiang Lu, evidently burning with curiosity about the ancient weapons. Poseidon. Naturally it lies in the sea. If you wish to know, perhaps Fishman Island can provide the answer. Jiang Lu said with a smile. Fishman Island. Crocodile was taken aback, but then he watched Jiang Lu turn and walk away. After a moment's hesitation, Crocodile followed. What exactly are the ancient weapons? Jiang Lu did not evade the question, but answered with a smile, perhaps a ship, perhaps a creature. They each possess different powers. He paused and smiled faintly. But you need not be overly curious about them. After all, enhancing your own strength is the most reliable path, isn't it? Crocodile was stunned, falling silent. The Ark Maxim was hidden in a corner of these ancient ruins buried deep within the jungle. When they found it, the golden ship was covered in dirt, entangled with vines, and damaged in many places, looking quite forlorn. Enel was also silent, recalling his recent battle with the Straw Hat Boy. It was without a doubt the most bewildering fight he had ever encountered in his life. Repairing the Maxim was not a task one could accomplish alone. Jiang Lu, Crocodile, Foxy Hamburg, and others all joined in. Seeing everyone working with such enthusiasm, Enel's gloomy expression softened slightly. For now, having such companions seemed not so bad. Hey, that part isn't installed that way. With a sharp glance, Enel roared and transformed into lightning, charging forward. The grand ship repair began. Trees around the Maxim were quickly felled, creating a lively scene. The Maxim was severely damaged with scorch marks from lightning everywhere, and many planks of the hull needed replacement. Enel paced constantly on the golden ship, meticulously inspecting every flaw and area requiring repair. He frowned at times, then broke into an easy smile. What's the matter? How much longer will it take to repair this ship? Jiang Lu approached, asking with a smile. I've made some improvements to certain areas, but with everyone's help it shouldn't take long, Enel replied. Good. Jiang Lu nodded. Time passed, and soon the group had been on the Sky Island for about a week. On that day, aboard the Ark Maxim, Enel sat on the golden chair behind the helm, his hands resting on the armrests, as a surge of electricity flashed through. Buzzed. The propellers began to spin rapidly, generating immense wind and power, instantly lifting the Maxim into the air and ascending swiftly. We've succeeded. The group cheered in excitement. A smile spread across Enel's face. It seems I can finally embark on a new adventure. His eyes sparkled with emotion. The Ark Maxim soared higher, flying forward. Hours later, the group descended from the white sea, reaching the sky above the blue sea, and continued flying toward the ocean. As the Maxim descended, everything on the sea became increasingly clear. Wind howled overhead, and their clothes flapped violently. We're almost at the sea surface. Where is this? Should still be in the Grand Line. Foxy and the others shouted loudly. At the same time, on the sea surface, directly below them, a small boat resembling a coffin drifted with the waves slowly moving forward. Green candlelight flickered aboard, lending an eerie atmosphere. On the small boat sat a man in a black top, had a wine-red patterned shirt, and a black trench coat with eyes as sharp as an eagle's. A cross-shaped black sword was slung across his back as he silently gazed ahead. Suddenly his expression tightened. Unbeknownst to him, a massive shadow had enveloped the boat and himself. The man slowly looked up, his eagle-like eyes instantly sharpening. What came into view was a ship gleaming with golden light, descending toward his location. The coffin boat halted. The golden ship swooped down, its propellers spinning, stirring up a gale that caused the white fur on the man's black top hat to tremble violently. The hawk-eyed man's eyes flickered. Even with the possibility of being struck by this bizarre vessel, he remained calm, staring straight ahead. Whoosh! Whoosh! The shadow grew larger, darkening the sea, and the wind blasted against him. Yet the man remained composed, showing no reaction, as if confident the ship would not crash into him. Hey, there's someone below us. With only tens of meters between them, a panicked voice rang out. Then with a thunderous crash, the immense golden ship struck the sea, sending up massive waves that curled back, and the sea surface sank. Splash! Droplets sprayed toward the coffin boat. The hawk-eyed man's eyes shot open. He raised his right hand and drew the cross-shaped black sword from his back. The next second, the black sword swung forward. Whoosh! A massive slash tore through the air, halting the water droplets and sending them flying back, while the sharp slash also hurtled toward the golden ship. Aboard the Ark Maxim, Jiang Lu, who had been calm, suddenly sensed a razor-sharp sword intent. He leaped into the air, drawing the long blade at his waist. Whoosh! The long blade swung, unleashing a massive flying slash toward the source of the sword intent. Water splashed noisily, but nothing was visible ahead. A moment later, boom! A powerful shockwave erupted, shaking the entire Maxim, rippling outward, parting all the droplets, and sweeping over the heads of those on deck. The two slashes collided and canceled each other out. On the coffin boat, the hawk-eyed man narrowed his eyes, which glowed with intensity. On the Maxim, Jiang Lu landed on the deck, his gaze sharp. Both men stared at each other at that moment. Water splashed and scattered like large and small pearls, falling onto a jade plate, stirring countless tiny ripples on the undulating sea surface. As the sea gradually calmed, the people aboard the Jinyan saw the scene ahead clearly, and also saw the coffin-shaped boat upon which sat a man. That guy. Who is he? No way. How could it be such a coincidence? The eyes beneath Crocodile's ghost-face mask narrowed while Foxy and the others stared wide-eyed at the man on the coffin boat, who sat cross-legged, holding a black-bladed sword. Dracula Mihawk. Jiang Lu slowly rose to his feet, holding his sword in his right hand, and called out softly to the man opposite. Jiang Lu. The man in the black hat also stood up slowly, his hawk-like eyes gleaming with sharp light. Before him stood the man known as the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, also called Hawkeye Mihawk. At the same time, he was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and among them, he possessed the most supreme strength. Fate in this world was so capricious, no one could have imagined that descending from Skypiea to the Blue Sea would lead to such an encounter with the world's greatest swordsman. Such a coincidence fills me with a long-lost excitement. To meet a master of swordsmanship like you today. Hawkeye Mihawk suddenly tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his eyes blazing with sharp light. You released such fighting spirit and ambushed us just now. What do you want, Mihawk? Jiang Lu asked in a deep voice. This was undoubtedly a formidable opponent, a man who had honed his swordsmanship to its peak and claimed the title of the world's strongest. The aura he exuded was as sharp as the edge of a blade, unimaginably keen. Having just descended from Skypiea and encountering him, whether it was fortune or misfortune was hard to say. An attack you can perceive is no ambush. Hawkeye Mihawk said, a glint flashing in his eyes. And to meet a powerhouse renowned from the previous era like you, of course, I want to test myself. How far I am from the strongest who has reached the pinnacle of this world. He paused, his eyes sharp. Or perhaps I have already surpassed you. Mihawk's words were firm and resolute, striking fear into the hearts of those who heard them, greatly increasing the pressure. Interesting. A fine fighting spirit and an ambitious junior. Jiang Lu said with a smile. Encountering a powerhouse like the world's greatest swordsman, it would be false to say his heart wasn't stirred. From the very first second they locked eyes, the battle intent within him was already boiling, and the long sword at his waist trembled violently, as if sensing its master's will. The sea wind howled, whipping their robes, while the surrounding sea gradually calmed. Foxy, Crocodile, and the others watched the two sides, intently feeling an intensely tense atmosphere. The sea stretched endlessly around them. If the two were to fight here in the next moment, the scene would be unimaginable. The next second, Jiang Lu's sword hilt was also suddenly tightened, his eyes cold and sharp. So do you want to fight, Mihawk? As soon as these words fell, a powerful and domineering aura burst forth, sweeping forward and crashing against the opposite side. Conqueror's Haki. But such pressure is useless against a swordsman like me, Hawkeye Mihawk said indifferently. Their fighting spirit continued to climb, and a great battle seemed about to erupt at any moment. The black blade Yoru slowly traced through the air, then its tip turned to point at Jiang Lu. Since we've met, then naturally I must test it. In this world there are few who have reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. I have no more opponents. Hawkeye Mihawk said calmly, his expression and emotions becoming serene, as if even his fighting spirit had vanished. But Jiang Lu knew all too well that this state was the most dangerous. Behind him, Foxy and the others were already trembling uncontrollably. Why am I trembling? I feel like I can't stop shivering, and fear wells up from deep inside. It's terrifying. And they haven't even started fighting yet. Everyone was extremely tense and anxious. To one side, a pirate ship flying a skull and crossbones flag was slowly approaching, its speed not slow. Captain Buck, there are people ahead, looks like they're in a standoff. A pirate on the ship holding a telescope shouted loudly. And their ship is made of gold. Hearing this, the pirate named Buck paused for a moment. A ship made of gold. Yes, no mistake, it's still shining. The crew member replied excitedly. Then sail over and loot their treasure. If they can build a ship of gold, the people on that ship are dripping with wealth. Buck shouted excitedly. Aye, Captain. The crew responded loudly. Then the large pirate ship carrying about 50 or 60 men sped toward the location of Jiang Lu, Mihawk, and the others. The sea wind howled, but the two facing each other still hadn't made a move. Nor did they speak at this moment. They both knew that when they did strike, it would be earth-shattering. Time passed slowly, and Buck and his crew drew closer, soon reaching about 30 to 40 meters away. A powerhouse of the Blue Sea. Let this god witness it first. Seeing that no one was acting and the atmosphere was strange, Enel stepped forward at that moment. Lightning flashed, and in an instant he appeared before Hawkeye Mihawk. Then with a crackle of electricity his body materialized, raising his golden staff and swinging it down fiercely. Thunder rumbled, and an arc of electricity snaked through the air. Oh! Hawkeye Mihawk's eyes flickered as he looked up at Enel. Just as the golden staff was about to land on his head, he twisted his black blade, raised the edge upward, and swung his right hand diagonally. The air trembled, and a powerful flying slash roared forth. Enel's entire body stiffened for a moment, and he instinctively leaned his head back, the sharp attack grazing the tip of his nose as it shot into the sky. After the strike, he flickered back onto the Jinyan, breathing heavily, his eyes darting with lingering fear. Then swallowing his saliva, he looked up at the sky. The once tidy white clouds were now split in two, with a clear chasm in the middle. No way. Is this the strength of the Blue Sea? He murmured, his voice trembling. Such a casual slash had cut through the sky. At the same time, Jiang Lu bent his knees, slightly planting his feet on the Jinyan Hao. The immense force caused the entire bow of the ship to sink downward. Then his figure flashed like a cannonball rushing forward. Raising his longsword, he arrived before Mihawk in an instant and swung down. Let's begin then. Mihawk's pupils contracted and a smile curled at the corner of his mouth as his black blade cut through the air. Then let's have a great battle. What is the battle between great swordsmen like? Like their long blades, it is simple, direct, crisp, straight, and rigid without any ostentation. Their eyes met, and a brilliant spark seemed to ignite in the void. Two immensely powerful auras clashed in that instant. The next moment, the black blade and the purple-red blade collided with a thunderous impact. Boom! A violent shockwave erupted, sweeping outward in all directions. The wind howled, and the sea surface beneath them visibly sank as they stood. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Then the air trembled and ripples spread in concentric rings. Turbulent waves of air surged, scraping white foam from the sea and radiating far into the distance. Crackle, crackle. Fine dark currents appeared between their blades at the point of collision. An overwhelming mighty aura burst forth, causing the calm sea to boil and churn. The ships, proverb, and coffin boat drifted backward with the waves from the force of the clash. The collision of world-class, great swordsmen. This will be an unimaginable battle. Look at the sky. On the Ark proverb, people trembled, feeling both fear and an inexplicable thrill. Enel's gaze grew serious as he looked up with the others. The next second, he shuddered, clenching his fist, his eyes filled with profound shock. A massive chasm appeared in the sky, intersecting the fated rift from before, even longer and more magnificent. The clouds shifted with lightning flickering within. They split the sky with one slash. Foxy stammered. This sight was unprecedented. Fear and tension gave way to deep awe. In the midst of the battle, the two long blades clashed, the edges scraping with a sizzling sound. Both combatants now hovered above the sea surface. Beneath them, the depressed water churned and swirled. A battle I've long awaited. As a warrior, my blood truly burns now. Hawkeye Mihawk said, his eyes bright. And who isn't the same? 20 years have passed, and those who were once unknown have now gained formidable strength. How terrifying. Jiang Lu grinned. Stop joking, you who were already at the pinnacle of the world back then. Mihawk said, coldly, gripping both hands on the sword hilt, pulling it back, then slashing out again. Jiang Lu laughed heartily, withdrew his blade, and swung in turn. Clang! Instantly, the crisp sound of metal rang across the sea, and a gust of wind howled outward, rolling into the distance. At the center of the two, electricity crackled, and purple-red compressed energy flickered. Even with mere physical strength, you are this powerful. As expected of you, Jiang Lu the Day Tiger. Mihawk said solemnly. These two simple clashes were immensely powerful, yet also a probing exchange between them. The purpose was to gain a clear understanding of each other's strength. You have reached the limit of the sword path, Mihawk, Jiang Lu said with a smile, but his expression was also serious. The strength of the world's greatest swordsman was naturally not diminished, formidable beyond measure. Even he had to treat it with gravity. After their exchange, they clashed again with their blades. Then the powerful force erupted, sending them flying backward to their own ships under the recoil. Their eyes locked, both still solemn. The battle was far from over, it had only just begun. Not far away on the sea surface, dozens of meters away, the members of the Bark Pirates stared with wide eyes and shocked expressions. Their captain Bark was trembling so much his legs gave way and his forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. Quick! Quick! Turn the ship around! He shouted frantically. Huh! The nearby crew hadn't yet reacted. Damn it, turn the ship around now, stop dawdling. Bark cursed loudly. He had planned to rob the gold ship, but after those brief collisions his courage vanished. The gale howled overhead, and the terrifying aura nearly forced him to his knees. Captain, that man is the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. A crew member recognized one of the figures and stammered. Hawkeye Mihawk. Bark's body went rigid, feeling his back drenched in sweat. Legend had it that this man was not good-tempered. He would chase a pirate crew from the Grand Line all the way to the Four Seas, just for disturbing his rest. Just then on the sea ahead, two figures leaped high into the air again. Then they swung their long blades downward. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted once more, rolling turbulent air across the entire sea, which became cold and heavy under the sword intent. Whoosh! The sails of Bark's ship bulged, and the vessel began to retreat rapidly. In the void, the two figures pulled back, their expressions stern. Bang! Jiang Lu stomped on the air, his figure flickering as he swung his blade again. You really press hard. Hawkeye Mihawk's eyes narrowed as Jiang Lu appeared before him, the blade descending in a clean vertical slash. He sidestepped the blade, grazing his robe and cleaving into the sea. The void trembled, and a purple-red slash shot forth, crashing into the ocean. Instantly the sea was split into a chasm that raced into the distance, extending endlessly. Seemingly without end, it stretched for 1,000 meters, 3,000, 5,000, 8,000, 10,000, 15,000. An unremarkable slash, yet it carved a terrifying rift in the ocean. Ring-a-ling. At the same time, a strange figure rode a bicycle slowly across the sea surface. Suddenly the bicycle stopped, and behind it stretched an ice track that extended an unknown distance across the sea. Seems like some remarkable fellows are fighting. The man on the bicycle opened his eyes watching the chasm that had just passed before him. He slowly turned his head, looking toward the direction from which it came, and murmured. Then he turned the bicycle's handlebars slightly toward that direction and began pedaling leisurely again. Meanwhile, Hawkeye Mihawk's black blade trembled as he thrust it directly at Zhang Lu, who was right in front of him. Clean and swift, every move a killing blow. Zhang Lu's eyes narrowed. His drawn blade could not be retrieved in time. He twisted his wrist, lowering the tip and raising the guard, striking the black blade's edge. Clang! A crisp metallic sound rang out, and the black blade veered, pointing into the void ahead. Hum! A sharp slash shot from the blade, heading straight for the bark pirates who had just turned their ship and now had its side facing them. Whoosh! The slash stretched rapidly, closing in on the pirate ship in an instant. On board, Bark and his crew saw this and screamed in terror. We're doomed. Whoosh! A sharp slash pierced through the space towards them like a streak of flowing light. Quick! Dodge! Buck cried out in terror, leaping sideways to evade. The moment he moved, he felt the horrifying slash hurtling past, almost grazing his back, crashing into the ship beneath them with a thunderous roar. Crack! Crack! The clear sound of splintering rang out, and fine fissures instantly spread across the ship's hull. After a moment's pause, it snapped in two with a thunderous boom. Aya! The crew's faces turned green as they were flung into the air by the erupting shockwave, their screams echoing endlessly. Meanwhile, the two figures in midair twisted their wrists, and their long blades once again tore through the void, swinging towards each other. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out with the two of them, as the epicenter, the shockwave, wildly swept outward, churning up layer upon layer of waves. It seems you found us a fine dueling ground, Zhang Lu said with narrowed eyes. Just a matter of convenience. Mihawk replied indifferently. The blades clashed with a sizzling sound, and in the next second they propelled themselves apart using the recoil force, both heading towards Buck's pirate ship. Seconds later, the two stood on the pirate ship's deck, facing each other. Between them lay a cleanly severed cut, while around them were pirates trembling in fear, their eyes wide with terror, desperately swallowing. Those two are coming over. They're going to fight on our ship. Quick, run. If we get caught in the aftermath, we'll die. Panicked screams echoed across the ship. Some scrambled, frantically jumping overboard with a splash into the sea. Meanwhile, Zhang Lu and Mihawk tightened their grips on their long blades. Now it's time to get serious, Zhang Lu murmured. His feet planted firmly on the deck. This solid ground made it easier to leverage power and unleash greater strength. Come. Mihawk also barked in a low voice. A gust of sea wind swept in, and the long blades in both figures' hands trembled, radiating an inexplicable, majestic, and powerful aura. Even the blades themselves seemed to bear mysterious patterns at this moment. Armament hockey enveloped them. Then the figures leaped up, landing at the cut edge of the ship. There were no shouted technique names, no flashy moves, just a clean, simple, direct downward slash. Boom. The blades collided, sending an even larger shockwave billowing out. Their robes fluttered violently, and the wind howled behind them. In that instant, space itself twisted and rippled in layers. The sea surface beneath them at a visible speed fractured into countless neat blocks sliced apart. 2 seconds later, they shot back to the deck. Then their eyes met the void, trembled, their knees bent slightly, and they leaped again. Clang, 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 clang. In the next moment, their blades turned into streaks of light, clashing continuously, spurting endless shockwaves, lightning, and sparks, almost without pause. Respect for the younger generation. Zhang Lu's gaze grew increasingly solemn. We're not that far apart in age. Mihawk's eyes were bright as he said calmly. They struck with more force, their blades moving faster. After swinging in the void for a while, they flickered and landed back on the deck. The blades in their hands multiplied into countless shadows, slashing towards each other. Neck, abdomen, chest, legs. Every vital point became a target in their assault. The battle was silent, yet brimming with cruelty and danger. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless streams of energy shot from the broken deck, plunging into the sea and carving out huge chasms. Some unfortunate pirates were grazed by the slashes, their bodies erupting in blood, dyeing the sea crimson. Run for your lives. Run. Where can we run? Any random slash from them can stretch across an endless expanse of sea. There's nowhere to escape. This is like the end of the world. The pirates wailed and cried in utter terror. But the two on the broken ship had already ignored everything around them. Their minds and attention were entirely focused on each other. This was a world-class pinnacle duel. Any negligence or carelessness could decide the outcome. The blades blazed with blinding light. The two figures stepped back, then in an instant charged at each other again. On the shattered deck, a small whirlwind formed, swirling up with chips and dust. In the blink of an eye, they were face to face. 20 years ago, you were unknown. Now you have become the world's greatest swordsman. Time is truly strange. It can turn an unremarkable fellow into the foremost swordsman in the world. Zhang Lu said softly, his long blade slashing down. Perhaps you have been absent from this world for too long. You have not witnessed his transformation. Mihawk said in a deep voice. His eyes glinted and he sidestepped slightly to evade the slash, then his black blade trembled, thrusting diagonally towards Jiang Lu's neck. A killing move. If the blade struck true, Jiang Lu's head would surely be burst open. The latter swayed, dodging the fatal blow. Then they spun around their long blades, sweeping horizontally towards each other's waist. Bang! The two blades clashed again, and the wrecked ship beneath them shuddered, as if trembling. At that moment the attacks they had launched a second earlier finally unleashed their power. Whoosh! A bottomless chasm appeared on the sea, sliced open, while above in the sky a pitch-black pit formed among the clouds with lightning flickering inside. Each swing of the blade, every attack, was equivalent to someone else's ultimate technique. This absurd scene made the crew on the distant Oracle ship look grim. What kind of battle is this? Even the sky and the sea bow and tremble before them. Awe-filled voices came from the ship's crew. On the wrecked ship the sea wind howled. The two figures clashed continuously, violent shockwaves rolling outward in all directions. The entire sea surface in that moment churned up, endless waves rising nearly 100 meters high. Roar! The sea seemed enraged, sending waves surging towards the place where they stood. But in the next second, with a whoosh, a colossal slash shot out, cleaving the wave in two, instantly deflating its momentum and restoring calm. The fierce, heated battle sent countless residual slashes flying from the wrecked ship, shattering the sea surface into fragments. Countless cracks stretched far across the sea, drawing even more attention. Damn, what's going on? The sea is being sliced apart. What is happening over there? Even the sky is changing color. Patrolling Marines, passing merchant ships, and people on nearby islands all looked up stunned towards this place. The celestial phenomenon stirred by the battle had already radiated across the distant sea. Rumbling thunder rolled across the sky as dark clouds gathered, lightning flickering and emitting low, resonant roars. The clash between the two combatants stirred the sea and sky into turmoil. As time passed, the battle grew ever more intense. The continuous ringing of clashing metals vibrated through the void, sending waves of energy radiating in all directions. The light in Jiang Lu's eyes grew sharper and more brilliant, his aura surging ever stronger. Likewise, the presence of Hawkeye Mihawk became even more terrifying. The world had no precise division of realms for the path of the sword, only a broad summary existed distilled from the insights of countless swordsmen. To cut iron, to cut through hockey, to cut anything. These were the stages. Yet both men in battle had undoubtedly ascended to the supreme realm. Each of their strikes could cleave the sea, split the sky, and sever a mountain, a terrifying level of power. In such a contest, the battle was one of will's spirit and body, a trinity of combined strength. Gradually, as they swung their blades with greater force and speed, fine wounds began to appear on both their bodies. A sharp energy pierced through Hawkeye Mihawk's black top, hat shearing off a piece of the brim. His pupils contracted as he swiftly retreated. Letting out a slow breath, Mihawk's gaze turned grave. In a world-class battle, being the first to show signs of damage was no good omen. He's truly formidable. Mihawk murmured inwardly, sweat beading on his brow. His stamina and energy were being drained. Yet his opponent seemed to remain at peak condition, like a perpetual motion machine unaffected by the fierce all-out combat. Taking a shallow breath, Mihawk's eyes grew even sharper. He turned his black blade, gripping the hilt with both hands. The next moment, he took a step, his form flickering to appear above Jiang Lu, the tip of the blade pointing downward. Then he drove it down fiercely. Jiang Lu dodged back, and the deck where he had stood was pierced with a hollow hole. Looking down, he saw a gash cut into his robe. Interesting. You really don't want to take any loss, do you? Jiang Lu grinned, a smile spreading across his face. He raised his long blade, pointing the tip at his opponent, and gave it a slight tremor. A surge of purple-red energy coiled up, dyeing the edge in an eerie color. Going all out? Mihawk asked solemnly. He gripped his sword with both hands, his aura erupting. His feet tapped the deck with crisp sounds as he charged toward his opponent at great speed. This time his speed was not as fast as before. Even the distant onlookers could clearly see his movements. But his presence was infinitely more terrifying and powerful. 2 breaths later, Mihawk's eyes flashed sharply, and his form vanished from the air. When he reappeared, he had leaped high above Jiang Lu, both hands on the black blade, slashing down with all his might. Jiang Lu grinned, gripping the hilt of his sword. Purple-red lightning exploded along the blade as he swung it fiercely toward the sky. Divine evasion. Time seemed to slow as the two blades approached each other, about to collide. Yet at the very moment of impact, the purple-red blade twisted, evading the black sword. Hawkeye Mihawk's pupils contracted, his heart shuddering. The next second, the opponent's blade struck his body. Blood gushed out almost instantly as Mihawk felt a tremendous force strike him. But then he gritted his teeth. How can I fall so easily? He swung the black blade in his hands, vibrating it in the void, a jet-black radiance emerging. Then he slashed down and across. Jiang Lu tilted his head slightly, avoiding a fatal blow, but a long bloody gash opened on his body. His eyes narrowed as he stepped back. Hawkeye Mihawk landed on his feet, breathing lightly. The blood from both men dripped onto the deck, producing clear sounds. You're a monster, Mihawk said in a deep voice. That strike had bypassed his weapon and attacked his body directly. There was no way to avoid it. and you are worthy of the world's #1 throne. Few in the world can stand beside you in swordsmanship. Jiang Lu spoke solemnly. This was a contest of the sword, and he was willing to engage in a peak duel with pure swordsmanship. Undoubtedly, in pure swordplay the man before him was the most fearsome opponent. A difference of a hair's breadth could decide the outcome of the battle. Swordsmanship was a delicate art. Then both men gripped their long blades again. Blood dripped onto the deck, staining it red. Neither Mihawk nor Jiang Lu paid any attention to the blood. The battle was not over until one fell. Even though Jiang Lu had the power of the recovery fruit, he chose not to use it at this moment. I will fight you with pure swordsmanship and technique. This is also my respect for you, the world's greatest swordsman. Jiang Lu bent his body slightly and slowly sheathed his long blade. His aura also began to converge completely, as if it were hidden away with the sword in the sheath. If you truly respect me, then you should use all your power, whatever it is, it's part of your strength. A true battle between swordsmen should be an all-out fight. Mihawk gripped his sword with both hands, took a shallow breath, and said in a deep voice, "Is that so?" Jiang Lu was taken aback, sensing his own mistake. "Very well, I will fight you with all my strength." As he spoke, the long gash on his body began to heal, vanishing in an instant. Seeing this, Mihawk's lips twitched twice, and he fell silent. He suddenly realized he had said too much. Now the pressure was even greater. What did it mean to face an enemy who could not be wounded, could not be killed, and was overwhelmingly powerful? Next, this strike will be my full power. Mihawk. Jiang Lu placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword at his waist, speaking solemnly. Then let me see it well. The power that shook the world in the previous era. Hawkeye Mihawk lowered his body, slightly gripping the black blade with both hands, speaking in a deep voice. Blood still dripped from his body, but it did not affect his aura in the least. A gentle breeze blew. The two faced each other, their auras growing ever more formidable. Suddenly they raised their heads, their eyes shooting forth sharp light. Their feet pressed the deck, and their forms vanished in an instant as they charged toward each other. A crisp sound of drawing a blade rang out. Hawkeye Mihawk's pupils contracted as he gripped his sword with both hands and swung it down fiercely. At the same instant, Jiang Lu's sword hilt trembled, but strangely, in that moment of motion, the long blade had already appeared in the air. The speed of the draw was like lightning. With another flash, it was already before Hawkeye. In the midst of it, the roar of a dragon sounded faintly. Mihawk's eyes widened, seeing the massive coiling dragon behind Jiang Lu, its blood-red eyes fixed on him. Dragon-slaying draw technique. Jiang Lu spoke softly. In an instant, their bodies rapidly pulled apart, their blades crossing as they stood back to back. The phantom dragon's head snapped off with a crack, letting out a wail before vanishing into nothingness. The sea breeze blew, stirring their robes. Drip. Blood fell onto the deck, a crisp sound ringing out, accompanied by faint panting. Is this the sword technique that slays dragons? Mihawk asked in a deep voice, his back to Jiang Lu. Indeed, Jiang Lu nodded lightly. Dragon-slaying Ayajutsu, a technique of ultra-fast sword drawing. With the long blade sheath, all aura and power are concealed within the scabbard, yet the moment the blade is drawn, it unleashes extreme force, speed, and radiance. Before that slash, even a ferocious dragon would be cleaved in two. In that era, all the world praised your physical techniques and strength, yet few knew that your swordsmanship was also among the world's finest. Thank you for this battle. Hawkeye Mihawk retracted his aura, slowly sheathing the black blade behind his back. Then he spun around abruptly, arms spread wide, grinning broadly. You've given me even greater motivation, and shown me the light ahead. Jiang Lu's eyes narrowed, fixing his gaze on the fierce, imposing man before him. A long gash stretched from the opponent's chest to his abdomen, blood still dripping, yet his aura was as vigorous as if he were unscathed. Come on, Jiang Lu. Being struck in the back is a swordsman's disgrace, especially for a man like me. Mihawk shouted. Jiang Lu squinted, his voice low. Do you know what this means, eh? More clearly than you do. Mihawk replied, his expression resolute. Meanwhile, black dots appeared on the distant sea surface. Merchant ships and naval vessels converging from all directions. What is that? The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. What is he doing? What has happened to this sea and skies? An unimaginable battle. The officers holding telescopes and the merchant ship captains were all stunned. The name Dracula Mihawk was naturally known to all, and his distinctive features were easily recognizable. Who was his opponent? Everyone was astonished. A man who could engage in such a fierce battle with Hawkeye Mihawk was certainly extraordinary. Dingling. In one corner of the sea, a figure riding a bicycle had entered this area, leaving a trail of frozen footprints behind him. A duel between grand swordsmen. The man lifted his eyes, gazing at the two figures on the broken ship. It seems the outcome is already decided. His gaze passed over Mihawk and landed on the man opposite. Upon recognizing the face, he paused slightly. That face looks familiar. Who is it? Suddenly his body stiffened, pupils contracted, and his expression grew tense. I remember. That man. Has he appeared? After a pause, the man pedaled his bicycle toward the broken ship. But this time, are you friend or foe? The man's eyes sharpened at that moment. That bitter defeat from years ago now felt as if it had happened only yesterday. Day Tiger Jiang Lu. The low solemn voice came from his mouth. Across the sea a series of dingling sounds lingered. On the broken ship the wind grew fiercer. Is that so? Then I'll take the title of the world's greatest without hesitation. Zhang Lu raised his right hand, holding the blade slowly, speaking solemnly. If I survive this battle one day, I will reclaim that mere title from you. Mihawk shouted, his eyes blazing with brilliance. Then I'll be waiting. Dracula Mihawk. Zhang Lu's voice was low, his expression grave and solemn. Likewise his slash was heavy and steady. Swish. The long blade cut through the air, reaching Mihawk's face in an instant, whose hawk-like eyes narrowed into slits. Uft. The blade sliced through flesh, leaving an extremely long gash that intersected with the previous wound. Blood splattered. Hawkeye and Mihawk's body trembled as he looked at Zhang Lu, so close, a grin spreading across his face as blood flowed, yet he laughed. The long-lost hot blood of a warrior. It's boiling. Then his body stood upright, motionless. Admirable, Zhang Lu said in a low voice, sheathing his long blade. Hawkeye Mihawk did not respond. He had suffered severe wounds after this peak battle. Whether he would live or die remained unknown. Zhang Lu said nothing more, slowly stepping away. The so-called duel between samurai warriors and swordsmen was always a matter of life and death. Death under the blade was but a fleeting moment. Whether one lived or died, it was normal. Suddenly Zhang Lu's forward step paused. Crackle. A wave of white cold spread before him, freezing the sea into ice. The sinking broken ship also halted, covered in a layer of frost. The temperature around dropped to freezing in an instant, with fine snowflakes swirling in the air and landing on his shoulders. Looking up, a figure stood close on the frozen sea. He was tall and sturdy, wearing a white vest, dark blue shirt and navy coat draped over his back, and a green eye mask on his forehead. Naval Admiral Blue Pheasant. Huff. He exhaled softly, stepped onto the broken ship, and looked up at Zhang Lu. You're an unexpected sight. After a pause, the cold around him intensified, freezing an even wider expanse of the sea. The broken ship split in two, and scarred was now completely frozen. Former Admiral Day Tiger. I thought you were dead. As he spoke, Blue Pheasant bent his knees and leaped onto the deck, walking over snowflakes and ice. Creak, creak. The crisp sounds made Zhang Lu narrow his eyes. Kazan. It's been a while. Your changes are not small. Zhang Lu spoke calmly. As the other approached, a thin layer of frost formed on his legs, waist, and arms. Not just a while. It's been 20 years. Blue Pheasant said flatly, stopping 10 meters before Zhang Lu. A powerful oppressive aura swept over, surging toward Zhang Lu. In the air, snowflakes swirled, and in an instant the entire sky above the sea was filled with heavy snow. The temperature plummeted, reaching tens of degrees below zero in moments. Crackle. Zhang Lu's body began to freeze. Behind him, Hawkeye Mihawk had already turned into an ice sculpture, his bleeding wounds frozen by the frost. Huff. Exhaling a white breath, Blue Pheasant's face was solemn as he stared at the man before him. So you reappear in the world's sight. What identity do you carry this time? Zhang Lu smiled faintly. Of course. The righteous. Navy. Blue Pheasant fell silent, recalling everything the other had done 20 years ago, then curled his lips in a mocking smile. Such nonsense. Who would believe that? Snowflakes swirled wildly, and the azure sea surface had been frozen solid. The temperature grew even more piercing, laced with an elusive solemnity, a heavy atmosphere, and a faintly rising battle intent. Gazing at the figure before him, one of the three great admirals of the current navy, Zhang Lu grinned, giving his body a slight tremor that shattered the frozen ice. Lazy as you are, you came all the way to me just to spout such nonsense. Qingji's face remained icy as he slowly shook his head. I've never quite agreed with your so-called justice. Your actions are hardly befitting of a navy man. As he spoke, his gaze swept toward the Xinyan distant on the sea. On the contrary, you should be the most unstable and dangerous element within the navy. Hearing this, Zhang Lu fell silent for a moment, then laughed again. Justice. He raised his right hand, slightly resting it on the hilt of the blade at his waist. A hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes as he sighed softly. Kazan, your understanding of justice is still far from clear. The snow fell even more fiercely, the cold seeping into the marrow. Far away on the sea, people shivered uncontrollably. Yet Zhang Lu, clad only in thin garments, seemed utterly oblivious to the chill. Crack. A layer of ice surged over him again, instantly freezing his legs, then spreading to his torso and arms. The next second, Zhang Lu's body trembled slightly, shattering the ice, and his eyes sharpened in an instant. If you have nothing else, then turn around and leave. Otherwise, your actions right now are enough to consider you an enemy. Qingji extended his right hand, leaning forward slightly, unmoved by the words. An ice saber materialized in his grip as he tightened his hold. Such an unstable fellow. I still think you should be eliminated as soon as possible, he murmured. With a flicker, he vanished and reappeared before Zhang Lu, slashing down with his blade. Don't be ridiculous. You're clearly seeking revenge for that battle 20 years ago. Zhang Lu sneered, raising his sword to parry. Clang. The long blade clashed against the ice saber, producing a crisp metallic ring. The shockwave spread, sending the surrounding snowflakes swirling into the air. Perhaps it's both, Qingji said calmly. His body transformed into ice glinting in the sunlight, merging with the ice saber in his hand, then surged toward Jiang Lu. A bone-chilling cold surged forth at that moment, spreading over Jiang Lu's entire body. Frost coated his long blade, and in the blink of an eye his right hand was frozen. His eyes narrowed, and Jiang Lu retreated. In an instant his right hand lost all sensation. The terrifying cold had frozen blood, skin, muscles, and marrow alike. "Seems I can't underestimate you," Jiang Lu said softly, looking up. With a slight tremor of his right hand the ice receded and returned to normal. 20 years. No one stays in the same place. Qingji said coolly. With a flicker he vanished from his spot. Shaved. As one of the Navy HQ's strongest combatants, he was of course extremely proficient in the 6 powers. When he reappeared he was already behind Jiang Lu, his ice saber slashing down fiercely. A faint red light flickered in Jiang Lu's eyes. He sidestepped slightly, dodging the strike. Crack. The frigid energy burst from the ice saber, freezing the ice ahead into a chaotic pattern of frost flowers, displaying a unique beauty. Qingji's eyes shifted slightly as he turned to look to the side. What met his gaze was a long blade radiating an inexplicable aura, slicing horizontally toward him at blinding speed. Shish! The blade effortlessly cut through his abdomen. Qingji's body stiffened, then split in two, crumbling into a heap of ice that clattered to the ground. La. That strike made me feel the same pressure as 20 years ago. Still a dangerously formidable man. The ice vanished, and 3 meters away Qingji's form materialized, his eyes dark and expression grim. "Don't be ridiculous, Kazan. You're an admiral now," Jiang Lu roared, vanishing in a flash to appear before his opponent. His long blade trembled, and armament hockey surged around it. Then golden cherry blossoms danced, swirling around the blade. Qingji keenly sensed the dangerous aura, raising both hands as 2 frozen spears materialized behind him. With a wave of his hand the ice spears shot toward Jiang Lu. The latter's blade vibrated, cleaving the hard spears in 2, then he flashed again to stand before Qingji, swinging his sword once more. That terrifying aura, truly like a tiger descending the mountain. Qingji's eyes were grave. A layer of solid ice formed on his arms, serving as a shield in front of him. He had no time to dodge. The opponent's speed was like thunder. Bang! The blade's edge struck the ice shield, instantly unleashing a tremendous force that sent his body flying with a boom. Boom, 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 boom. The flying Qingji smashed through wrecked ships, then tumbled across the ice for nearly 100 meters before the white-clad figure finally stopped and rose again. Whoosh! Exhaling a white breath, Qingji looked up, fixing his gaze on the figure standing atop the broken ship. His face was now etched with solemnity and severity. Without a doubt the man before him was the most troublesome opponent. He had known that 20 years ago. That crushing defeat had left an indelible shadow in the hearts of not only him, but also Borsellino and Sakazuki. It was precisely after that the 3 of them trained even harder, grew stronger, and finally achieved the same level their opponent had once reached. Now as an admiral facing this man again, what would the outcome be? "The gap seems to have narrowed," Qingji murmured, wiping a trace from his cheek. His eyes sharpened once more, and then he began to sprint rapidly. Meanwhile Jiang Lu on the ship's bow leaped high, landing on the frozen sea. He swung his right hand fiercely. The void trembled. A sharp purple-red flying slash cut through the ice, hurtling toward Qingji. A casual slash can cleave mountains and seas. Qingji drew a sharp breath, vanishing in a flash to evade the incoming slash. Then he thrust out his right hand, aiming at the figure ahead. Ice time capsule. A blast of extreme cold shot forth instantly. Jiang Lu, who was raising his blade, was engulfed by the chill and turned into an ice sculpture. But it's not over yet. Qingji muttered, flickering again to appear at Jiang Lu's left. Crack. At that moment the ice sculpture of Jiang Lu shattered the ice, exploding with a boom, and he reappeared. Qingji's eyes were sharp. He was in midair, his right hand open with sharp ice between his fingers, releasing a piercing, bone-chilling cold. Much stronger than 20 years ago, Kazan. You've got me excited. Jiang Lu turned, his right hand gripping the blade, facing his opponent with a grin. At that moment Qingji's eyes widened. He pressed his right hand onto the top of Jiang Lu's head. Ice Age. Crack. The cold wind suddenly rose, blowing in all directions from Akiji's right hand as the origin. Jiang Lu's smile instantly froze, his entire body struck by the chill and turned into an ice sculpture. Who? Akiji looked at the ice sculpture before him and slowly exhaled a puff of white breath. His eyes narrowed slightly as he extended his index finger, preparing to tap the ice sculpture, shattering it into ice dust and utterly dispersing it. The cold air released by the Ice Age even surpassed all his previous techniques, and it was also the most powerful. Not only did it radiate over a wide area, instantly freezing an entire sea, but it could also completely freeze the enemy, putting them into a state of suspended animation. Even someone as strong as Jiang Lu could not resist such a degree of freezing and was instantly frozen. This is the end, Jiang Lu. He murmured softly, and Akiji tapped the ice sculpture before him with his index finger. Ding! The contact between the finger and the ice sculpture produced a sound like striking steel. Then the sculpture could be seen cracking with a crackling sound, a clear fissure appearing on the surface. The crack quickly spread and multiplied. Like a shattered porcelain, the surface of the ice sculpture formed by Jianglu was covered with fine cracks. Then with a bang, ice shards flew everywhere. The ice sculpture shattered and crumbled. However, Akiji's eyes suddenly contracted, and his figure abruptly retreated, staring gravely at the figure standing amidst the flying ice shards, silent and motionless like a mountain, exuding an oppressive aura. Not bad, Kazan. The figure standing in the ice shards grinned, yet it gave a chilling, ferocious, suffocating sensation. It was like a sleeping tiger awakening at this moment, growling low. Crack. Jianglu tilted his head slightly, producing a crisp sound, then tilted it to the other side, another crack. I told you. You've made me a little excited. He paused, his eyes turning cold and icy. I almost froze to death. His right hand moved slightly, and the long sword in his hand suddenly sheathed. At this moment, Jianglu actually put away his blade. Akiji stared at the man who had taken a direct hit from the Ice Age, and yet appeared unharmed, his eyes filled with extreme gravity. What a monster! He sighed softly, leaned forward, exhaled a breath, and prepared for battle again. It seemed that ending the fight easily would not be so simple. Even Absolute Zero seemed unable to freeze such a monster, which was truly headache-inducing. At the same time, Jianglu's eyes were equally grave and his heart was beating rapidly. The terrifying cold had frozen him in an instant, of freezing that encompassed cells, flesh, blood, and bones. Even his consciousness went blank at that moment. From this, it could be seen that as an admiral, Akiji's strength was truly among the world's top. Are you ready, Kazan? Suddenly Jianglu shouted, the coldness in his eyes clearly visible. Next you will experience the despair and fear of 20 years ago. The cold wind surged and heavy snow fell. Akiji's eyes narrowed and flames kindled within them. That is something I never intend to experience a second time. The atmosphere suddenly calmed, but it became more oppressive and heavy, even the air felt suffocating. On the distant sea aboard a warship, a marine major was holding a telescope observing the scene. When he saw Akiji, his eyes suddenly trembled. That is a Marine Admiral Akiji, and the man opposite him. The major then looked at Jianglu, and upon recognizing his face, he was startled again, looking somewhat stunned. Who is he to be able to fight Admiral Akiji? Then the major took a deep breath and quickly shouted to the Marines behind him. Quick, report this situation to headquarters immediately. And also send the face of the man fighting Admiral Akiji. A man capable of fighting a Marine Admiral was definitely extraordinary. The major vaguely sensed that this would be a world-shaking event. Yes, sir. The Marine shouted loudly, and immediately turned around. On the Arc Maxim. First there was that hawk-eyed man who split the sea and sky with a single slash. Now another one who can freeze the sea in an instant. This world is truly. Enel stood on the Arc Maxim, his body trembling, fists clenched tightly, and his eyes filled with shock and excitement. He was somewhat exhilarated, as if the blood within him was boiling. A world full of powerful people, what a wonderful place, he murmured, his worldview greatly shaken. Having just descended to the Blue Sea, he had already witnessed 2 such great battles. And what shocked him even more was Jianglu. After 2 consecutive battles, the opponent's state was still at its peak, ferocious beyond measure. The limit of his terrifying strength was simply nowhere to be seen. Marine Admiral Akiji. Crocodile exhaled a puff of smoke, his exposed eyes filled with gravity. He had not expected that Admiral Akiji would attack a fellow Marine like Jianglu. Another battle that will shock the world. He murmured, his eyes sharpening. Such world-class battles would undoubtedly broaden their horizons and help them perceive the gap between themselves and the world's top powerhouses. An invaluable experience. At the center of the battlefield. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cold wind howled, sweeping up snowflakes on the ice surface like blades, fluttering and scattering. Suddenly Jianglu's figure moved. Opening gate, rest gate, life gate, wound gate, do gate, view gate. Open. At first his figure was still visible, but as he ran, terrifying energy surged rapidly around his entire body. Finally, with a bang, green, surging energy enveloped him. His black hair shot up into the sky, his face twisted with ferocity, and his robes billowed continuously. The violent aura made Jianglu appear as ferocious as a descending tiger. The moment all 6 gates opened with a whoosh, his body turned into a green phantom, flashing left and right as he glided across the ice. In an instant, he was already before Akiji, leaping high. Kazan. Feel it well. How different our reunion is from 20 years ago. The ferocious roar tore through the air and entered Akiji's ears, making him look up abruptly. His body trembled, and cold air gathered in his right arm as he swung it toward Jianglu, who was diving from the sky. Pheasant beak. A massive ice bird screeched, flapped its wings, and flew into the air, carrying immense impact. Jianglu midair saw the ice bird, grinned, and swung his right fist, striking the ice bird. Crack. The enormous ice bird was pierced straight through. Then, surrounded by green energy, he descended with a roar, reaching Akiji's head in an instant. So fast, the latter's pupils contracted and his eyes widened. Suddenly, a large hand with 5 fingers spread appeared above his head, just like the moment he had released the Ice Age. A thousandth of a breath later, that large hand pressed down firmly on his head. Akiji's whole body trembled, and his heart pounded violently. He could feel it, the breath of death. Boom. Almost without time to react, Qingji's head was seized by that large hand, and his entire body was dragged backward. The wind surged wildly. His pale face twisted and trembled at this moment. His two legs rapidly dragged a long trail on the ice, sending ice chips flying while the top of his head was tightly clamped by Jiang Lu's large hand. At this moment, Qingji's mind went blank, completely unable to react. Visible to the naked eye, the figure on the ice wrapped in green energy extended one hand to grab Qingji's head and was moving forward at great speed. Yet as an admiral, Qingji seemed to have lost all power, allowing himself to be dragged forward by that large hand. Boom. It was not until his feet had been dragged for nearly a kilometer that he was viciously slammed onto the ice by Jiang Lu. Crack. The ice split open and a huge crater emerged. Qingji lay spread-eagled on the ground, blood spurting out as his head exploded with a loud crash, leaving only a headless body. The headless body suddenly moved and swayed the next second, pulling away from Jiang Lu. Then ice gathered above the neck, reshaping the form of a head. Heaving heavily, Qingji panted heavily, blood staining the corners of his mouth. Clear five-finger imprints were visible on his forehead and head. Staring at the man before him, his heart sank to the depths. The speed was so fast that he couldn't react, and the power was as ferocious as a wild beast. Even as an admiral, he felt a shudder at this moment. Is this the power of the world's strongest? Truly terrifying, he murmured. Qingji's body trembled, and the ice behind him quivered as sharp ice spears emerged one after another. In an instant, they filled the sky, blotting out half of the heavens. The next second, he swung his hands forward. Swish, swish, swish. Countless ice spears tore through the air and shot toward Jiang Lu in the blink of an eye. The latter grinned, a sinister smile on his face, and leaped high into the air. Show me your desperate stance, Kazan. Otherwise your fate will be no different from 20 years ago. Jiang Lu's entire body began to sprint through the void. After 3 steps, he was already on the shaft of a spear. With a flicker, he was on another spear. Thus he advanced by stepping on the spears his entire form, leaving a green afterimage as he swiftly dashed forward. Unbelievably exaggerated physical prowess. Qingji's pupils contracted, and his very soul trembled. How could anyone weave through the overwhelming rain of ice spears? In the blink of an eye, Jiang Lu's body appeared before him again. He clenched his fist, swooped down, and swung violently. Morning peacock. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the air vibrated and collapsed. Fists carrying endless flames tore through the air, hammering toward Qingji, who was right in front of him. Bang! Countless flames-wreathed fists like shooting stars flashed across the ice. In the blink of an eye, they descended in a vast, overwhelming deluge. Such an attack. Qingji's expression turned grave as he slammed his right hand onto the ice before him. White waves surged and bone-chilling cold gushed forth. The solid ice beneath his feet trembled violently, in an instant splitting off a large chunk that shot upward, blocking in front of Qingji. Rumble. An iceberg nearly 100 meters tall, shaped like a horn, firmly blocked the path of Jiang Lu's fists. The next second, boom, 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 boom. Countless fists all struck the iceberg. 1 fist imprint, 2 fist imprints, and in the space of a breath, thousands of fist imprints appeared. Then the massive hard iceberg began to crack, fissures appearing. Crack. Dense cracks emerged. The 100-meter iceberg couldn't hold for 3 seconds. With a loud crash, it shattered into countless ice particles. Jiang Lu, wrapped in green energy with hair standing on end and a ferocious expression, continued to swing his fists. Bang. The first punch landed on Qingji, whose eyes were wide with shock. Then bang. The second punch. Bang. 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 The third, fourth, fifth, and a continuous stream of punches all struck his opponent, causing his body to tremble violently. Qingji's body flew up, trembling continuously under the recoil of the punches. Behind him, one crater after another appeared on the ice. Boom. 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 The deafening sound was almost unceasing, echoing across the frozen sea. Cracks rapidly extended and spread into the distance. Blood seeped from the corner of Qingji's mouth. His body continuously shattered into ice, only to quickly recover and heal. He seemed trapped in an endless cyclical disaster. Unable to resist, unable to evade, completely suppressed. A fierce, brutal, and violent aura spread across the entire sea surface at this moment, sweeping up a terrifying and majestic pressure. When the endless fists disappeared, the green figure slowly descended onto the ice. Everything fell silent. Qingji lay spread-eagled, covered in fine cracks like shattered glass, breathing slowly. His eyes flickered. His white robe was soaked with blood, his cheeks bruised purple, and a trail of blood stretched from the corner of his mouth to his neck. He looked utterly battered, as if severely beaten. Heaving heavily, Jiang Lu was also breathing lightly, but his aura remained imposing as he stood there looking down at his opponent. It seems it's just like 20 years ago. Sorry to make you recall that scene again. Qingji's body trembled, and his gaze sharpened again. His body quivered, turned into ice, and then reappeared in a standing posture. The battle is not over yet. Jiang Lu, I am no longer the weak, powerless person I was before you. His voice vibrated through the void. Qingji was severely injured, but he could still fight. Seeing his opponent stand up again, Jiang Lu was stunned for a moment, then grinned again. Not bad, you're really not bad. This is the true bearing of an admiral. His body trembled, and his aura was about to surge again. BRR, BRR, BRR. Suddenly the den mushi on both of their bodies rang at the same time. After exchanging a glance, they seemed to realize something. Jiang Lu frowned, then looked at his chest. The den mushi had transformed into a serious, solemn, familiar face. It was Sengoku. The den mushi in Qingji's hand had turned into an image of Kapu. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Lu answered the call. Hello, Marshal Sengoku. I'm busy with important matters. I'll talk to you later. After replying, Jiang Lu was about to hang up, but a roar came from the other end of the den mushi. Bastard Jiang Lu. If you dare hang up, I'll come right away with Kapu to your face. Now immediately stop. Ceasefire. An enraged roar echoed across the ice, quickly fading into the cold wind. Silence followed. A frigid, oppressive silence broken only by the howling gusts of the winter breeze. After a long pause, a single syllable broke the stillness. Oh, then let's give it a try, Sengoku. It's been a long time since we last sparred. An icy voice finally emanated from Jiang Lu's lips. Don't forget your identity. You are still a Marine. Drawing a deep breath, Sengoku realized his tone had been amiss. He steadied his emotions and spoke in a low voice. This battle wasn't started by me, Jiang Lu said indifferently. On the other end of the den mushi, Sengoku paused, then sighed. Consider this a personal request, if you will. Now is not the time for internal strife among the Marines. Jiang Lu fell silent. He looked up at Akiji, who was also explaining something into his den mushi. Sensing his gaze, Kazan lifted his head. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Neither spoke, both lowered their heads to address their respective den mushi. Fine, but there won't be a next time. Sengoku sighed as if he could discern deeper implications in the words. He nodded. Thank you. Jiang Lu hung up the den mushi and turned to leave. He had little to say to Akiji. The man might be a somewhat just individual, but the two clearly walked different paths. Faced with the plea of his old friend Sengoku, he ultimately chose to withdraw. The final stage would be at the summit, the place where he could unleash everything, let go of everything. In the not-so-distant future, during the war that would shake the world, he would ascend to the pinnacle. He would make a clean break with his past, with his former self, and with the Marines. The battle was in no hurry. Jiang Lu. A voice called out. Jiang Lu paused mid-step, his back to the speaker. I hope you will still have a correct understanding of the word justice in the future. Akiji said in a low voice. He paused, his eyes turning icy. Otherwise you might become the greatest menace this world has ever seen. Jiang Lu grinned coldly. Then Kazan, have you ever considered the possibility that it's not my understanding of justice that is flawed, but the justice you pursue? Perhaps it is inherently a misguided path. His voice turned somber, his expression carrying a hint of indifference. Is justice that cannot be upheld under the weight of oppression still worthy of the name? It's merely the justice of the victor. Akiji's body trembled, his face frozen in shock. He wanted to retort, but the other man had already turned and walked away. After a long silence, Akiji turned, found his bicycle, and pedaled into the distance. Cough, cough, cough. Faint coughing drifted on the cold wind. Akiji's gaze was solemn. He wiped the corner of his mouth. His hand came away red with blood. What a serious injury. For the first time I've been this close to death. He then steered his bicycle with one hand and pulled out a den mushi from his coat. This is Akiji, Marine Admiral. The Straw Hat crew is heading to Water 7. The Marine on the other end was visibly startled. Yes, Admiral Akiji. Message received. Akiji nodded, hung up the den mushi, tucked it into his coat, and pedaled toward Water 7. His expression was grave and serious. Jiang Lu's strength was overwhelming. Even after 20 years in the sunless depths of Impel Down, he still possessed such terrifying power. A being like this, if left unchecked, or if he went berserk, would be nothing less than a ticking time bomb for the Marines and the world. As he had said, and as Akiji had always believed, he was far too dangerous. Yet every action and behavior of this man in terms of benevolence and righteousness was beyond reproach. He has always walked the edge of Marine and world government justice. So is it because of factional allegiance that I think his justice has gone astray? Akiji murmured to himself, falling into silence. He was thinking, judging, and re-examining the stance he had always held. What exactly is justice? It seemed like an ethereal topic. From the perspectives of civilians, Marines, pirates, and nobles, the word clearly carried different meanings. So what kind of justice do you uphold? Or rather, what do you intend to do next? Akiji's expression was complex. The wounds on his own body attested to the other's power, and the brief conversation proved that the man had his own unwavering sense of justice and dreams. 20 years had passed, yet the fire in his heart had not cooled, and his dreams still endured. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Akiji tilted his head back, gazing at the sky. The azure sky was cloudless, with occasional flocks of seagulls flying in formation. The biting wind around him made him feel a chill he hadn't expected. Back then, what exactly did you see and come to know? Jiang Lu. A faint voice drifted away, soon lost in the sea breeze. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, Marineford. Bang! Sengoku's fist slammed onto the desk, sending a pile of documents scattering into the air. Damn it, those two nearly caused a catastrophe. How did they end up in a massive battle near Long Land? His face was dark, his entire body trembling with rage. I heard that before Admiral Akiji fought him, another had already fallen to this marine named Jiang Lu. A nearby officer murmured. Who? Sengoku was taken aback. He had just received the intelligence and was unaware of the battle's origin. The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, the officer said solemnly. At this, Sengoku's pupils contracted, and he stood frozen for a moment. After a long pause, he looked up and asked seriously, Hawkeye lost? The officer nodded gravely. Then that means... Sengoku murmured. The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, had been defeated. That would make the new world's greatest swordsman none other than Jiang Lu. This was a piece of news that would shake the world, and Sengoku believed it would soon spread across the entire globe. What a nuisance. He's barely out of Impel Down, and he's already causing such a stir. How can we still conceal the fact that you're alive? If those people find out... Sengoku's brow furrowed tightly, and there was another person giving him an even bigger headache. His eyes turned sternly to another thick file on the desk containing records of a major figure who had disappeared and remained hidden for a long time. Exhaling, Sengoku opened the first page. A man with a ship's wheel on his head, golden hair, and an aura of overwhelming dominance and arrogance met his eyes. Truly an age of turmoil. This bastard has even started showing up in the East Blue. The Fleet Admiral's face was etched with deep gravity. Then he softly uttered a name. Golden Lion Shiki. The world is vast and boundless, and even the mightiest pirate crew cannot behold every corner of its splendor. Each era bears its own iconic figures. The throne of the world's strongest is not one that anyone can ascend. Its transition naturally draws the gaze of the entire world. 2 days have passed since Jiang Lu's battle with Hawkeye Mihawk. A slew of fresh reports, their headlines emblazoned in crimson letters, had already been dispatched to every corner of the globe. The East Blue. Thousands of meters above the sea, amidst drifting white clouds and a gentle breeze, a floating island drifted slowly through the sky. Upon this vast island, forests, rivers, lakes, and fields were clearly visible. From the highest pavilion, a boisterous clamor of shouts and laughter echoed forth. This was the first floor, teeming with a multitude of pirates, the air thick with noise. All were drinking. Platters of meat and dishes were swiftly brought forth. Amidst the clinking of cups and the exchange of toasts, faces were alight with excitement. From time to time, they cast glances toward the higher floors, their eyes tinged with reverence and anticipation. Every pirate gathered here had answered the summons of a certain great figure. Only that legendary man possessed such immense influence, able to assemble so many pirates under one roof. On the second floor, in a spacious room near the window, clink, 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 clink. The sound of metal striking the floor rang out, followed by a domineering figure striding toward the balcony beside the window. Tall, robust, with an imposing and majestic aura, his golden hair trailed all the way to the ground like a lion's mane. Stranger still, a ship's helm was embedded in his head. Hoo. As he stepped onto the open balcony, a fierce wind suddenly swept and causing his golden hair to flutter wildly. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The newspaper in his hand trembled violently in that moment, its crimson headline clearly visible. Another transfer between old and new. The world's greatest swordsman defeated victor, an obscure man. Who is he? A mysterious swordmaster, the enigmatic new world's greatest swordsman. The burly man with the lion-like mane of golden hair narrowed his eyes, then suddenly burst into a wide grin. Yeah. Today is a day that truly brings this old man joy. He raised his head abruptly, gazing at the azure sky, then cast his eyes downward upon the endless sea, its surface rippling with countless waves. Rustle. He raised his right hand, and the newspaper in his grip fluttered more violently amid the intensifying wind, then suddenly disintegrated into countless tiny fragments. A formidable aura erupted in that instant, sweeping mightily across the entire sea. So you've emerged as well, Jiang Lu. A low, domineering voice rang out from the lion-like man. This old man has been waiting for you for a long time. This warm world has been silent for far too long. He paused, his eyes sharpening as he burst into laughter. Now, let us turn it upside down. The wind held his golden hair dancing wildly. The man stomped on the floor, producing a series of clinking sounds. This old man eagerly awaits our next meeting. A sharp light shot from his eyes, and at the same moment his battle intent surged to a boil. 20 years and I have not aged. Your skills, it seems, have not deteriorated either. At the same time, in the second half of the Grand Line to New World, the massive whale-shaped ship stood silently upon the sea. The atmosphere aboard the Moby Dick was somber and grave. This man, Hawkeye, was defeated. Who is he? Pops seems to know him. He's been staring at the newspaper for a long time. Who is he, the new world's greatest swordsman? Amid the quiet, the pirates on the ship exchanged hushed whispers, their eyes filled with varied emotions. Marco, Diamond, Jozu, Flower, Sword, Vista, and the others stood solemnly beside their father. Unbelievable, this man is still alive. The former Admiral Day Tiger Jiang Lu. Known as the most heinous Marine Admiral in history, also one of the most brilliant and powerful. He once stood shoulder to shoulder with Pops and Roger. Rumor has it that he stopped the O'Hara Buster Call, severely wounded the current 3 admirals, and secretly freed many archaeologists. Then because of that incident, and someone under his command, he stormed into Mary Geos, killing and injuring world nobles. As a Marine, this guy's behavior is truly heinous. Marco and the others spoke softly, their words tinged with jest, but their tones were deadly serious. Though he was a Marine who had committed these incredible acts, no one could doubt his strength. And now he has appeared in this world again. Legend says he is a monster that cannot be killed or destroyed. It seems the legend is true. Soft murmurs drifted out, and Whitebeard, who had been staring at the newspaper, suddenly looked up and burst into laughter. Gururara. Your conversation is quite amusing. He paused, his expression turning slightly grave. But who in this world can escape death? Even someone as strong as Roger could not escape the arrangement of fate. That fellow is merely a bit peculiar in body. Then Whitebeard slowly rose to his feet, gazing at the sea with deep eyes. But his return may stir unimaginable waves upon this ocean. As his words fell, Whitebeard's gaze flickered, his expression growing complex. That man is not one to remain content with tranquility. 20 years ago, he had burst onto the scene as a Marine, only to clash irreconcilably with the world government, sparking a major incident, and then vanished from sight. What would happen 20 years later? The sea breeze swept in, rustling Whitebeard's robes. He narrowed his eyes, a mixture of solemnity and anticipation stirring within him. The view rapidly pulled away to a desolate island. What did you say? Mihawk was defeated. How is that possible? That man's swordsmanship, even I admire it greatly. He was the world's greatest swordsman. A shocked, incredulous voice rang out. Shanks, it's true. The news has already spread across the world. We might be the last to know. Ben Beckman said gravely. Across from him, the red-haired, one-armed man with a western sword at his waist held a newspaper. To suffer such a defeat, how sorrowful my old friend must be. However, his opponent looks somewhat familiar. Shanks's expression grew peculiar. Look at him. Doesn't he resemble the former Marine Admiral Day Tiger Jiang Lu? Ben Beckman said solemnly. Shanks trembled, his pupils contracting. It's him, the man who chased Captain Roger all over the world. He's still alive? Within just a few days, the news of Jiang Lu's defeat of Eagle Eye Mihawk had spread across the world, and his face had appeared before the eyes of many. Many wore solemn expressions, their hearts heavy with gravity, while others looked bewildered, utterly unfamiliar with this suddenly emerged man. At that moment, within a resplendent and magnificent palace at the apex of the Grand Line, the atmosphere was thick with tension. This was the Holy Land, Mary Geos, the gathering place of the lofty world nobles. The ornate crystal chandelier cast a brilliant illumination, rendering the spacious palace exceedingly bright. The floor was draped in luxurious carpets, and at the center, upon a priceless sofa, 5 old men of varied postures huddled together, their gazes fixed upon the newspaper report laid upon the table. Compared to the information available to the outside world here, they possessed not only newspapers, but also a thick stack of documents. 20 years. He has appeared before us once more. This is truly an event that strikes my aged eyes. The world's greatest swordsman, an impressive fellow. His identity now is that of a trainee Marine. Still a Marine, is he? How intriguing that he has not left the Marines after such an incident. Perhaps he merely wishes to maintain a semblance of balance on the surface. He is not only immensely powerful, but also possesses considerable wisdom. A man capable of playing chess with us would naturally not be as simple as he appears on the surface. The voices of the 5 old men rose and fell, each utterance brief, yet the information conveyed was substantial. Why has he surfaced now? Does he still harbor the delusion of shaking the foundations of the world as he did 20 years ago? How ridiculous! The aged voice carried a hint of mockery, yet the gravity within it was unmistakable. Clearly, even these 5 old men who stood at the apex of the world were still deeply wary of Jiang Lu. As long as he remains within the Marines and the world government system, he can stir up no trouble. Unless, the old man with a sword paused, his eyes sharpening. He intends to defect from the Marines. At these words, the old men in the palace fell silent, and the atmosphere grew stagnant. The Void organization was destroyed 20 years ago. We hunted down and annihilated them all. Now, after so many years, he wants to rally a new force to oppose the world. That is no simple feat. After all, the Marines are the most powerful force in this world and this era. As he spoke, one old man's voice carried a hint of playful amusement. What is the era of Whitebeard, the era of Roger? These titles lauded by the masses are but a gilding of their own desires, appearing utterly laughable. We are the masters of the world, and the era has always belonged to us. Yet such words did not seem to be fully endorsed by all 5 present. Jiang Lu may be different. You and I saw his terror and potential clearly 20 years ago. Without a foundation or resources, what can he use to fight us? He stopped O'Hara. O'Hara still sank. He stormed Mary Geos, but with his power alone, he caused little damage. He only managed to drag down a celestial dragon who harbored delusions and ridiculous ideals. The times are changing. The number of pirates on the seas now surpasses any era before. We must remain cautious. I am quite eager to see what waves he can stir with his own strength. The balance of the seas cannot be overturned by a single man, no matter how mighty. Within the palace, calm and authoritative voices echoed as the 5 old men stated their opinions and viewpoints, making the atmosphere increasingly heavy and solemn. The servants and maids waiting outside had beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, their bodies stiff with tension, not daring to move. In short, continue to closely monitor his actions and issue orders to the Marines as well. Under no circumstances can this man be allowed to hold a key position in the Marines again. Finally, a low, aged voice rang out, reverberating through the palace before slowly fading away. At the same time, above the sea where the battle had taken place 2 days prior, the cold wind swept across, stirring up ice shards on the frozen surface. On a wrecked ship, an ice sculpture stood silently covered in snow. Beneath the transparent ice, a body that seemed lifeless could be clearly seen. The sun shone high, its rays cascading down upon the ice sculpture. Suddenly a crack appeared on the ice sculpture, and then it split with incredible speed, shattering with a bang after a few breaths. The frozen body, which had appeared dead, slowly opened its eyes. Still alive, huh? Letting out a soft sigh, Eagle-Eye Mihawk looked down to see 2 crisscrossing bloodstains on his chest, the wounds frozen by frost, preventing any blood from flowing. It seems fate still favors me. The great battle between Aokiji and Jianglu had inadvertently frozen him, stopping his wounds from bleeding. Although he had lost consciousness afterward, his life had been prolonged. Under these circumstances, he could hold out long enough to find a skilled doctor and survive. He took a slow step forward, the ice crunching beneath his feet. Mihawk inhaled slightly, gauging his remaining strength, then continued walking. After a dozen steps, his pace quickened. Half an hour later, he found his coffin boat embedded in the frozen ice. Then, he reached out his right hand, drew the black sword from his back, and swung it forward. Whoosh! A flying slash roared out, splitting the ice, seawater gushing into the gap. Mihawk stepped onto his coffin boat and closed his eyes. The throne I lost. I will reclaim it next time. The boat drifted with the current, its green, ghostly flame swaying softly, sailing into the distance until it vanished from sight. On the other side, near Long Ring Longland, the Golden Ark Maxim sailed slowly across the sea, dazzling under the sun's rays, exuding an air of opulence and luxury. Enel sat at the control console, serving as a battery, with electricity crackling across his body, flowing through special conduits and spreading to every part of the ship. Zzz. Blue arcs of electricity occasionally flashed across the hull. The world's greatest swordsman. Boss, your name is now known throughout the world, exclaimed Foxy excitedly. Merely a hollow title not worth mentioning, Jiang Lu said with a faint smile, utterly indifferent to the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Boss is so detached from fame and fortune, not even caring about the world's greatest swordsman. How admirable. Foxy marveled, and the crew behind him also cheered excitedly. Jiang Lu waved his hand, too lazy to deal with these flamboyant fellows. Just then the den mushy in his pocket rang. He looked down and saw the snail transform into the likeness of Doflamingo. Narrowing his eyes, Jiang Lu answered. Dofla. Fu, I've recently come across a very interesting piece of news that you'll definitely find intriguing. Doflamingo's low laugh came through. What news? Jiang Lu was taken aback. Concerning a legendary pirate from the past. Doflamingo paused, then uttered a name. News about Golden Lion Shiki. At these words, Jiang Lu's eyes immediately sharpened. Golden Lion Shiki. That man, of course, he knew well. After the pirate king Roger was captured in a fury, he single-handedly stormed the Navy headquarters, only to be defeated and imprisoned. But imprisonment did not mark the end. 20 years ago, when he had just been sent to Impel Down, he resolutely severed his own feet bound by seastone and escaped. Yeah, Jiang Lu, a man like you, can you truly be content to remain trapped in this sunless prison? I've heard all about your deeds. What a wicked fellow you are. Let me go. On the day you step out of Impel Down, we might join forces to shake this world. 20 years have passed, yet the Golden Lion's laughter still echoes in my ears, clear and resonant. A promise spanning 2 decades. Jiang Lu murmured. His gaze drifted, then sharpened as he looked toward the sky ahead. I just wonder if a man like you will still honor the words spoken that day. Then he spoke softly into the den mushy. Tell me everything you know. I'm very interested in him. Doflamingo chuckled. I knew it would come to this. What you need now is someone like him, a man who once blazed brilliantly in the last era, but has since lost his luster. Few. He paused briefly, his tone brimming with amusement. I will relay all the intelligence I've gathered to you. I hope Uncle Jiang Lu can succeed in one fell swoop and bring him under your command. Jiang Lu's eyes narrowed slightly, then he hung up the den mushy. Standing at the bow of the Ark Maxim, he looked ahead and could clearly see the chain-shaped island. According to the information just received, the Straw Hat Pirates had already set out for Water 7. This also meant that the battle on Bonero Island was about to begin and the curtain of the summit war was rising. It's time to make some preparations. Jiang Lu murmured, his eyes flickering. Is it Doflamingo? Crocodile asked, his gaze sharpening. Him. Jiang Lu nodded. It seems he mentioned some remarkable intelligence. Crocodile said softly. He brought up a person. Jiang Lu grinned, speaking with a smile. Who? Golden Lion Shiki. Jiang Lu uttered a name. Crocodile shuddered, his pupils contracting abruptly, and it took a long moment before he regained composure. What a remarkable fellow that is. Jiang Lu smiled and nodded, then said to Crocodile, I need you to rebuild your Baroque works. Of course, no problem. I've already re-established contact with the other members, and am setting up a communication network. But I need my original crew. Crocodile's eyes flickered as he spoke, gravely. You're a boss who values loyalty. Jiang Lu stared into his eyes, his tone carrying a hint of deeper meaning. It's just that I'm used to them. Finding new ones would waste time. Crocodile said indifferently. Is that so? I'll handle it, but it will take time. Jiang Lu smiled, naturally not exposing his facade directly. Whether it was Crocodile or Doflamingo, these outwardly vicious men each had their own unique qualities. That was that their subordinates held them in awe and respect. Crocodile's men would risk their lives to save him when he was imprisoned, and Doflamingo's family would obey his orders unconditionally, even unto death. Thank you. Crocodile was silent for a moment, then spoke softly. Time passed. The Ark Maxim resupplied at Long Ring Long Land, stocking up on large quantities of food and daily necessities, making their reserves ample. At dusk that day, Doflamingo's intelligence was compiled into a document and transmitted to Jiang Lu's hands. I heard he recently gathered a group of former subordinates and new pirates undertaking a grand and ambitious plan. The location is in the East Blue. Fufu, truly a man who cannot bear obscurity. If you hadn't mentioned him, I would never have known that such a great figure was still alive. Doflamingo's laughter drifted through the den mushy on the sea breeze. Jiang Lu's expression turned serious as he leafed through the document in his hands. It clearly outlined the approximate activities of Golden Lion Shiki after his escape. Detailed records showed that after leaving prison he arrived at an island called Vermal. On this island, he discovered many animals that had become ferocious after eating plants containing the substance IQ. He then claimed the island for himself, naming it Float Island, and together with his deputy, he researched IQ, achieving results by now. Recently, he suddenly summoned a large number of his old pirate crew to gather on Float Island, intending to do something big. It was precisely because of this massive movement that Doflamingo, prompted by Jiang Lu, discovered his trail. The Golden Lion returning from obscurity for revenge, and I stepping out of impelled door to start anew. Jiang Lu smiled softly, facing the sea as darkness gradually fell. What a fine pair of partners we could make. They had a vow from 20 years ago and a strong foundation for cooperation. Moreover, he was confident that he could bring the other under his command. Undoubtedly, Golden Lion Shiki would become a powerful subordinate, playing a crucial role in future endeavors. But before that, a great battle may be necessary. Jiang Lu's gaze grew fierce. A lion-like man like the Golden Lion would not easily submit to another. His pride and his conqueror's haki would not allow anyone to challenge his authority. Even the former pirate king Roger, he had once tried to subdue and nearly annihilated his entire crew. Even after the defeat 20 years ago, having lost his edge, he remained that domineering, ambitious man. Only war, a war of absolute victory, would make such a man yield. Who's the boss? That matters too, Jiang Lu murmured. The night passed quickly. At dawn the next day, the Ark Maxim had long since left the sea, soaring thousands of meters above the surface. Our target is one of the 3 legendary pirates who stood at the pinnacle of the previous era. Known as the Flying Pirate Golden Lion Shiki. Foxy stood at the bow, his voice excited, his black hair blown back against his head by the wind. The others were trembling with excitement, shouting loudly. Even Crocodile was shaken when he first learned they were going to find a legendary pirate. As for the other 2 legendary pirates, one is the Pirate King Roger. The other is the world's strongest man today, the Yonko Whitebeard. The voice echoed across the Ark Maxim, dissipating with the wind. The golden ark, bathed in sunlight, radiated brilliant light as it sped swiftly toward the East Blue. The East Sea. Once hailed as the most powerful maritime domain among the 4 seas, it had even produced legendary pirates such as the Pirate King Joel D. Roger. But now, after being purged by the Marines decades ago, it had fallen into the weakest of all seas. Yet certain people in this world always harbored a unique sentiment and attachment to these waters. Beneath the azure sky dotted with white clouds gazing upward from the sea's surface, one could spot a faint black dot among the soaring seagulls. No one knew this was a massive island suspended in midair. Known as the Floating Island, it was once the stronghold of Shiki the Golden Lion, one of the 3 great legends. At the highest pavilion of the Floating Island, a dense murmur of whispers echoed through the spacious main hall on the first floor, blending into a constant buzzing hum as though millions of insects fluttered their wings in unison. Along both sides of the central aisle, rows of low tables held wine and fruit, their delicate fragrance drifting through the air. Behind each table sat pirate captains, faces stern, auras imposing, expressions fierce, as they waited in solemn composure. These were pirate lords who had answered the summons of a great figure journeying from across the world. Seated cross-legged before the low tables, they awaited in patient silence. They had arrived days ago, yet had not laid eyes on the legendary pirate lord himself. Still, none harbored the slightest discontent. They possessed boundless patience. Shiki the Golden Lion, one of the three great legends of the world, had once driven the pirate king Joel D. Roger to the brink of despair. His reputation alone warranted their willingness to wait. The law among pirates was simple: the strong rule supreme. Reputation, wealth, and status, things the world coveted, were theirs to claim with sufficient power. Today marked the legendary pirate's appearance for their gathering. Pirate captains from across the seas had assembled awaiting him with a mixture of eagerness and tension. Ding! A clear, crisp sound rang out from the stairway on the second floor. All heads snapped upward, eyes locking onto the source. Every murmur fell silent, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing. Ding! Once more came the sound of metal striking stone, and a figure emerged before their eyes. His golden hair cascaded to the ground like a lion's mane, a ship's helm fixed to his forehead, where his legs should have been two gleaming blades rested instead. Jaiha! The man descended the stairs with a booming laugh, his gaze sharpening as he surveyed the assembly before him. A profound pressure descended through the hall, and every man present stiffened, swallowing hard, as they felt the weight of his presence. This was no mere hockey. It was the overwhelming aura of a pirate legend. The legendary sky pirate Shiki the Golden Lion. He once drove the pirate king Joel D. Roger to the brink of despair, merely a step away from claiming the throne. He possessed ambition vast enough to swallow the four seas and courage beyond measure. After Roger's capture, he single-handedly breached the Marine headquarters. Though imprisoned and impelled down, he escaped. His legend is endless. It reads like a thick tome. The pirates' eyes blazed with excitement, their bodies trembling. Even in his silhouette alone, he commanded every gaze, stirring their spirits and sending shivers through their souls. Ding 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 ding. Shiki the Golden Lion descended the steps, slowly, a faint smile playing on his lips as he met their eyes. At his heels followed Indigo, his trusted lieutenant. As he reached the bottom and faced the gathering, his grin widened. Jaiha! Welcome all of you to this grand feast. His simple words sent the entire hall erupting in ecstatic shouts. Roar! Long live Shiki the Golden Lion. The legendary pirate captain is speaking to us. I'm so overcome with emotion I could faint. Countless voices surged forth at once, shaking the hall itself into a thunderous roar of chaos and excitement. No one could fully grasp how deeply a legendary pirate could reshape the world's perception, nor the magnitude of influence such fame commanded. Countless souls revered and worshipped the heights these pirates had once reached, some even developing fanatic devotion. In Jiang Lu's past life, such phenomena might have seemed strange, but in a world where strength reigned supreme, it was entirely natural. Power comparable to the divine naturally breeds the highest forms of worship and devotion. The purpose of calling you here is simple. Despite the cacophony filling the hall, Shiki's voice cut through with crystal clarity, silencing the crowd. As he slowly scanned the assembled pirates, his expression hardened into something cold and razor-sharp. This era has grown too gentle. It's time some learn the cruelty of life and the coldness of this world. He paused, his gaze chilling. I'll begin with the East Sea. Destroy the entire East Sea. Announce it to the world. With a sudden movement, his arms spread wide, his golden hair billowing behind him like a lion's mane, his aura radiating dominance and contempt. Shiki the Golden Lion has returned. We have returned. A deafening silence fell over the hall, broken only by the sound of men swallowing hard. But almost instantly the hall erupted with roaring defiance. Destroy the East Sea. Follow Shiki, and we shall rule the world. Such a moment makes my entire body tremble uncontrollably. Their roars thundered through the pavilion like lightning. Shiki watched the frenzy with a manic grin. 20 years had passed. It was finally time for his revenge. After years of silence, this time, he would shake the very foundations of the world. At that same moment, a golden arc materialized above the floating island, its sails catching the sunlight as it hurtled toward the highest pavilion. The enormous sails bore the characters for Su Yi, against a backdrop of a white skull mask radiating a chilling ferocity. What is that? Guards scattered throughout the pavilion craned their necks in shock as the vessel approached rapidly. A golden ship flying through the sky. The pirates immediately snapped to attention, shouting in alarm. Quickly, go tell Boss Shiki. A ship that defied the skies was anything but ordinary. Just as they turned to rush back, a figure leapt from the prow. Whooshed! The figure carved through the air in a graceful arc before crashing down with a thunderous impact, kicking up dust and leaving a crater. Where the figure landed, a man stood revealed. Shiki, is he here? As the dust settled, the robed figure spoke calmly to the assembled guards. Wind howled as dust spiraled away in swift eddies. The visitor's appearance came clearly into view for the pirates guarding the pavilion. A black crew cut loose dark robes, a long blade at his waist. His face suggested youth in his 20s or 30s, yet his eyes carried an ancient weight of experience. The moment his gaze fell upon them, the pirates shuddered as an inexplicable dread seized them. That piercing stare seemed to plumb the very depths of their souls. But quickly they regained their composure, drawing their weapons. You dare speak the captain's name so irreverently? What audacity! Their captain was none other than Shiki the Golden Lion, one of the three legendary pirates. How dare this young man before them show such insolence? Do you even know who he is? The pirate roared, charging toward the young man. But at that moment the young man suddenly broke into a grin, his eyes flashing with something menacing. And do you know who I am? The pirate froze, and in the next instant an overwhelming, awe-inspiring aura erupted from him, crushing and commanding. The air seemed to erupt into a gale. Space itself trembled, radiating concentric waves that surged inward toward the pavilion. The pirates standing at the entrance went rigid, their eyes rolling white as weapons slipped from their loosening grips. One after another, bodies crumpled to the ground unconscious. Jiang Lu stood impassive, gazing up at the towering structure ahead. Even before crossing the threshold, he could already sense the opulence and revelry within, the rich fragrance of wine mingling with thunderous cheers ringing out from within. What a noisy affair! Let my arrival add another spectacle to your banquet. Shiki. With a soft utterance, Jiang Lu took a step forward. His conqueror's haki erupted outward, sending shockwaves through the air. The wooden pillars at the entrance cracked audibly under the pressure. Then came the second step. An even more devastating aura surged forth, crashing into the pavilion like a tidal wave. Jiang Lu advanced steadily forward, his terrifying, domineering pressure radiating ahead of him like an unstoppable force. Pirates near the entrance fell unconscious one by one, their eyes rolling white under the crushing pressure. At the farthest end of the hall, Shiki the Golden Lion suddenly lifted his gaze. In the grand hall below, the pirates stared in shock, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads as they turned toward the entrance. The steady rhythm of footsteps echoed through the space. Each measured step revealed a young man whose faint smile carried an unmistakable regal authority. Another wave of pressure swept outward, and the pirates standing before him fell like wheat before a scythe, each one collapsing in succession. Instinctively, some pirates sidled away to avoid the strange figure approaching them. Who are you? How dare you trespass on Boss Shiki's territory? A pirate roared in fury, lunging at the newcomer with his blade. The man neither acknowledged nor dodged the attack, simply continuing his advance with measured steps. A shockwave erupted and the attacker's body went rigid. His eyes rolled white as his sword clattered to the floor before the man. Jiang Lu pressed onward, his gaze piercing through the dense crowd to lock onto the figure standing resolute. Shiki the Golden Lion returning his stare. Shiki, he said with a grin, speaking the man's name. Jiang Lu. The Golden Lion's eyes flickered with surprise before breaking into laughter. Ho 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 ha ha. I never expected you'd come seeking me out yourself. What a delightful surprise. Jiang Lu smiled in return, pressing forward as his conqueror's haki intensified, growing even more overwhelming with each step. Cracks spiderwebbed across the pillars and walls supporting the structure. Pirates standing nearby collapsed without resistance, completely overwhelmed by the sheer force of his presence. What an imposing figure, Indigo muttered in awe from behind the Golden Lion. Though the man wore a smile, the oppressive aura radiating from him struck at the soul itself, causing Indigo to tremble with an instinctive sense of danger, like facing a predatory beast. Haki. That's not merely haki, Indigo. That man is Jiang Lu. The Golden Lion watched his approach with a grin, though his eyes held only solemn gravity. He watched as his assembled pirates collapsed one by one, foam at their lips, unable to withstand the sheer force of that overwhelming presence for even a single moment. Spare me your posturing, Jiang Lu. After 20 years apart, do you think this display of dominance is necessary for a proper greeting? Taking a deep breath, Shiki the Golden Lion shouted. At these words, Jiang Lu grinned and unleashed another wave of his conqueror's haki, sending more pirates crashing to the ground in unconscious heaps. He glanced across the vast hall, surveying the sprawled figures of unconscious pirates, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Planning something grand, Shiki. But what can you really accomplish with these common sea rats? Shiki the Golden Lion felt anger rising at those words, especially as he surveyed the fallen pirates at his feet. Yet he had no answer to give. Did you come all this way just to exchange empty boasts? Jiang Lu continued forward, his dark robes rippling as if caught in an unseen wind, his gaze sharp and his overwhelming aura pressing relentlessly against his opponent. After a moment, he halted 5 paces from Shiki. 20 years ago, it was I who freed you from impelled down. Back then we made a promise to each other. His eyes flashed with intensity as he regarded the lion-like man before him. Have you forgotten? Shiki the Golden Lion paused, studying Jiang Lu with an unreadable expression before breaking into laughter. Ho 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 ha ha. Of course I haven't forgotten. I told you. Once you were out, we would join forces and overturn this entire world. His pupils contracted slightly as Shiki's voice dropped to a low register. Then you've come all this distance specifically to honor that oath from 20 years ago. Jiang Lu met his gaze sharply. Otherwise, what place of yours would be worth my attention? Shiki's smile widened, his lips curling almost involuntarily. With someone like you by my side, he declared, this world will surely fall into our hands eventually. He laughed with genuine delight. This is truly the finest news I've heard today. Shiki swept his arm wide. Bring wine. I shall drink deeply with my old friend right here. And incidentally, his eyes locked onto Jiang Lu, a curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Let us discuss our partnership. Jiaha! The loud laughter echoed through the empty and somewhat tense first-floor hall. The pirates who could still stand were trembling, staring at the two figures in the center, quietly swallowing saliva, their backs already soaked with sweat. Indigo, his face solemn and heart tense, immediately fetched 2 jars of wine and brought large bowls, placing them before the two men. Thump! Golden Lion Shiki plopped down onto the ground, sitting cross-legged, the sharp tips of his 2 long swords pointing left and right. Jiang Lu also slowly sat cross-legged, his eyes fixed on the other man, then burst into a wide grin. Ha ha ha! Jaha! Golden Lion also laughed. Their laughter traveled far, and the surrounding pirates felt their nervousness ease. Meanwhile, they cautiously stared at the man opposite Golden Lion, filled with confusion. Who is this man? To be able to sit at the same table with a legendary pirate. Just by his aura, he knocked out so many strong men. This guy is no ordinary. Indigo, treading carefully, held his breath as he poured wine into the bowls before them. The clear wine splashed into the bowls, sending up a string of froth. Jiang Lu gazed at it and nodded in praise. Fine wine. Golden Lion laughed. This is the strong liquor I finally found in the East Sea. Definitely to your taste. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Jiang Lu reached out and lifted his wine bowl. Across from him, Golden Lion also raised his bowl, and they clinked them together. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, then both tilted their heads back, letting the fiery liquor slide down their throats. After a few breaths, they set the bowls down on the ground, exchanged glances, and burst into laughter again. Golden Lion shook his head, a look of emotion on his face. 20 years. We finally meet again outside Impelled Down. Jiang Lu nodded gently. Indeed, I have waited 20 years for this bowl of wine. Golden Lion suddenly lifted his head, staring at Jiang Lu. This era is too quiet, too gentle, Jiang Lu. Oh, then what do you plan to do? Jiang Lu asked with a faint smile. I will start from the East Sea. As long as you and I cooperate, we can turn this world upside down. Have you seen this island? The animals I've collected that have eaten IQ. Their combat power will astonish you. Golden Lion said excitedly. The Navy's attitude toward you is clearly hostile. This identity no longer suits you. Why not come and be a pirate with me? As he spoke, Golden Lion's body trembled, his golden hair flying, and his aura surged. Become my right arm, Jiang Lu. With your help, I will easily seize the throne of the Pirate King. Then together we will rule this entire world. His voice vibrated, impassioned and powerful, laying bare his immense ambition before everyone. Jiang Lu, however, fell silent. After a long while, he finally spoke with a faint smile. A pirate? That's nothing but a career with no future. He paused, lifted his head, and fixed his gaze on Golden Lion. Why not come work for me? Join Shuya. Shiki. Together we will change this entire world. Compared to being the Pirate King, this endeavor is undoubtedly more meaningful. Your name will go down in history, sung and chanted by billions. 100 years from now, you will become an immortal monument remembered by history. The words were equally passionate and stirring, echoing through the hall. But at this moment, the surrounding pirates turned pale, and fine beads of sweat reappeared on their foreheads. Indigo, who was pouring wine, froze in his movements. This mysterious man had come here to discuss cooperation with their captain. Captain Shiki had a strong desire to recruit him, but the man was actually trying to recruit their captain in return. Golden Lion Shiki fell silent, his eyes flickering as he stared at Jiang Lu. After a moment, he let out a long laugh. Jaha! Looking at the full bowls on the ground, Shiki picked up his wine bowl. Drink. The two bowls clashed again, spilling some clear wine, and they tilted their heads back to finish it. But the taste of this bowl of wine in their stomachs was clearly different from the previous one. Jiang Lu, unlike you, I shook the world 20 years ago with a great reputation. And I have many who are willing to follow me. Golden Lion pointed to the people in the hall. As for you, 20 years ago, you were the strongest admiral, also famous in that era. But now you are obscure. Alone, what great deeds can you accomplish? As he spoke, his gaze turned cold. Cooperate with me, stay by my side, and you will lack nothing. Fame, status, wealth. His words hung in the air, but no one responded for a moment. Jiang Lu placed his wine bowl on the ground, his head lowered, as if pondering something, his expression unreadable. After a long while, he slowly raised his head to look at Golden Lion Shiki. A true strong man faces thousands of troops alone. He paused, then sneered. Shiki, that is the reason you lost to Roger and Whitebeard. Golden Lion Shiki's body trembled, his eyes darkening as he stared at Jiang Lu, but he did not erupt in anger. These small fry by your side, even if they all attacked, what could they do? Jiang Lu said, disdainfully glancing at the remaining pirates in the hall. I alone can sweep them all. Then he added calmly. 20 years ago, I let you out of Impelled Down because I wanted to cooperate with you once and do something great. But I did not intend to become your right arm and be subordinate to you. As he spoke, Jiang Lu glanced at the other man's legs and aged face. You are old. Those words made Golden Lion Shiki's eyes turn icy cold, with fury surging forth. He was a legendary pirate of the seas. He would never admit that he was old and out of touch with the times, and he was unwilling to do so. And your legs? 20 years have passed. How much of your peak strength, which once rivaled Roger and Whitebeard, remains? With such a state before you accomplish anything, you will be swept away by the surging tides of the era, vanish into smoke and fade from the world's sight. Golden Lion Shiki's eyes blazed with anger, and he growled, Jiang Lu, do you know what you are saying? Jiang Lu grinned and sneered, what? Has the objective truth become so harsh in your ears? The glory of the past has blinded your eyes, making you unable to see your true self. Smack! Golden Lion suddenly exerted force with his right hand, shattering the wine bowl in his hand. His robes fluttered without wind, and his golden hair flew wildly behind him. The words stabbed into his heart, like knives, filling him with rage and trembling. In other words, Golden Lion had been broken. Inside the pavilion, everyone fell into a deathly silence. A terrifying aura swept in all directions, causing some to tremble uncontrollably, their bodies stiff and unable to move. The two figures seated cross-legged at the center made every single gesture send shivers down their spines. At this moment, it was clear that the conversation between them was far from pleasant. In fact, it seemed on the verge of escalating into a full-blown conflict at the slightest disagreement. Are you angry, Shiki? Your anger stems from your weakening body, from your lack of confidence in yourself. You are no longer what you once were. Pausing, Jiang Lu curled his lips, gazing at the other's furious face. Why not join my ranks? I can help you regain your former glory. You know I am fully capable of that. Golden Lion Shiki's heart trembled, and the fury on his face momentarily froze. He recalled that the man before him possessed a mysterious power. He could turn the weak into formidable fighters in a short span of time. Similarly, his abilities also held immense healing power. This was precisely why he was known as an almost unkillable monster. I can give you a number. You will become a member of the Hollow Knight, rise to greatness once more, and your name will echo across the world. This time you will rely on your own strength, not the illusory glory of the past. Jiang Lu's words were calm and devoid of emotion. Yet to Golden Lion, they held an irresistible allure, even causing his mind to waver momentarily. The words were harsh, but they rang true. The passage of time, the aging of the body, and the hidden injuries accumulated over countless years of battle would all erupt at once in old age. His severed legs had also severely hampered his combat ability. After all, a blade was meant to be held by hands. Switching to legs compromised both flexibility and strength by more than 1 degree. Did he still possess even 30% of his former peak strength? Even he could not be certain. What's more, I can restore your severed legs. Jiang Lu then added another sentence. Golden Lion Shiki jerked his head up, staring at him with a complex gaze. You are truly terrifying, aren't you? He had originally planned to recruit the other as his right-hand man. Jiang Lu, abandoned by the Navy and having committed a grave offense, had no other path to take. With Jiang Lu's formidable combat strength, the two of them together would shake the entire world. But he never expected the other to try to recruit him instead. Moreover, the conditions he offered were irresistible, filled with overwhelming allure. To regain his prime strength and have legs that could walk again. It was everything he could ever dream of. How about it, Shiki? Join me. Jiang Lu extended his right hand, laughing heartily. You know very well that if we join forces, we will possess the power to shake the entire world, the entire sea, to its core. This is the best outcome, isn't it? Golden Lion Shiki stared at the hand before him, his expression shifting, his heart in turmoil. Slap. Suddenly his gaze turned cold and fierce, and he knocked the hand away. What kind of joke is this, Jiang Lu? Who do you think I am? You want to recruit me, make me your subordinate. His golden mane whipped wildly, and the table's wine glasses and everything around him began to float, a terrifying aura spreading outward. Then defeat me. Whoever is stronger becomes the boss. The furious roar vibrated through the air, his golden hair dancing wildly as his figure suddenly soared upward. Jiang Lu lifted his gaze and chuckled lightly. Is that so? Whoever is stronger becomes the boss. That is indeed a good method. It suits people like us to decide who is the true leader. Golden Lion Shiki's eyes sharpened, and upon hearing the agreement, he raised his right leg, the long blade gleaming with cold light, and slashed down fiercely. Slash waved. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Lu, seated cross-legged on the ground, shifted his body sideways by a few inches. Crack! The sharp slash struck the ground, and in an instant a thin crack appeared, spreading into the distance until it vanished from sight. So eager to witness your own defeat, Shiki. Jiang Lu looked up, grinning savagely. I've heard that your words are quite unpleasant. Now I've seen it for myself. I've wanted to have a good fight with you for 20 years. But there was never a chance. Golden Lion said coldly, looking down from above. Today let's settle this, Jiang Lu. The victor will be the other's boss. Jiang Lu slowly rose, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword, and suddenly grinned. Since we both agree, then let's fight. Golden Lion, hovering in the air with his robe billowing and golden hair dancing, narrowed his eyes and suddenly swooped downward. In an instant, he was right above Jiang Lu, lifting his right leg and slashing down again. Whoosh! A fierce wind swept through, and in front of Jiang Lu the gale cut like a blade. Clang! The next second the long sword at his waist was drawn and raised above his head. Ding! The sound of metal clashing rang out, sparks flew, and a shockwave rippled outward, stirring the hanging curtains in the hall. Pressing the sword against your leg is not as convenient or powerful as using both hands, Jiang Lu said calmly. The very next second, Golden Lion Shiki pulled his right leg back, spun his body, and slammed his left leg down fiercely again. Ding! The clash of metal rang out again, and a tremendous force vibrated, sending Jiang Lu sliding backward. Don't underestimate me, boy. These legs are even more useful than some people's arms. Golden Lion Shiki sneered. The next moment he lunged again at Jiang Lu, his legs chopping down repeatedly, his body spinning like a top. Clang, 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 clang. The crisp sounds rang out continuously, and Jiang Lu was forced back, sliding across the ground. The three legendary pirates were not just empty names. Golden Lion Shiki was not as pathetic as he might have seemed in the movie. As a powerhouse of the same era as Roger and Whitebeard with a reputation equal to theirs, how could he be unworthy of his fame? Whether it was hockey strength, swordsmanship, or devil fruit powers, he had reached the pinnacle in all, allowing him to stand at the apex of the world and earn such a reputation. Retreating step by step in the blink of an eye, the two had burst out of the pavilion. Vigorous energy shot in all directions, stirring up dust. Ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter rang out as Jiang Lu stepped back, creating distance. Shiki, for an old man you're still quite capable. As he spoke, Jiang Lu looked up at the old man floating in the air with his golden mane. There's still more to surprise you. Feel my power, well, boy. Golden Lion said coldly, looking down. He stretched out his right hand, fingers hooked like claws pointing toward the sky. Lion's might, earth roll. Snap. Jiang Lu's expression shifted slightly as the stone slabs beneath his feet suddenly trembled violently. A thunderous rumble echoed through the air as the ground trembled violently, with soil and sand rapidly swirling upward toward the sky. The earth surrounding Jiang Lu trembled and surged upward at that moment, taking the shape of colossal lions before the very eyes of the onlookers. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 earth lions, each nearly 100 meters tall and as heavy as mountains, emerged with a majestic aura, contorting their bodies and shaking the manes upon their necks. A deep, thunderous roar shattered the air as the earth lions surged forward in an unstoppable assault, their immense power radiating like a force of nature. Such extraordinary aura. Even after the passage of years, do the lions still stand? Jiang Lu looked up and grinned. The massive lions blotted out the sunlight above. Their towering forms blocked his entire field of vision. As their knees slowly bent and sank, the ground creaked and groaned beneath them, leaving deep imprints, and then in the next instant, like a cannonball launched into the sky, Jiang Lu rocketed upward. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the first charging lion. Purple-red energy flared along his long blade before he swung it downward. A devastating wave of slashing force tore through the air at extreme speed, cutting straight through the enormous lion and splitting its body open from front to back. But soon the remaining 5 shifted their forms and lunged at his rear, colliding with him fiercely. Jiang Lu turned around and raised his arms to block. It felt as though a massive mountain had struck him. His body shuddered and his bones hummed with pain, yet in the next instant he had already recovered. But the ferocious force sent him flying backward. The wind howled violently as Jiang Lu's robes whipped around him, and he twisted his body midair. 6 mountain-like lions were approaching with overwhelming momentum, their ferocious faces radiating sheer power. The one he had split open earlier was already reconstructing itself as the earth churned and mended rapidly. Reality is completely different from the anime. Watching this scene, Jiang Lu murmured. In the theatrical version, Gold Lion Shiki had been easily defeated by the inexperienced Straw Hat Boy. But at this moment, what unfolded before him was an unimaginable aura and majesty. The real Gold Lion, even in his old age and without legs, still possessed power that shook the heart. But this makes it all the more interesting. He shook his right hand, and a sakura-like energy bloomed upon the blade, quickly wrapping around it and covering it with mysterious patterns. The blade trembled as if sensing its master's excitement at finding a worthy opponent, his burning battle intent boiling over. Let's have a great battle, Shiki. Show me the power you once dominated the world with. A mighty shout erupted from Jiang Lu's mouth as his long blade trembled, and he swung it forth with tremendous force. A brilliant slash cut through the air, becoming a dazzling purple-red arc that crashed fiercely into the lion mountain rushing toward him. Dust erupted into the air. The 5 lion mountains shuddered violently as their bodies were split horizontally from belly to tail. Their forms exploded outward, tumbling and shaking as they crashed to the ground. The view suddenly opened up and the blue sky reappeared. But alongside it came Gold Lion's wild golden hair and his twin blades gleaming with sharp light. Jo ho 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 ho. I knew it. That attack wouldn't stop you. Jiang Lu. His long blade slashed through the void, descending upon Jiang Lu from above with a ruthless aura that cut through everything. The latter's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his blade to block. A clear ring of metal on metal echoed, followed by blinding sparks and a massive shockwave born from the collision. Centered on the 2 combatants, the air blast quickly swirled and shot outward in all directions. The swirling dust was swept up and sent flying into the distance, distorting everything in its path. You truly have a seasoned fighting style, Shiki. Jiang Lu held his blade above his head, countering the overwhelming force pressing down, and grinned. Using the Earth Lion formation as a cover, that follow-up strike was the real killing blow. Facing a man like you, I would never dare let my guard down. Gold Lion Shiki laughed loudly, his eyes sharp. With a movement of his body, he flew backward. At the same time, Jiang Lu also leaped backward, his figure drifting in the air. Both men locked eyes briefly, then swung their blades again. Wave slash. Gold Lion roared, his right foot carving through the air. A terrifying slash bearing piercing sword intent screamed downward. Jiang Lu swung his blade, as well launching a soaring slash that tore through the air. The two slashes collided and shattered each other, their residual waves spreading outward. A nearby pavilion was struck by the shockwave and collapsed into rubble in an instant, causing cries and shouts of alarm. Gold Lion's eyes flickered with a serious expression. Through this brief exchange, he had already realized that his opponent was by no means someone who could be dealt with easily. His strength, dominance, and mastery of swordsmanship had all reached the peak of this era. His body suddenly dove downward, reaching Jiang Lu in the blink of an eye, his legs striking repeatedly, as blade after blade erupted in brilliant flashes. Jiang Lu swung his blade, precisely blocking each strike. A continuous series of metal clashing sounds rang out, as explosive energy spiraled outward in all directions. Suddenly, at some point, Gold Lion shifted his body. His legs struck in rapid succession, and golden slashing energy connected into a solid wall radiating dazzling brilliance. Lion's Thousand Cleave Valley. The sharper slashes descended upon Jiang Lu, forcing him to look up sharply as he swung his long blade quickly. The slashes were far more powerful than the wave slash, causing Jiang Lu's blade to tremble violently and driving him backward with each impact. Jiang Lu, do not underestimate me. We have never fought before, but I have never once believed myself inferior to Roger and Whitebeard. Gold Lion unleashed slashes with both feet, his condition as vigorous as when he was young. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was almost completely covered by his slashes, shimmering with golden light as hundreds and thousands of strikes charged toward Jiang Lu. The relentless force drove Jiang Lu backward through the air until with a massive crash he fell into a dense forest, smashing through a dozen or more giant trees in a row. Then he paused and looked up at the sky. Golden slashes screamed downward, engulfing the entire forest. That kind of stamina doesn't seem like a man in his 70s at all. Cheeky. I'm starting to get excited now. Murmuring to himself, Jiang Lu's figure was swallowed by the blinding golden slashes. The forest, spanning dozens of square miles, was shattered in the next instant, with chips, debris, and dust all rising into the air. Blood splattered the ground, trembled violently, and dust billowed into the air. A vast forest in the blink of an eye was cleaved into countless fragments by a fierce slash. Kah! The Golden Lion hovered in midair, gazing downward. Amidst the swirling dust, countless animal carcasses split by the slash could be seen. On the ground, ravines crisscrossed, revealing a bottomless chasm. But Jiang Lu's figure was not yet visible. Broken trees and flying dust obscured that area. Jiang Lu, how do you like it? This power you called outdated and weak. The Golden Lion roared, his eyes sweeping across the dust-shrouded forest. Old is old. Refusing to admit it is not a good thing. Shurji. A clear voice rang out from the forest, reaching the Golden Lion's ears, and his gaze quickly shifted, locking onto one spot. Whooshed. The wind blew, scattering the dust on the ground and revealing the figure standing there. His robes were already torn, baring his upper body with 8-pack abs clearly visible. On his powerful frame, only a few strips of cloth covered him, though his trousers were relatively intact. The man held a sword in his right hand, a smile on his face as he looked up at the Golden Lion in the sky. Jiang Lu. The Golden Lion's gaze narrowed, his expression growing serious. Having endured such a dense barrage of slashes, with his robes torn to shreds and a forest reduced to rubble, the opponent remained completely unharmed. Such attacks have no effect on me. Jiang Lu shouted upward. Is that so? The Golden Lion Shurji replied coldly. His right hand suddenly hooked toward the sky. Boom. The ground for dozens of li trembled, the earth churned, and the terrifying lion-shaped mountain emerged once more instantly, surrounding Jiang Lu at the center. Greater scale and momentum. I can shatter your mud-made toys with a single slash. What use can they be against me? Jiang Lu looked up, glancing around at the dozens of lion-shaped mountains roaring and howling with awe-inspiring momentum as they dove toward him, and spoke calmly. Unlike before, he stood there quietly, as if he had no intention of dodging. Bare-chested, the wind blew, sending a few tattered strips fluttering into the lion mountains. His 8-pack abs and streamlined physique were as powerful as a leopard. Then try it, you arrogant brat. The Golden Lion roared, his hooked fingers suddenly clenching. Boom. The next second, over a dozen lion mountains charged toward Jiang Lu. Massive amounts of earth churned up, instantly burying his figure. Thousands of tons of dust surged, rapidly piling up into a twisted mountain like a giant braid. Boom, 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 boom. Then the dust quivered, its volume shrank as it was compressed multiple times, becoming denser. Wind swept over the peak of the bizarre braided mountain, kicking up a few dust motes, and tattered black cloth was blown higher. Then the Golden Lion grabbed at his gaze sharp as he looked down. An unkillable monster. Today I shall see for myself whether you truly cannot be killed. He spoke in a flat tone, his eyes icy. 20 years ago, the world rumored that day Tiger Jiang Lu was an unkillable monster possessing an extraordinary and terrifying constitution. Even in several great battles, he would not leave a single scratch on his body, making him the most troublesome opponent in the world. The Golden Lion had also heard of his numerous battles with Luo Jie and Whitebeard, but he himself had never had the chance to fight him. Now he could finally witness what this powerhouse extolled to the extreme in the previous era was truly like. Time passed, and the wind grew stronger. The braided mountain, hundreds of meters tall, occasionally had a few dust motes blown off, but no other movement occurred, maintaining an eerie calm. "Is he dead?" the Golden Lion murmured. But in the next moment, he rose higher, his eyes flickering as he fixed on the mountain's waist. Boom! The entire mountain trembled, rocks flew, and a ring of dust spread outward. What the hell? The Golden Lion Shurji's eyes contracted as he stared at the scene. The massive, braided mountain weighed tens of thousands of tons. No enemy trapped beneath it by this technique had ever managed to break free. Boom! Yet the mountain trembled again, dust rippled out in larger waves, and large chunks of stone clattered down to its base. Crack! Crack! Fissures appeared on the surface of the compressed mountain. Boom! 2 breaths later, the braided mountain quaked again, then rumbled, and shook more violently, the cracks spreading rapidly. The Golden Lion rose higher, his gaze now extremely grave as he stared downward, his long golden hair fluttering in the wind. Suddenly his eyes widened. Boom! The braided mountain shattered, its waist exploding open, sending out a cloud of dust. The mountain split in two and rocks shot out like bullets. A figure wreathed in green energy shot upward, reaching Shurji's front in the blink of an eye. The blazing green energy, the twisted and ferocious expression on his face, and the terrifying aura emanating from him, shook the Golden Lion Shurji to his core. "You bastard." He glanced at the ground below, where the hundreds of meters tall braided mountain was collapsing with a roar, tons of earth spreading over the surface. "You attacked and I took it. Now it's my turn, Shurji." A low growl vibrated through the air as Zhang Lu's feet stomped the air. Bang! His body shot forward like a cannonball, tearing through the air in an instant. "Here he comes." The Golden Lion Shurji tensed, his eyes sharp as he went on alert. In this state, Zhang Lu looked extraordinary. Whoosh! The green figure flickered rapidly in the void, zigzagging, making it impossible to tell which side he would attack from. In just 2 breaths, the kilometer between them closed. The wind blasted against the Golden Lion's face, his skin rippling, and a gleam of determination flashed in his eyes. The figure wreathed in green energy closed in now right in front of him, rapidly flickering and shifting. Left? No, it's right. A fist suddenly swelled in sight, and the Golden Lion's heart jolted violently. He could even clearly see the airwave shaped like a fist trailing behind the punch. His eyes flashed, and he tilted his head to the left. Boom! The fist, like an air cannon, grazed past his right ear, the sharp force even scraping his skin. The Golden Lion's eyes contracted, and he moved, thrusting his right foot forward at the figure that was materializing. But then whoosh! The opponent flickered, and the long sword pierced only an afterimage. So fast! The Golden Lion was astounded, finding it unbelievable. The next second, a fist appeared from the left, swinging toward his cheek. Armament hockey. The Golden Lion raised his left hand, his eyes determined, reaching for the fist. His reaction and movement were swift enough, but he was still a beat too slow. The punch connected with his left cheek. Bang! The Golden Lion's head rocked, the flesh on his cheek caved in, and the force shot through the other side of his face. Puff! Blood sprayed, and the terrifying power exploded instantly. The golden figure plummeted to the ground like a meteor. With a thunderous roar, the golden figure burst forth like a cannonball, smashing heavily into the ground and carving a long trench. It skidded for thousands of meters before finally coming to a halt with a heave. Is this the power of the monster from back then? Zhang Lu, you are truly as ferocious as a wild beast. Golden Lion Shurji lifted his head, his mouth filled with blood, his eyes dark and solemn. He suddenly looked up at the sky. Whoosh! The figure wreathed in green energy dove down. With a boom, it broke the sound barrier, and a cone-shaped white mist of shockwave appeared behind it. Almost at the instant the sound reached his ears, Zhang Lu was already atop the Golden Lion's head. Morning Peacock. Clenching both fists, clusters of flames blossomed in an instant, then transformed into countless fist imprints that roared down. Slash waved. The Golden Lion's eyes were dark, and he kicked out with his right foot. The sharp slash wave shot toward the sky, but Zhang Lu merely sidestepped and evaded it. At the same time, the Golden Lion spread his arms and hooked his fingers toward the sky. The air, the earth. Everything trembled violently, twisting and contorting. The next second, he thrust his hands upward. Lion's might, earth roll. Rumble. The ground shattered inch by inch, and massive chunks of stone and sand soared into the sky. For hundreds of miles around, the earth surged upward. Roar. Vast lions, tens of thousands of them, took shape. Their heads shook, manes rippled lifelike and roaring, charging toward Zhang Lu in the sky. The Golden Lion stood firm on the ground, the island beneath him rumbling violently. His golden mane flew wildly, and his eyes were filled with gravity. I will fight you with all my strength. Zhang Lu, let me show you that I of the old era am no mere legend. His deep voice resonated through the void, carried across the sky, stirred by millions of lions, reaching Zhang Lu's ears. The era surges forward, but we who once stood at the peak may not necessarily fade. The lion's roar shook the void. In an instant before Jiang Lu stood an impenetrable wall formed by millions of lions. Whooshed. His eyes narrowed, and the green energy on his body blazed, releasing brilliant pulses. Open your eyes and see well. See what power still dwells within this aged body of mine. The golden lion's sonorous voice carried over. Rumble. Jiang Lu swung his fists, smashing the lion mountains ahead into dust. But from the corner of his eye he suddenly beheld a most startling scene. Boom, boom, boom. The island beneath his feet erupted in multiple places. One after another more and more lion mountains roared, tore themselves from the ground, and surged toward him. Endless, boundless. In an instant it seemed 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses had arrived before him. Amid these countless lion mountains Jiang Lu appeared tiny, even negligible. 20 years ago I drove Roger to the brink of annihilation. And I once stormed the Marine headquarters alone, taking on both Sengoku and Garp. Compared to those towering pinnacles of strength, what are you? How dare you speak of subduing me and making me your subordinate? The golden lion's deep voice trembled through the void, reaching Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu's whole body shook. He drew the long blade at his waist and swung it. Whooshed. The sharp slash cleaved through a dozen lion mountains ahead, but immediately the earth surged and more lion mountains reappeared, encircling him at the center. The sunlight above and the surrounding space were visibly shrinking. In an instant Jiang Lu was about to be crushed and buried again. Is the entire island under your control? You have truly developed the float fruit to its limit. Jiang Lu looked up and murmured. The floating island and the dozen smaller islands around it were all under Shiki's control. With his ability, he could effortlessly suspend islands tens of thousands of meters in the sky. Similarly, he could manipulate the island beneath his feet to form powerful attacks and repel invaders. And this was precisely the strength of the Golden Lion Shurji. He could control any object he touched, and the quantity and weight of those objects seemed limitless. The legendary three great pirates from this perspective truly lived up to their reputation. Roar. The lion mountains closed in, shrinking the space above Jiang Lu inch by inch. In a moment, it would contract and seal shut. He kept swinging his blade, but could only cut through the front ranks of attacks, which were soon replenished by the surging earth. It was an endless assault. He was effectively fighting against the entire island. And this was the Golden Lion. This was Lion's might earth roll. You underestimate me, Jiang Lu. Who told you I am inferior to Roger and Newgate? Among the mightiest of that era, how could I Shiki be weaker than anyone? His sonorous, domineering voice came from above. Jiang Lu looked up and saw the Golden Lion Shurji, his golden mane billowing, standing at the gap above and staring down at him coldly. If your strength is only this, then bury yourself here and repent. The Golden Lion Shurji stared at his opponent below and said solemnly. He extended his right hand and slowly clenched it. As he clenched, the vast lion mountains surged faster, pressing toward Jiang Lu. Ha ha ha. Suddenly Jiang Lu below grinned and laughed out loud. The Golden Lion saw this, his pupils contracting. He can still laugh. The next second his right hand formed a fist. The millions of lion mountains crashed down, sealing Jiang Lu's only exit and completely burying him. Why can he still laugh? The Golden Lion stared at the ground below, a strong premonition of dread surging in his heart. That smile set off alarm bells in his mind. It infuriated him even more. This was his proudest, most powerful attack, and yet the opponent could still laugh in the face of it. Suddenly, boom. The ground beneath him trembled, and a blue light burst forth. The surging, compressing lion mountains exploded one after another, shaking the entire sky. The seventh gate, the gate of shock, opened. A low voice emanated from below, reaching the Golden Lion's ears, making his eyes sharp. Still have a trump card. Under millions of tons of earth, Jiang Lu opened his eyes, emitting crimson light. His entire body radiated a pale blue mist and aura. Whooshed. Endless currents blazed fiercely. The intense energy generated terrifying heat, enveloping his body. Suddenly his knees bent slightly, and the next second, he shot upward. The millions of tons of earth could not stop him. He burst through them instantly. Whooshed. The powerful sound of air trembled through the void, and his figure was already before the Golden Lion in an instant. The terrifying aura made even this legendary pirate's countenance change in shock. Daytime tiger. Jiang Lu's eyes blazed as he stared ahead, and suddenly roared. Roar. A tiger's roar resounded, white streams of air visibly tracing a path, and in an instant the shape of a tiger's head formed before Jiang Lu. The air currents twisted, the wind howled around him, and a fierce, savage, and terrifying aura surged unceasingly. Shiki, your strength is beyond my expectations. Let me show you the reason I am called the Day Tiger. His skin changed color, constantly cracking and healing, repeating this process, revealing an unprecedented and formidable power. A long-lost feeling of bloodlust. Jiang Lu murmured, his eyes gleaming with a red light. The next second his feet began to run in midair. Roar. The tiger's roar shook the void, ripples appearing in the air. I hope you can entertain me for a few more seconds. This state. No one else has ever seen it except Roger and Whitebeard. An excited, maniacal voice rang out. Golden Lion's entire body broke out in countless tiny goosebumps. He's running in the air. Day Tiger, huh? That's quite a fitting alias. He spoke in a deep, aged voice, then swiftly retreated backward. At the same time, he thrust his hands again. Roar! The ground rolled up once more, a massive lion-shaped mountain rising before him to block Jiang Lu. Roar! Jiang Lu, taking steps in succession, bellowed. The tiger-shaped shockwave instantly expanded, sweeping through the air to form an air cannon, crashing into the lion mountain ahead. Boom! Dust flew, the lion mountain shattered into mud, and with a pained howl it twisted and fell. He's nothing but a ferocious beast. Golden Lion growled. This was not the first time he had made such a judgment, and it deepened his understanding of why the world had described Jiang Lu that way 20 years ago. An unkillable monster, the most savage beast. At this moment his aura was even more terrifying and ferocious than any beast. Bang! 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 The void trembled as Jiang Lu, running in the air, turned into a brilliant blue phantom, reaching Golden Lion in just a few breaths. Don't die on me, Shiki! Jiang Lu roared, his right fist smashing forward. Whooshed! Golden Lion's pupils contracted as he dodged to the side. The terrifying impact grazed past his body, leaving a twisted cylindrical shockwave that struck the mountain behind, shattering it into dust with a thunderous roar. So fast! So fierce! Shiki shouted in shock. The 8 gates with the 7th gate opened, combined with Jiang Lu's monster-like physique honed in this world, had reached an unimaginable level of terror. Speed, strength, reflexes. Every movement of his pure physical attacks could shatter any enemy before him. Bang! In his daze a dull sound reached his ears. Golden Lion spun around abruptly. A face burning with violent energy, eyes glowing red like a beast's, was already before him. Jiang Lu! Golden Lion roared. Roar! The phantom of a ferocious tiger materialized behind him, its mouth wide open, howling as wind blades lashed out. Golden Lion's golden hair flew wild, and his robe tore apart. He stared in shock, his mouth agape. Such pure, terrifying physical power was almost beyond anything he had ever seen, an overwhelming visual spectacle. You really are a monster! Golden Lion shouted. His feet blurred into shadows as he lashed out. Lion's 1,000 cuts. But Jiang Lu, so close, merely swayed and dodged the devastating slashes. Impossible! Golden Lion was stunned, his mind shaken. They were only 2 or 3 meters apart. How could he miss at such close range? Yet his question received no answer. Jiang Lu's body burned with energy, his right fist clenched, feet treading air. Bang! With a single step the void rippled, and he was already before him. Roar! The sound shook the entire sky. Golden Lion's golden hair fluttered, and in his eyes a fist wrapped in a ferocious tiger's head rapidly approached. Day Tiger! Boom! The fist struck Golden Lion heavily, causing his pupils to jolt, and he instantly spat blood. Crack! Countless ribs shattered in that moment. His aged face changed color, shock mingled with a trace of fear. Whooshed! His body shot out, flew off the floating island in an instant, and slammed into a nearby suspended island, raising a cloud of dust. Whoosh! Whoosh! The wind howled, distorting the space in front of Jiang Lu's fist. It took a long while before calm returned. At the highest point of the floating island, Indigo, watching the battle through a telescope, trembled with fear and awe. Captain Shiki, has he lost? That guy is a monster. The other pirates standing nearby were filled with fear, looking at the man burning with pale blue aura in the sky with reverence. He's moving again. Shouts rang out. People looked up and saw the figure rapidly running through the air. In just a few breaths, he had left the floating island. Golden Lion Shiki, you truly live up to your reputation as one of the 3 legendary pirates. Even without your legs and advanced in age, you still possess a physique that ordinary people can't match. The movie version of you was a joke. Jiang Lu's eyes blazed with excitement as he sped toward the dusty island ahead. Cough! Cough! On the shattered ground, Golden Lion Shiki staggered to his feet, his chest soaked in blood, and he spat more blood onto the ground. So this is the Day Tiger. Truly breathtaking, old man. Taking a deep breath, Golden Lion's forehead and face were drenched in sweat, his breathing labored. But he looked up fiercely at the figure running toward him, his expression twisted with fury. Who do you think I am? Do you think one punch can make me surrender? He rose swiftly, then extended his right hand. Boom! The island beneath him quaked, and within 2 breaths it surged forward with a roar, hurtling toward Jiang Lu. The pride and power of the old era. I stake everything on this. Today I'll make you see clearly. Golden Lion roared, his right hand flicking repeatedly. Whoosh! Whoosh! The islands surrounding the floating island trembled, then accelerated, charging at Jiang Lu. Among them a vast lake nearly 100 li in radius twisted and formed into a sphere. What a spectacular sight! Jiang Lu stopped, looking up ahead. 10 islands blotting out the sky surrounded a lake and rumbled toward him. Trying to stop me? I'll smash your islands. His eyes focused and he growled. His fists clenched, flowery sakura haki enveloped his body, causing it to tremble. Then a domineering, peerless aura coiled around his arms. Conqueror's haki infusion. Whooshed! The tiger phantom behind him swelled rapidly, mountain-like, snarling fiercely, then burst into crimson-purple flames. Day Tiger Mountain Crusher. With a roar, Jianglu punched. Roar. The tiger's howl shook the void as the purple-red feral beast leaped and roared, appearing before the first island in an instant. Then it raised its massive head, opened its jaws, and charged forward with devastating force. Boom. A colossal shockwave radiated outward at that moment. The small island hurtling forward came to a shuddering halt, and concentric ripples swept across its surface with terrifying speed. Crack. Crack. With the naked eye, countless fine cracks split across the ground of the entire island, multiplying endlessly before their very eyes. In the end, with a deafening explosion, the island shattered into countless fragments of stone that rained down like mountains collapsing. Swish. Within that endless sea of falling rocks, a figure wreathed in purple-red flames strode forward at full speed, leaving a crimson streak that twisted between the crumbling stones. Then in a single instant he arrived before the second island. He lifted his foot and delivered a devastating kick. Day Tiger Storm Slash. Boom. The small island trembled and split open with a thunderous crash, a massive chasm tearing through its center as it broke in two and toppled toward the sea on either side. High in the sky, the golden lion's pupils contracted. His expression was grave, sweat streaming down his forehead and cheeks dripping steadily from his chin. Such intense combat would have posed no burden for him in his youth, but with his current body, he was already approaching his limits. At this moment, excruciating pain surged from deep within his body, causing his entire frame to tremble violently. Having taken that direct punch, the golden lion was already severely injured, fighting now solely by the power of his will. Boom. Ahead, the purple-red streak once again obliterated an island in an instant. Then he watched his opponent shift rapidly through the air, leaving multiple crimson trails behind, each small island crumbling apart and plunging into the sea below. This guy's physical strength. It has truly surpassed the limits of this world. Even, it surpasses the giant tribe. A tremor of fear ran through the golden lion's heart. Against such a creature, once it closed, the distance defeat could be declared almost immediately. No one could possibly withstand that kind of pure, overwhelming force. Swish. Just then the purple-red streak shot forward like a drawn bowstring and appeared before him in the blink of an eye. Damn it. The golden lion moved his hands, preparing to strike again. But at that moment his body shuddered violently as a surge of excruciating pain struck, freezing him in place. It's over, Squeezy. Jiang Lu's deep voice rang out. Then a fist wreathed in purple-red flames with the roaring phantom of a tiger visible behind it grew larger and larger before his eyes. Thud. This punch landed squarely on his abdomen. The purple-red energy pierced through his body, causing the golden lion to double over, his whole frame rigid as he spewed great mouthfuls of blood. You really are something else. Jiang Lu. He grinned, but his eyes betrayed an overwhelming sense of loss. If only I were a few decades younger. My legs are still intact. I would never have lost. I would never have lost. At those final words, the golden lion threw his head back and roared to the heavens, tears streaming from his eyes. Who knows? Who can say? Jiang Lu said calmly. He withdrew his fist, and the turbulence around him gradually settled. The black hair that had been thrust vertically toward the sky returned to its natural state. Then looking down, he saw the golden lion, eyes closed, plummeting toward the sea unconscious. The legendary golden lion, once counted among the 3 greatest legends of the world, had been defeated by his hand today. You'd better honor our agreement, Squeezy. Speaking softly, Jiang Lu dove downward. As soon as the golden lion touched the water's surface, Jiang Lu grasped him firmly. Jiang Lu. The golden lion opened his eyes, blood continuously welling from the corners of his mouth. Then from today onward, I'm the boss, Squeezy. Jiang Lu grinned broadly. You damn brat. The golden lion's emotions surged, but soon his expression changed as though he had realized something, and he let out a long, heavy sigh. Then his eyes locked onto Jiang Lu's, complex emotions swirling within them. Then let me see just how much chaos you can stir up in this world. Jiang Lu's expression darkened slightly before breaking into a loud laugh. Excellent. I will never disappoint you. Ha ha ha. The golden lion's laughter echoed in his ears as he slowly closed his eyes, his heart a turmoil of emotions. He never expected that when he finally emerged after 20 years of hiding, he would encounter someone like this. A single defeat, and he would be forced to submit to this young man's will. Fate truly knows how to bring an old man down, he murmured to himself, beginning to reflect upon his life. The pride and vigor he felt when he first set sail, the hardships and twists along the Grand Line, and the countless battles after achieving fame. Against rocks, against Whitebeard, against Roger, and many others. I have lived a life worth remembering. Then let me see what can still be done in these final moments of burning life. With him, I doubt he would let me down. At that same moment on Bonero Island in the first half of the Grand Line. Ha ha ha. My injuries have finally healed completely. I feel as though I've been reborn. A tall, burly man laughed boisterously. Captain Teach, next time I see Jiang Lu, I'll make him pay. Buggy also laughed loudly. You're right. That guy, I'll never forgive him. Upon hearing his crewmates' words, Marshal D. Teach's eyes turned icy cold. Let's go. Leave this island. We still have important matters to attend to. They actually conquered Eni's lobby. Their bounties are about to skyrocket. The group walked down the street, making their way toward the harbor. That Straw Hat Kid really did something incredible. A rough voice echoed through the street. Eni's lobby. Famed for the Marineford train that runs along the sea. Rift gently spoke. It's not far from here. What a strange coincidence. Ben OK said grimly. Within our range, those unlucky bastards. Toxic Q chimed in as well. Let's head out now and prepare for departure. Ha 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 ha. Marshal D. Teach laughed loudly. Then just a few steps later, a low voice suddenly rang out from the rooftop on one side. Hey wait, Teach. I've been looking for you for a long time. Marshal D. Teach turned around. When he saw the figure crouching on the rooftop, his pupils contracted, but then he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. So it's you, Ace. Perched on the rooftop, Ace looked down at the group below with a grim expression. You've become quite the capable captain yourself. Whitebeard Pirates Captain Marshal D. Teach. Marshal D. Teach paused at these words, then burst into laughter once more. What is it, Ace? We haven't seen each other in ages. How did you know I was here? Ace crossed his arms, a cold sneer forming on his face. Teach, let's stop with the nonsense. Someone like you who has lived many more years than others cannot possibly not understand the current situation, right? Upon hearing this, Marshal D. Teach's expression remained unchanged, and then he smiled. Oh, I see. So how about becoming my companion? Let us conquer the world together. The era of Whitebeard is over, and I will become the Pirate King. All I need to do is take down Straw Hat Luffy in Water 7 as a gift to the government. Ace's expression shifted. Luffy, what are you talking about? He's my little brother. I can't let you off the hook now. Teach. Marshal D. Teach was stunned while Van Augur and the others behind him wore grim expressions. The atmosphere between them suddenly became tense. Oh, is that so? What a remarkable coincidence. His smile faded and Marshal D. Teach's face turned cold. Having just recovered from the wound inflicted by Jiang Lu's blade, he was not in the good mood he had in the original story. It seems our conflict is irreconcilable. Ace's face was icy. Irreconcilable. That joke isn't funny at all. The things you've done are enough for me to kill you 100 times. The next second, flames erupted from his body, and the house beneath him burst into fire. Zihaha. Then I'll offer you to the government 1st 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. They'll like it even more. Marshal D. Teach laughed, his eyes cold and sharp. Compared to Straw Hat Luffy, you're a much better bait. Bait that can throw the entire world into chaos. Ace slowly rose, flames burning in his eyes, half his body already engulfed in fire. Oh, is that so? Then why not talk about your ambition? That self-deluding ambition of yours. As his words fell, a dull gunshot rang out, and a spark flew from Ace's hat. Behind Blackbeard, Van Augur was startled. Don't waste bullets. Ace is a Logia user. Marshal D. Teach said coldly, then turned his gaze to Ace. There's no need to tell you that. Because you'll find out soon enough. Ace replied impassively, is that so? Then both fell silent as if there was nothing more to say. A gentle breeze blew and the flames on Ace flickered and danced. His hands suddenly changed, forming the shape of a gun aimed downward. Fire gun. Fire bullets shot forth, hurtling toward the group below. Dodge! Marshal D. Teach shouted, and the crew immediately fell into chaos. Then as he looked up, a massive fist-shaped flame came roaring down. Ace had already leaped high, attacking them. Fire fist. With a boom, the ground exploded. Burgess was engulfed in flames, screaming in agony, while his companions rushed over to put out the fire. You're no match for him. Get out of my way. Marshal D. Teach roared. His face twisted with rage, and he let out a low growl. Let me show you the power I've schemed all these years to obtain, Ace. I guarantee it will shock you. Darkness, an abyssal, formless darkness, rose from behind Marshal D. Teach like a demon, shrouding half the sky. Before this fruit, your only outcome is defeat. Ace's pupils contracted, and the flames behind him swelled violently, also covering half the sky. Is that so? Your confidence doesn't match your usual cautious nature, Teach. At this moment, recalling Jiang Lu's words, Ace struck with all his might. Will I lose? No, how could I possibly lose to someone like him? He murmured in his heart, his eyes growing resolute. The next second, he charged forward, and Blackbeard also roared as he rushed in. Boom! Flame and darkness collided, and a powerful aura radiated across the entire island, engulfing the whole street. Their eyes met, both cold and fierce. The war on Banero Island had begun, and the curtain was rising on the summit war. What followed would be a great era of surging currents and shifting tides. No one's era lasts forever. The Roger era 20 years ago, the Whitebeard era of today, they all fade into history with time. In the next era, as heroes vie for supremacy, who will emerge as the ultimate victor? The vast sea, 100 ships contending for the lead. Who will shake the world? The East Blue floating island. Shishishishi. The laughter of Golden Lion Shiki rang out. Across from him sat Jiang Lu, cloaked in black, a smile on his face. Not far away stood Crocodile, wearing a ghost face mask, and Enel, who wore a cold expression. Several days had passed since their battle. Golden Lion's body was wrapped in layers of bandages, his severe wounds healing rapidly. He was now observing the so-called allies before him. A Logia-type Thunderfruit user. You found quite a capable helper. His eyes flickered, and he then turned his gaze to Crocodile. His observation haki told him that this masked man was also extraordinary while the others seemed negligible. So what's your plan? From what I see you're still a Marine, aren't you? How ridiculous. A man like you is actually a Marine and still can be. Golden Lion burst into laughter again. According to the timeline, the seas should already be turbulent by now, Jiang Lu said calmly. And next the Marines will launch a war against Whitebeard, an unprecedented colossal conflict. Golden Lion Shiki was taken aback then laughed. Are you joking? Newgate is one of the 4 emperors based in the New World. How would the Marines dare to attack Whitebeard there? The fuse has already been lit. The battlefield will be Marine headquarters Marineford. Jiang Lu said gravely. What? That's impossible. Golden Lion exclaimed, his drink frozen midair, unable to comprehend. What if his son, an extremely important son, is captured by the Marines? Jiang Lu said lightly, his eyes sharpening. Ace's stubbornness doomed him to defeat against Blackbeard. And that would also become the prelude to the grand drama of the Summit War. An important son captured. Golden Lion Shiki's expression grew solemn. If such a thing really happened, given Whitebeard's nature, it was indeed possible. What exactly do you know? He raised his head, staring at the man before him, speaking in a low voice. Golden Lion grew more curious. This man was always shrouded in mystery, as if perpetually enveloped in black mist, impossible to see clearly. Just watch quietly. The seas will undergo a massive upheaval, and our opportunity will soon arrive. Jiang Lu said softly. On the floating island the banquet continued. The battle to determine the leader had ended, and Jiang Lu emerged victorious, also deciding the future allegiance of the Golden Lion. The pirates under his command, now seated in the hall, secretly cast glances at the man sitting opposite the Golden Lion. An existence even more powerful than Captain Shiki. Who was he exactly? I think I've seen him in some newspaper. Low murmurs arose among the pirates. Hey Jiang Lu. Suddenly Golden Lion Shiki's eyes flickered, and he placed his wine bowl on the ground. Didn't you once say you could restore my legs? As he uttered these words, the Golden Lion's gaze became extremely solemn. These legs were lost during his escape from impelled down, weakening his strength and causing him pain for the past 20 years. Compared to aging, losing his legs and becoming disabled was even more sorrowful. Of course I can do it. Hearing this, Jiang Lu laughed out. Have you forgotten? Apart from my other titles, I am also known as the most incredible doctor in the world. Golden Lion's eyes flickered, but he was not in a hurry. You really are a man of many talents. Ha ha ha. Jiang Lu let out a loud laugh. Then they raised their bowls, clinked them together, and drank. Neither of them was in a hurry to bring up the matter of restoring his legs. As a legendary overlord, the Golden Lion naturally knew that the other would not restore his legs so effortlessly. And Jiang Lu also understood clearly that the Golden Lion, with his strength elevated to a higher level, would not be so easy to control or willing to submit to him. In simple terms, the level of mutual trust between them was still insufficient. What are your plans next? The Golden Lion asked again. The Navy will soon make a major move. Jiang Lu said softly. Then he looked up at the other's head. That helm on your head makes you look like a rooster. The Golden Lion's expression darkened. If you want to mock me, there's no need. I can remove it for you and relieve your pain. Jiang Lu slowly stood up, reaching his right hand toward the other's head. Hey, messing with this thing could endanger my life. The Golden Lion's face turned a bit green as he hurriedly said. Don't move rashly, Shiki. It will be quick. Jiang Lu said with a smile, and with a single reach he grabbed the helm. Then with a slight exertion of force the helm shattered into countless wood chips with a crack, and immediately a gap appeared on the Golden Lion's head. If you want to kill me, you wouldn't do it now, would you, eh? Golden Lion Shiki said in a trembling voice. Restore. Jiang Lu uttered softly, but did not respond to the other's words. The next moment the gap on the Golden Lion's head, the flesh and bones began to regenerate rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it was restored to its original state. Even the missing golden hair grew back, quickly hanging down to the ground. Jiang Lu withdrew his hand and sat cross-legged. The Golden Lion, after a moment of shock, tremblingly touched his forehead. When he felt no helm, he looked at the man opposite him with excitement. Is it really gone? Of course. Consider this a reward for acknowledging me as your boss. Jiang Lu nodded with a smile. The Golden Lion shouted excitedly, stood up, and hurriedly walked elsewhere, shouting all the way. Where is the mirror? Bring me a mirror. For many years this ugly helm had directly affected his appearance, making him look like a golden-feathered rooster, and he was often mocked by his opponents. Now it was finally restored. The immense joy made him tremble with excitement, even more than if his legs had been restored. Captain Shiki, your head. Indigo walked up to him surprised. Is it gone? The Golden Lion asked loudly. Yes, it's gone. You look more majestic and imposing. Indigo quickly nodded. Jahaha. The Golden Lion laughed heartily, stepped on the stairs, and rushed to the second floor. He was already certain that the helm on his head had been removed by that guy, but he still wanted to see the change with his own eyes. In the first floor hall, Jiang Lu sat cross-legged quietly, continuing to drink, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Favors must be given gradually. Only then trust will be cultivated bit by bit in the process. Now his team had just been formed. Its stability naturally could not compare to the Su Yi of 20 years ago, but in terms of strength and potential it surpassed it. Enel and Crocodile, 2 Logia-type users plus Golden Lion Shiki, the Shichibukai Don Quixote da Flamingo, and Rob Lucci, whom he was about to recruit. Such a team, when it possessed enough territory, could instantly become a new emperor on the sea with terrifying power. Foxy, Zhang Lu suddenly called out. Yes boss, I'm here. Foxy quickly replied. I heard the latest newspaper is out. Zhang Lu asked with a smile. Huh, seems so, I'll go find it right away. Foxy paused for a moment, then turned and ran. Soon he found the latest newspaper in a storage area in the hall and trotted back to place it in front of Zhang Lu. Taking the newspaper, Zhang Lu silently read it through and a deep glint flickered in his eyes. The entire front page reported on the Eni's lobby incident, the great event caused by the Straw Hat Pirates. Yet the incident on Bonero Island was not mentioned at all, or perhaps it was still brewing. Before a storm there is always a period of calm. Uttering softly, Zhang Lu picked up the wine bowl, which was refilled, and drained it in one gulp. On the second floor, looking at himself in the mirror, the Golden Lion's entire body was trembling. It's gone, it's really gone. That Zhang Lu kid can even heal such an injury. Taking a deep breath, the Golden Lion kept touching his head. Not long ago there was a helm lodged there. But now everything was no different from his former intact self. That kid really has the ability to restore my legs. The Golden Lion murmured. At the same time, at Marine Headquarters Marineford, in the silent Fleet Admiral's office, the atmosphere was heavy. Sengoku looked at the criminal document on the table, his brows tightly furrowed, his eyes filled with gravity. The other officers and Navy personnel handling documents all wore serious expressions. Crunch, crunch. Only the sound of the sheep on the table chewing waste paper could be heard. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. You have really given us a difficult problem. Not long ago, the Whitebeard Pirates handed over Fire Fist Ace, the commander of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, to the world government. Because of this, the other party had now become a new Shichibukai. But for Sengoku, this was undoubtedly a difficult problem. The world government would never let go of this rare opportunity. War was likely to break out at any moment. Port Gas D. Ace. Murmuring this name, Sengoku's expression was complex and solemn. Garp. And Zhang Lu. Zhang Guo was fully aware of the connection between these two and Ace. Moreover, he also understood the relationship between Garp and the Straw Hat Pirate Luffy, who had recently wreaked havoc at Eni's lobby. It was precisely for this reason that his heart felt even more weighed down and troubled. His own grandson had been captured. Zhang Guo could understand the grief and pain in Garp's heart, but Zhang Lu, the man's relationship with Ace, was far more complicated. Garp can be managed, but that Zhang Lu. Mumbling to himself, Zhang Guo's eyes grew grave. Compared with Garp, the latter was far more likely to be provoked into a frenzied rampage. Yet he was fully aware that Ace's capture was also an excellent opportunity, a grand chance to overturn the current balance of power in the world. In the current world, among the 4 emperors, the Marines, the 7 warlords, and the world government, a delicate equilibrium had already been formed among the various factions. None of the opposing sides could claim dominant advantage. But the eruption of the Ace incident had ignited the possibility of shattering this balance. The Whitebeard Pirates. Zhang Guo spoke softly, his expression turning grim. He had held his position for over a decade. With the passage of time and his advancing years alongside the rise of a new generation within the Marines, it had long been time for him to retire. Subconsciously, he desired to accomplish something monumental to give his tenure a fitting conclusion. And Ace's capture seemed to present him with just that possibility. If he could eliminate one of the 4 emperors before stepping down, breaking the balance between the Marines and the pirates, then the path for his successor would be far smoother. Moreover, Zhang Guo was quite certain that the world government would never easily let this opportunity slip away. They had long harbored deep loathing for what they called the Great Pirate Era. Bull, 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 bull. At that moment, the den den mushi on the nearby table began ringing. Marshal Zhang Guo, this is a call from the world government. The staff officer standing before the den den mushi stated quickly. Is it coming so soon? Zhang Guo's expression shifted slightly. Taking a deep breath, he said in a deep voice, connected. Yes. The staff officer nodded and immediately brought the den den mushi over, placing it before Zhang Guo. The den den mushi's expression instantly transformed into that of a stern, authoritative elderly man. Zhang Guo. A deep, aged voice came through. Regarding Blackbeard's crew capturing Port Gas D. Ace, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, you should have received news earlier than we did. Zhang Guo's eyes narrowed, then he nodded. Indeed. Blackbeard and his men handed Ace over at Marine Headquarters first. Then what are your plans next? The aged voice asked calmly. Rather than asking me, I would rather know what the 5 elders think of this matter. Zhang Guo did not answer directly, but countered with a question. For him, this matter was still a source of hesitation. He needed to consider the feelings of both Garp and Zhang Lu. Making a hasty decision could easily lead to grave consequences. Subconsciously, he was unwilling to bear the responsibility of making the final call. Yet Zhang Guo was also clearly aware that the tides of history had already been set in motion, leaving almost no room for revision. Our thoughts. Haha. The laughter coming through the den den mushi was somewhat cold. Clearly dissatisfied with Zhang Guo's equivocal stance. Port Gas D. Ace, as the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, is an excellent bait. He is also the fuse that could detonate the current situation of this world. Moreover, according to our recent intelligence. The aged voice paused, then turned sharp. He seems to hold another identity, even more shocking to the world. Zhonghua, you should be well aware of this, correct? If Portgasti, Ace were executed in public using this as bait to lure the entire Whitebeard Pirates into a full-scale assault, triggering a war. The voice continued, what impact would this have on the world situation? And what effect would it have on the Marine's suppression of pirates upon the seas? Zhonghua's brows drew together. Clenching his fist slowly, he gritted out after a long silence. War is not so simple. Remember, that is Whitebeard. Indeed, Whitebeard, who stood at the pinnacle of both strength and influence in the current era, was hardly someone who could be easily dealt with. This would be a gamble of enormous risk. The best-case scenario was a Marine victory, with Whitebeard's downfall dramatically shifting the world's power dynamics and granting the Marines a dominant advantage. But there was also the worst possibility: what if the Marines lost? After all, Whitebeard most certainly possessed such capability. He himself was the strongest man in the world, commanding countless powerful subordinates. The chaos and madness unleashed by his crew would bring consequences beyond imagination. You formulate the plan yourselves. You and I both understand this is the optimal opportunity. Starting today, begin leaking the news. There is no need to keep Ace's arrest so secretive. It is time to let the world witness our strength, Zhonghua. The aged voice rang out, filled with resolve and unquestionable authority. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Zhonghua's expression shifted, and finally, he let out a long sigh. I understand. Then I leave this to you. I will have the world government fully cooperate with you to win this war. The Den Mushi hung up. The office fell silent. After sitting motionless for a long while, Zhonghua finally looked up, his expression serious, his voice somewhat hoarse as he spoke. Where is Garp? Upon hearing this, the staff officer, who had been silently standing nearby, immediately replied, Vice Admiral Garp is currently in Water 7. It seems he has just met with Admiral Kazan. Recall them both. Zhonghua sighed. Then he turned his gaze to the documents on his desk, upon which Portgasti, Ace's portrait, biography, and various information were detailed. This even included the top-secret file confirming he was the son of the pirate king Joel D. Roger. A tough battle awaits. Slowly rising to his feet, Zhonghua walked to the window. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A fierce gust of wind swept in, and the curtains on both sides swung violently. Looking down at the massive inner bay port and the broad expanse of Marineford, Zhonhua's eyes flashed, his heart beating faster. This world has been at peace for far too long, he muttered, his gaze drifting to the distant horizon. It is time for the world to see the Marines' power. Young pirates fresh out of the shells now dared to attack Eni's lobby, and more individuals recklessly caused trouble upon these seas. This was by no means a favorable sign. Meanwhile, in Water 7, you look quite beaten up, Kazan. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Garp's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the tall figure approaching him, speaking in a grave tone. Vice Admiral Garp, you know I encountered that guy. Kazan walked over, gazing at the Straw Hat crew celebrating their victory around the bonfire nearby, his eyes flashing with thought. Jianglu, tell me about your battle not long ago. Garp's expression grew serious as he asked. That guy is just as troublesome as he was 20 years ago. A very troublesome opponent. Kazan said with a grave expression, his voice measured. As time flows and the ages change with vicissitudes, there are always some who remain untouched by its passage. As if enduring through eternity, they still shine as brilliantly as in their youth, suspended high above, never to fall. In Kazan's heart, Jianglu was undoubtedly such a figure. Throughout the 20 years in Impel Down, he had also paid attention to the other, yet the information he received was nothing more than reports of sleeping playing cards with prisoners and guards for entertainment. There was not a single trace of effort in honing his strength or training. Under such circumstances, anyone would be normal to regress, let alone progress. Yet the other remained terrifyingly powerful enough to make one's heart tremble. That unique state of physical transformation evoked both awe and dread in the soul. If we speak of pure physical prowess, that man must be the strongest in the world. Let's not talk about him, Vice Admiral Garp. Tell me about your grandson. This time he has done something truly monumental. Kazan's voice grew deeper, and his gaze drifted to the side, where the Straw Hat Pirates were dancing and singing around a bonfire. Luffy. Garp fell silent upon hearing this. The Navy will not allow him to develop unchecked like this, becoming a source of calamity on the seas. Eni's lobby has already touched the sensitive nerves of certain individuals. Kazan said calmly. A look of distress and anguish gradually appeared on Garp's face, and he began to claw at his own hair frantically. That brat. I told him long ago to join the Navy. Garp growled through clenched teeth. Additionally, Kazan spoke again, his eyes narrowing and his expression turning serious. There is one more thing. What is it? Garp looked up. A rumor. Kazan stared at the old man with graying hair whom he had admired since childhood, his expression flickering. Spit it out. Being evasive doesn't suit you, Kazan. Garp laughed. About Fire Fist Ace. Rumor has it that he has been captured by the Navy. Kazan hesitated for a moment before speaking. The simple words caused the smile on Garp's face to freeze instantly, then visibly transform into shock and fury. Who did you say? He grabbed Kazan by the collar, eyes wide, and growled in a low voice. Fire fist, Ace. Kazan said solemnly, remaining motionless as the other held him. He could understand the reason for such a strong reaction. Garp had raised Ace himself, and the bond between them was no weaker than that with his own biological grandson. How could this be? How could something like this happen? Garp released his hands, his face full of bewilderment, repeating the words with his head bowed. Ace captured. What will that man do? He suddenly looked up, gritting his teeth. A figure flashed before his eyes, and Garp's heart grew heavy. When was Ace captured? Kazan shook his head. Not clear yet, but headquarters will likely contact you soon. No sooner had he spoken than the din-din mushy in Garp's pocket began to ring. Brew, brew, brew. The sound echoed, and Garp's body trembled, his expression grave. He then took out the din-din mushy and answered it. Garp returned to headquarters. Is Ace captured, Sengoku? Garp asked in a low voice. After you return, I will tell you the details of this matter. After a moment of silence, Sengoku spoke. Garp hung up the din-din mushy and immediately stood up. Then he glanced in the direction where Luffy and the others were. Not saying goodbye, Kazan asked. Time is urgent, we set off now. Garp withdrew his gaze and strode away quickly. After a brief hesitation, Kazan turned and walked toward another corner. Where are you going? Garp stopped and asked in a low voice. To bid farewell to Nico Robin. I'll catch up soon. Kazan waved his hand. The night breeze was refreshing, blowing against his face and invigorating Garp, but his expression on the bow of the ship was one of deep gravity. Ace captured. He was no rookie fresh to the Navy, and he could vaguely sense the impending storm behind this. What pained him more was that as a member of the Navy camp, he would likely be unable to help in the series of actions to come. He could only watch helplessly as Ace was engulfed by the towering waves stirred up in this world-shaking turmoil. Jianglu. Where the hell are you now, you bastard? What will you do when you learn of this news, hey? Garp growled through his teeth. You are his uncle after all. In the eyes of the world, Jianglu was a mysterious and formidable figure. His actions often ran counter to his position, even his faction. Yet at the same time, they strangely matched his identity. Every move he made, many things he did caught people off guard completely beyond prediction. Faced with his captured nephew, would he go to rescue him, or let it be? Even Garp, who knew him well, could not judge. After a moment, a figure in white boarded the warship. Garp looked up, his eyes flickering, then gave the order in a deep voice. Set sail. Head for headquarters. The dog-headed warship, bathed in the fading light, sped toward Marineford. Marshal D. Teef's capture of Ace had undoubtedly set the hidden currents beneath the world's surface into motion. When the sun rose the next morning, a ship, gleaming entirely in gold, slowly descended from the sky and crashed onto the sea surface with a thunderous roar. Splash! Water sprayed high, churning up countless waves. Jianglu, it's been ages since I last sailed this sea. On the prow, a loud laugh rang out, golden hair dancing in the wind, exuding an overbearing and domineering aura. Shiki, soon you will once again gallop and roam across this sea. Jianglu said with a faint smile. From the east blew through the calm belt, and then flying over this region, he had seen many sights from above. Among them was the devastated state of Enies Lobby. Smoke billowed into the sky, buildings lay in ruins, and the entire island had been utterly destroyed. And this was precisely the sea area not far from Enies Lobby and Water 7. I'm looking forward to it. Your plan. Golden Lion Shiki stood on the bow, grinning. No rush. What we need to do now is recruit soldiers and horses, Jianglu said calmly. Then he turned and shouted to Enel, who was sitting at the helm. Steer the ship toward the small boat we saw when we came over. The one fleeing on the sea, eh? Enel's eyes narrowed as he asked. Correct. On that boat are our new comrades. Jianglu laughed. The Enies Lobby incident had just ended, the CP9 unit had failed, and was framed by Spandam, now being hunted by the world government. Rob Lucci's team was currently in the greatest crisis of their lives. And the small boat he mentioned was precisely where Lucci and his crew were. On the northeastern waters of the seven-water capital, a small boat drifted slowly. Though tiny, it was crowded with 7 people. The atmosphere was unusually silent, with no one uttering a word. Upon closer inspection, each person bore wounds, their appearances haggard. One of them lay in the middle, wrapped entirely in white bandages, already unconscious. His injuries clearly severe. That damned Spandam framing us. Jabura growled, his fists clenched and teeth grinding in fury. After the battle at Enies Lobby, they had been on the run. Had it not been for a few informants within the organization, they would have been wiped out by the world government before they could even react. At the mention of Spandam, the remaining 5 conscious members all turned cold-eyed. We need to think about what to do next. Lucci is still unconscious. His injuries are too severe. If not treated promptly, things won't look good, Kaku said in a low voice, looking down at Rob Lucci, whose breathing was faint and whose bandages were stained with blood. It's not just Lucci. You, Kaku, and me, Khalifa, Jabura, Wanza, Bueno. We're all wounded. Fleeing with injuries night after day, we've nearly reached our limit. None of us have eaten for days, Zaba Zaba. Fukaru unzipped his mouth and spoke. Kaku fell silent. Then a gurgling sound came from nearby, and everyone turned to look. Khalifa had a few scratches on her cheeks, but still wore gold-rimmed glasses exuding elegance. She adjusted her glasses with her right hand and spoke calmly. I'm fine, I'm not hungry. But as soon as she said it, her stomach growled again. She blushed slightly and lowered her head. Everyone fell silent. Their situation was indeed dire. The world government had chosen to believe Spandam's words and was secretly hunting them down. As members of CP, an organization holding countless secrets, their fate was almost visible. Yet none of them wanted to surrender and let their lives end like that. What should we do? Jabura clutched his head in distress. First, find a safe place to revive Lucci, Kaku said. Then he turned and frowned at the man rowing with his back to them. Blueno. But Blueno, holding the oars, did not respond. Blueno. Kaku raised his voice. Only then did Blueno stir slightly and begin to row. Sorry, I just dozed off, Blueno's weak voice came. The boat moved slowly again, deepening the silence among them. This was truly the worst moment of their lives, an uncertain future, pursuers behind danger lurking at every turn. How difficult life was. Kaku and the others sighed inwardly. Suddenly Jabura's pupils contracted. Hey, wake up. The enemy is coming again. Everyone quickly looked ahead. Following Jabura's gaze, a warship soon came into view, rapidly closing in on them. Kaku and the others' faces changed. Found the escaped CP-9 squad. A shout from the warship carried over the sea breeze, making them scramble to their feet. Blueno. Califa commanded. I'm rowing as fast as I can. Blueno's voice rumbled, his hands trembling as they gripped the oars. His original injuries combined with days of exhaustion had pushed him to his limit. He was only running on sheer willpower. Damn, these guys just won't let us go. They won't give us any chance to live. Kaku gritted his teeth, eyes blazing with anger. The distance between them shrank, and they could clearly see a cold man in a black hat and black suit standing at the warship's bow. Without a doubt, the ship, though looking like a warship, was crewed by world government agents, all aiming to capture them in one fell swoop. The failure at Eni's lobby was not entirely our fault, Califa said through gritted teeth. What's the use of saying that now? We've been expelled from the world government. We're traitors in their eyes. Let's think about how to escape first, Jabura said grimly. The warship was drawing nearer now, within firing range. Let's fight them to the death, Zaba. Fukaru growled. Just as he spoke, a cannon boomed, and a black shell screamed through the air, exploding beside them. Water splashed everywhere. The small boat rocked violently from the blast, and everyone grabbed the sides to steady themselves. Damn, if we get hit, we'll sink into the sea, Jabura roared. Then another boom. 3 shells were fired this time. Aim carefully, don't waste shells. A shout from the enemy ship drifted through the air. The black shells arced through the sky and fell again. 2 splashed into the water on either side, sending up massive plumes. One was heading straight for the boat. Kaku looked up, gritted his teeth, and leaped, swinging his right leg at the shell. Rankyaku. In an instant, the shell exploded. The shockwave slammed into Kaku, making him cry out in pain. He fell from the air, crashing into the boat, where the others caught him. Are you okay, Kaku? Blueno turned and shouted. My leg is broken. Damn it, if I weren't injured and exhausted. Kaku hissed through his teeth. Had it not been for the wounds and the frantic escape after Eni's lobby, he wouldn't have been so overwhelmed by a single cannonball. It's over. They're closing in. Fukaru's voice trembled. Califa bit her lip, a flicker of despair in her eyes. But then in the next moment, a sharp, massive slash suddenly flew from the side, striking the warship with a thunderous roar. In an instant, the warship, which had been accelerating toward them, split cleanly in 2, visibly breaking apart. What was that? Kaku and the others stared wide-eyed. Who is it? They turned to look in the direction of the attack. The sea rippled, and a massive vessel, its hull gleaming with golden light, and surrounded by countless propellers, abruptly appeared before them, blocking the shattered warship. At the bow, an old man with a wild mane of golden hair, exuding the aura of a lion, stood with 2 swords replacing his legs, looking down at them. Are these them? They look like nothing but ordinary little brats. As the golden-maned lion-like elders spoke, another figure appeared at the bow. Kaku and the others looked up. When they recognized the man who had suddenly appeared, their pupils contracted sharply. It's him. The man stood at the bow, gazing at them, raising an eyebrow and curving his lips into a smirk. What a coincidence, everyone. You seem to be in some trouble. S-Class top secret file. Codename Day Tiger, former Marine Admiral. Jiang Lu. The entire CP-9 squad was stunned, staring blankly at the figure appearing on the bow. They were all too familiar with this man. Just not long ago, they had been ordered by their superiors to assassinate him in a night raid. Yet that night became a nightmare, haunting their days thereafter. His overwhelming power had left them in awe and shock. But they never expected that when they were in peril today, the one to save them would be him. Need some help? You all don't seem to be in good shape, do you? Jiang Lu observed the group on the small boat, then glanced at Rob Lucci, who lay unconscious with blood-stained white bandages, and asked softly, or perhaps you'd prefer me to take this chance to settle the score from last time. At these words, Kaku and the others' faces turned pale. Admiral Day Tiger, we've been disowned by the world government. They now call us traitors. Jabra quickly said, his expression grim and tense. Oh, is that so? I said last time that I admire each of you and wish to recruit you under my command. If you're interested, I can help you right now. Jiang Lu smiled, his eyes fixed on the group before him. Kaku and the others tensed up, exchanging glances, reading the same thought in each other's eyes. This Admiral Day Tiger had suddenly appeared, speaking of recruitment and admiration. But they had once been enemies. If they refused, the danger awaiting them might surpass anything before. At this moment, they had little choice. Moreover, their current predicament was already perilous to the extreme. Then we'll trouble you, Admiral Day Tiger. After a long pause, Kaku took a deep breath, glanced at the unconscious Rob Lucci beside him, and said solemnly, "Ha ha ha." Hearing this, Jiang Lu burst into laughter. "Then please come aboard. I have food, fresh water, fruit, and a ship's doctor ready for you. From now on you need not worry about any troubles." Hearing these words, Blueno couldn't help but swallow. Califa lifted her head, gazing at the handsome, youthful-looking man with a strange light in her eyes, and then her stomach growled. Then Kaku and the others boarded the ship. Rob Lucci was carried by Fukuro, and Kumadori carefully laid on the deck. "He's really badly injured. If not treated promptly, it could be life-threatening." Jiang Lu bent down, observing carefully for a moment. "Please, Admiral Day Tiger, save Lucci." Califa bit her lip, standing beside Jiang Lu, and said softly. Turning slightly, Jiang Lu could smell the faint fragrance emanating from her. Undoubtedly, she was a seductive woman exuding a mature aura. "Of course I'll save him. Califa, go eat first. You're injured too. Leave Lucci to me," he said softly, then turned back to Lucci, placing his right hand on the man's body. "Recovery." Uttering 2 words, a mysterious force surged forth, engulfing Lucci's entire body. In the next second, the life-threatening injuries healed instantly. His once faint, barely audible breathing became steady and even. Jiang Lu slowly turned and called to Foxy, "Change his bandages." "Yes, boss." Foxy replied loudly. His pirate crew naturally had a ship's doctor, though only mediocre in skill, capable of handling ordinary external wounds. Jiang Lu had already healed Lucci's fatal injuries. What remained were only the external wounds from battle. With his formidable physique, he would recover in a few days. Meanwhile, Califa, holding the food handed to her by others, cast her eyes around, staring intently at the man with short black hair not far away. That simple concern in his words just now made her feel a tearful emotion. No one had ever spoken to her in such a gentle tone since she was a child. This man. Biting her lip, a unique feeling grew in Califa's heart. "He is more worthy of my allegiance than Spandam." She parted her red lips and took a big bite of the food. So delicious." Califa exclaimed excitedly. She had never known food could taste this good. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she held them back, letting them glisten. Looking at the others, they all ate in silence, their faces betraying no emotion, but their trembling shoulders revealed the intense turmoil within. A helping hand extended in the midst of despair had an unimaginable impact on these people who had long endured darkness. Like endless darkness suddenly torn apart by blinding light. From then on, the world was filled with radiance. And Jiang Lu was their light. The 6 of them sat in a semicircle, swallowing food and drinking water, quietly watching the arriving ship's doctor treat Lucci's external wounds and apply fresh bandages. "It seems the boss has healed his critical injuries, only some non-lethal cuts remain. This guy's physique is amazing. He'll probably wake up tomorrow. But we need to give him water at intervals to prevent dehydration," the ship's doctor said with a smile, then looked at Jiang Lu with reverence, bowed, and withdrew. Phew. Hearing this, Kaku and the others sighed in relief. Just then a flash of lightning burst forth, and a figure enveloped in crackling electricity appeared before them, making everyone's pupils contract. "Quite a serious injury. Who was your opponent?" Enel looked down at Lucci and asked curiously. Since coming down from Skypiea to this vast sea, he had witnessed several powerful individuals and earth-shaking battles, filling him with awe. Someone Jiang Lu valued must be strong, and seeing him beaten like this piqued Enel's interest in their foe. The Straw Hat crew. Lucci was defeated by Straw Hat Luffy. Kaku said gravely. "Straw Hat." Hearing that name, Enel's mouth fell open and his face contorted visibly. "Where's that, guys?" The next second, he roared, blue electric arcs flaring across his body. Kaku and the others were taken aback, puzzled by his reaction. "I fought that guy too," Enel said through gritted teeth, his face dark. Nearby, Crocodile, wearing a ghost mask, raised an eyebrow and unconsciously stepped closer. "I'm very interested in hearing about it." He paused, then added in a sinister tone. "What a coincidence. I fought him as well." Kaku and the others were even more astonished, staring at these 2 strange men. Seeing their gritted teeth, they suddenly understood, feeling a sense of mutual camaraderie. "So we've all been defeated by that brat." The common enemy immediately stirred a sense of shared hatred among the 9 present, and then strangely enough they began to converse. "That bastard used blood as water, neutralizing my ability. Damn it, can you imagine? He was immune to my lightning. Lucci still hasn't woken up." They each spoke of their own grievances, yet oddly they managed to talk. Jiang Lu and the Golden Lion Shiki crouched nearby, watching the scene with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "You should be standing there talking with them too, Shiki." Turning his head, Jiang Lu said with a smile. "Are you kidding? I was never defeated by that Straw Hat boy they keep mentioning." The Golden Lion Shiki curled his lip and let out a cold laugh. From their conversation, he gathered that these fellows had all been defeated by the same group of people. A rather amusing twist of fate, indeed a peculiar serendipity. Ha ha ha. Jiang Lu burst into laughter upon hearing this. If it weren't for me, you'd be squatting there right now chatting with them about life. The Golden Lion snorted, dismissing it as a joke. I admit defeat by your hand, but that I would fall to some greenhorn kid, Ridiculous. I'd never believe such nonsense. Yet in the original story, this golden-haired man once standing at the pinnacle of the world as one of the 3 legendary pirates was also defeated by Luffy through plot convenience. But the world due to his arrival had already undergone unknown and wondrous changes. Unexpectedly, the CP9 squad soon chatted amicably with Enilu and Crocodile, the 2 most ill-tempered individuals, and their camaraderie grew rapidly. By evening that day, they were even slapping each other on the back, united in vehemently cursing the Straw Hat crew to vent their frustrations. Jiang Lu found this surprising, amusing, and pleasing. Without a doubt, this atmosphere indicated that his team was gradually merging, with bonds deepening and mutual understanding growing. For example, Crocodile now unabashedly ordered Foxy around, and the latter obeyed with a beaming smile. At this rate, I'll be able to assign them numbers soon. Jiang Lu murmured softly, his eyes flickering. The undercurrents of the Summit War were already surging beneath the ship, and no one knew when they would erupt. And to achieve his goals in that battle, he needed these teammates, subordinates, and companions by his side. Assigning numbers meant he would enhance and strengthen their original powers. Those who were clever and quick to grasp would see their strength rise to new heights in a short time. He leaned against the ship's railing, listening to their idle chatter with a smile, then turned his gaze to the golden-haired man standing at the bow, back to the crowd, the Golden Lion. Let me tell you quietly, see that golden-haired man. He's one of the 3 legendary pirates, the Golden Lion Shiki, on par with Roger and Whitebeard. Foxy sidled up to the CP9 squad and whispered, The Golden Lion Shiki. The legendary flying pirate crew. Kaku and the others were stunned, then they looked at Jiang Lu. What kind of man could gather such a group together? And with such a formidable lineup, what was their purpose? The 7 Warlord Doflamingo has also been our teammate for a long time. Kaku and the others were taken aback again. The Heavenly Yaksha. They all sensed that this powerful General the Day Tiger might be planning something earth-shattering. Otherwise, there would be no need for so many strong individuals. The Golden Lion Shiki, the Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo, and that ghost-faced masked man. The fox-faced one, though I don't know who he is. But he's likely the former warlord imprisoned and impelled down Sir Crocodile. And that user of the Thunder Fruit. And us, the former CP9 squad. Such a lineup, such a number of powerful experts. Kaku's eyes flickered, his heart shaken. Being amidst such a gathering, even he felt his spirit stirred and emotions surging. Could it be even stronger than the legendary 4 Emperors' crews in the New World? Just then, the golden-haired old man at the bow, like a lion, suddenly turned around, his eyes locking onto them, fixing on Foxy as he grinned. Fox-face boy talking behind my back? I'm not deaf. Foxy stiffened, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Then he quickly cried out, boss Shiki, you could hear that. That's amazing. Jiang Lu also looked over, smiling faintly. Don't go leaking our ship's information carelessly, Foxy. Foxy turned to Jiang Lu, trembling all over. Boss Jiang Lu, I'll never do it again. Seeing his pitiful state, both the Golden Lion and Jiang Lu burst into laughter. Jai ha! Ha ha ha! In an instant, laughter resounded across the entire ship. The others, hearing it, also broke into smiles. Foxy's stiff expression relaxed, and he let out a long breath, whining. You 2 bosses scared me to death. Kaku and the others also smiled, watching the scene with a sense of unprecedented ease and calm. Before they knew it, another few days had passed. The world still seemed tranquil, but the Straw Hat Boy's rampage at Eni's lobby had shocked the world, causing his bounty to skyrocket. At Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Garp, this is the world government's resolution. And it is the only chance to change the situation across the entire sea. Sengoku said with a grave expression, looking at the man standing opposite him. Even so, my heart still cannot accept this, Sengoku. Garp looked up, gritting his teeth. That's my grandson, the grandson I raised with my own hands. Sengoku fell silent. Forgive me, but I cannot help you in this matter. Garp clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly. After a long while, he raised his head and stared intently at Sengoku. What about Jiang Lu? Can you guarantee that he will be as easy to deal with as I am, Sengoku? At the mention of that name, Sengoku furrowed his brow and fell silent for a time. I will compensate him. I will request the world government to transfer him back to headquarters first and grant him a suitable position. If he can be like you, putting the overall situation first, seeing through the truth of this world, and serving as a true Marine. He could even be reinstated to his former rank of Admiral. Garp suddenly grinned. That guy has never understood the importance of the overall situation. Sengoku shook his head helplessly and sighed. We need his combat power to face the Whitebeard Pirates. I'm not confident about the 3 of them. Garp couldn't argue. Whitebeard. He would indeed be the best option to handle him. So, I will negotiate with the world government next. Transfer Jiang Lu back to headquarters. Sengoku said solemnly. It will involve great risk. But I believe the risk is manageable and worth taking. Then he looked at Garp. But you and I must keep an eye on him, Garp. You have to help me with this. Garp snorted and turned away without responding. The departure of an old friend did not leave Zhangguo overly disappointed. He was quite familiar with the other party and knew that Garp would ultimately come to his aid. Having spent the better half of his life within the Marines, their lives and very breath had long been dedicated to this sacred profession. And as for Garp's character, it was precisely the sort of person one could respect and place trust in. No matter what, he trusted that the other party would not betray the Marines. To fight Whitebeard, we must gather the Navy's strongest forces. Only then is there hope of defeating them in the final decisive battle. His eyes flickered and Zhangguo's expression grew grave. He would never underestimate his enemies, least of all the world's strongest man. The four emperors held dominion over the New World, with Whitebeard reigning as the most formidable among them. Once news of Ace's capture spread across the seas, one could only imagine the fury that would erupt from this sovereign of the ocean. An all-out war was inevitable. Only by summoning the 7 warlords, the main force, and Jiang Lu can we ensure absolute certainty in this conflict. Zhangguo spoke with gravity. Perhaps Jiang Lu's current stance, or rather his mindset, had already drifted to the fringes of the Navy. Yet he believed the bond between them and the Navy still held strong. This war might well win him over. The question remains, the world government. His gaze darkened, and Zhangguo furrowed his brow once more. The world government would likely resist any attempt by Jiang Lu to reclaim power within the Marine hierarchy, a return to his former dominance. 2 decades prior, Jiang Lu commanded a formidable force with 3,000 elite troops under his banner, striking terror into pirates. Though these soldiers were now scattered across the world, though time had aged those veterans, the aura of that era still lingered. Should Jiang Lu return to the main force, even as a humble field officer, it would ignite widespread commotion. Zhangguo's face passed through various expressions as he wrestled with the decision. After a long moment, his gaze hardened. For the sake of victory in this war, recalling him is worth the risk. With Garp and I here, even if he rebels, we can contain him. The stakes were enormous, but the gamble was necessary. Nothing came without risk. Capturing Ace and executing him before the world was itself a monumental gamble. Since they were already gambling, why fear escalating the stakes? A single risk or two made no difference. Zhangguo had become a man who wagered everything. Confronting the Whitebeard Pirates, he had staked his entire position. Moments later, the connection to the world government established. Zhangguo, the plan for Ace has been finalized. Why have we heard nothing from you across the world? An aged voice responded, laced with accusation. To strike at the Whitebeard Pirates, I need every available force from the Marine headquarters. Even then, I require time to recruit elite troops from across the world. That is why I must recall Jiang Lu to headquarters. Zhangguo spoke in a grave tone, watching the 5 elders on the screen, his gaze turning sharp. Recall Jiang Lu to headquarters. Upon hearing such a proposal, the 5 elders' eyes narrowed in unison, turning toward Zhangguo. An oppressive weight descended upon the Fleet Admiral's office despite the barrier of the screen. The officer standing nearby trembled visibly, bowing his head as sweat formed on his brow. Before him stood the 5 most powerful elders in the world, their penetrating gazes creating an almost unbearable psychological pressure. Yet Zhangguo remained composed, meeting their stares, without flinching, his voice steady and even. Jiang Lu possesses extraordinary combat prowess. 2 decades ago, he fought against both Whitebeard and Roger on multiple occasions. His participation in this conflict would serve as the strongest counter to Whitebeard's forces and prevent unnecessary losses on our side. Moreover, he has always been a Marine. There is no justification for your refusal. The elders' expressions darkened further as they fell silent. After a considerable pause, one finally spoke with gravity. Do you understand the implications of recalling Jiang Lu to Marine headquarters, Zhangguo? If he triggers another catastrophe like the one 2 decades ago, who will answer for it? Zhangguo met their gaze without hesitation, his expression unyielding. I will bear full responsibility for whatever consequences may follow. He was already approaching retirement, and in these final days of his command, his sole focus was winning this war, willing to endure any aftermath that came with it. Can you truly restrain Jiang Lu should he lose control? An aged voice interjected. With the 7 warlords, 3 admirals, and myself alongside Garp, all present at Marine headquarters, I am certain Jiang Lu will not go rogue. Zhangguo clenched his teeth as he spoke. The elders fell silent once more, and after a moment one responded coldly. Such a reckless move. Any and all consequences that follow will rest solely on your shoulders. I hope you understand this, Zhangguo. The projection dimmed, and Zhangguo drew a deep breath. Sitting motionless for several moments, he finally addressed the officer beside him in a grave tone. Contact Jiang Lu immediately, and order his return to headquarters. And broadcast word of Ace's capture across the world without delay. We must begin preparing for the war that approaches. The officer paused momentarily before snapping to attention, yes, Fleet Admiral. As the officer rushed off to carry out the orders, Zhangguo's expression grew troubled, his thoughts clouded with uncertainty. I pray you do not disappoint me, Jiang Lu. Otherwise, regardless of the risks or the coming battle, I will bring you in. However, Zhangguo paused, letting out a soft sigh. Should you emerge from this trial with honor and build your reputation within the Marines, you may yet compete for the position of Fleet Admiral. Given your capabilities, there is a strong chance you could one day command the entire Marine force. Zhang Guo's decision to recall Jiang Lu served dual purposes: to prepare for the impending conflict with Whitebeard, while simultaneously testing whether Jiang Lu was worthy of succession. If he passed this test, Jiang Lu would undoubtedly become the next Fleet Admiral. It was the one meaningful gesture he could make before stepping down, offering what guidance his limited wisdom allowed. The scene shifted to the Ark of Proverbs. By the following day, the CP9 operatives had slept soundly through the night, their wounds properly treated and bound in white gauze. As dawn broke, Rob Lucci opened his eyes to find someone sitting in a chair fishing, their back turned to him. "Where am I?" Rob Lucci propped himself up with his hands, speaking weakly. His severe injuries had healed, allowing him to move with some effort. Looking down, he saw neat bandages wrapped around his body. Professional medical care far beyond what Khalifa or the others could provide. "You're awake, Lucci. I knew with your constitution you'd recover quickly." Jiang Lu set down his fishing rod and turned with a smile. "It's you." Lucci's expression shifted to surprise. "Yes. Your companions happened to cross paths with me at sea, and I invited them to join our ranks. We're in this together now," Jiang Lu said with a smile. "Together?" Lucci paused, blinking in surprise. "Does this mean I'm under your command now?" Jiang Lu considered this, then nodded. "You could say that, though I prefer the term companion. From now on, we're companions." Rob Lucci stood frozen, his gaze shifting between his bandaged wounds and the distant horizon, murmuring to himself. "Companions, is it? That doesn't sound so bad." Jiang Lu extended his hand with a smile. "Then welcome aboard, Lucci." Lucci hesitated, then reached out his hand. Their hands clasped, catching the morning light in a gesture that seemed almost blinding. "Thank you." Above the azure sky, white clouds drifted lazily. Beneath the increasingly brilliant sunlight, the sea surface shimmered with rippling waves. Occasionally, a few fish leaped from the water, curiously observing the massive golden vessel. Aboard the ship's stern, 2 individuals sat quietly, gazing out over the vast ocean before them. One held a fishing rod, his right hand flicking gently to cast the bait, while the other, wrapped head to toe in bandages, sat beside him in silent observation. "What exactly happened to you 20 years ago? What manner of event could cause the Navy's most monstrous prodigy to be confined within, impelled down for so interminable a time?" The sea breeze carried the grave question from Rob Lucci. The intelligence he had obtained from the world government provided only a broad overview, lacking any detailed account of the man before him. He knew nothing of the man's past background or exact power level. Given this rare opportunity to sit face to face, Lucci's curiosity was naturally piqued to its fullest extent. After all, their relationship, stance, and allegiance had all shifted. It was only natural that he would seize this chance to learn the truth. Hee. Hearing this, Jiang Lu chuckled softly. "A story concerning myself." A trace of wistfulness appeared on his face, intertwined with faint memories. "That is a tale from very long ago." After speaking these words, Jiang Lu fell silent, seemingly lost in reminiscence. Rob Lucci watched with keen interest, waiting patiently. Only after a long silence did a low, magnetic male voice finally emerge. 20 years ago, I arrived in this world by chance. I still remember. It was an island utterly slaughtered by pirates. All around me, the corpses of common folk lay scattered across the earth. Elderly men, women, and children alike. Blood pooled into tiny streams, dyeing the soil crimson, while the pungent scent of copper stung my nostrils. His voice remained flat, yet Rob Lucci's eyes narrowed sharply. From those simple words, he perceived an aura of grim desolation and tension, as though he himself were witnessing it, and standing upon that island, a veritable slaughterhouse. On that day, the Shilu Island Navy branch tasked with support was annihilated. The entire island was left with only a single survivor, me. It was also on that day that I encountered Zifa, who held the rank of Fleet Admiral at the time. Speaking softly, Jiang Lu's expression grew complicated. His path to joining the Navy was both strange and profoundly coincidental. The man who had paved the way for his naval career, none other than Fleet Admiral Zifa. Everyone claimed I possessed exceptional talent, that I would become the greatest naval officer in history. Subsequently, I entered the Navy training camp and began my rigorous instruction. In swordsmanship, I mastered shave in a single day. In martial techniques, I learned Soru in one day and subsequently developed new combat arts from it. Within merely a month, I had already attained power capable of standing among the world's elite. Spoken in such a mundane tone, the words nevertheless caused Rob Lucci's pupils to contract. His mouth opened slightly, his expression twisting into sheer astonishment. "Are you jesting? Sword techniques and advanced martial arts, shave and Soru, were these truly mastered in merely a single day? What manner of monstrous inhuman talent would be required to achieve such feats? It was simply unbelievable, far beyond the realm of human capability. Of course, I was far from reaching the pinnacle of the world's strongest back then. Roger by Huzi Jin Shitsi Garp Sengoku Zifa Kong. Their power levels were all immensely formidable. Compared to them, I was still lacking." Jiang Lu smiled faintly once more. Yet Rob Lucci grew even graver. For he was well aware, how long had this man been cultivating? Meanwhile, how many decades, or even centuries of prominence had the others already accumulated in this world? Even he, a genius rarely seen in 500 years within the CP organization, could not help but feel profoundly shaken and stirred. Following that, I began my naval career as a cadet officer. Capturing numerous pirates rapidly accumulated my merit, and my rank steadily ascended. Gradually I rose through the ranks, from staff captain of the headquarters to rear admiral, vice admiral, and finally fleet admiral. Under my command, I gathered an elite cadre of soldiers utterly loyal to me, driven by a genuine sense of justice. Pausing briefly, Jiang Lu's expression grew complicated. He spoke lightly, but his tone shifted accordingly. But Lucci, on this world there are always occurrences that fill you with anguish, resentment, and even fury. As a fleet admiral, a paragon of justice, one is constantly forced to commit acts that contradict one's own principles. Some forms of justice, when crushed beneath the weight of authority, lose their original flavor and become something entirely different. Rob Lucci's eyes flickered. He listened intently, sensing that events were about to take a pivotal turn. The arrest of Pirate King Roger marked the beginning of the Great Pirate Era. Upon O'Hara, countless archaeologists and world-renowned scholars were swallowed by artillery fire during the Buster Call. My dear friend Salong sacrificed himself in that war. My friends, seniors, younger brothers and sisters, all turned to ash alongside the tree of all knowledge in the flames. Jiang Lu's tone grew progressively deeper, the coldness and fury in his eyes unmistakable. Rob Lucci's expression also turned grave. As an intelligence operative, he was naturally well acquainted with the O'Hara incident. So the other party had personally participated in that war back then. Although he himself followed a new, darker brand of justice and was already accustomed to blood and death. Yet even he harbored a degree of contempt whenever O'Hara was mentioned. It was merely the foolish machinations of the world government. I wreaked havoc upon O'Hara. As a fleet admiral at the time, I sank warships one after another. Kazan, Borsellino, and Sakazuki, who were still vice admirals, then were left gravely wounded by my hands. Yes, that is precisely why they still harbor deep resentment toward me to this day, never forgetting that encounter. Rob Lucci froze for a moment. The three individuals mentioned by his counterpart had all risen to the rank of fleet admiral by now, the Navy's most formidable combatants, feared by countless pirates. But in the end, Garp, Sengoku, Zifa, and Kong arrived. Speaking of which, Jiang Lu fell silent. O'Hara was no more. After a moment, he exhaled softly. The tree of all knowledge, renowned across the world, hoarder of infinite wisdom and countless ancient texts, all consumed by flame at the command of the world government. In the barrage of the Buster Call, in the hypocrisy of the justice the Navy claimed to uphold, everything vanished into thin air. Hearing these words, Rob Lucci's own heart grew heavy. He parted his lips, wishing to say something, but found himself unable to speak. The profound depression in the man's mood could be felt almost vividly. He must have been filled with rage and heaviness at that time. Then he heard another phrase spoken by the man before him. In an instant his pupils contracted, and a chill ran down his spine, raising goosebumps all over his body. And then, I stormed Mary Geos. What a... Rob Lucci's eyes widened as he stared in shock at the man before him. Beneath the morning sun, the other man's profile shimmered with a faint golden light, rendering him both sacred and dazzling. Storming Mary Geos. This was an act that nearly every soul in the world, regardless of who they were, could never have imagined. What was the red line? What was Mary Geos? The place where the world nobles dwelled, revered by the masses as the Holy Land. It was isolated from the world, almost like an entirely new dimension or realm. In 800 long years, the entire span of the world government's existence, such a thing had never occurred. It had no precedent and likely no successor. Such a feat was deemed impossible for anyone in the world. Even the Pirate King Gold. Roger could not achieve it. Lucci. A soft sigh came from beside him, snapping Rob Lucci back to reality. He turned his gaze solemn and shocked toward the man. At this moment, even he, who was proud to the bone, could not help but admire the man before him. At the very least, he himself could never do such a thing. Deep down, he still harbored reverence for the world government. Even orders from the likes of Spandam had to be obeyed. And this only deepened the respect in Rob Lucci's heart for Jiang Lu. In his eyes, the man who had committed such an act against the world government was undoubtedly a deity-like figure. This world is wrong. There are too many things that are out of place. I once had a friend named Don Quixote homing. Jiang Lu's voice drifted again, making Lucci startle and look at him with a strange expression. Befriending a celestial dragon. The ideals he followed resonated deeply with me. We shared the same aspirations. The people of this world, the different intelligent races, they should have been born equal. Though absolute fairness and equality are difficult to achieve. But, he paused, his voice growing heavier, the words as weighty as a mountain. There should never have been creatures like the celestial dragons. Rob Lucci shuddered, his pupils contracting to pinpoints. At this moment, the look in his eyes as he gazed at Jiang Lu was one of utter shock. After a few breaths, the shock transformed into a different light, reverence, even fervor and faith. For the first time in the world, someone had uttered such words. There should never have been creatures like the celestial dragons. O'Hara homing and the so-called D. Everything I have experienced and witnessed has only strengthened my conviction. I want to change this world. The calm words were filled with unwavering resolve, making Rob Lucci feel suffocated. It was not about becoming the pirate king, nor about fame, wealth, or status. It was about changing the world. The ambition and dream of the man before him would make anyone in the world tremble. Then will you join me in creating a new world? Lucci. Jiang Lu's voice soon came again. Rob Lucci's entire body trembled, a strange light flickering in his eyes as he stared at the other man. Taking a deep breath, his tone became solemn. I am willing to give my all, to sacrifice everything for your noble dream. He paused, his voice firm. Even my own life. This was not only to repay the debt of life-saving grace, but also because deep inside he respected and supported Jiang Lu's lofty ideal. The world nobles, the celestial dragons. They were a mountain pressing down on the hearts of everyone in the world. Now someone daring to overthrow that mountain had appeared. He would naturally be dazzling, blazing, and would surely attract millions of followers. There is no need to be so serious, Lucci. From now on we are all comrades. People with the same aspirations, striving for faith and ideals. Jiang Lu said with a smile. Comrades. Rob Lucci's eyes flickered as he murmured the two words. At the same time, on the bow of the Ark of Maxim, standing there with his golden hair, the golden lion Shiki curled his lips into a grin. In the seat before the helm, Enel, resting with his chin on his hand and eyes closed, had a flicker of lightning across his body. Crocodile, leaning against the mast with a ghost mask, his eyes flickered and lifted slightly to gaze at the distant sea. The CP9 squad was not far away, their clasped hands revealing their unease. Califa adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, watching the man with his back to her, holding a fishing rod, a trace of admiration and adoration flashing in her eyes. A man with lofty ambitions was always so captivating, especially when that man was also so gentle. Foxy clenched his fists, his face flushed with excitement, his whole body trembling as he kept murmuring, Change the world. We will change the world. Almost everyone on the ship had heard Jiang Lu and Lucci's conversation. During their exchange, everyone had gradually woken up. The simple dialogue sent shivers down their spines, and the passion in their hearts began to boil. Until now, no one had known what Jiang Lu intended to do by gathering so many powerful individuals, or what ambition he harbored. At this moment, they finally understood. His ambition would shock the entire world and topple the seas. Such a man with such spirit is worthy of my allegiance. Crocodile murmured. Although I don't know exactly what we're going to do, I feel every drop of my blood boiling. Enel said with a grin. Gay ha. Then let's see how far we can go. Roger, you just watch from below. My future achievements as the Golden Lion will never be inferior to yours. The Golden Lion Shiki laughed heartily. At that moment, the Ark of Maxim radiated a golden light, its brilliance no less dazzling than the midday sun. That afternoon brew up. The din mushi in Jiang Lu's arms suddenly rang. Everyone around him was startled, then turned to look at him. It's the Marines. Jiang Lu realized, took out the snail, and answered. By order of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, in response to the imminent upheaval in the world, former Marine Admiral, now a trainee Marine Jiang Lu, is summoned to return to headquarters. He paused, the voice on the other end extremely serious and grave. And your rank will be adjusted. You will be promoted from trainee Marine to Marine Headquarters Captain. The appointment letter and uniform will be issued upon your arrival at headquarters. The solemn, heavy words came from the den mushi. Jiang Lu raised his eyebrows, his eyes flickering. From the moment you receive this order, wherever you are, you must depart immediately and report to headquarters. We await your return to headquarters and welcome you back as an outstanding Marine. Captain Jiang Lu. The voice finished, and then the call ended automatically. On the Ark of Maxim, the atmosphere was strange and eerie silence. It seems something big is happening. Jiang Lu's gaze swept across the bow, looking at the sea, and said softly. The storm of the summit war was already brewing. The gale had begun to blow. Such a solemn summons from headquarters was the most direct warning. The Navy's summoning order. Crocodile said in a deep voice. The voice transmitted through the den mushi was not concealed, and everyone present could hear it. The meaning of it was naturally clear to all. Jiahaha. You've been promoted, Jiang Lu, to Navy Headquarters Captain. Golden Lion laughed heartily, raising an eyebrow as he leaped down from the ship's railing and approached Jiang Lu. What? Are you going back? To play the role of your so-called Marine? Jiang Lu narrowed his eyes, glanced at the others, and smiled. Of course I'm going back. Aren't you curious why the Navy Headquarters issued such an order? Hearing this, everyone showed looks of curiosity. An earth-shattering event is about to unfold. This world will soon spiral into chaos. Jiang Lu's gaze turned profound as he spoke loudly to the group. I must be part of such a grand occasion, and you all will have the honor of being witnesses to the coming era-shaking transformation. Everyone here, we are about to witness history. He paused, a bright smile spreading across his face. And we will be etched into history, remembered by the world. Suddenly birds flew overhead, scattering countless newspapers. Foxy fumbled to catch one and looked down. Fire Fist Ace has been captured. He muttered the crimson headline instinctively, but quickly realized its significance. Wait, Ace. He jerked his head up, staring at Jiang Lu with a trembling voice. Boss, is it? That Ace? Crocodile's eyes narrowed, and he spoke solemnly, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace. Golden Lion's pupils contracted. With a wave of his hand, the newspaper flew from Foxy's grasp into his own, and he quickly scanned it. Jiahaha. That old man Whitebeard's commander. He's going to have his hands full now. His gaze shifted to Jiang Lu, his tone turning playful. The world is about to get interesting. Jiang Lu's expression remained unchanged, even though the newspaper's protagonist was his own nephew. He had long been prepared for this moment. It seems you've been waiting for this very event to erupt. Golden Lion stared at Jiang Lu and asked. Indeed. The war between the Navy and the 4 Emperors Whitebeard will be the most spectacular sight of this era, and will serve as the prologue to a new age following Roger's initiation of the Great Pirate Era. Jiang Lu said in a deep voice. I think I'm beginning to understand your next move. Golden Lion grinned, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. So you'll return to the Navy and use that identity as a springboard to the new world? Jiang Lu nodded. I'll go back, but not as a springboard, rather as a farewell. He then looked up at the sky, his voice growing complex and ethereal. A person must always bid farewell to their past, mustn't they, eh? Isn't that so? The crew fell into silence, but a flicker of anticipation and excitement began to kindle in their eyes. Jiang Lu was the leader of this team. His farewell to the past signaled that they were about to set sail for a new world. It was only then that they would truly face the world and usher in a new era. Before I leave, he said, there's one more thing to do. Turning around, he faced the group again with a smile. What is it? Golden Lion asked, puzzled. Crocodile seemed to sense something, a surge of excitement flashing in his eyes. Assigning you numbers. After this time together, I believe you are worthy of becoming the numbered members of Void Knight. Jiang Lu said softly. Crocodile's body trembled with exhilaration, just as I thought. Golden Lion's eyes widened as he looked at Jiang Lu. Numbered members. These mysterious numerical codes have always carried strange implications. You'll soon learn just how weighty their meaning truly is. Jiang Lu smiled gently. Then he took a deep breath, his expression turning solemn and serious. I am delighted to have all of you gathered here with me. Fate is a strange thing. It has brought us together as a group, and it will allow us to strive for a common goal from now on. But the path we will tread and the deeds we will accomplish will be fraught with danger. Therefore we need even greater power. He paused and spoke softly. I have always said that all of you possess potential and talent. You were just lacking that little something. Now I will make up for that lack, elevating your strength to new heights. Enel, hearing this, flickered to stand before him, staring intently. Can you restore my legs, Jiang Lu? Golden Lion roared, his eyes blazing with excitement. With his legs back, even in his old age his power could surge again, allowing him to reclaim his place at the world's pinnacle. That is simple for me, Shiki. Jiang Lu said with a faint smile. Then fixing his gaze on the other, he extended his right hand. Then let us begin with you. Golden Lion Shiki, from this day forth, I grant you the number 1. You shall be Void Knights, number 1, bearing a sacred and weighty responsibility. To fulfill this mountain-like duty, I will grant you greater power and restore your legs. Golden Lion's heart trembled, curiosity burning in his eyes. Greater power and complete legs. He was eager to see how the other would accomplish this. In the next second, Jiang Lu's right hand touched his shoulder. At the same time, an inexplicable, mysterious force surged through his entire body. Golden Lion shuddered, his eyes wide with disbelief. First, the twin swords strapped to his stumps fell off on their own, clattering onto the deck. Then an intense, itching sensation came from the severed ends of his legs. I can feel it. Golden Lion Shiki exclaimed in shock, looking down. From the broken stumps, a leg bone rapidly grew. Within mere seconds, the bones of both feet had formed, planting firmly on the deck. Next came the tendons, muscles, and skin. In just 5 breaths, a complete pair of legs had regenerated. Before he could even process the miracle, all the hidden injuries within his body were healed and repaired. At the same time, his physical age began to regress. He was growing younger. In the blink of an eye, the wrinkles and signs of age on Golden Lion's face had faded, restoring him to the state he was in 10 years prior. This say? Golden Lion's eyes bulged as he stared at Jiang Lu, utterly astounded. Is this your ability? But Jiang Lu did not respond. Instead, he moved to Crocodile. You were the first to follow me after I escaped impelled down. I will grant you the number 2, along with even greater power. Jiang Lu declared in a deep voice. Crocodile nodded solemnly. The next second, Jiang Lu's right hand touched his body. Crocodile shuddered violently, his eyes swirling with shock, awe, and gratitude. You are enhancing the target's Suna no Mi ability. Enhancement successful. Derivative evolution possible. Evolution successful. Target has mastered skills Suna Okuri Risa Bakuryu, Suna Bakuryu, Gakuso Miso, and Shikaku no Tate. You are enhancing the target's physical constitution. Enhancement successful. Derivative evolution possible. Evolution successful. Target has awakened Busashoko Haki. Busashoko Haki. Hearing the prompts in his ear, Jiang Lu withdrew his hand and cast a meaningful glance at Crocodile, who, though wearing a ghost mask, had eyes that blazed with excitement and awe. This enhancement was nothing short of epic. From this day forth, Crocodile would never be the same as before. Enel. Ignoring the stunned and ecstatic crocodile, Jiang Lu turned to Enel. Your turn. You will be number 4. No. For Enel the Thunder God. Before the latter could grasp the meaning of this number, Jiang Lu's right hand had already reached out, his index finger touching the other's forehead. Buzz! As if ripples were stirred on a calm lake, Enel's eyes widened, filled with astonishment. Inexplicably, he mastered a series of unprecedented skills and saw figures shifting their forms, practicing wondrous physical techniques. You are strengthening the target's rumble fruit ability. Strengthening successful. Derivation possible. Derivation successful. Target has mastered Railgun Raira Heat Chidori Stream, Thunder Release, Kirin Thunder Breathing, etc. You are strengthening the target's physical constitution. Strengthening successful. Derivation possible. Derivation successful. Target has mastered the 6 powers. Target has awakened Armament Haki. After a few breaths, Jiang Lu withdrew his right hand. Looking at Enel's expression now, mouth agape, a look of shock and disbelief. It seemed somewhat comical. He had never seen nor imagined that the rumble fruit could be used in such ways. These unprecedented skills with only slight modifications could instantly become powerful techniques. Moreover, Boss Jiang Lu seemed to have specifically targeted the weaknesses. The shortcomings in physical techniques were now completely compensated, making him more well-rounded. Foxy, you are no. 8. The voice reached Foxy's ears, causing his body to tremble. He hurried over, his face both excited and nervous. Then Jiang Lu extended his hand toward him. You are strengthening the target's slow fruit ability. Strengthening successful. Effect duration extended, emission speed increased. Derivation possible. Derivation successful. Target has mastered the body binding technique. Effect depends on target's strength. You are strengthening the target's physical constitution. Strengthening successful. Derivation possible. Derivation successful. Target has mastered the 6 powers. Target has awakened Observation Haki. No signs of Armament Haki awakening detected. Awakening failed. The final notification from the system made Jiang Lu pause for a moment, then he withdrew his right hand. It seemed that this strengthening ability granted by the system also had requirements. It had to be based on the target's potential and current condition. Keep training hard, Foxy. After giving a meaningful instruction, Jiang Lu turned his gaze to Rob Lucci. The latter was wrapped in bandages, standing silently, yet the aura he exuded was as dangerous as a wild beast. You will be no. 5. Speaking softly, Jiang Lu approached Lucci, extended his finger, and touched the other's forehead. No. 5. Rob Lucci murmured, closing his eyes. Buzz. The next second, a wondrous power surged through his entire body, allowing him to see and touch all kinds of mystical perceptions. Rob Lucci's heart trembled violently, his awe for this man reaching its peak. You are strengthening the target's cat fruit. Strengthening successful. Derivation possible. Derivation successful. Target has mastered the skill zone awakening. You are strengthening the target's body. Strengthening successful. Derivation possible. Derivation successful. Target has mastered Armament Haki and Observation Haki. After a few breaths, Jiang Lu withdrew his right hand, already able to clearly sense the power of Rob Lucci before him and the fierce aura emanating from him. This indicated that the other's talent was exceptional, rapidly merging with the strengthened and derived skills. After a period of time, his strength would undergo earth-shaking changes. Taking a slight breath, Jiang Lu turned around, facing everyone present, and said with a light smile, "What I have given you still requires your continued training and integration, truly making it your own ability, and only then will it unleash its true power." Everyone present nodded, their gazes fixed on him, filled with wonder and reverence. Such a means of granting power to others was nearly divine. Moreover, where did those never-before-seen skills, swordsmanship and blade techniques come from? At this moment, Jiang Lu gave everyone a feeling of unfathomable depth. "Shiki," Jiang Lu called out again. "Oh, what are your orders, boss?" Golden Lion Shiki said with a smile, his tone carrying a hint of jest, but also sincerity. Restoring his legs, removing the hidden injuries in his body, and rejuvenating his state by nearly 10 years. Such astonishing feats had already shaken Golden Lion. He deeply felt that he might have underestimated the man before him. Moreover, the others around him had also undergone tremendous changes from the beginning, and the faint aura they emitted shocked even him. The word boss, in his words, also signified his genuine recognition of the other's identity. Use your identity to continue contacting and gathering forces. But do not rush to reveal your identity, Jiang Lu said in a deep voice. The summit war was imminent and he needed to make his deployments. Understood. Golden Lion Shiki nodded. This was exactly what he had intended to do. No. 2. Jiang Lu called out. Crocodile stepped forward, his eyes fixed on him, listening silently. We need an intelligence and assassination organization. You will be responsible for this matter. Pausing, Jiang Lu continued. As for your people, I will find a way after returning to headquarters. Crocodile nodded. No. 4. You guard the Ark and be responsible for contacting the other numbered members. Jiang Lu looked at Enel. The latter nodded. That's simple. Also, I've discovered that not far from us there is an island. There the shipbuilding industry seems to be very developed. Our ship might be able to undergo some further modifications. Jiang Lu smiled. I approve. He then turned to Rob Lucci. Lucci, intelligence and assassination are your specialty. Therefore your task is to cooperate with No. 2 to establish our secret organization. Also there seem to be 2 other members of the CP9 squad. Find them. One of them was named Who's Who later became one of Kaido's Tobarapo. Lucci nodded, understood. Jiang Lu reviewed again, and found that there was nothing else to arrange for now. Turning his head, he saw Foxy looking at him anxiously and expectantly. Foxy, you can follow Enel. Yes, boss. Foxy said excitedly. He had undergone earth-shaking changes that day, becoming unprecedentedly powerful, and even his mind had been impacted. If he were ignored by the boss, he would feel utterly useless. Then everyone, I'll be going now. We'll meet again soon. A slight smile appeared on his face. Jiang Lu turned around and walked toward the bow of the ship. When we meet again, we will stand on the world stage. Everyone looked at him, their expressions stirring, and then they saw Jiang Lu leap off the ship. The next second his feet stood firmly on the surface of the sea, the water beneath him not even stirring a single ripple. Then the man with his back to them waved his hand, and his figure suddenly pulled away. Boom! White waves skimmed across the sea surface, and his figure vanished into the distance in an instant. He was actually starting to sprint across the sea surface. A swiftly darting figure instantly left a trail of white foam on the sea surface, then vanished in the blink of an eye, soon disappearing from the sight of those on the ship. Keek. Golden Lion Shiki laughed heartily, taking a few steps on the deck as his smile widened. With the restoration of his legs, it seemed that vitality had returned to him as well. Slowly bending down, he picked up his twin swords. Ing Shirkumu, this old man finally holds you in his hands again, he murmured, a faint glimmer of tears in his eyes. No one could understand the excitement and joy he felt at this moment. Clack! As his hands gripped the sword hilts, the aura around Golden Lion Shiki trembled, becoming vigorous and overwhelming. How exhilarating, he said softly, gazing at the sea ahead. Suddenly his right hand drew the sword and slashed toward the ocean. Whoosh! A massive slash roared forth instantly, cleaving the sea surface, racing toward the endless distance, splitting the water and carving a tremendous chasm. A sensation I've long missed. Sheathing the long blade, Golden Lion Shiki bent his legs slightly, then leaped up in the next second, reaching the top of the mast in the blink of an eye. Then he began to jump continuously on the Jinyan, shifting his form faster and faster, laughing louder and louder. Seeing this, Crocodile also felt a slight tremor in his right hand, sand grains moving as if they were extensions of his will. Sometimes transforming into a shield, sometimes into a spear or the shape of a blade. His right hand clenched slowly, the sand trembling into a sphere, then suddenly compressing into a sand cake. Unprecedented, this feeling of power, Crocodile murmured, his eyes deep and thoughtful. Rob Lucci also wanted to test his own strength, but in the end he held back, merely looking down at his fingertips where a faint, almost invisible, yet unmistakable aura lingered. Hockey, he whispered, his eyes bright. With such power he would not lose to the Straw Hat Boy again. No, he should be able to face even stronger opponents. His own devil fruit seemed to have changed, granting him even greater might. Well then, little ones, this old man must be off. I still have tasks assigned by that boy Jiang Lu. Suddenly Golden Lion Shiki's voice came from above. Everyone looked up to see one of the 3 legendary pirates, Golden Lion Shiki, crouching on the mast, grinning down at them. Senior, are you leaving as well? Crocodile asked in a low voice. We all have things to do. And didn't he say that the time for us to stand on the world stage is not far off? When that time comes, all of us here will meet again, Golden Lion said. After a pause he added with interest, you lot have proven yourselves worthy to be my comrades. Then his figure soared upward, flying into the sky. Keek. Farewell, you promising little ones. As Golden Lion vanished from sight, Crocodile narrowed his eyes and looked at Rob Lucci. No, 5, we should be going too. I hope our collaboration will be pleasant, Lucci said solemnly, his white pigeon flapping its wings to steady itself on his shoulder, curiously watching the other. Behind him, Kaku and the others stood up at once. Crocodile glanced at them and gave a low chuckle. I share that expectation. Meanwhile, the entire world was in an uproar. What? Fire Fist, Ace captured? Are you kidding? He's the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, a great pirate with a bounty of 550 million berries. I'm more interested in what kind of shock waves Ace's capture will trigger. This is definitely the most shocking event in the past 20 years. Upon seeing the day's news, many people were shaken to the core, their expressions shifting dramatically. The perceptive even began to imagine the terrifying chain reaction this event would cause, already smelling the scent of war. Who was Whitebeard? The strongest man in the world, one of the 3 legendary pirates of the old era, and one of the current 4 emperors, the one with the greatest power, reputation, and status. His beloved son had been captured by the Navy. What kind of violent conflict would this provoke? Moreover, the Navy was actively and overwhelmingly spreading this news across the world. The implications were chilling. At the King's Plateau in Dressrosa, Fufufufu, holding a newspaper, Doflamingo, seated on the throne, couldn't help but laugh heartily after reading the news. How interesting. Is the Navy targeting Whitebeard? Such boldness. After a pause, a glint flashed across his sunglasses. So next will be to gather forces from around the world at Marineford, then summon the 7 warlords. The script is so obvious that anyone can see it. His smile widened as he suddenly looked up. Then what about you, Uncle Jianglu? What role will you play in this magnificent, spectacular world drama? Will you be a dutiful Navy officer, a loving uncle who cherishes family and pities his nephew? Or, Doflamingo's tone dropped, a new king whose ambition devours the sea and stands at the pinnacle of the world? I'm looking forward to it. After all, I'll be following you from now on. Fufufufu. His low laughter echoed far, and then gradually faded. On the Moby Dick in the New World. Pops! Marco and the others shouted. Then they saw the man who had been sitting in a chair with various medicine bottles hanging from him suddenly stand up. Clatter! Countless needles and tubes attached to him fell off. My beloved son Ace. An old deep voice came from the tall imposing elder. Then his Naginata Murakamajiri slammed down onto the deck. Boom! A ripple radiated outward, causing the massive Moby Dick to shudder slightly, making many lose their footing. Letting you take that risk was this old man's fault. I will definitely rescue you. A cold, domineering voice resounded as Whitebeard gazed at the sea ahead, his eyes fierce. Sengoku Garp, it's been many years since we last met. Want to see if this old man has grown old? Then come on. Then Whitebeard turned his back to everyone, staring at the vast ocean for a long time, lost in thought. After a while he bellowed, Marco. Marco nodded gravely. Pops. It's time to let those boys stretch their legs. We're going to rescue Ace. Whitebeard said slowly. Yes, Pops. Marco shouted. Then he turned abruptly and roared angrily at the many pairs of eyes looking at him from the ship. Wake up, you bastards. We're going to rescue Ace. Rescue Ace. Rescue Ace. Instantly the Moby Dick reverberated with thunderous cries, spreading further and further as wave after wave of shouts rose from one pirate ship to another. Meanwhile, at Marineford Navy headquarters in front of the Gate of Justice. Hey, am I seeing things? Look, what's that white streak? The Marine on lookout stared in shock at the white line rapidly approaching from afar across the sea. His companion quickly raised a telescope and peered at the sea ahead. At the edge of a massive whirlpool current, a white streak roared, creating a long line as it rushed toward the Gate of Justice. No way. That's a person. He's running on the sea on the edge of the whirlpool. His target is here. Judicial Island, Impel Down, and Marine Headquarters Marineford. These three locations formed the 3 points of a triangle intricately connected to one another, while at their center lay a vast and perilous whirlpool. At that very moment, on the edge of the whirlpool, a white wake kicked up an endless gale, tracing a brilliant and distinct line across the sea surface, racing toward the Gate of Justice with astonishing speed. The Marine on duty upon witnessing that white line was utterly astounded beyond words. Every Marine who had passed through the mighty whirlpool current was well aware of its terrifying suction and pulling force, and they were deeply fearful of its danger. Yet at this moment a single figure was sprinting across the sea, treading upon the water as he came. Go fetch Captain Prometheus immediately. With shock etched on his face, the Marine instantly shouted. Moments later, a burly field officer draped in a coat of justice, his expression stern and a scar running across his forehead, ascended the city wall and accepted a telescope. A long blade hung at his waist, and a dangerous yet powerful aura emanated from his body. A Marine headquarters captain was far more formidable than a branch office field officer, and Prometheus was a battle-hardened veteran who had served nearly 20 years in the Marines. What's the situation? Captain Prometheus raised the telescope and asked. We've spotted an unidentified person running across the sea, heading straight for headquarters, the Marine beside him quickly reported. Running across the sea. Prometheus was taken aback, his pupils abruptly contracting. Such a unique method of travel. A man suddenly came to his mind. A man who in his youth he had vowed to follow unto death, and whom he had revered, admired, and worshipped. That man was immensely powerful, yet treated his subordinates with the warmth of a spring breeze. He had also trained and personally instructed him. It could be said that without that man he would never have become who he was today. Could it be a? Prometheus quickly lifted the telescope again and gazed toward the sea ahead. The Gate of Justice connecting to the inner bay wall of Marineford was tall enough to command a panoramic view of the surrounding sea. As his vision rapidly closed in, Prometheus soon spotted the white wake the soldiers had mentioned. Then he shifted his gaze further. A figure came into view. Prometheus's body trembled violently, his pupils constricting as he first saw the purple-red scabbard hanging at the man's waist. Demon Blade Shira. He recognized that blade all too well. It was that man's sidearm. It was not one of the supreme grade blades. Its original form was merely an ordinary long sword. But after following that man, it had undergone constant transformation over the following year. Ultimately, it became a demonic blade, its edge thin and shimmering, with a purple-red hue incredibly sharp. At the same time, it was a demon sword that few in the world could master. During the time he had followed that man, Prometheus had witnessed him draw the blade and fight countless times. Huff! Is it him? It must be him. No one else in the world can wield this sword anymore. Muttering to himself, Prometheus lifted his gaze a little higher. When he made out that unfamiliar, yet rapidly familiar face, Prometheus shuddered, drew a deep breath, and said, It's him. It really is him. He's back. Prometheus trembled all over with excitement. he felt as if struck by lightning, goosebumps erupting across his entire body. Numb. At this moment Prometheus felt utterly numb. The man he had once believed would never reappear was now standing before his eyes. That surge of excitement, elation, and rekindled hope was something no one else could understand. Day Tiger Admiral. Lord Jianglu. Prometheus trembled, lowering the telescope. The joy, delight, and exhilaration in his heart were beyond words. Even his eyes reddened, tears welling up in them. The man with the code name Day Tiger, named Jianglu, had once commanded a legion of 3,000 elite soldiers he personally trained. That year when Jianglu faded from the world and vanished without a trace, those 3,000 elites were nothing but green young recruits. But 20 years had passed, and those 3,000 recruits had grown into veterans. Some had risen to the rank of general, holding key positions in the Marines. Others had been dispatched to serve as supreme commanders of various regions, and even the least accomplished were field officers. They were scattered throughout the Marine systems spread across the world. Perhaps they had not contacted one another in 20 years. But if that man appeared, these fellows would not hesitate even for a second to obey his orders again. There has never been a better commanding officer than you. Prometheus wept with joy, tears streaming unbidden down his cheeks. He leaned over the city wall, watching the white wake approach rapidly from afar. In a mere moment, it had arrived before the gate of justice. Quick, open the gate. Prometheus roared, then wiped away his tears, straightened his back, and puffed out his chest. Standing on the wall, he gazed with reverence and awe at the figure that arrived in the blink of an eye. Third-class recruit Prometheus reporting to Admiral Jianglu. When the figure stopped before the gate of justice, Prometheus stood ramrod straight, chest thrust out, and bellowed at the top of his lungs. Recruit platoon. Before the gate of justice, the white wake came to an abrupt halt. Jianglu raised his head, his eyes instantly locking onto the man standing at attention on the wall, a blade at his waist. I remember you. Prometheus. He quickly recognized the man and said with a smile. Yes, Admiral Jianglu. Prometheus roared with excitement. It's been a while, and you've matured too. You're no longer that kid who couldn't even hold a sword and had to be taught by hand. Jianglu remarked with a sigh. Welcome back to headquarters, Admiral Jianglu. I am truly overjoyed to see you again. Prometheus choked up, unable to contain his emotions. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Prometheus. I didn't expect anyone still remembered me. Jianglu laughed heartily, then waved his hand, stepped across the sea surface, passed through the gate of justice, and headed toward the inner bay of Marine headquarters. Prometheus quickly walked to the inner bay side of the city wall, watching the figure again. His expression was complex as he wiped away the tears that kept spilling out, muttering under his breath. It's not just a while, Admiral. It's been 20 full years. And, he paused then grinned. Everyone remembers you. At the very least, your 3,000 brothers will never forget you. At this moment, the soldiers nearby were all burning with curiosity. A man who could walk and run across the sea must possess terrifying strength. Yet they had no idea who this person was. As Marines stationed at the Gate of Justice, they were familiar with everyone from the admirals and Fleet Admiral down to the field officers, but they simply could not match this man's description. However, Captain Prometheus clearly knew him and even referred to himself as a recruit. By the way, what was the recruit platoon? Was there such a unit in the Marines? Meanwhile, Jianglu was treading across the inner bay of Marineford, heading toward the headquarters plaza. His arrival soon drew the attention of a group of people, and then, commotion. The Marine headquarters erupted into an uproar. That man. Oh my God, it's that man. The unprecedented monster-level prodigy in Marine history, a combat power equal to Vice Admiral Garp. Also known as the most troublesome Marine. Voices rose and fell, spreading across all of Marineford. Day Tiger Jianglu. He's actually back. How shocking. Did Fleet Admiral Sengoku summon him back to headquarters? Countless eyes converged on the inner bay, fixed on the approaching figure, faces shifting, hearts astounded. 20 years ago, this man appeared in the skies of the Navy like a meteor, blazing with incredibly intense light, only to vanish as swiftly as he had come. The years sufficient to transform an era gradually faded him from the memories of the world, yet there were still those of the same generation who bore an indelible impression of him. The man who once stood at the pinnacle of the Navy. Has he returned here, the one who left countless legends at headquarters? What a day filled with both trepidation and inexplicable excitement. Words came from the mouths of many veterans. At this moment, Marineford was filled with the figure of one man, and an eerie atmosphere pervaded because of his radiance. Lieutenant General Tashigi, have you heard? Suddenly, an astonished voice echoed from within an office in the Marine headquarters building. My. The woman with the call sign, Tashigi, and the name Jiankari, a lieutenant general at headquarters, raised her head. What is it? The young female Marine before her asked with confusion. There's someone strange walking on the sea and has already arrived at the inner bay of headquarters. He's caused quite a stir among the veterans and superiors. Everyone seems quite astonished and shaken. Walking on the sea. Who is this person? Do you know? Jiankari's eyes flickered, her voice deepening as she asked. I've heard they're called Zuko, but don't only fleet admirals have codenames like that? Zuko. Zuko Jianglu. Jiankari suddenly rose to her feet, astonishment across her face, excitement flashing in her eyes before quickly retreating beneath the surface. Yes, that's the exact code name and name. The female Marine hurried to confirm, but in the next moment, she noticed the Lieutenant General had already moved to the doorway. Lieutenant General Tashigi, she stared in shock as the figure vanished in the blink of an eye. It was clear that Lieutenant General Tashigi knew this man called Zuko well and held deep impressions of him. It's been 20 years. A full 20 years, you bastard, you finally returned. Walking quickly through the corridor, tears welled in Giankari's eyes, her heart overflowing with emotion. Meanwhile, in the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku rose from his seat and moved to the window, gazing toward the inner bay. The white wave surged forward, reaching the harbor before settling into the figure of a young man with a buzz cut, dressed in black. He stood quietly upon the sea surface like a sovereign awaiting the tribute of his subjects. 2 decades have passed, yet many in the Navy still remember him. Sengoku exhaled softly, his expression growing grave. There had been a time when he believed his chances of becoming the next Fleet Admiral were slim, viewing Jiang Lu as his most formidable rival. This was due to the other's reputation within the Navy, which even surpassed his own. His new army had now become the backbone that balanced power across these seas. You're daring, Sengoku, actually bringing him back to headquarters. That man possesses not only strength, but also exceptional command capabilities. When facing Whitebeard, he's the optimal choice. Both you and I have grown old, limited to supporting roles, but Jiang Lu is still in his prime. Sengoku sighed softly. Pausing, his gaze turned profound toward the gate of justice in the distance and the azure sky above. If all goes as expected, he will become the protagonist of the next era. Following Roger and Whitebeard, he'll forge a new great era. Garp's eyes narrowed slightly. You hold him in very high regard. But have you considered how you'll explain the Ace incident to him? Hearing this, Sengoku fell silent. No explanation needed. Their conversation wasn't deliberately lowered or concealed, and it reached another figure sitting quietly in the office. A third presence who had remained completely still. Zifa, you were once closest to Jiang Lu. Do you have anything to say? Sengoku asked over his shoulder. Zifa, a burly man with purple cropped hair, lifted his head, but offered no response. Instead, he moved to the window and gazed toward the inner bay. I'm already retired. However, his gaze intensified, eyes shimmering with something luminous. I welcome my friend's return. Sengoku and Garp exchanged glances, both falling silent. Zifa had essentially been Jiang Lu's guide into the Navy, more aptly described as his mentor. The rapid power he gained was largely attributed to Zifa's training. While his own talent certainly played a role, it would have been nearly impossible to reach such strength without proper guidance. 6 powers, swordsmanship, haki, all taught without reservation by Zifa. It was precisely because of this retired admiral's complete instruction that Jiang Lu achieved the reputation and power he held. Have those 3 youngsters figured out what to do? Their grievances from back then were no light matter, especially Kazan, who already fought Jiang Lu. Garp spoke up. Summoning Jiang Lu back to headquarters would indeed bolster the Navy's combat strength. Yet simultaneously he would become an extremely unstable factor. The 3 current admirals were among those affected. So Zifa, we're counting on you. Only your position and relationship with them can resolve the tensions between these for Sengoku's side. You've planned everything, Zifa said evenly. Before the war with Whitebeard arrives, internal turmoil within the Navy is unacceptable under any circumstances. Sengoku shook his head. Zifa remained silent, instead raising a finger toward Marineford's inner bay, a smile spreading across his face. Look, Sengoku, something astonishing is about to unfold. Both Sengoku and Garp leaned forward to watch. Their expressions shifted as they witnessed the impossible scene unfolding in Marineford. Figures surged from all directions, from the castle walls, the Marine headquarters, building, the family's quarters, and even the training grounds. Every officer and soldier stood at attention, eyes fixed on the lone figure, standing on the bay's surface. Back straight, expression solemn, gaze filled with reverence. Marine headquarters, Colonel Kuro. Lieutenant Commander Jinan, Rear Admirals Bon and Sarush. Dabayern. Moano. Names and ranks echoed in succession before harmonizing into a single unified cry. Welcome Admiral Zuko back to headquarters. The thunderous synchronized voices reverberated across Marineford, stirring hearts and filling those unfamiliar with Jiang Lu with awe and bewilderment. Before the headquarters building, Giankari and the other lieutenant generals emerged, gazing toward the figure on the sea. It's him. It truly is him. They watched as the man bent his legs slightly, the sea surface beneath him caving inward and forming a vortex. With the reactive force, he launched upward with a tremendous sound, landing before the plaza. After scanning everyone before him with a serious expression, Jiang Lu's face softened into a smile, his voice tinged with complex emotion as he spoke. Jiang Lu thanks you all for the welcome. Within Marineford Plaza, a multitude of Marines from the headquarters, each bearing distinct identities and ranks, stood at rigid attention, their eyes fixed upon the familiar figure before them, stirred with fervent emotion. Some were from the recruit corps, others were soldiers who had once revered and admired Jiang Lu. Now they had all gathered here of their own accord. Such high-ranking officials you've all become. Disperse quickly and attend to your duties. Jiang Lu drew a shallow breath and smiled at the Marines before him. 20 years had passed, yet so many still remembered him. A realization that stirred a faint ripple in his heart, which soon subsided into calm. Yes, sir. A resounding cry arose, and the crowd spontaneously parted to form a path. Understanding their intent, Jiang Lu chuckled softly and strode through the opening toward the headquarters building. After a moment, the Marines dispersed, returning to their posts. Yet the excitement within them remained unquelled. The former day Tiger Admiral had returned today, a fact that would undoubtedly shake the world. As he approached the steps near the headquarters building, a field-grade officer hurried over. "Admiral, your cloak of justice." A faint voice reached him. Jiang Lu turned. The officer seemed familiar, but his name escaped his memory. "Thank you." He nodded in gratitude. The officer, his face alight with excitement and reverence, carefully draped the white cloak of justice over Jiang Lu's shoulders. Swish! A breeze swept in, causing the white cloak to flutter. The word "justice" on its back became clearly visible. Dressed in a loose black robe ablaid at his waist, and the flowing cloak of justice, Jiang Lu exuded an air of solemnity and dignity. He resembled the very image of a righteous marine. A faint curve touched his lips, and he ascended the steps, smiling as he walked toward the headquarters building before him. The Marines stationed on either side gazed at him with eyes that held surprise, confusion, and reverence. Many did not recognize Jiang Lu, whose rank was merely a Marine captain, yet they could not ignore the scene that had just unfolded. Even the flag officers treated the man with awe. His identity must be extraordinary. Tap, 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 tap. His footsteps echoed clearly on the stone steps as he climbed higher. He lifted his gaze toward the entrance of the headquarters building. When his eyes made out the tall female figure standing at the door, his body trembled slightly, then he quickly averted his gaze to the other side. This was a woman he wished to avoid. Codenamed Momo Rabbit, her name was Chiyuan, now a vice admiral at Marine headquarters. 20 years ago they had worked together, and the memories of those days now surged back. Jiang Lu sighed inwardly. What a place that stirs up so many memories. But soon he calmed his emotions and looked up again. One by one familiar figures came into view. Codenamed T-Hog Jiaji, Fighting Dog Daoboman, Demon Spider, Flame Mountain. Names surfaced in his mind. In those days they had been field officers and recruits. Now they were all vice admirals, the backbone of the Marines. When he stepped onto the landing and stood before the group of vice admirals, his smile broadened, and he spoke softly. "Long time no see, everyone." T-Hog Jiaji's face was cold. He snorted, "Why are you still alive? And if you survived, why come back to headquarters?" Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow, glanced at the tall woman beside him, and smiled faintly. "Such resentment toward me, Jiaji. It seems you still haven't succeeded." T-Hog's face flushed with anger. "You damned brat." His eyes turned red with jealousy and fury as he stared at Jiang Lu. Rivals in love, eyes red with enmity. Without a doubt, in T-Hog's eyes, Jiang Lu was his greatest enemy in life. "Don't make that face. We were once partners." Jiang Lu chuckled. "Who wants to be your partner? You stole my Chiyuan. You damned bastard." T-Hog growled. "Don't spout nonsense. Nothing ever happened between Chiyuan and me." Jiang Lu shook his head, looking at the woman beside him. From the moment he had stood there, her gaze had never left him, not for an instant. "Ha ha ha. We have no interest in your love triangle between you three. Jiang Lu just returned to headquarters. He still needs to report." "Don't hold him up." Demon Spider chuckled. "That's right, Jiang Lu, go report. Welcome back to headquarters. With you here, we'll have a better chance in the coming war." The vice admirals standing at the entrance all spoke with smiles. "All right." Jiang Lu nodded. Then he headed toward the headquarters building. Behind him, Chiyuan followed, her clear voice reaching his ears. "I'll accompany you." Jiang Lu's body trembled slightly. "Thank you. No need. My feelings for you have never changed, even after 20 years. Chiyuan said in a low but firm voice. A trace of helplessness crossed Jiang Lu's face. "Chiyuan, why must you do this?" Chiyuan did not reply, merely walking ahead in silence to lead the way. 20 years have passed. You may be unfamiliar with this place. Without me, you'd get lost." As the two figures quickly departed, the group of vice admirals at the entrance began to banter. "T-Hog, I think I heard the sound of your heart breaking." Daoboman chuckled. "Get lost." T-Hog clutched his chest, gritting his teeth in fury. "Damn it, why did Marshal Zhang summon this guy back? And what's worse, why is he still alive? After committing such a grave mistake?" Just then an old, low voice came over. "You'd best not question the headquarters decision, T-Hog." T-Hog looked up abruptly, and upon seeing the newcomer, his expression changed. "Vice Admiral he." The others, who had been smiling, immediately straightened. "Vice Admiral he." He nodded and looked into the headquarters building. "Where's Vice Admiral Momo Rabbit?" "She accompanied Jiang Lu to process his enrollment formalities," Daoboman replied. Upon hearing this, he frowned. 20 years, and she still hasn't given up on that Jiang Lu. Then she turned her gaze to T-Hog, her expression one of disdain and exasperation. "In 20 years you still haven't managed to succeed. That's truly astonishing. Are you even a man?" At those words, the surrounding Marines covered their mouths, struggling to suppress laughter. As for T-Hog himself, he collapsed to the ground with a thud, utterly despondent. The phrase echoed relentlessly in his mind. "Are you even a man?" He strode away, heading toward Sengoku's office. Meanwhile, the conversation between Jiang Lu and Qiyuan continued. Where have you been these 20 years? Her deliberately calm tone reached his ears, eliciting a soft sigh from him. Impelled down, Jiang Lu said. Qiyuan's entire body trembled, her expression a complex mix of emotions tinged with tenderness. A man like you willingly spent 20 years in Impelled Down. Zhangguakapu, how did those bastards force you? How despicable. Then Qiyuan's beautiful face flushed with anger. Jiang Lu shook his head with resignation. It was the result of negotiation and compromise between both sides. It's all in the past now. Qiyuan suddenly asked again. Then after you return this time, will you leave again? Jiang Lu merely smiled and did not answer. Faced with this woman, he could not bring himself to lie, so he remained silent. Qiyuan said no more. She seemed to sense something, or perhaps she understood. I will always support your decisions. Thank you. Moments later, standing before the simple window, Jiang Lu said with a smile to the female naval clerk inside, who wore large framed glasses and had her hair tied in a ponytail. Naval Headquarters, Colonel Jiang Lu reporting for duty, as summoned by the headquarters. The clerk glanced at Jiang Lu through the window, then spotted Tashiji standing nearby, and immediately grew excited. Vice Admiral Tashiji. You are someone I have always admired most. I never expected to meet you here, the female naval officer said excitedly. Focus on your work first. Tashiji smiled gently and pointed toward Jiang Lu. Right, I am just so excited, the female officer hastily replied. Seeing her idle, her efficiency clearly improved, and the paperwork was completed swiftly. Colonel Jiang Lu, your onboarding procedures have been completed, the woman said with a sweet smile. Thank you. You are welcome. The two turned and walked away slowly, continuing their conversation. 20 years ago, you saved me more than once. We were meant to be the best partners. I have been there throughout your growth in the Navy. Tashiji's soft voice drifted into Jiang Lu's ears, bringing a sense of helplessness to his heart. Since you became a naval officer and started in the elite training class, we have known each other, and then you rose to become a Fleet Admiral. I have always chased after your footsteps, following your silhouette. Now I am a Vice Admiral, as well, not far from the position of Fleet Admiral. I will always follow you, Jiang Lu. No matter what choices you make, I will support you. Only this hope remains. Pausing slightly, the beauty's steps faltered, her eyes fixed intently on Jiang Lu. This time, do not leave silently again. As they gazed into each other's eyes, feeling the intensity radiating from one another, Jiang Lu found himself struggling to hold his composure. He could never resist such tenderness from a woman. He had not even realized when she had fallen for him, having always considered her merely a close friend. Yet he never imagined that this flower of the Navy would grow to harbor such deep feelings for him. All right. After a long moment, Jiang Lu nodded. Only then did Tashiji's face break into a beautiful smile, carrying a hint of charm and a touch of sweetness. That is more like it. Meanwhile, in the Fleet Admiral's office, the door creaked open slowly, and Fukuru's figure came into view, seen by Sakazuki and the others. Little Fukuru, you have come, Garp said with a grin. Calling Jiang Lu back to the headquarters is such a major matter. Naturally, I wanted to see what plans you have in mind. Recalling Jiang Lu to the headquarters is no small matter, Fukuru said calmly, glancing at Garp before fixing her gaze on Sakazuki. Since you dared to take such a risk by summoning Jiang Lu back, you must have already prepared various emergency measures, have you not? Hearing this, Sakazuki frowned and sighed. Strictly speaking, no emergency plans have been made. For someone like Jiang Lu, no matter what measures we take, it is unlikely we can stop him. I can only guarantee that he will not cause trouble within the general framework. Fukuru's brows knitted together as she added, we need to have a word with him. Pausing, her voice turned grave. After all, you arrested Ace. At the mention of Ace, the smile faded from Garp's face, and an awkward expression crossed Sakazuki's features, the atmosphere in the office growing heavy. That name had become an extremely sensitive topic in recent times, and everyone had been deliberately avoiding it. Yet in front of Fukuru, it seemed impossible to sidestep the subject. Garp, failing to educate Ace properly is your fault. The current situation ultimately traces back to your mistakes. So you cannot blame Sakazuki or the Navy. Of course, based on my understanding of you, what you truly resent is yourself. Fukuru said quietly. Garp opened his mouth as if to say something, but he hung his head in dejection, remaining utterly silent. But Jiang Lu is different. His character is such that nothing can sway his judgment or decisions. When he hears that his own nephew has been captured, will he still be able to remain calm and participate in this war? We need to observe his attitude toward this war and his feelings about Ace. Fukuru's voice rang out once more, and the atmosphere in the office grew even more solemn. Confirm whether he is willing to join this full-scale war against Whitebeard and determine his stance on Ace. Only when everything is assured without unexpected complications can we proceed to the next step. After listening, Sakazuki let out a long sigh. I was also preparing to have a proper talk with him. Then let us talk, Fukuru said calmly. Zephyr sat silently listening, with his mouth opening and closing, yet he remained unspoken. Having already retired, he felt it inappropriate to say anything in such circumstances. Moments later, a knock sounded at the office door. Come in. Sakazuki and Garp exchanged a glance and spoke in unison. The door soon swung open, revealing a young man clad in black robes, a long blade at his waist, and a justice cape draped over his shoulders, standing at the doorway with a faint smile playing on his lips. All familiar faces. After scanning the room, Zhang Lu said with a faint smile, Sakazuki, Garp, Zephyr, Fukaru, all the key leadership of the naval headquarters were gathered here. Major naval affairs were typically decided by these individuals before being discussed with subordinates and finalized. Zhang Lu. Long time no see. Sakazuki's expression first grew complicated, then broke into a warm smile. Come in and sit down. Fukaru, also invited. Nodding, Zhang Lu stepped into the office, followed closely by Tashiji. Upon seeing the people inside, she stuck out her tongue playfully. Hihi, would you mind if I join you too? Surprise flickered in the eyes of Sakazuki and Garp, while Zephyr's lips curled into a smile. Only Fukaru's brow furrowed slightly. Tashiji, you should be more mindful. In life, the greatest fear is choosing the wrong path. Fukaru glanced at Zhang Lu and spoke coldly. Tashiji chuckled. Sister Fukaru, I will not. Zhang Lu found a seat for himself, right beside Zephyr. Master Zephyr, life must be quite leisurely for you recently. Zephyr nodded with a smile. Tending to the garden, growing flowers, going fishing. This is the kind of life retirement brings, occasionally mentoring students as well. Ha ha ha, how envious I am. Zhang Lu exclaimed. Sakazuki's gaze flickered. Zhang Lu, the reason I summoned you back to the headquarters is because of an impending major event. I hope you can understand. Otherwise I would not have disturbed your vacation life fresh from Impel Down. His words, low and weighty, echoed through the office, causing the atmosphere to suddenly grow tense. Everyone present understood precisely what Sakazuki was referring to. Oh. They watched as Zhang Lu turned his head to look at Sakazuki, a faint smile gracing his face. Do you mean the matter of going to war with Whitebeard? Pausing, he continued. That old Whitebeard. I wanted to capture him 20 years ago. Even to this day my chest still aches from that great battle. His words caused the office to fall silent once more. After a long while, Sakazuki finally regarded Zhang Lu with a grave expression. I am not joking with you. Zhang Lu. As Sakazuki's words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the office grew even heavier and suffocating, and everyone's expressions turned grave in an instant. A joke. After a long pause, Zhang Lu finally raised his head and asked faintly, You know, I've never been good at joking. His gaze locked onto the other man, and Sakazuki's stern expression gradually softened. In other words, are you willing to participate in this war against the Whitebeard Pirates? Why not? Roger and Whitebeard are both old rivals from my previous era. Given Edward Newgate's age, he probably doesn't have many years left, does he? For an opponent as exceptional as him, if I don't fight him now, I fear there will never be another chance in the future. Zhang Lu said with a faint smile. Tsuru's expression darkened slightly as she continued observing the man's eyes and micro-expressions, but to her disappointment, she could read nothing. It was as though everything he said was genuine. Yet her subconscious clearly told her that this man was likely speaking insincerely, telling nothing but lies. The Zhang Lu from 20 years ago was far harder to deal with. Unless, of course, the man had suddenly changed his nature. Hearing Zhang Lu's words, Sakazuki fell silent for a moment. The response he had originally prepared did not match the current situation. You should know we have captured Ace. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lu finally raised his head. I am aware. Then what do you intend to do with him? Sakazuki's eyes flickered, and after exchanging glances with Tsuru, he made no attempt to hide anything. By order of the World Government, Port Gas D, Ace will be executed. And the entire process will be broadcast live across the world. His voice was low and grave, and even Sakazuki grew wary, fearing the man before him might not be able to bear the news and lose control. Silence. The office fell into absolute stillness, and all eyes fixed on Zhang Lu sitting there. Zhang Lu himself was now silent, his smile fading as he sat quietly motionless, as if frozen in place. Is that so? Only after a long while did he finally let out a long breath. What an unacceptable reality this is, Sakazuki. Both his eyes locked onto Sakazuki, causing the latter's body to tense. But as a Navy officer, Ace's actions do indeed run counter to everything we stand for. Even as his uncle, I cannot deny this. Don't you agree, Garp? Zhang Lu said, turning to look at Garp to his side. Garp's body stiffened, and he looked up with a complex expression. Those who do evil in the world truly should not be forgiven. However, he left the second half unsaid, merely murmuring it silently within his heart. But when it comes to family, things are different. Zhang Lu grinned, glancing at Sakazuki. Look, even Garp, who raised Ace with his own hands, says so. As Navy officers, shouldn't we maintain our own stance? Such words clearly expressed Zhang Lu's position, yet Sakazuki's face remained unchanged, showing no sign of a smile. I'm glad you think this way. This operation against Whitebeard will have an extremely favorable impact on the world's future balance. If successful, the Navy will truly dominate this world, steadily advancing until they control the entire sea, restoring peace and tranquility to the world. Zhang Lu listened silently, then smiled faintly. Is that so? Then that would be excellent. Pausing, he observed the grave and serious expressions of everyone present, then smiled again. Please don't worry. Since I've returned, I won't make the same mistakes I did 20 years ago. Sakazuki and the others were slightly surprised, their expressions softening. Welcome back to the Marines, Jiang Lu. Long time no see, everyone has missed you. Jiang Lu nodded with a smile. Afterward, everyone chatted briefly about past anecdotes, recent world developments, and the trouble caused by Vice Admiral Garp's grandson, the straw hat-wearing Luffy. After leaving the office, Jiang Lu's smile faded and a hint of depth emerged in his eyes. From today on I am a Navy officer of justice, am I? He muttered, the slight mockery in his words unmistakably clear. Using Portgas D. Ace as bait to draw out the entire Whitebeard Pirates, making complete preparations at Marineford, the Marine HQ, to fight a decisive battle and eliminate them, thereby weakening the pirates' strength on the seas. This was the Marine HQ's plan and the world government's calculated scheme. But however you look at it, one thing is unforgivable. Using my nephew as bait. He thought quietly to himself, a chill flashing through Jiang Lu's eyes. He would naturally participate in the Summit War. It was true that he and Whitebeard were rivals, but he would never let Ace die there. You killed my family, and expect me to follow your orders. Don't you find that absurd? As he strode through the HQ corridors, Jiang Lu's constant smile somehow made people feel a chill. Suddenly, as he passed a corner, a figure came into view, causing his steps to halt involuntarily. Lord Jiang Lu. The newcomer spoke softly, his eyes showing respect and curiosity. Virgo. Jiang Lu immediately recognized him, clearly seeing the surprise in the man's eyes. You know me? Virgo was shocked internally. We're on the same side, of course I recognize you, Jiang Lu said with a narrowed-eyed smile. Virgo's gaze narrowed slightly. The young master would certainly not reveal his identity, so where had this information come from? What surprised him more was that Jiang Lu's words seemed to carry hidden meanings. You must fulfill your duties well, Virgo. I have great expectations for you, Jiang Lu said quietly. Yes, Lord Jiang Lu. Virgo paused, then responded solemnly. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek my assistance. Jiang Lu turned and departed, leaving those casually spoken words behind. Virgo's eyes flickered with thought as he watched the other's retreating figure for a long moment before quickly continuing on his way. It seemed Lord Jiang Lu already knew his true identity, though otherwise he would not have left such a series of profoundly meaningful and thought-provoking words. Meanwhile, in Sakazuki's office, the atmosphere was somewhat heavy and oppressive. He was not being truthful. Vice Admiral Tsuru stated gravely. Jiang Lu has his own plans in mind, and the fact that he hasn't openly opposed or expressed his resistance is the best outcome we can hope for. Sakazuki sighed softly. Do you know something, Giant? Tsuru asked, turning to her. Giant's expression remained unchanged, a smile on her face. He said this time he would stay at HQ properly and ensure Whitebeard is sent to impel down. Hearing this, Tsuru, Sakazuki, and the others all looked startled. In that case, that man might actually cooperate with us properly. Letting out a long breath, a smile appeared on Sakazuki's face. Giant's smile remained as she nodded in agreement. Whatever choice you make, I will definitely support you. I'll also help cover for you. Jiang Lu. Returning to the life of Marine headquarters was both monotonous and tedious. For Jiang Lu, after 2 decades, everything in Marineford Duo felt both familiar and unfamiliar. There were many buildings and figures he recognized, as well as countless unfamiliar faces and things. Time is the most formidable force capable of silently altering everything. Sengoku had not assigned him any tasks, merely instructing him to stay at the headquarters for a while to familiarize himself with the place. Thus, Jiang Lu's life was quite leisurely and carefree. Your arm has changed dramatically, teacher ZFA. In recent days, he had spent every day fishing and chatting with ZFA. Compared to Kapu and others, the retired Admiral ZFA was undoubtedly more leisurely with ample free time. Moreover, the bond between the two was even closer. To deal with devil fruit users, I specially modified this right arm made of sea stone. I call it the Crusher. How about it? Doesn't it look mighty? ZFA laughed heartily. Your strength should no longer require such external aid. After all, it's never as nimble as your own right hand. Jiang Lu shook his head. He had always been averse to adding any external parts to his body. The human body is itself an extremely intricate mechanism. There is a macrocosm without and a microcosm within, each circulating in endless cycles. Ha ha, you rascal, you never say anything nice. ZFA was not angered, but instead laughed, then let out a deep sigh. After all, I'm old. My strength is no longer what it used to be, unlike you, a young man in your prime. If I were your age, I would naturally disdain such external aids. He paused, his expression turning somber. But the sea is fraught with countless dangers and vicious individuals. I lost this right arm because of that. Jiang Lu narrowed his eyes. I've heard about it. Was it that time you led the training ship, eh? ZFA nodded heavily. That accident had cost him his right arm and claimed the lives of all the students under his charge. It had dealt him a devastating blow. He also realized that he was truly getting old. You're doing well, kid. You're at the perfect age, in your prime, at your peak. Your strength is enough to dominate the entire sea even. He paused briefly, suddenly realizing that 20 years had passed. 20 years. Who knows how far you've grown by now? He then turned to Jiang Lu with curiosity and asked, do you still have any rivals? Jiang Lu smiled as if joking, who knows? Perhaps none left. ZFA nodded and also laughed. Haha, with your talent you indeed should have no opponents. Then do your best for this world. Jiang Lu smiled and nodded as well. Of course I must heed the teacher's words. I will surely do good for this world, in a way entirely different from yours. Zfa seemed thoughtful, fell silent for a moment, then smiled frankly. Everyone should have their own way and faith. Your heart is righteous, possessing a purer justice than mine, Sengoku, or Kapu. As your teacher I understand you. Then he smiled softly. They all think you'll follow their ideas and proceed according to the original script. But I know you'll surely astonish everyone. Right? Jiang Lu was silent then grinned. A teacher is indeed a teacher. You're going to leave the Marines, aren't you? Zfa suddenly asked. Is the Marines still suitable for me? Jiang Lu did not answer, but replied with a question. Leaving is fine. In fact, I've had such thoughts many times. Zfa sighed softly and stood up. The students who follow me also urge me to do so. You have a clear understanding of the Marines. Is justice that weighs on the shoulders still justice? It's merely a facade driven and exploited by others. But I've spent most of my life here. The attachment is too deep. Jiang Lu listened quietly and did not speak. Teacher has his own concerns. Your student will support your choice. Of course you will, haha. You are my proudest disciple. Zfa also support you. After I die you will be the heir who carries my pride and glory through the world. Because the world will always remember that I Zfa am your teacher, Jiang Lu. With that Zfa suddenly burst into laughter. The master and disciple sat together engaging in deep conversation. Undoubtedly within this fortress called Marineford, duo Jiang Lu still had many bonds and ties that could not be severed. Fortunately, whether friends, subordinates, or teachers, they all seemed to support him unconditionally. Meanwhile, Marine Headquarters was issuing summons to branches around the world. To confront the four emperors led by Whitebeard, Marine Headquarters had to gather a large number of elite forces to prepare for the impending war. Have you heard? The former Admiral Daytime Tiger Jiang Lu has also been summoned back to headquarters. Really? Will he participate in this war too? Great. That's Admiral Daytime Tiger. Across the world, many in the branches received this news. In the South Sea, a captain carrying a sniper rifle looked down at the summons from headquarters, then glanced at a small note beside it, and suddenly grinned. Finally, we'll meet again, Admiral Jiang Lu. On the note was written, Daytime Tiger has returned, recruits, gather again. In the East Sea, inside a military base. Ha ha ha. Admiral, you're alive. You've finally returned. At headquarters, I'm on my way. In the West Sea. Set sail. I accept the headquarters summons. Head to headquarters immediately. Full speed ahead. A burly man with a thick beard roared. The Marines on the warship exchanged bewildered glances. They knew well that their vice admiral usually ignored headquarters orders. The general far away is not bound by the monarch's orders, was his mantra. Stationed in the West Sea, their commander lived like a local tyrant, carefree, and often threatened to leave the Marines. Why this time did he comply with such an order? In the North Sea, on a massive pirate ship, a tall man holding twin blades stood atop a mountain of pirate corpses. He took the summons handed by his subordinate. Targeting Whitebeard. No interest. Tell headquarters there are still pirates to kill in my jurisdiction. However, just as he finished, another brief message was handed over. What? The Admiral is back. The man leaped off the corpse pile, shouting excitedly. Now head to Marineford duo immediately. Countless figures upon hearing the codename Daytime Tiger changed their minds and rushed to Marineford duo in response to the headquarters summons. Meanwhile, in the Fleet Admiral's office, the warlord meeting is imminent. Who can intimidate these notorious villains? Sengoku murmured. Let Jiang Lu go. He's the only one with nothing to do right now. The 7 warlords of the sea, recognized by the world government as great pirates, each possesses catastrophic destructive power and terror combat capabilities comparable to that of a nation. It is precisely because of their immense strength that they have been granted the legitimate status of plunderers as warlords. These formidable individuals are mostly villains who commit atrocities on the high seas. Only their overwhelming power and deterrent force have led them to be recruited as warlords. On the surface, they have become the loyal dogs of the world government, but in reality it is merely a balance achieved through mutual exploitation. The world ranks the 7 warlords as a major force alongside the 4 emperors and the Marine Headquarters, which speaks volumes about their strength. Now with the Marine Headquarters waging war, these warlords bound to the world government naturally cannot escape involvement. They are all ambitious fellows. Even the ordinary elites of the headquarters, including vice admirals, might not be able to suppress them. In fact, they may not even be able to mobilize these individuals. Sengoku sighed softly. He was well aware of the intricate relationships among the world government, the Marines, and the 7 warlords, and understood the underlying dynamics. It's merely mutual exploitation. Once the Marines have the opportunity, the 7 warlords will be the primary targets for suppression. As for Jiang Lu, he is an excellent candidate. Even the power of a warlord would likely not dare to act arrogantly before him. With a flicker of his gaze, Sengoku quickly made a decision. With the paramount war imminent, the headquarters issued summons to the world one after another unceasingly in recent days. Elites from various regions had also been arriving at the headquarters one after another. Thus important meetings were held almost consecutively. As the Fleet Admiral, he had to convene meetings with all ranks of officers. After the officers returned, they would then hold meetings with their subordinates. For the Marines, this battle was of paramount importance, and there could be no slack. The plan is to assemble 100,000 elite troops to completely eliminate the Whitebeard Pirates here in Marineford. Sengoku spoke softly, his gaze solemn. One could imagine the sheer spectacle. Among the 100,000 elites from all over the world, many were eccentric and difficult to control. Without proper organization, the Marines would face internal problems even before the war began. And those former subordinates of Zhang, they will likely come flocking this time, each one a troublesome thorn. Sengoku frowned. Some of those individuals had heard about the incidents from years ago. Unable to intervene, they had separately requested to be stationed far away, acting as local overlords. They had always followed orders selectively, heeding only the summons, but not the commands. Now that Zhang had returned, these individuals were already moving. If they arrived at the headquarters and were not properly managed, serious problems would arise. Whose troops are they? They must be managed by their own commander. That is the simplest solution. Sengoku sighed softly and spoke. Deploying such a vast marine system was an immense workload with a heavy burden of tasks. No wonder his hair had turned white so quickly in recent years. When the order reached Zhang, he was sitting with Zifa fishing in the small pond of the headquarters. Their leisurely life made the young commander delivering the message envious. Captain Zhang, the Fleet Admiral, has sent me with an order. The commander smiled, his attitude quite respectful. Of course, anyone who could sit fishing with Admiral Zifa, even if his shoulder insignia only bore the rank of captain, would naturally command respect. Moreover, the rumors about Captain Zhang had spread throughout the headquarters in recent days. He was the most monstrous prodigy in marine history, former admiral, having commanded 3,000 new recruits deployed worldwide with officers of all ranks among them. It could be said that this seemingly ordinary young captain was undoubtedly the most powerful faction within the headquarters. With the headquarters now issuing summons across the world, his former subordinates would soon arrive here. It was hard to imagine that someone who had not appeared for 20 years could still command such immense influence the moment he emerged. Oh, what does Sengoku want me to do? Zhang put down his fishing rod and turned curiously. The Fleet Admiral said that according to the signed contract, the 7 warlords are also required to participate in this war. Therefore, your responsibility is to forcibly summon these warlords to the headquarters, organize a meeting, and inform them of their duties. Ensure that they do not cause any trouble during the upcoming battle. The commander spoke quickly. The 7 warlords? Oi. Zhang raised an eyebrow and laughed. That's something new. I never saw such an organization in my time. Zifa also spoke up. It was established by the world government after you were imprisoned and impelled down to counter the growing strength of pirates. They call them warlords, but in essence they are still nothing more than vicious pirates. Zhang nodded. All right, I'll take this job. But you need to convey something to Sengoku. The commander was startled. Please speak. Tell him I want to see Ace. Zhang said in a low voice. At present, even Garp might not know where Ace was being held. Although the Marines had taken custody from Blackbeard, the matter was too critical, and the location of Ace's imprisonment was top secret until the situation became clear. For now, the Marines had only announced the capture of Ace, whether to execute him, and when were still undecided. According to Zhang judgment, the execution time would be announced only after 80% of the elite Marines from around the world had arrived. At the same time, Ace would be transferred to Impel Down. Because by then, no matter what unexpected events occurred, those 80% of forces would be sufficient to handle them and ensure the plan's success. All right, I will relay your message. The commander paused, then turned and left quickly. Moments later, in the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku frowned deep in thought. He can meet Ace, but only after he has summoned the warlords here. Zhang soon learned of this decision and smiled knowingly. He silently praised Sengoku's caution. This old friend and Fleet Admiral never acted without preparation. That afternoon, Zhang went to the headquarters building to assume his post. A simple, spacious, yet fully functional office, along with a tall, blonde-haired female assistant named Freya, who wore high heels. The information on all 7 warlords has been placed before you. Additionally, the former warlord Crocodile has been imprisoned and impelled down, and his replacement is the new warlord Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Freya bent over, a faint fragrance wafting over. Zhang couldn't help but look up, sensing the subtle allure of a mature woman. Miss Freya, you are quite professional. He withdrew his gaze, maintaining an unchanged expression, and chuckled. She straightened up. Sir, please call me Commander Freya. I don't know why the headquarters assigned me as your assistant, but I am also happy to serve a handsome officer like you. You will find that my professionalism extends beyond work. With that, Freya swayed her body, and in the next second, she was sitting on Zhang lap. A fragrant scent filled the air, and the heavy hormones startled him, leaving him stunned. Good heavens, he had long heard that some female assistants at the headquarters were not simple, and now he saw it was indeed true. She went straight for the ultimate move. Drawing a deep breath, Freya's faint, refreshing fragrance practically assailed his nostrils. Zhang suppressed the heat within him. We still have important matters to attend to, Commander Freya. Hearing this, the mature and seductive woman chuckled and covered her mouth. Yes, my commanding officer. She rose with a sway of her hips, turned her back to Jiang Lu, and bent over to organize the documents on the table. I have sorted the files on the 7 warlords for you. Jiang Lu remained silent, his gaze following the curve of her figure, able to glimpse a magnificent landscape at a glance. One had to admit his female assistant was truly well endowed with curves in all the right places. Especially when she bent over the table with her back to him, it was enough to set one's imagination ablaze. Yet such a woman was also a source of trouble. The headquarters' decision to assign her to his side was all the more intriguing. All right, Commander, you may begin your work. Freya giggled, straightened up, and walked to the side. Only then did Jiang Lu look at the documents on the table, scanning them one by one. The files on the 7 warlords, divided into 7 separate folders, were already laid out on the desk. They included their former identities, contact methods, current positions, and other details, all extremely comprehensive. These were internal Marine headquarters documents, far more accurate than the rumors circulating in the outside world. The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. Dracula Mihawk. Age 41. Height 198 centimeters. Sword black sword knight. Favorite beverage red wine. From major events he had experienced, such as the famous battle with the Yonko Shanks, down to his hobbies, everything was recorded in detail in the files. Glancing through them lightly, Jiang Lu could not help but admire the Marine intelligence system. Some of the information contained therein was beyond the knowledge of the outside world. For this reason, he thought of Crocodile and CP9, who were currently outside, responsible for building their own intelligence platforms. But when it came to intelligence gathering, those two seemed more adept at assassination and killing. Do you wish to contact him first? Freya stood to one side, slightly bending over, looking at him with curiosity. Jiang Lu immediately felt a soft sensation against his shoulder, and the fragrance wafted over once more. Hawkeye Mihawk is notorious for disobeying orders and rarely attends the warlord meetings. Of course, the other warlords are similar, but he is even more difficult to summon. Blinking with curiosity, Freya said with a light laugh. Since I saw his file first, let's summon him first. Jiang Lu said with a faint smile. If it's me, I believe he will give me that respect. Freya grew even more curious and intrigued. The headquarters had assigned her to be this man's assistant, and she was naturally puzzled. In terms of strength, she was a genuine commander-level officer. In terms of emotional intelligence, she was equally high, especially skilled in socializing and intelligence work. Moreover, she possessed a spirit of sacrificing everything to achieve her goals. The name White Tiger was unfamiliar to her. It was said that he was a person from 20 years ago, and she herself was only 22 years old. There was an era gap between them, making her even more curious about him. What a mysterious uncle. Then I'm even more curious. Why do you have confidence that the world's greatest swordsman will give you face? Freya giggled, but there was a hint of defiance in her tone. Hawkeye Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, possessed top-tier strength even among the 7 warlords. Jiang Lu shook his head with a smile, picked up the Den Den Mushi from the table, and dialed. Your intelligence seems a bit outdated. His title of the world's greatest swordsman has already been taken. Freya was stunned, her expression changing drastically. Taken by whom? Just then the Den Den Mushi connected, and a low, cold voice came through. It was Hawkeye Mihawk, and Freya immediately tensed up. As a Marine commander, she was like an ant before him, weak and fragile, which naturally made her even more nervous and fearful. Even just hearing his voice through the Den Den Mushi was enough. Who? Only a single word. Mihawk's indifferent attitude toward the Marines was clearly audible. Dracula Mihawk. Jiang Lu spoke into the Den Den Mushi, calling out his name. The Den Den Mushi fell silent, and after a long while a voice filled with gravity and solemnity emerged. Jiang Lu. Hawkeye Mihawk's entire body stiffened at that moment, and his eyes turned sharp. The defeat of that battle would be etched in his memory forever. But because of that battle, he had seen the gap between himself and the pinnacle of the world, and during this time, he had grown even further in the way of the sword. He had found a way to counter the other's divine peak-level swordsmanship. No need to be so aggressive, Mihawk. Jiang Lu said with a faint smile, tapping his right index finger on the table. I'm not looking for you to fight. Hawkeye Mihawk's aura receded. Is that so? Then what do you want? I assume you've heard the rumors circulating in the Marines recently. Jiang Lu said. I've been training, so I haven't heard anything. Mihawk glanced at the bandages on his body and said in a deep voice. During this period, he had crawled back from the brink of life and death, and his injuries were almost fully healed. However, the crisscrossing scars on his body would probably never disappear. The Marines are about to wage war against the Whitebeard Pirates, one of the Yonko. Jiang Lu said calmly. Hearing this, Mihawk's eyes narrowed. Is that so? That would be a true clash of the Titans. And I am responsible for summoning you warlords. So please come to Marine headquarters as soon as possible. Jiang Lu said with a faint smile. I will go. Mihawk's voice came through. Then the Den Den Mushi was hung up. Behind Jiang Lu, Freya's beautiful face was slightly agape, her expression one of shock and disbelief. It was the first time she had heard anyone speak to a warlord in such a tone. Even more incredible was the fact that Mihawk seemed to recognize this new commander. You asked who took his title of the world's greatest. Jiang Lu tapped the table with his right hand, pulled over the second file, and said with a smile. Freya snapped out of it, took a deep breath, and began to reevaluate the commander before her. On his shoulder was the rank of captain, and his code name was White Tiger. But damn it, which captain in the marine system had a code name like that? Not to mention that he could converse with the warlords on an absolutely equal footing, earning such respect from Mihawk. Who exactly was he? Me. I just took the title of the world's greatest swordsman from him not long ago. Jiang Lu replied with a faint smile, then dialed the second Den Den Mushi. In the upper right corner of the file, Don Quixote Doflamingo's photo looked particularly arrogant. What a... Freya's whole body trembled, and then she saw the Den Den Mushi he was dialing. It's the heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo, an even more vicious character than Hawkeye Mihawk. She took a deep breath and tensed up once more. Don Quixote Doflamingo, the heavenly Yaksha. He could be considered the most vicious among all the warlords, and Fulia held him in even greater dread, or perhaps fear. In previous meetings, the Navy field grade officers, even the flag officers who were in charge of reception, all felt immense pressure when facing him. BRRR, BRRR, BRRR. The characteristic waiting sound of the Den Den Mushi rang out, and Fulia couldn't help clenching her fists, waiting nervously. Jiang Lu, however, wore a casual expression, tapping his index finger on the table. Not answering. He raised an eyebrow, waited a moment, then hung up the Den Den Mushi and dialed again. BRRR, BRRR, BRRR. This time the Den Den Mushi was quickly connected. Navy, if you have something to say it quickly. A cold, impatient voice came through. Fulia's heart trembled. She recognized it. It was precisely Doflamingo's voice. In a previous meeting, she had seen him from afar, and when their eyes met, she felt an icy chill throughout her body, unable to move an inch. Doflamingo. Jiang Lu, still with a faint smile on his face, said calmly. Oh, it's you. The coldness in the voice vanished, replaced by a hint of surprise. If I'm not mistaken, this seems to be the Navy's internal Den Den Mushi channel. A trace of amusement appeared in Doflamingo's voice. That's right. I am now a Navy headquarters captain responsible for summoning and managing you warlords. I presume you've heard of the recent major events. Jiang Lu smiled faintly. Interesting, very interesting. So the warlord meeting is to be convened by you. To Fulia's surprise, Doflamingo actually laughed. I'll be there. Then the Den Den Mushi was quickly hung up. Fulia herself was completely stunned. Since when had the vicious heavenly Yaksha become so easy to deal with? Or could it be that the officer before her, bearing the rank of captain, had a true identity far more complex than what appeared on the surface? Afterwards, Jiang Lu dialed the Den Den Mushi of the Empress Hancock. What? You're Jiang Lu, the one who once stormed Mary. She paused, then said excitedly. I'll be right there. You must wait for me. Then it was Jinbi's turn. I have always admired everything you have done, and I consider you a true paragon of justice. I will come, and I wish to discuss a matter with you. The Knight of the Sea Jinbi spoke with a solemn tone, showing great respect for Jiang Lu. Next was Gecko Moria. He Jiang Lu. The Day Tiger Admiral. I've heard of your great reputation for 20 years. However, I've run into a little trouble here, and I might need to deal with it before I can come. Gecko Moria's voice came through the Den Den Mushi. Jiang Lu's tapping finger paused, and his eyes narrowed. He naturally understood what the so-called little trouble was. Based on the timing, it seemed the Straw Hat Pirates had already arrived at the Thriller Bark area. Then I'll wait for your arrival. Jiang Lu did not expose the truth, simply laughing. He. It truly makes me happy to see the presence of the Day Tiger Admiral. Moria laughed. Bartholomew Kuma seems to be at Navy headquarters these days, so you don't need to contact him. Finally, there's only Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, who recently replaced the former Shichibukai crocodile. Fulia's expression changed as well, looking at Jiang Lu with awe. She finally understood that the man before her was undoubtedly a great figure she had yet to comprehend. Even the Shichibukai held him in such high regard, which spoke volumes. Such respect from the Shichibukai. Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku couldn't command that. Marshal D. Teach, huh? What a familiar fellow. Looking at the documents on the table, Jiang Lu narrowed his eyes and murmured. I wonder if he'll have the guts to come if he knows it's me. Fulia showed a puzzled expression. The Den Den Mushi was soon connected. Zehaha. The Navy suddenly contacts me. Is there something important? I know that unless it's a major event, even the Navy can't disturb us, right? Marshal D. Teach's laughter came through. Teach. Jiang Lu's gaze sharpened as he called out. Huh. The laughter stopped abruptly the moment he heard the voice, replaced by surprise and confusion. You're Jiang Lu. On the other side of the Den Den Mushi, Marshal D. Teach's expression turned serious, and his crew members all looked up. You should be quite familiar with my voice. After all, we've dealt with each other so many times. Jiang Lu said calmly. Ha, Zeha. Yeah, of course I won't forget. So what business do you have with me? This is the exclusive channel for the Navy to contact me. Marshal D. Teach's eyes flickered as he asked in a low voice. You seem to have forgotten my identity. I am a naval officer myself. Enough nonsense. The war that will shake the world, sparked by you, is about to begin. My responsibility is to summon you troublesome fellows. No matter where you are, get to Navy headquarters immediately for the Shichibukai meeting. Jiang Lu said coldly. Zehaha, Jiang Lu, you can't just say things like that. I gave ace to the world government out of kindness. If anyone is the source, it's ace. And you're forcefully summoning the Shichibukai. But if I go to Navy headquarters, will you attack me at all costs? Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach asked with a loud laugh. Whether you come or not is up to you. As for attacking you. He paused, then revealed a cold sneer. Do you want to bet? Upon hearing this, Marshal D. Teach's eyes narrowed. After a long silence, he burst into laughter again. Zahaha. Then I'll go, Jiang Lu. Having made 6 calls in a row, Jiang Lu quickly finished. The so-called task of summoning the Shichibukai was completed smoothly. This filled Fulia with amazement, and she felt shock and awe toward the young captain before her. Summoning the Shichibukai was no simple task. For an ordinary officer, it would be a headache. Not to mention whether they would comply. Even if they came, dealing with them and receiving them was a major issue. But for this officer, it was like chatting with old friends for a few words. Truly incredible. After the summoning came a long wait. The office was naturally dull, and after sitting for only half the morning, Jiang Lu couldn't stand it and left. I might as well go fishing with Master Zephyr. He sighed softly, then quickly descended the stairs to the lobby on the first floor, followed by the elegant and attractive Fulia. As he neared the entrance, a figure with an icy aura stepped in. With his arrival, the temperature in the lobby seemed to drop a few degrees. Akiji, Admiral Akiji. Fulia's entire body trembled as she cried out in shock. Jiang Lu stopped in his tracks, looking at the tall figure blocking his way, as if even the sunlight behind him was obscured. You're in my way, Kazan. A towering figure blocked the entrance, casting the hall into deeper shadow. As he heard someone speak, his half-lidded eyes slowly opened. When he saw it was Jiang Lu, the drowsy, half-awake look on Qingji's face instantly sharpened. Jiang Lu, you're reporting to headquarters too. What unpleasant news. Qingji stated flatly, his gaze fixed on Jiang Lu, his figure still blocking the doorway, without any intention of moving aside. Freya was utterly tense. An admiral stood right before her. As one of the Navy's top combatants, Qingji was an absolute mountain in the system, revered by most Marines. Step aside, Kazan. Jiang Lu's expression was impassive, his eyes fixed on the other. The headquarters gate is open to all, and there's enough space on either side for you to pass. Qingji's tone was calm, but the edge in his words was unmistakable. Instantly, the Marines present grew tense. Those who knew Jiang Lu were even more shaken, fully aware that this was a clash between the new and old admirals. One misstep could lead to disaster. Clashing with me here isn't wise, Kazan. Jiang Lu's smile turned cold, his eyes icy. It seems the wounds I gave you last time weren't enough. Qingji's expression darkened. Those injuries are nothing to me. Auras began to rise on both sides before colliding. In the lobby of the Navy headquarters building, the atmosphere grew suffocating and oppressive. No way. Are they really going to fight here? Report to Fleet Admiral Sengoku at once. If these two throw down, the headquarters will suffer heavy damage. Every Marine present trembled in fear, their expressions shifting. The tension thickened as their eyes locked, both cold as ice. What a fearsome aura. The two of you creating such a confrontational atmosphere in the headquarters building. It's truly terrifying. Suddenly a voice rang out, accompanied by a flash of golden light that forced many to squint. Everyone turned to the entrance. To Qingji's right, golden particles coalesced into a human form, quickly revealing a figure. Admiral Huan Yuan. Recognition of the newcomer sparked another wave of surprise. With short, naturally curly black hair, sunglasses perched on his nose, a yellow and white striped suit, a purple tie, a dark green shirt, and standing about 3 meters tall, he cut an imposing figure at the doorway, exuding immense pressure. A hint of surprise mixed with solemnity played on his face as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Lu. Borsellino. Jiang Lu addressed him calmly. Freya grew even more anxious. 2 admirals now stood before them. Such terrifying pressure would drive anyone else insane. But her commanding officer remained utterly calm. Admiral Jiang Lu, when did you return? Why didn't you say a word? Huan Yuan spoke with a grin, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere. Jiang Lu, however, was not fooled by that smiling facade, for the man, like Kazan, firmly blocked one side of the entrance. Are you here to block my path too? His eyes narrowed as he spoke coldly. How could that be? Admiral Jiang Lu left a deep impression on me back then. Though he said no, Huan Yuan's body did not budge an inch, and his aura began to surge. The battle at O'Hara had made 3 young vice admirals realize that even at the same age, some could still stand at the pinnacle. But after all these years, I'm curious to see if the gap between us has narrowed. Huan Yuan said with a grin, yet his eyes were filled with gravity and seriousness. Is that so? Jiang Lu swept his gaze over the two, then suddenly grinned. Just the 2 of you might not be enough. As his words fell, another towering figure appeared on Qingji's other side. You're as insufferable as you were 20 years ago, Jiang Lu. Gasps echoed through the hall. Dressed in a dark red suit, a marine cap, black leather gloves, and a marine coat over his shoulders, his presence was heavy and brooding, exuding a terrifying aura. Like a volcano ready to erupt, the temperature seemed to rise a few degrees the moment he stepped in. Admiral Chiquan. Low exclamations followed by nervous gulps. 3 admirals, all appearing at once. And all blocking that man. Who was he? Judging by the stance, the 3 admirals seemed to bear him considerable grudge. The combined aura of the 3 admirals. Who in this world could withstand it? Murmurs spread through the hall. Those who recognized Zhang Lu grew even more tense, staring at the entrance. Admiral Zhang Lu, they whispered, anxious for the former admiral. Freya at this point was completely stunned. She had never imagined that not one but all three admirals would appear. The three top combatants of the current era gathered at the entrance of the headquarters building, blocking her commanding officer. Absolutely insane. Now this is interesting. Zhang Lu grinned, his eyes growing sharper. Suddenly he widened his eyes. Boom. An overbearing aura swept through the void, the force of it making the robes of the three admirals flutter violently. Everything in the first-floor lobby seemed to freeze, struck by that domineering presence. Conqueror's Haki. A vice admiral's face shifted as he shouted. Turning to the three admirals, every one of them wore expressions that were chillingly cold. 20 years, Zhang Lu. That battle feels like yesterday to me. Your arrogance has only grown with time. Do you think you need all three of us to team up against you? Don't overestimate yourself. Shiquan said, coldly, stepping forward toward Zhang Lu. The volcanic eruption of his aura intensified, sending shivers down spines. Though we are both Marines, I find troublemakers like you utterly detestable. I can't understand why Fleet Admiral Sengoku would summon you. As he spoke, Shiquan raised his right hand and slowly clenched it into a fist. A mere Whitebeard. I can defeat him alone. The times have changed. With that, his form flickered, instantly appearing before Zhang Lu. You relics who should have retired long ago. Can't you see the reality? At the same time, searing magma gurgled, covering his right arm and transforming into the shape of a dog's head, roaring and howling as it swung down. Great eruption. Every Marine present widened their eyes in shock. He actually attacked. The scalding magma bubbled and hissed, sending plumes of white steam into the air. The temperature at the doorway surged in an instant. The grotesque dog head swelled before their eyes, growing rapidly until it reached human size. A deep, guttural growl rumbled from its maw as it lunged toward Zhang Lu to devour him. Officer! Freya cried out in terror, her beautiful face draining of color. Akainu, one of the three admirals, had attacked his superior with such decisive ruthlessness, and right at the entrance of the Marineford headquarters. What feud could possibly drive such direct hostility? Whooshed! Blazing hot air currents whipped Justice's greatcoat, making the fabric snap and billow violently. You never did learn your manners, Sakazuki. The cold voice rang out, and Freya watched as her commanding officer moved. An inexplicable aura of overwhelming dominance erupted outward. A crack split across the wall nearby, and simultaneously Zhang Lu's right hand clenched into a fist. Armament Haki surged to cover his fist, and then a burst of rushing air like fluttering cherry blossoms spiraled outward to envelop his right arm. The roaring hellhound was already upon them. At that very moment, Freya felt the oppressive aura wrapping around Zhang Lu's fist in stream after stream. Boom! That punch shattered through the air itself, warping and collapsing the space before it. An endless radiance exploded, and a feral aura engulfed everything around. Sakazuki's pupils contracted. Beside him, Borsalino's sunglasses caught a glint of light, while Kazan exhaled a breath, his expression grave. The hellhound, wreathed in scalding magma, came to an abrupt halt, its charge arrested by that fist held firm before it. Then at a visibly tangible rate it began to warp and deform. Immediately after, the fist surged forward once more. In a thousandth of a breath's time. Bang! A heavy impact resonated through the air. Sakazuki's entire body shuddered as he looked down at his abdomen. That same fist had appeared there with miraculous speed, the point of impact caving inward rapidly. Then with a thunderous crash he was sent flying backward. What a... In the great hall, every face bore expressions of shock as they stared at the figure in the center. He struck Akainu and sent him flying with a single blow. Shock. Oh, unbelievable. 20 years have passed, yet General Zhang Lu remains as terrifying as ever. At that moment a voice carrying amusement rang out, and a blinding flash of light erupted. Clang. Almost instantly the sound of a blade leaving its sheath echoed. Zhang Lu stood with his left hand gripping the sword, having intercepted that brilliant flash of light. Thud! A ring of shockwave rippled outward, summoning a fierce gale across the first-floor hall that forced nearby Marines to raise their arms for protection. In the next instant the golden light dissipated, revealing Kizaru's figure. His right foot was pressing against that slender blade which shimmered with a purplish-red glow. It brings back rather unpleasant memories. Kizaru spoke in a low tone, a flicker of gravity flashing behind his sunglasses. Actually, I don't mind letting you experience once more the shadows you endured 2 decades ago. A sinister smile spread across his face as Zhang Lu rotated his long blade and swung it again in a different direction. Swish! Kizaru's body was cleaved cleanly in two, dissolving into streams of light that fled toward the exit. Only after hundreds of meters did they frantically reassemble, reforming his figure once more. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Lu had already exchanged blows with 2 admirals and driven them back. This caused everyone to sharply inhale, reassessing the combat prowess of this colonel. For those who knew him, their eyes burned with excitement. I've seen it. At long last I've seen it again. The Daylight Tiger, such invincible power. But the very next moment, everyone's eyes narrowed once more. Akiji, an admiral. Freya stammered, her voice trembling. Unnoticed until now, Akiji, who had been standing squarely in front, was already at Zhang Lu's side, one hand resting on his shoulder. Click. Zhang Lu remained frozen mid-swing at that moment. Oh. Slowly turning his head, Zhang Lu looked at Kazan, mere inches away, and suddenly grinned. That won't work on me. You should know better. Akiji offered no response. An extreme cold aura erupted forth, and in an instant Zhang Lu was encased in ice, becoming a frozen statue. Officer Zhang Lu. Freya clamped both hands over her mouth, her face a mask of sheer terror. Then she saw Akiji radiating a chilling presence glance her way. That single look pierced to her very bones, leaving her barely able to breathe. Crack. Within a breath, the ice coating Zhang Lu's body shattered apart. I told you, Kazan, that little trick of yours is useless against me. His figure reappeared, and his right foot lashed out in a powerful kick. Bang! The strike came with terrifying speed and ferocity, connecting squarely with Kazan's waist and cleaving him in two, scattering him into shards of ice that blew outward. Retracting his foot, Zhang Lu's gaze turned ice-cold as he strode forward and stepped through the doorway. Scanning the scene below, he observed the three admirals appearing at various positions and let out a cold smile. All three of you, and your trivial tricks, are only fit to provide me with fireworks, a bit of light, and frozen popsicles. His unguarded mockery caused all three admirals of the headquarters to immediately stiffen with cold fury. How incredibly arrogant, Zhang Lu. Akainu's face darkened, his piercing gaze locked onto the figure standing before the Marineford entrance. General Zhang Lu's haki remains as formidable as ever, Pusarelino said with a smile, already raising his right hand as golden light gathered between his fingers, shining with blinding brilliance. Kazan had reformed his body and stood there silently. Hey, this needs to stop. If you keep this up, the Marineford building itself will collapse. The vice admirals within the hall shouted loudly, their voices filled with alarm. And in the very next second, Pusarelino's fingers tapped rapidly and golden light erupted outward. Swish, 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 swish. Sharp beams of light arrived at Zhang Lu's position in an instant. His pupils contracted and his right hand rose, moving so fast it became a blur, as though swatting flies at the laser beams. Then, to everyone's stunned disbelief, those devastating laser beams were merely slapped aside by a few swipes of his hand. Boom, 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 boom. Deafening explosions rang out, sending plumes of smoke rising from the ground on both sides of the Marineford headquarters. Since the three of you are having so much fun, then I won't hold back either. Zhang Lu leaned slightly forward, a sinister grin spreading across his face. His figure twisted and he vanished from the spot. In the space of a heartbeat, he had already appeared before Pusarelino. Lightspeed isn't so frightening after all. His murmured words reached Kizaru's ears, prompting him to lift his head. What met his gaze was a fist rapidly enlarging, carrying incomparable momentum, descending with crushing force. Bang! Kizaru was sent flying once more, and the ground where he had stood cracked apart, forming a massive crater. Just then a scalding surge of wind swept toward Zhang Lu from behind. Inukoi Rengoku. Zhang Lu's eyes narrowed slightly, and another sinister smile at the corner of his lips. Just as you've always disliked me, I've never cared for you either. Sakazuki. His figure flickered and he vanished from the spot once more. Molten lava rained down, instantly melting the steps, igniting flames and billowing thick smoke. Sakazuki's gaze hardened. Confronting someone he had faced 20 years ago, he felt an even deeper sense of caution and wariness. In terms of speed, strength, haki, and hand-to-hand combat, his opponent had cultivated each to its absolute peak. For a Logia-type Devil Fruit user like him, this opponent was simply a natural nemesis. Logia-type Devil Fruit users possessed vast attack coverage and devastating destructive power. Each one was comparable to a natural disaster. Yet when facing specialists in close combat, the pressure they endured became immense. Once closed within arm's reach, the danger became overwhelming. Especially against someone like Zhang Lu, a powerhouse who had pushed his body to its absolute limit. Even this preliminary warm-up was already generating pressure for Sakazuki. With his attack missing its mark, Sakazuki lost sight of Zhang Lu entirely. Behind, suddenly a fierce gust of wind swept toward him. Sakazuki spun around and swung a fist wreathed in molten lava. Bang! Scorching magma splattered in all directions, and a shockwave surged outward. Zhang Lu's fist was blocked. Neither of us has stood still, Zhang Lu. I regret to inform you that the scenes from 20 years ago will never repeat themselves. Sneering, Sakazuki stepped backward and unleashed a rapid succession of punches. Magma fists descended upon Zhang Lu like a torrential rainstorm. I do not know where your blind confidence comes from, but reality will deliver a harsh lesson to you. Speaking in a calm tone, Zhang Lu's figure flickered, darting through the narrow gaps between the magma fists. In the blink of an eye, he was before Akainu, and then his form vanished again. So fast. Sakazuki's pupils contracted, and he looked up sharply. A fist rapidly enlarged, carrying terrifying force, and descended upon him. Bang! A dull impact resonated once more. The steps beneath them shattered into fragments, and a massive crater formed. Sakazuki's head was driven deep into the pit, transforming into molten lava. Quick reflexes, Zhang Lu murmured. He then took a step backward, standing still, and gazing upward toward the entrance of the Marine headquarters building. Tap 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 tap. Dense footsteps echoed through the area. Before the main gate of the headquarters, figures with imposing auras and grim expressions appeared one after another. This ends now. There must be a limit to such reckless behavior. Looking down at the devastated staircase below, Sengoku barked in an angry tone. Ha ha ha. Young people certainly have fiery tempers. This is the Marine headquarters building, and you dare to fight here. Garp laughed boisterously, then turned his gaze toward Jianglu. Jianglu, you've beaten those three brats so badly again. You really are something. The aura surrounding Jianglu slowly dissipated, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Long time no see. We were merely sparring. Garp burst into laughter again. You guy, don't fool anyone. That fierce and aggressive demeanor of yours looks nothing like a friendly spar. Jianglu smiled. It was merely a spar. After a brief pause, he looked at Sakazuki nearby, who was pulling his head out of the crater and reverting to human form, and spoke again. Otherwise they wouldn't still be standing. These words caused the atmosphere in the area to grow tense once more. Sengoku watched the cold glares intensify in the eyes of the three admirals before him and could only interject helplessly. Enough. The three of you have just met, and I understand your eagerness to spar. However, please be mindful of the occasion you are in. This is the iconic location of Marineford, the Marine headquarters, the front of the main building. To damage it to this extent, how can you maintain any sense of propriety? Sengoku then turned his gaze toward Kuzan, Sakazuki, and Borsellino. I summoned the three of you back to headquarters because each of you has separate missions. Are you truly so idle? Hearing this, Borsellino shrugged. Oh, I remember now. I still have many unfinished tasks under my command. Then see you next time, Admiral Jianglu. Speaking thus, he strolled leisurely toward the interior of the headquarters building. I'm sleepy. Kuzan reverted to his usual lazy demeanor and climbed the steps back into the building. In the blink of an eye, two of the three admirals had departed, leaving only Sakazuki standing before Jianglu. I have a strong premonition, Jianglu. Staring intently at Jianglu, Sakazuki spoke in a low, solemn voice. Oh. Jianglu wore an expression of curiosity. The two of us will inevitably have a real battle soon. Not something like this mere sparring session. Sakazuki's eyes turned ice cold as he heavily emphasized the word sparring. Is that so? Jianglu smiled, his expression full of keen interest as he looked at his opponent. Then who do you think would win? Sakazuki's pupils contracted, and he turned away, leaving only a cold remark. You'll see it. Jianglu merely smiled, completely unfazed by the underlying declaration of war and provocation hidden within those words. Yet he thoroughly agreed with what his opponent had said. It was not merely Sakazuki. There were others as well, Kazan, Borsellino, Garp, Sengoku, and more. Between him and each of them, a genuine battle was likely inevitable. Jianglu. As he turned to leave, Sengoku's voice reached him from behind. My. Jianglu paused, then watched Sengoku ascend the steps and quickly arrive before him. The warlord's involvement in the war is of critical importance. From now on, I entrust this matter to your care. After a pause, Sengoku's expression grew grave, and he spoke in a solemn tone. Of course, those individuals are all unyielding and rebellious. Under appropriate circumstances, you may exert some deterrence upon them. Let them also understand the strength of our Marine headquarters. Jianglu was momentarily taken aback, then nodded and smiled. I understand what needs to be done. Rest assured. Additionally, Sengoku spoke again, letting out a soft sigh. Do not let the matter of those three weigh on your mind. I will ensure proper control. Jianglu's expression remained unchanged, still smiling. Of course not. That is good. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief, turned, and departed. After standing on the steps for a moment, Jianglu suddenly let out a soft chuckle. The three fleet admirals had coordinated their attacks, staging an amusing sparring match with him right before the Marine headquarters. This was without a doubt both intriguing and coincidental. But what made it even more fascinating was discerning who had orchestrated, or deliberately permitted, this arrangement. Deterrence, you say? How tedious. Never mind. Smiling, Jianglu hastened his steps and departed. After all, we will cross swords sooner or later. Behind him, Freya had only just recovered from her shock. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with brilliance as she sprinted forward, calling out loudly. Admiral Jianglu, wait for me. Wait, Freya. Meanwhile, the three fleet admirals had already arrived inside the marshal's office. Among the three, Akainu sat upright with proper posture. Akiji had found a chair and settled in with his feet propped on the desk, and Kizuru stood quietly in a corner. Attacking your own comrades without authorization at the headquarters building. What exactly were the three of you thinking? Sengoku thundered angrily. The three wore different expressions, yet no one answered immediately. It was only after a considerable pause that Akainu finally spoke coldly. Our actions served the interests of the Marine headquarters, didn't they, eh? Otherwise, at the very moment I struck, the Marshal would have appeared to stop us. Sengoku fell silent, then fixed his gaze sternly upon the three. Such incidents. I will not tolerate them in the future. Understood. In the Marshal's office. As Sengoku's words echoed, the atmosphere grew solemn and heavy. The three admirals, the Marine headquarters' highest combat power, wore different expressions. In the end, it was Kizaru who spoke first, a grin on his face. Oh, my Marshal, with a face like that, you're really frightening. Rest assured I won't make a move again. Kazan did not respond. The blindfold on his forehead had been pulled down at some point, and he began to snore softly. As for the threat and risk posed by Jiang Lu as the marshal, you should be more aware of it than any of us. Sakazuki stood up, his voice low and firm. With that he turned and walked out of the office, disappearing in an instant. Then Marshal, I'll take my leave as well. There's a mountain of work waiting for me. What a busy life. Borsellino's face scrunched up as he laughed. Then he swayed as he walked away. Sengoku frowned and glanced at Akiji, who had fallen asleep right there in the office, letting out a soft sigh. Jiang Lu, these three, they were all troublesome individuals. Summoning the three admirals back to headquarters was partly to counter Whitebeard, but also to suppress Jiang Lu. After all, with the upcoming return of the 3,000 elite troops, Jiang Lu's influence within the headquarters would surge instantly. Meanwhile, each of the three admirals commanded their own forces. This would create a relative balance, mitigating the risks posed by Jiang Lu. As the supreme commander of the Marine headquarters, Marshal Sengoku also had to consider the overall balance of the system. Before the decisive battle, no accidents can be allowed. Sengoku sighed softly, his gaze heavy. As time passed, the atmosphere at Marine headquarters grew increasingly tense. Forces from all over the world were rapidly converging here, further bolstering Marineford's already formidable strength. Almost every day, officers of all ranks could be seen gathering in the plaza. At the inner bay port, various warships constantly docked and departed in a cycle. Standing by the office window, Jiang Lu looked down at Marineford Plaza with a faint smile. He could naturally sense the ever-increasing tension and strictness in the air. The Marine headquarters was urgently gathering forces, fortifying this largest fortress and most vital center of the Marines. It was foreseeable that the Whitebeard Pirates would be doing the same. Their allied crews also possessed a massive force. Sengoku took this war against the largest of the four emperors very seriously. It would be a battle that drained the Marines' full combat strength, a world-class war that would leave a heavy mark in history. The air in Marineford reeks of tension. Jiang Lu chuckled in admiration. Sir, you're speaking in riddles again. Just then Freya walked in, carrying a stack of documents, her heels clicking on the floor. A faint fragrance drifted over. Jiang Lu turned and saw his mature, seductive assistant sitting on the desk with a charming smile, crossing her legs, her right big toe hooking a high heel and swinging it back and forth, revealing her pale foot. Her eyes full of longing fixed on him intently. How aggressive. Jiang Lu sighed inwardly and walked over, glancing at her deliberately exposed fair legs and right foot like a vulnerable prey. After witnessing the confrontation with the three admirals that day, Freya had become like this. This made Jiang Lu often lament that besides his official duties, he also had to fend off his female assistant's seduction. Being a Marine is really a tough job, but the sake at the officers' family quarters is quite good. So would you like to go try it with me after work? Freya giggled and licked her lips. Your signal is too obvious, Freya. I'm not interested in drinking. Jiang Lu shook his head, sat down, and refused directly. A strong man like you, if I could become yours, Freya, would be very happy. Give me a chance. Freya leaned over the desk, revealing the curve of her figure, blinking as she spoke. Let's talk about our work. Jiang Lu glanced at her and smiled faintly. At the mention of work, Freya realized her seduction had failed again, but she wasn't disappointed. She turned serious and began to report. The Shichibukai will soon arrive at Marine headquarters. I estimate you'll be able to see them today. Jiang Lu's eyes flickered a smile, tugging at his lips. Is that so? Then let me see what kind of characters this era has produced. At noon that day, the two sat facing each other. Freya was dressed provocatively, and every movement showcased her physical advantages before Jiang Lu. For instance, her long, slender legs and pale, delicate feet would occasionally brush against Jiang Lu's trousers. In public, Freya, you should be more reserved. Jiang Lu said helplessly. If this continued, he really didn't know how long he could hold out. Don't be fooled by my boldness, sir, but I'm still a... Freya giggled and uttered a single word. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Lu's eyes. Her demeanor didn't match that at all. Are you more interested in me now? I'd welcome it if you devoured me tonight, sir. Freya's cheeks flushed as she spoke coquettishly. Jiang Lu rubbed his nose, hesitating whether to go drinking with her after work. Just then a commotion erupted at the restaurant entrance. Those ships, is it them? The famous Shichibukai. They've actually come too. What a spectacular, breathtaking scene. Even from far away you can tell they're not to be messed with. Hearing these remarks, the two exchanged glances, and their expressions turned serious. Looks like our work is here. Jiang Lu stood up and was about to leave when Freya leaned and wiped the corner of his mouth and said softly with a smile. We can't afford to be rude to the Shichibukai, sir. After a brief pause, Jiang Lu thanked her and strode away. Watching his retreating figure, Freya smiled. What a cute old man. Somehow I'm even more interested in you. Through their time together, she had gradually come to realize that her superior was a very proper man, always unmoved by her intentional or unintentional seductions. This alone made him far superior to other old men. After all, there were quite a few middle-aged lecherous rear admirals and vice admirals at Marine headquarters. Such men certainly never lacked a female assistant. Meanwhile, at Marineford's inner bay, a coffin boat with a single sail was slowly approaching. Seated on it was a man wearing a black top hat with eyes as sharp as an eagle's and a cross-shaped black sword strapped to his back. One of the 7 warlords, Hawkeye Mihawk. The rear admiral standing at the port instantly looked serious. These world-famous figures have finally arrived. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sky over Marineford a strong wind blew and an inexplicably solemn aura pervaded. The Marines scattered everywhere all looked toward the inner bay. The Wangxia Kuei, known to the world as another major organization alongside the Marines and pirates, were also legal plunderers introduced by the world government to balance the seas. Each of these individuals possessed immense strength, and their fame and status were at the pinnacle of the world. Naturally, their arrival was enough to attract attention. Every Wangxia Kuei meeting stirs up a mess. Either the attendees are far from complete with only a few showing up, or these fellows cause a great deal of trouble for the officers in charge of reception. This time, what kind of uproar will their arrival cause? No way, this is the Marine headquarters gathering a large number of elite Marines. How dare these former pirates act arrogantly here? It's naturally impossible to confront them head-on, but a certain degree of provocation and troublemaking is a given. Inside the Marineford Plaza, the Marines watched the first arriving Wangxia Kuei, with flickering eyes, their hearts growing heavy. I didn't expect that the first to arrive would be him. Kyle Kurmahwoke. I heard he became a Wangxia Kuei by directly reaching some agreement with the Wuloxing. This guy has never been interested in the Wangxia Kuei meetings. This time the target is the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. Even he can't resist the loneliness, right? The low murmurs were almost incessant. Jiang Lu was in front with Fulia following behind. They also looked toward the inner bay while quickening their steps toward the headquarters building. As time passed, the coffin boat soon approached the port. After the ship under Hawkeye Mihawk steadied, he slowly stood up, his hawk-like eyes scanning to the side. The Marine who was stared at by this man instantly stiffened all over as if struck by a blade. Even his consciousness paused for a few seconds. You little ones without ability, step back. The upcoming scene is not something you can handle. As a low shout rang out, a Vice Admiral wearing a marine coat with a cigar in his mouth and a sword at his waist strode over. Then his eyes fixed on Hawkeye, and he said in a deep voice, Hawkeye, Mihawk, please follow me. After saying this, his gaze turned to the Justice Gate. Another ship belonging to the Wangxia Kuei was also slowly entering. The second one to arrive is. He paused, and the Vice Admiral's eyes narrowed. The heavenly Yuksha Doflamingo. The wind grew stronger, ripples spread across the inner bay, and waves crashed against the port. Hawkeye Mihawk said nothing, following the direction pointed by the Vice Admiral heading toward the Marineford Plaza. After a distance, naturally others guided him. Hawkeye Mihawk's expression was calm as he scanned the surroundings, his eyes slightly narrowing. The level of defense is indeed a bit tighter than before. Withdrawing his gaze, he asked again, where is that man? Huh? Who do you mean? The rear admiral in charge of reception asked in confusion. Jiang Lu. Mihawk uttered a name. Admiral Jiang Lu. The rear admiral's eyes narrowed, then he grinned. He is at the headquarters. You will see him soon. Hawkeye Mihawk nodded, walked through the intersecting paths, and headed toward the headquarters building. Countless Marines at this moment were watching here, also looking toward the Justice Gate. Captain Promi, that ship carries the heavenly Yuksha Doflamingo. On the city wall, a Marine looked down at the ship, slowly passing through the gate, and said tremblingly, yes, it's Doflamingo. Promi said solemnly. Then he looked at the sea outside the headquarters where several black dots were also approaching. The Wangxia Kuei are gathering. All these guys have come to the headquarters. But there's no need to worry, because the one in charge of receiving them is Admiral Jiang Lu. He paused, then Promi sneered. No matter how capable they are in front of that lord, they can't stir up any trouble. Then he turned around and shouted, open the Justice Gate wider. Don't let these scum of the world think that the Marines at headquarters are cowering in fear of them. The soldiers on the city wall heard it, summoned their courage, and puffed out their chests. Yes, sir. The heavy, massive Justice Gate slowly opened with a rumbling sound, and what came into the view of the Marines in the plaza were the strange ships outside sailing toward this place. Doflamingo is here too. And outside, the captain of the Josha pirate crew, the Empress Boa Hancock, the world's most beautiful woman. Is that Sea Knight Jean Bay on that ship? Hey, using such strange logs as a boat, aren't you afraid of sinking into the sea? That is the Blackbeard pirate crew, replacing the former crocodile as the new warlord. In the Marineford Plaza, one shocked remark after another emerged, also revealing the identities of the people on the ships that were gradually entering the Marine headquarters. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The flags in front of the headquarters building fluttered and rustled in the wind. The subsequent Wangxia Kuei all slowly docked, stepped into the headquarters plaza, and advanced under the guidance of designated personnel. Thump, 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 thump. Heavy footsteps sounded, and one after another the Wangxia Kuei arrived at this moment, following the steps toward the headquarters building. Please wait in the reception room for a moment, the rear admiral in charge of reception said in a deep voice. Looking at these world-renowned Wangxia Kuei, the pressure in his heart was immense. Fufufufu. It's been a long time since I've been here. Marineford has become more majestic and imposing. Doflamingo stepped on the stairs, scanning the surroundings recklessly, letting out a loud laugh. Behind him, the Empress Boa Hancock wore a Chong Sam, revealing graceful and charming curves. Her face was indifferent, and she spoke softly. "What a noisy fellow," she said. The Marines stationed on both sides instantly widened their eyes, their hearts pounding. "Snap out of it, all of you. You bunch of idiots. Keep your charm to yourself, Hancock." The Vice Admiral, standing on the high platform, shouted loudly, his face dark. To lose composure in front of these Wangxia Kuei, how embarrassing. They are just a bunch of stinky men. I have no interest in them at all. Hancock glanced disdainfully at those who had succumbed to her charm, sneering. "Oh, I can't take it. How can she be so enchanting? Too beautiful, too gorgeous. One glance and I can't help myself." The area in front of the headquarters building instantly fell into chaos. Behind Hancock was the always silent Jinbei. He quietly trod the steps, but his eyes were searching for a certain man. Will he really be here? That legendary one. If it's him, can this war be prevented from happening? Jinbei was fully aware of the purpose behind this warlord meeting. The capture of Fire Fist Ace, given his identity, would inevitably ignite a war that would shake the world. Judging by the current deployment of Marine forces and the tense oppressive atmosphere within headquarters, one could sense the greatly increased military presence. Clearly, the Marine headquarters had already begun preparations to counter the assault of the Whitebeard Pirates. The situation was now crystal clear. War was imminent. Yet he who held deep reverence for Whitebeard was not optimistic about this war, especially for the Whitebeard Pirates. Once war breaks out, trapped within this world's greatest fortress and facing the most elite Marine forces, even the strongest man would likely die. Jinbei did not want Whitebeard to die, so his purpose in coming here was precisely to prevent the war from happening. Behind him stood the tall, burly figure of Marshal D. Teach and his crew, silently observing their surroundings. "The Marine defenses are several times stricter than when we were here before. I heard they've been summoning elite forces from all over the world lately. Seems the rumors are true." Hearing the low murmurs behind him, Marshal D. Teach grinned. "Ziaha. Even that guy Jiang Lu has been summoned to headquarters. This shows how seriously the Marines are taking this battle. This also means Whitebeard's time is probably running out." As he spoke, a deep glint flashed in Marshal D. Teach's eyes and his grin widened. That was good. Perfect for carrying out his plan and ambition. "Captain, coming to the Marine headquarters like this. Won't that guy Jiang Lu make a move against you?" Burgess asked in a deep voice. They had all witnessed the terror of that man. Even going all out would likely result in an extremely difficult battle. Unlike Ace, that man was in no way inferior to Whitebeard or any other emperor of the sea. "Ziaha. He told me to take a gamble. So we came to headquarters to gamble with him. To see if I'm really that unlucky." Marshal D. Teach's eyes flickered as he laughed loudly. Soon the group of warlords arrived before the main building of headquarters and entered under the gaze of many Marines. The Marines quickly made all necessary arrangements for their arrival. In a splendid, spacious reception hall, stern-faced Marines stood in every corner. The warlords entered one by one, and the hall fell into silence. Mihawk sat down first, sinking into the soft leather sofa and crossing his legs. Before him was a small table with steaming coffee, sugar, and milk placed nearby for self-service. "Fufu. How many times have I met you all now? Never mind, it doesn't matter. You're all a bunch of boring fellows." Doflamingo scanned the room and sneered. Then he raised his coffee cup, applying a slight force with his right hand. Crack! The coffee cup shattered, and the scalding coffee flowed down his right hand, quickly soaking the carpet on the floor. The cups at Marine headquarters really are fragile. Doflamingo shook his head with a sigh and waved to a nearby Marine. "Hey, the cup's broken and the carpet's dirty. Give me a new one." The summoned Marine froze, then nervously stepped forward and bent down to pick up the ceramic shards on the carpet. Suddenly, Doflamingo, sitting nearby, raised his right hand. The tiny ceramic fragments on the floor instantly flew up and stopped at the Marine's neck. The latter stiffened, feeling a chill run through his body, only a step away from death. The other Marines in the room turned pale. "Don't do anything reckless." Mihawk blew on the coffee he had just lifted, squinted his eyes, and watched the scene with indifference. "What a nasty fellow." Blackbeard and his crew laughed heartily at the sight. Kill him, kill him." Lafitte hopped and shouted. The once quiet reception hall erupted into commotion. The warlords watched the drama unfold while the Marines trembled with tension. Empress Boa Hancock curled her lips in disdain. "Tch. Fufu. Doflamingo laughed. The ceramic shard had already cut a red line on the Marine's neck, and blood droplets fell splattering on the carpet. "Doflamingo, stop your actions immediately. This is Marine headquarters." Hurried footsteps sounded at the entrance, and a Vice Admiral rushed in, shouting loudly. "I remember saying last time, this drink called coffee. I hate it the most." Doflamingo looked up, his 5 fingers suddenly moving. The other Marines in the hall suddenly changed expression, crying out in panic. "My body won't move. I'll help." Like puppets, the Marines involuntarily drew their weapons and aimed them at the Vice Admiral at the door. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on the Vice Admiral's forehead. He glanced around. The other warlords remained motionless, some indifferent, some intrigued by the scene. "Damn it! Stop this!" the Vice Admiral roared. He had to admit he was helpless in the face of such a situation. Meanwhile, in the Fleet Admiral's office, "This scum of the sea can't be handled by ordinary Marines. Sengoku frowned after hearing about the situation in the reception hall. Then he looked up and asked, "Where is Jiang Lu?" Compared to a Vice Admiral, Jiang Lu's presence would be more effective in handling the situation in the reception hall. "Captain Jiang Lu is on his way to the reception hall," the Marine before him replied. The headquarters building was not large, and news traveled quickly. On the other side in the corridor leading to the reception hall, tap tap tap. Footsteps echoed rapidly as a figure strode forward with a faint smile followed by a beautiful woman carrying a stack of documents. "Captain Jiang Lu. General Day Tiger. General." Various titles rang out in the corridor, causing the warlords inside the reception hall to instinctively look up toward the entrance. As the footsteps drew near, a gentle breeze swept in. The next moment, a figure draped in a marine coat came into everyone's view. Instantly, the casual, playful, and indifferent atmosphere of the reception hall shattered. In its place, every warlord wore a solemn, serious expression. Shouldn't this farce end now? Jiang Lu scanned the room and looked at Doflamingo, his expression unchanged as he spoke with a faint smile. "After all, if you really kill someone here, you probably won't be able to leave Marineford." Doflamingo paused, staring at him. A glint flashed behind his sunglasses and a grin spread across his lips. "Fufufufu. Maybe that's true." He withdrew his right hand, sat down again, and crossed his legs. Huff, huff. The Marine who had just escaped danger propped his hands on the carpet, gasping heavily, his face still pale with fright. In that instant, he truly believed he had almost died. In the reception hall, all the Marines who had been turned into puppets also found themselves able to control their bodies again, letting out a huge sigh of relief. But when they looked at Doflamingo again, their eyes were filled with terror. "We meet again, my hawk. You seem to have recovered quite well." Jiang Lu fixed his gaze on the cold man, sitting with his legs crossed. The latter looked up and placed his coffee cup on the table. "Thanks to you, everything is fine." "Oomph." Jiang Lu chuckled, then pointed at Doflamingo. "Get him a cup of coffee." After a pause, he said calmly, "If it spills again, don't bother drinking it." Doflamingo's smile froze, and he sighed, shaking his head. "I hate coffee the most. Especially Marine headquarters coffee." Jiang Lu ignored him, his eyes fixed on Marshal D. Teach, who had fallen silent since his entrance. Suddenly a grin spread across his face. "I'm glad you came, Teach." With that, he stepped inside. Marshal D. Teach also laughed upon hearing this. "Zihaha. This is Marine headquarters, Marineford. And you, Admiral Jiang Lu, are supposed to be in charge of us warlords, aren't you? Under such circumstances, it seems quite inappropriate to lay hands on us." His tone hardened as he spoke. "Let me take a gamble." Jiang Lu's expression remained unchanged, a faint smile on his lips as he quickly approached the man. Everyone present turned their gaze, curious about the story between the two. "You have a hard life, Teach. Even I am surprised by you." Jiang Lu chuckled and sighed, standing before Marshal D. Teach. A powerful pressure instantly surged toward Blackbeard and his crew. Jesus Burgess Van Auger Lafitte, making their skin crawl. "Zihaha. Is that so?" Marshal D. Teach stared down, felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "But what a pity." Jiang Lu suddenly shook his head and sighed. Marshal D. Teach's pupils contracted. The next moment, he saw Jiang Lu's large hand swiftly approaching, grabbing his forehead and head. "You bet wrong." An icy, bone-chilling voice reached his ears, and Marshal D. Teach turned cold all over. "Captain! Captain Teach!" Exclamations from Van Auger and the others behind him rang out. Marshal D. Teach's vision blurred, and then a crashing sound exploded. By the time everyone in the reception hall came to their senses, they saw Jiang Lu's right hand pressing down on Marshal D. Teach's head. The new warlord's head was deeply embedded in the wall behind him. Cracks spread like a spiderweb, and a crater appeared. Blood flowed from Marshal D. Teach's nostrils, forehead, and the back of his head, quickly dripping onto the floor and staining the carpet. "You've got guts, Teach. To still dare appear before me. Don't you know when to die? Do you really think I wouldn't kill you?" A chilling voice reached his ears, Jiang Lu's tone icy. "You dare mention gambling in front of me? Then do you know who controls the outcome of your so-called bet?" Marshal D. Teach's pupils contracted, and he suddenly grinned, blood smeared across his mouth. "Zia." "Jiang Lu. There's one thing I've never understood. Why from the very first time we met have you always wanted to kill me?" Jiang Lu's eyes narrowed as he looked down at Marshal D. Teach, who was slumped before him, and then uttered an unbelievable sentence. "Who knows? Who knows?" Not only was Marshal D. Teach stunned, but everyone else present was also dumbfounded. A pursuit and hatred without any known reason. How absurd was that? Doflamingo burst into laughter, his gaze on Jiang Lu, unreadable. "Fufufu. How interesting. So there are interesting people like this in the Marines." At the same time, he chuckled inwardly. As expected of Uncle Jiang Lu. To infiltrate Marine headquarters, join this world-shaking war, and be in charge of the crucial warlord system. Then when the war breaks out, he would shock the entire Marines and the world. What a brilliant plan indeed. By then the world, the Marines, and the pirates would all be stunned. "Fufufu. Hey Teach, I bet you'll survive." He grinned at Teach, whose head was covered in blood, and laughed loudly. Marshal D. Teach raised his head and grinned back. "I bet I won't die here either." Then he fixed his eyes on Jiang Lu. "Jiang Lu, will you kill me?" Jiang Lu's face darkened as he stared at the man. He didn't care about Doflamingo's act. They were on the same side after all, but this Blackbeard dared to provoke him. Where did he get the courage? No. You should celebrate, Teach. You bet right. Compared to your life or death, what comes next is far more important. Zhang Lu said calmly. Zihaha. Marshal D. Teach laughed heartily. But before he could finish, a foot slammed into him, making his expression twist. Boom. The entire reception hall shook, dust flying. Marshal D. Teach's head was once again buried in the wall, blood splattering as a large crater formed. Captain. Lafitte and the others cried out again, staring at Zhang Lu with a mix of fear and rage. Though I can't take your life, I can still beat you a few times. So you celebrated too soon, Teach. Zhang Lu said flatly, withdrawing his right foot. Marshal D. Teach leaned against the wall, his face twisted, his eyes blazing with endless fury. Zihaha. Zhang Lu. I understand. But Zhang Lu no longer paid him any attention. He turned and found a spot to sit down, slowly scanning the 5 warlords before him. I won't waste words. The reason I summoned you is simple and no secret. I'm sure everyone here knows it well. Regardless of your intentions in coming, there is only one choice ahead. He paused and spoke calmly. That is, join this war against the Whitebeard Pirates. This is a mandatory summons, so none of you have the right to refuse. Otherwise, after scanning the room, once more Zhang Lu said calmly. Headquarters is authorized to take corresponding punitive measures. Marshal D. Teach swayed as he sat down in a chair, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. A smile still lingered on his face. He seemed unbothered by the beating he had just received. Doflamingo watched him for a few moments, his gaze sharpening. A man like that with such deep cunning was naturally terrifying. The makings of a hegemon. A formidable fellow. He murmured, seemingly understanding why Zhang Lu had been so concerned and had struck out at him. Today is just a meeting. The specifics will be detailed when the other warlords arrive and the conference is convened. For now, enjoy your stay at headquarters. Zhang Lu said, casually wrapping up the meeting with a few words. His ease, harmony, and dominance over the 5 warlords were something no other Marine had ever witnessed. After Zhang Lu left, the atmosphere in the reception hall grew oppressive. Doflamingo stood up, walked over to Marshal D. Teach, and suddenly grinned. Are you just going to take that line down? Blackbeard. Marshal D. Teach. Marshal D. Teach's eyes narrowed as he stared at the man. After a long moment, he gave a stupid grin. What else can I do? I can't beat him. Doflamingo shook his head, turned, and walked away, leaving behind a faint, almost inaudible sentence hanging in the air. Perhaps. You might consider working with me. The words drifting in the air were heard by the members of the Blackbeard Pirates, and thus they all turned their gaze toward Marshal D. Teach, who was sitting there. The latter's eyes flickered slightly, then he smiled, and seemed to ponder a collaboration. What an intriguing proposal. Van Augur's eyes narrowed slightly. He seems to harbor hostility toward Zhang Lu as well. Should we talk to him? Lafitte said in a low voice. Marshal D. Teach was silent for a moment, then after a moment of thought, a grin spread across his lips. Now is not the time. Besides, we can't tell which side that guy is on. He paused, then sighed deeply. The muddy waters of Marine headquarters this time are not so easy to wade through. Each of the warlords has their own objectives. Slowly rising to his feet, Marshal D. Teach smiled, watching the others leave the meeting room one by one, and then laughed again. But that's what makes it more interesting. At the same time, Zhang Lu, who had left the meeting room and returned to his office, was greeted by a visitor. Jinbi of the Sea. You deliberately followed me to visit me. What business do you have? Zhang Lu sat on his chair, leaning back against the backrest, his eyes fixed on the man at the doorway, and asked with a smile. Freya remained silent, also watching Jinbi. Admiral Zhang Lu, I wish to speak with you. Jinbi took a deep breath and said in a low voice, his expression solemn and serious. Oh. Zhang Lu raised an eyebrow, glancing at the bustling corridor outside. Then come in and talk. Jinbi's eyes brightened. Thank you. Then he stepped into the office and turned around to close the door tightly. The noisy sounds from the corridor immediately fell silent. The soundproofing of the Marine office was indeed excellent. Taking the tea handed over by Freya, Zhang Lu blew on it, took a small sip, found it a bit hot, frowned, and put it down. Then he looked at Jinbi before him. He had an impression of this fishman, who now seemed somewhat nervous and uneasy. He was the second captain of the Sun Pirates after Fisher Tiger and was hailed as the Knight of the Sea. Also in the original story, during the battle with the Yonko Big Mom 2 years later, he uttered a memorable line, Humph, a mere Yonko Jinbi. A bold, confident fishman with a chivalrous heart. So Mr. Jinbi, let's talk. What do you want to say to me? Zhang Lu said with a smile. You are surely more aware of the current world situation than I am. The capture of Fire Fist Ace and the series of actions by Marine headquarters all signify the approach of war. The Whitebeard Pirates will never stand by and watch their brother be captured. They will definitely act. And once Whitebeard becomes enraged and engages in a great war with the Marines, it will cause immense upheaval, even affecting the entire world. Jinbi said solemnly. War inevitably brings death. Whether Marine or pirate, both sides will suffer heavy losses. Pausing briefly, Jinbi raised his head and stared at Zhang Lu. I have long heard of your reputation. Your deeds have perfectly embodied chivalry and justice. When I heard that you were presiding over this warlords meeting, I was overjoyed and believed that only by seeking your help could there be a resolution. Jiang Lu listened to these words and naturally understood his meaning. You want me to stop this war? He frowned and asked gravely. Yes. If it's you, you can surely persuade Marine headquarters to halt this war. Jinbi nodded. This is quite troubling for me, Jinbi. As a warlord, I never expected you to say such words in front of me. Jiang Lu sighed softly, then looked at him. The purpose of my convening this warlords meeting is precisely to have you the warlords participate in the war against Whitebeard. To win this war, Marine headquarters is doing everything possible. Jiang Lu sighed and shook his head. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Jinbi. This war is not something that I as a mere captain can stop or influence. Jinbi's body trembled and he fell silent. Then he moved and slowly knelt before Jiang Lu. Freya's expression changed and Jiang Lu's gaze, turned heavy, also moved. I beg you. In all the world, only you have the power to stop this war from happening. Jinbi said solemnly. To stop this war, you would even abandon your dignity, Jinbi. Jiang Lu took a deep breath and said, the stakes are too great. What is dignity in the face of endless death and war? Jinbi shouted, his forehead pressed to the floor. Jiang Lu fell silent, deeply feeling the firm resolve of the warlord before him. After a long time, he still shook his head. I'm sorry, Jinbi, I'm not deceiving you. I do not have the ability to stop this war now. You must have felt the determination of the world government and the Marines. Ace has become the fuse of this war, and the Marines' ambition to extinguish the flourishing flame of piracy in this era should not be underestimated. Jinbi's body trembled. Is that so? Still, thank you for allowing me to speak these words. Rise, Jinbi. I also respect you. Jiang Lu sighed softly. What will the future world look like? What will the world situation become? Neither you nor I can predict. Perhaps you should be more optimistic. His eyes, gazing at the other's raised face, Jiang Lu seemed to say meaningfully. Maybe things will develop in a better direction. Hearing this, Jinbi was startled, then looked puzzled, and slowly stood up. Then I will take my leave, Admiral Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu nodded. The door creaked open, and Jinbi's figure quickly disappeared. Watching his retreating figure, Jiang Lu fell silent, and his eyes became profound. He knew very well that this Knight of the Sea would soon refuse the compulsory summons of Marine headquarters, strongly oppose the war, and therefore be sent to impel down. After a long while, Jiang Lu asked, why didn't Bartholomew Kuma come today? He is on a mission from the world government to see Gecko Moria, apparently to inform him of the change of the new warlord. Freya replied. Is that so? Jiang Lu nodded lightly. We'll hold the warlords meeting after everyone has arrived. Then he stood up and walked over to the window. The breeze blew, stirring his robe. The wind at Marineford is getting stronger. He murmured, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. With the arrival of navies from around the world, Marineford swelled with troops, its defenses growing ever more formidable. In the headquarters building and the plaza, officers were now a ubiquitous sight. In the upcoming battle, even Marines below the rank of captain lacked the qualifications to participate. Such was the unprecedented intensity and scale of this war. 3 days later, has Moria been defeated by Straw Hat Luffy? Jiang Lu's lips curled into a smile, his expression showing no surprise whatsoever. Yes, it's truly astonishing. Since setting sail, Straw Hat Luffy has consecutively defeated 2 warlords, Crocodile and Gecko Moria. With such strength, he is likely to stand out even among this generation of pirate supernovas. Moreover, he has just caused a worldwide incident by storming Eni's lobby. Freya spoke with a tone of awe. Coupled with other pirate crews, rumors have it that this batch of supernovas is being called the worst generation. Jiang Lu listened to his female assistant's words and chuckled. The worst generation, is it? What an intriguing title. I can't help but want to see just how capable they really are. Freya smiled. If you wish to see them, sir, you will surely have the chance. I think so too. Jiang Lu nodded. But for now, let's first settle matters with these warlords. They must be growing quite impatient as well. Freya glanced at the documents on the table and said softly, the other 2 warlords will arrive at headquarters shortly. Jiang Lu nodded. After the warlord meeting, he would be able to visit Ace. Ace must be feeling utterly dejected now, trapped in the darkest, lowest point of his life. Times like these call for the company of family. He sighed softly, suddenly finding life at Marine headquarters a little hard to endure. Elsewhere in Doflamingo's quarters, the latter looked at the tall, burly man with a few missing front teeth, grinned, and raised his head. Have you made up your mind, Teach? Marshal D. Teach's eyes narrowed. I need to know, how will we cooperate? Doflamingo leaned back on the sofa, a glint flashing across his sunglasses. How else? Both you and I hold a grudge against Jiang Lu, don't we? And once the war begins, that will be our opportunity. Such blunt, straightforward words left Marshal D. Teach momentarily stunned. So you truly intend to go after Jiang Lu? Blackbeard's eyes hardened. Fufu. Such foolish words shouldn't come from your mouth, Teach. From the moment I saw you, I could read the boundless ambition in your eyes. A man like you should have a clear understanding of the situation and what to do next. Doflamingo laughed. Then let's reach a preliminary agreement. After a long silence, Marshal D. Teach extended his right hand and said in a low voice. Having an extra ally to join forces against Jiang Lu was nothing but beneficial to him, so he naturally welcomed it. Moreover, Doflamingo's strength and influence were far from negligible. In the future, he might even find use for the other man. Fufufufu. Then from today onward we are allies. Teach. Doflamingo said with a grin. Their hands clasped tightly in midair. Finally Marshal D. Teach departed. Doflamingo watched the slowly closing door and let out a low chuckle. You have so many enemies, Uncle Jianglu. Another 3 days passed. On this day the remaining 2 warlords arrived at Marine Headquarters Marineford, marking the commencement of the crucial warlord meeting. In the office Freya nervously organized documents and spoke to Jianglu, who sat leisurely sipping tea. Sir, the drafts for your meeting speech are ready. This meeting is said to be broadcast live to the world government, so you should take it a bit more seriously. Jianglu waved his hand dismissively. Only the 5 old geezers will be watching. Just a hypocritical, meaningless show going through the motions. Freya sighed in exasperation. She had recently been digging up information about her superior's past. After learning about it, she was both shocked and awed. She never imagined that such a great figure would one day become her boss. Yet as she spent time with him, his casual attitude and critical remarks about the Navy and even the world government made her uneasy. For instance, when he referred to the 5 old geezers, Freya knew exactly who he meant, but dared not respond. You really are bold. She sighed helplessly, placing the documents before Jianglu. Please check them one more time. Jianglu waved his hand. No need. I trust your work. Thank you for your trust. Freya rolled her eyes, feeling as though her hard work had gone unnoticed. As they chatted, a figure suddenly appeared at the doorway. Doflamingo. Freya's expression shifted, and she called out. Fufufufu. Such a harmonious working atmosphere. Doflamingo chuckled, his eyes fixed on Freya as he stepped inside. Though the warlord meeting hasn't started yet. Freya felt a chill run down her spine, and instinctively stepped behind Jianglu, her voice trembling. Fufufufu. Doflamingo's gaze shifted to Jianglu. Freya. Jianglu suddenly called out. Sir. Go check on the preparations in the conference hall. Yes. Freya nodded hastily and hurried out. What brings you to my place all of a sudden, eh? Jianglu looked up at Doflamingo with a faint smile. The latter nodded, and with a slight raise of his hand the door creaked shut. Nothing major. I just noticed that you have quite a few enemies. Doflamingo grinned. Oh. Jianglu looked puzzled. The meeting is about to start, so I'll make it brief. Doflamingo didn't intend to waste words. Marshal D. Teach came to me. He wants to join forces with me against you. Jianglu raised an eyebrow, his expression unchanged. And what do you plan to do? I think it would be more interesting to stab him in the back when the time comes. What do you think? Doflamingo's grin widened as he spoke. What a mischievous taste, Doffy. After a long pause, Jianglu finally shook his head and said, Fufufu, how amusing. I thought he was one of us, but in the end he turned out to be an enemy. Doflamingo chuckled. You won't end up standing against me, will you? Jianglu smiled, his tone casual. Of course not, Uncle Jianglu. That kind of joke is not to be made. Doflamingo's expression shifted slightly, and he hurriedly said, Haha, just kidding. Get ready, the warlord meeting should begin. Jianglu said with a smile, rising to his feet and picking up the documents on the table. Then I'll take my leave. Doflamingo hooked his right hand, and the door creaked open, then he swayed and quickly disappeared. Hep. Jianglu stood still and suddenly smiled. He had no reason to doubt Doflamingo. Not to mention the bond they shared since childhood, but even the interests they had just aligned themselves with. The other would never make a wrong choice. Only those who truly understood him would realize the correctness of standing by his side. After flipping through the documents on the table, Jianglu narrowed his eyes, picked them up, and walked out of the office. Half an hour later, in the spacious conference hall, a surveillance den Mushi was placed, curiously observing its surroundings, displaying everything to the people on the other end. Above hung a magnificent crystal chandelier, and the long conference table was covered with a solemn dark red cloth. The overall layout of the room was generous, dignified, and solemn. In each of the 4 corners stood a stern-faced officer, standing ramrod straight. Clearly the Marine headquarters placed great importance on these notorious Shichibukai of the seas. The so-called warlord meeting was both a meeting to compel these individuals to participate in battle, and in the eyes of some a routine inspection. Fufufu, a live broadcast. Who was on the other side of this surveillance? Den Mushi. Doflamingo sat in his chair, turning his head to look at the den Mushi placed not far away. 1 seat away from him sat a man wrapped in bandages with a strange physique, sitting silently with a gloomy aura. Across from him was Hawkeye Mihawk, not far away was Empress Hancock and Jinbe. At one corner of the table sat Marshal D. Teach. It must be a very important person, though otherwise such a meeting wouldn't be monitored by just anyone. Teach grinned. You wouldn't want to know, Doflamingo. Suddenly the cold man directly across, holding a Bible, looked up and said, Oh, Kuma, do you know? Doflamingo's eyes flickered. It was unexpected that the silent Bartholomew Kuma had spoken. Think about the person who called this meeting, and you should be able to guess. Kuma said calmly. Doflamingo paused, then his expression shifted, eventually falling silent. The one who called the meeting was Jianglu, and of course he knew what Jianglu was doing. Compared to the Shichibukai, Jianglu, now a marine, drew more attention from certain people. Those 5 old men. How interesting. Muttering to himself, Doflamingo fell silent. This was a solemn and serious occasion, and no one was willing to speak. The presence of the surveillance den mushi made the 7 present even more reluctant to talk. The atmosphere in the meeting hall became exceptionally tense because of the den mushi. Tap 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 tap. Until a certain moment a slow and rhythmic sound came from outside the meeting hall, and the 7 inside looked up toward the door. Is everyone here? That's good. Jiang Lu strode into the meeting hall, glanced around, and said with a smile. Then his eyes fixed on one of them. Moria, I heard you lost to Straw Hat Luffy. A veteran pirate like you defeated by a rookie. How disappointing. Can we assume that you have lost the qualification to remain a warlord? The words carried a smile, but were exceptionally sharp, immediately causing the expressions of those present to change. Moria looked up sharply at Jiang Lu. That was just a mistake. My strength hasn't diminished one bit. He gritted his teeth. If I run into that guy again, I definitely won't lose. Jiang Lu smiled. The weak are accustomed to making excuses for their failures. I heard you had a fierce battle with that brat Kaido 20 years ago, and suffered a crushing defeat. Judging by your current state, it seems you've fallen. Hearing the name Kaido, Moria trembled all over, his emotions becoming incredibly agitated. Shut up. I haven't. I will take revenge, I swear. I will definitely take revenge. Jiang Lu stood at one end of the long table, placed the documents on the table, and said with a faint smile. I have no interest in your revenge. The purpose of summoning you all today is to prepare for the upcoming great battle. Some of you I know, some I am not familiar with. Or to put it more bluntly, I don't even fully understand the meaning behind the establishment of the warlord organization. This remark caused some Marines present to change color slightly. Several warlords were stunned. In my personal opinion, it's a rather ridiculous practice for the world government to invite scum like you from the seas to fight pirates. Jiang Lu's next words made all the warlords widen their eyes. Then he glanced at the surveillance den mushi and grinned. Even if you 5 old men are watching me here, I still say the same. Doflamingo laughed. Boa Hancock's beautiful eyes sparkled, and Jinbe's eyes flashed with excitement. Marshal D. Teach grinned. Hawkeye Mihawk's lips curled into a slight arc. Bartholomew Kuma looked up, staring intently at the man before him. Gecko Moria sneered. He really dared to say it. Knowing full well who was watching, he still targeted them so strongly. Of course I understand. The so-called Shichibukai are nothing more than a compromise formed for the sake of interests or certain goals. You got what you wanted, and the world government gave you convenience. Now it's time for you to pay. Next, the Marines will launch a full-scale war against Whitebeard, and you must join in to face the coming Whitebeard alongside the Marines. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone, turning sharp. None of you present have the right to refuse. In an instant, the meeting hall fell silent. An inexplicable, oppressive atmosphere enveloped everyone. I refuse to participate in this war. Suddenly a voice rang out. Jiang Lu's eyes moved, and he saw it was Jinbe. I am willing to bear all consequences. Jinbe's expression was calm, his tone resolute. Very well. Jiang Lu nodded. Serving as a warlord of the sea, yet failing to comply with the consequences of a mandatory summons would be severe. As a pirate once stripped of the warlord status and placed within the Marine headquarters, the fate awaiting Jinbe was already evident. Does anyone else have anything to say? Jiang Lu asked calmly, his gaze sweeping over everyone before speaking in a flat tone. He had anticipated Jinbe's reaction and was well aware of the fate that awaited him. When will the war take place? Mihuaku inquired in a deep voice. The exact time has not been decided yet, but the headquarters will notify you in advance. Until then you are all free, Jiang Lu said. You may choose to stay here at the headquarters and wait, or return to your own territories and await the summons. No one else spoke, and the meeting hall fell silent. Since there are no further questions, this meeting is adjourned, Jiang Lu stated. He was not a man fond of verbosity, and with these individuals before him, especially under the watchful eyes of others, he truly had little to say. Then Jiang Lu turned and left. Fufufufu, a man of great courage, Jinbe. I hope we may meet again in the future. Duofu Langming stood up, staring at the silent fishman sitting there. The other warlords each left the meeting hall. Some planned to stay, while others departed the headquarters that very day to return to their own territories. For these individuals who had reached compromises with the world government, the Marine headquarters was hardly a place that offered them a sense of security. Jinbe sat quietly, offering no response to the words. Zehaha. That there exists a pirate like you in this world is truly remarkable. Monsieur Di Chi laughed loudly. The meeting hall soon became empty, though after Boss Luo Miao Xiong left, the place fell into complete silence. Jinbe remained seated, unmoving. He had sensed something and was waiting. At some point, several figures appeared at the entrance, led by a vice admiral with a stern expression. See Knight Jinbe, for refusing the headquarters summons, your warlord status is hereby revoked. Please come with us. Don't think of resisting. You should know exactly where this place is, the vice admiral said in a deep voice, holding shackles that clinked as he moved. I understand, Jinbe said, looking up with a solemn tone. Moments later, this former warlord who had resisted the mandatory summons was led away in shackles from the Marine headquarters and sent to the world's greatest prison, the underwater impel down. Meanwhile, Jiang Lu had received news about Ace. He's being held in the headquarters prison for now. He raised an eyebrow and asked in surprise. Yes, but Fleet Admiral Zhanghua has ordered that after you meet Fire Fist Ace, we will transport him to Impel Down, the captain who brought the message said with a smile. Is that so? Zhang Lu's eyes flickered, and he nodded. Then I'll leave it to you. Please take me to the headquarters prison. You're too kind, Captain Zhang Lu. The captain smiled warmly. The two walked one after another toward the headquarters prison. Meanwhile, in Mali Chaya, the 5 elders who had witnessed the entire warlord meeting remained silent, the palace falling into stillness. What do you think? After returning to the headquarters, Zhang Lu appears to be quite compliant. He neither expressed any resistance to the upcoming war nor showed any of his previous discontent. An aged voice spoke, filled with amusement. All 5 of us know that this man is deep thinking. The calmer he appears on the surface, the more volcanic the turmoil hidden within his heart. He is concealing his true intentions. Zhang was summoned him back to the headquarters to deal with Whitebeard. This will inevitably bring great disaster, someone said coldly. Perhaps. Even we have to admire this man's combat prowess. He is indeed the best choice to deal with Whitebeard. Moreover, he is indeed not easy to kill, otherwise there would not have been the compromise 20 years ago, another voice chimed in. It is merely a relationship of mutual exploitation. After this war, no matter what thoughts he harbors, we must take action and eliminate him. Finally, after the cold voice, the faces of the 5 in the palace flickered. This is indeed a good plan. Whether for the Marines or for the world, he is far too dangerous. Eliminating him is the best solution. However, after a pause, the aged voice turned low and grave. To eliminate him may come at a considerable cost. Then we should summon that one. The foundation of the world government is not something that a mere Zhang Lu can contend with. He is not an emperor, nor is he a warlord with a formidable fleet under his command. He is but a lone man. The voices gradually faded and then disappeared. The 5 elders standing at the pinnacle of the world were orchestrating a calm, ruthless, yet icy assassination plan. At the Marine headquarters, the prison entrance, Zhang Lu followed the captain ahead, walking briskly. Compared to other places, the security here was evidently much stricter. Although the headquarters prison was merely a transit prison for sending prisoners to Impel Down. But since it held a figure as important as Fire Fist Ace, it would naturally receive heightened attention. Fire Fist Ace is imprisoned here. You will see him once you enter, the captain said with a smile. Good, thank you. Zhang Lu nodded and smiled. After receiving the signal, the guards at the entrance opened the way, and Zhang Lu quickly entered. The cells of the headquarters prison did not hold many prisoners, so it appeared quite empty. Thus Zhang Lu soon found Ace sitting cross-legged with his head bowed. At this moment, Fire Fist Ace was undoubtedly lost and despairing. Defeated by his own subordinate Monsieur Di Chi and sent to the Marine headquarters, what awaited him? Even he himself did not know, but vaguely he had a foreboding sense. Dad Marco, please don't come to save me. Ace's heart trembled. Suddenly the sound of light footsteps reached him. Ace's body quivered slightly, but he paid no attention. Though the place was empty, other prisoners were occasionally brought in. His cell, though separate, was not particularly special. The Marines appeared relaxed on the outside, but were tight on the inside with numerous hidden defenses. Moreover, this was the Marine headquarters, so they were not overly concerned about his escape. But soon the footsteps grew closer until they stopped right in front of him. Ace! A familiar voice came, making Ace's body jolt and his heart shake. I told you long ago that you would lose to Monsieur Di Chi. So you've ended up like this after all. These words instantly reminded him of who the voice belonged to, and he looked up sharply. You, uncle. Standing outside the cell, the man with a short haircut, a smile on his face, and a blade at his waist was none other than Zhang Lu, who had previously claimed to be his uncle. How did you end up here? Ace asked in astonishment. I am a Marine after all, Zhang Lu replied with a faint smile. A Marine? Ace was taken aback. Garp really didn't tell you a single thing about me. Zhang Lu sighed softly, then sat down cross-legged. Let's talk about you first, Ace. At the mention of himself, Ace lowered his head. What's there to talk about? I'm already like this. You're not here to save me, are you? Zhang Lu nodded. At the moment, I truly cannot free you. The Marines intend to use you to lure Whitebeard and ignite an all-out war. The goal is to annihilate the Whitebeard Pirates, who currently stand at the pinnacle of the 4 emperors, thereby curbing the ever-intensifying Great Pirate Era. This also serves as a warning to those with immense ambition who set sail with resolve. He paused, fixing his gaze on Ace. In other words, Ace, you have become the catalyst for this war. It was your defeat at the hands of Marshal D. Teach that triggered this unprecedented conflict. His words echoed through the prison, the torches on either side flickering and sputtering. Ace's head drooped even lower. It's my fault. Is there any way to stop this war, Uncle? Zhang Lu shook his head. This has become the tide of the world. Both the Marines and the Whitebeard Pirates are now fully preparing for battle. This war is inevitable. And you, he said, his tone growing heavy, will become the sacrifice that ignites it. Ace suddenly lifted his head, drawing a deep breath. My life or death doesn't matter, but it shouldn't involve Pops and the others. The Marines can execute me, but they shouldn't drag the Whitebeard Pirates into this. Zhang Lu sighed softly. You still don't fully grasp your situation, Ace. Your life and death are no longer in your own hands. Ace said urgently, stop this war. I'm willing to die. Since you're a Marine, you must have a way. Hearing this, Zhang Lu suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. The laughter left Ace stunned. After everything that's happened, you're still so naive, my foolish nephew. You still don't understand this world. His voice turned low and earnest. The death of Gold. Roger the Pirate King triggered an even more violent shift in the era ushering in the Great Pirate Age. Because of the words he spoke before his death, people rushed to become pirates, and thus the era ran amok. The Marines gradually lost control of the seas, and the New World became a playground for the so-called four emperors. Now with your capture, it has become the perfect opportunity for the Marines to strike against the Whitebeard Pirates and cool down this rampaging era. Do you understand? Ace's body stiffened, his expression turning grim. You could say you're the tipping point of the coming change, but you could also say you're utterly insignificant. Faced with the shifting tides of the world, all individual actions lose their meaning. Jiang Lu sighed softly. Whether you live or die, it will have no impact on this war. So live on, Ace. He paused, looking at the other. Only by living can there be hope. Ace's expression was complex. Can I still have hope? You never met Roger, and you'll never have the chance to see him again. But your mother, my sister, Rouge. Don't you want to see her? Jiang Lu said softly. Mother. Ace faltered, then gritted his teeth. But wasn't she? He stopped mid-sentence, but the meaning was clear to both. I'll arrange everything. Just stay here. Hope, as long as it exists, will be there. Jiang Lu said meaningfully. Then he slowly stood up, smiling again. You're quite a mess, Ace, in this state. Live on. With those words, Jiang Lu turned and walked out of the prison. Even if your old man, that so-called grandfather Garp, is useless, you still have the uncle who loves you most, who gave everything for you back then. Because you are one of the few family members I have left in this world. His voice faded as Ace watched the figure slowly recede, his eyes full of complex emotions. Uncle. Ace murmured, a faint smile appearing on his face. You don't have to do so much for me. After all, I'm already a man who deserves to die. But having a relative like you, it warms my heart before the end. If I die, please take care of my little brother. His name is Luffy. Jiang Lu had reached the doorway, but he heard every word and raised his hand to wave. The day after leaving Marine Headquarters Prison, Jiang Lu received the news. Fire Fist Ace has been sent to impel down, escorted by Vice Admiral Garp. Freya looked at her superior curiously as she reported the intelligence. I adjusted the plan immediately after seeing him. Some people at headquarters are really wary of me. Jiang Lu shook his head with a smile. I'm curious why you're so focused on this Fire Fist Ace. As far as I know, he's the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division. Freya asked in puzzlement. He's a pirate, but he's also my nephew, Jiang Lu said calmly. What? Freya's jaw dropped in astonishment. He's your nephew? Then sir, can you tolerate Fire Fist Ace being executed? Freya then asked in surprise. When the moment hasn't arrived, who knows? As for tolerating it, let's give it a try, Jiang Lu said with a grin. He then raised his head, fixing his eyes on his female assistant. Instantly Freya felt a sharp aura locking onto her, rendering her momentarily speechless. Clearly the topic of Fire Fist Ace was extremely sensitive to her superior. Perhaps you should focus more on the information I asked you to gather. As his words faded, Freya felt the oppressive aura gradually dissipate. Taking a deep breath, she said, I've been monitoring the Marines you told me about. They should be arriving at headquarters soon. But these people are either base commanders from the 4 seas or admiral-level officers not under headquarters' direct control. What is your purpose in monitoring them? Jiang Lu smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth curling. They were all my subordinates once. Freya was stunned, then felt a turmoil within her.